So we play one of those hit singles from the 80s that we had. And this one's I really do feel close to this song, but I'll tell you, you've never heard it till you hear Eddie Vedder sing it, so I thought maybe Eddie'd come out.
From a dream. Oh, I never known nothing quite like this. Don't it feel like tonight might never be again? Baby, we know better and try and pretend. Honey, no one could have ever told me about this. I said, yeah, 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 yeah. The waiting is the hardest part. Every day you see one more card. You take it on faith, you take it to the heart. The waiting is the hardest part. Yeah, I might have chased a couple women around. All the year got me was down. Yeah, and there were those who made me feel good, but never as good as I'm feeling right now. Baby, you're the only one that how to make me wanna live like I wanna live now. I said, yeah, 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 yeah. And waiting is the hardest part. Every day you get one more part. You take it on faith, you take it to the heart. The waiting is the hardest part. You take it on faith, you take it to the heart. The waiting is the hardest part. Yeah, the waiting is the hardest part.
Eddie's going to be back a little bit later. We got a long way to go.
The Guerrero's right about the shoe. The shoe was not the same in the picture shown in court as the shoe pulled from the evidence bag by Trooper Bukake.
And you mentioned you're at the hospital. There was a sneaker. One.
Yes. Bukake! Bukake!
Woo! Good morning, friends. It's great to see you guys. Happy Saturday. Yes, and it is a happy Saturday, an excellent Saturday, considering that it is the first Saturday since KELSEY FITZSIMMONS has been free of all criminal charges. Now we got to make sure that our lawyers get paid. And we got to make sure that her family attorney gets paid because she's got a long fight ahead of her. What's up, Baker? Listen, man, I don't know how to get a hold of you, but you are absolutely encouraged, not just welcome, but encouraged to join if you feel up to it. Cherry should have sent you a link. Somehow, I don't know how. I just said figure out how to get in touch with Baker and get him a link, and she took care of it, I think. And thank you for becoming a member. Listen, I don't know how to turn off memberships. I don't think you can. And I'm grateful for people becoming members and whatnot. But please try to focus your stuff on the links that are pinned to the top of the chat. The links that are pinned to the top of the chat are Kelsey's Give, Send, Go to help with her legal fees and whatnot. And the other link is to her Amazon wish list to help create a much better home for Caden, her son, who is being kept from her. Let's just call it what it is. And Dina, member for 23 months, donated to links and going to give memberships to. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dina. We love you, Dina. So yeah, please. Listen, Maza pointed out at the beginning of this stream that it was at, I think, 141,000. Let me just read his text. 141,000 or $141,787 as of 8:58 a.m. Now, when you donate, please make sure you type Glare Fundraiser, Glare Stream, or Glare whatever the fuck you want. Glare's an asshole. I don't care what you write in there. Just let them know that this fundraiser, so that we can keep a tally. The whole point is so that we can keep a tally of how much you guys raised today. So in the past, I've done these 12-hour fundraisers before. They've always been very successful. They've always gotten generated a lot of donations. So hopefully this one will be no different. And if it is any different, I hope it crushes all the other ones out of the water. Okay. Blows all of the other ones out of the water. I want to see all of the other ones raised well over $20,000 for each one. I don't even really know. I don't even really know how much. And then when we do a fundraiser for Aiden the next time after this one, then we're going to crush this one out of the water. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Right now, we're focusing on Kelsey FITZSIMMONS. And Kelsey FITZSIMMONS has a hell of a fight ahead of her. And we want to make sure that she gets everything that she needs. We want to put gas in her tank is what we want to do here. Metaphorically speaking. We want to make sure that she's got ammo, metaphorically speaking. So because she's got a big fight, she's in the middle of a war here, and we're going to explore some of that because I have become privy. I've always been pretty, but I have become privy to some new information thanks to our friend Microdots. Most of us have become privy to this as well. Thanks to our friend Richie Microdots. We love Microdots here. And yes, of course, it just must be done. It must be done. Because we all love Microdots. Because we are going to go over that stuff. Yeah, it's intense. I only heard little bits and pieces, so most of what I will be doing is going over it. And shit, my StreamYard has a mind of its own. Listen, everyone knows that I was right about the shoe. Everyone knows this StreamYard. Guys, I'm sorry about that. It just blurts things out. I had no idea that it was going to say that. We're all aware of how right I am about the shoe. Goodmans, thanks for doing this, Will. Yes, it's my pleasure. I love doing these. These are always like, I tell you, every time I do one of these 12-hour streams, I always feel so rejuvenated about this community. So I'm really excited about it. You get your shit together. Yeah, this is yeah. So listen, another thing here is I have a bunch of guests. Okay, I have a bunch of guests who have said yes, who have committed and said yes, and they will be joining us. whenever they feel like it, because you guys also know that one thing that has always worked consistently is going into these things without having any plan whatsoever. I have no fucking idea how the next 12 hours are going to go. I am just going to be live for 12 hours. And we are going to wing it, and we're going to hang out. So I'm going to have a lot of guests, and we are going to also have, we're going to go over some domestic violence body cam calls that caught on body cam, just to get a little idea of how some shit bags tend to work. We're going to go over, like I said, we're going to go over Microdot's latest stuff. And the rest is totally up in the air, man. I have no fucking idea. I'm sure we're going to go over some testimony. We're going to revisit some testimony from Kelsey's trial, I'm sure. I'm sure we are going to have a great time no matter what we do. And we'll be wrapping this up at 9 o'clock, just in time for Turtle Time and for Aiden, Turtle Boy, Mr. Media, Carney to start his stream. So I hope you guys packed a lunch, because it's going to be a full day. Everyone here should be getting a great night's sleep tonight. So yeah. I'm also going to open phone lines quite a bit as well. Let's see. When the wellness check found no evidence of any damage to both vehicles, that should have opened their damn eyes. He was 90% full of shit. Yeah. Yeah. And Dina gifted 20 memberships, and I missed that. Holy shit, Dina. Oh my. Okay, so let's see what we got here. I was also sent something by our good friend Kyle Sharkey, the latest member of our moderator team. And I don't even know necessarily if they, I mean, I just gave them a wrench because they have been instrumental in providing me with information, and it's been great. Let's see here. I don't even know what Kyle sent me, but we're going to check it out. Okay, so I think this is all stuff in regards to Kelsey's RO, which I may not really be able to understand. OG Sean White, make sure to subscribe to OG Sean White for gifting 5 memberships. And I hope someone's keeping a tally of the fundraiser. Let me go ahead and pull that up. Sorry. I see some shit and then I just go, Jesus, dude. And then I catch myself going, Jesus, dude. And then I laugh at myself. Hold on a second. Bro. How come I can't? God, Jesus, so fucking annoying. Here we go. All right, here we go. All right, we're at 142,557, which is fucking great. So we'll go over a couple of these here because there's a lot of donos from this fundraiser already. Holly Mack sent $100. The first one typed in Glarer here. I think actually, no, that's not the first one. Hold on, I got to go back a little further. You guys are fucking amazing. Hold on. All right, I think we're good here. All right, here we go. Dina was actually the first one to type in Glare fundraiser, and then I lost it. Hold on a second. Here we go. Dina sent $50 to Kelsey. Says Glare fundraiser. Stay strong, Kelsey. You have a great support system in your parents. Let's see. Anonymous gave $10. Says Glare donation. Good things coming your way, Kelsey. And then another anonymous giver, $100, says because Judge Kathleen M. McCarthy Nyman made a mockery of women on the bench, and I agree with you. Let's see, Becky, $10, says I'm 50 years old and had a very similar thing happen to me with my oldest son, now 32. His sperm donor took him from the daycare and refused me visitation for almost 6 months until I signed over our tax refund to him. Just in it for the money is doing the same thing to you. Stay trying, Kelsey, and you have many years of beautiful memories to have with your precious son, the Glare fundraiser. Irish Flynn sent $5. Kelsey, anonymous giver, sent $20 saying fucking loser. Justin is a fucking loser. Holly Mack sent $100 and says, Glare's fundraiser, praying for a swift reunion of you and your beautiful baby boy. Love from Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia, Canada. OG Sean White said $20. Hustler. Player. Glare sent me. Karen McCourt sent $50. Kelsey, the Glare sent me. Anonymous giver sent $25. I'm adding Justin's mustache to my prayer list. It clearly needs all the help it can get. Glare fundraiser. Kelsey, the truth will get your baby back very soon. Keep fighting, Nurse Deb. $25. But it says anonymous giver. So, maybe I shouldn't have read her name out, but it's posted there. Nothing I can do. That's your fault, Nurse Deb. Joan sent $20. Joan Santa Maria sent $20. Glare fundraiser, thank you. Priscilla sent $200. Two hundos. Priscilla sent Glare. Kelsey, my love, keep your head up and fight like hell. Praying for reunification to come soon. Kelly Devers. No, actually, that's a different Kelly Devers. $50. Glare fundraiser. Anonymous giver, $50. The Glare was right about the shoe, and Microdot's is gut-wrenching. You are a badass, Kelsey. Yes, that was the most recent one. We'll keep checking in and refreshing as we move on with the day. But yeah, that's amazing. You guys have been fucking killing it. That is an amazing start to the day. We're not even 30 minutes in yet, bro. We just hit 25 minutes into this stream. And that's including the intros. Okay? You guys are fantastic. Let's see what we got here. Let me check out this stuff that Kyle Sharkey sent. Wait, are they appealing? Nuh-uh. When was this filed? When was this filed? Hold on. I need to see the date on this. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, this is from September. Okay. I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? Kyle just sent me this stuff and I haven't looked at it yet. So I don't know what it is. Yeah, this is let's see, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Let me just show you guys what it is. I was like, huh? They can't do that. There's like a double jeopardy thing. The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, here, this is what I'm looking at. Like this is old, but I don't know. I think this was just sent to me because it hadn't been released yet. Now that she's been acquitted, this stuff is available. I think is all that is. Yeah, because she got sent to jail. Didn't she get sent to jail on 9/11? Defendant's emergency petition. So yeah, so on the 2nd of October, the case is entered. The filing for $315 is paid. P number 4 is impounded pursuant to SJC Rule 115. New e-filed case cover sheet filed. Defendant's emergency petition for relief from order revoking terms of release brought pursuant to GL blah 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 blah. Affidavit of counsel in support of certificate of service filed for KELSEY FITZSIMMONS by attorneys Timothy Bradel and Martha Coakley. Martha Coakley's a badass, bro. Filed by attorneys Timothy Bradel and Martha Coakley. Now listen. Let me give you guys a little heads up. I don't want to lead people on. I don't do that. I did reach out to Tim and asked him to jump on, but he unfortunately could not. And for good reason, absolutely good reason and understandable reason. But he respectfully had to decline. But he's in full support, of course, and wishes everyone well. Right. Okay. It's old stuff, but Justin's affidavit and a few other items. Right. Yeah. I need to see Justin's affidavit. Which one is Justin's affidavit? Let me see. It's probably not anywhere here. None of that looks like, okay, hold on. Now we're getting to some stuff. Okay, here we go. Here's Justin's affidavit. Okay. So y'all can see this shit. Now I heard just a clip. We're going to watch Microdot's whole video, okay? But I only heard just a clip. And just based on that clip, I could be 100% honest with you guys that I was Team KELSEY for sure. But when it comes to domestic stuff, dude, like, it's just naive to not, when you weren't there and you don't know these people, it's naive to not look at both parties and go, there's probably truth coming from both sides. You know what I'm saying? Like, everyone's lying and everyone's telling the truth at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's, you know, because you got domestic situations. Somebody fucking thinks they're telling the truth too. You got that shit happening. You got people who are fucking lying to themselves, and then shit just comes out of their face, and then they convince themselves that that's the truth. Like, you don't know what's going on in a domestic thing between two people is my point. You have no fucking idea. So, but based on the information that was already made public and available to me, it was clear that Justin was the aggressor because he was the one that seemed to be acting vindictively. KELSEY did not show any signs she did not show any actions of being vindictive in any way, shape, or form. So I was definitely Team KELSEY, but as far as like believing between the two of them, I was 85% KELSEY. I was 85% KELSEY. After hearing that one clip from Microdots, I'm 100% KELSEY. I'm 100%. That's it. Like, because the thing is like, there's stuff where she records him, right? And now, she didn't do this in a vindictive manner. She did this because she wanted him to see what he looked like. This is clearly what the purpose of this was. She wanted him to see what he looks like when he's like that. And I can totally relate to this. I understand this. Now, an interesting thing about that too is something had to have made her feel inclined to record him. Like something along the lines of, this is probably not the first time that he's behaved like this. You know what I'm saying? This is probably something where she's like, if I'm going to marry this guy, this is a concern. And I need him to see that this is a problem and see that he's going to be willing to work on it. Because we can't go into a marriage spending the rest of our lives together and this child growing up, and this is the behavior that's happening in our home. This can't happen. So I'm going to read this and tell you what I think. Because I'm in the shower today already thinking about it. I'm in the shower and I'm thinking like, I totally know what happened. I totally know how this went down because I saw that clip. And then when I saw that, and then I was aware of the gist of what this RO said, I was like, okay, I know exactly what this dude did. And we'll get into that in a bit. So this says, KELSEY FITZSIMMONS is a danger to myself and our son, along with herself. On Saturday night, June 28th, KELSEY struck me with a closed fist 3 times in my face. I was, and please forgive me, this is handwritten, so I'm going to have a hard time sometimes here. I was scared she would not stop. My brother and sister heard heard noises, and sorry guys, this is really hard to read. This guy's fucking handwriting sucks. My brother and sister heard noises and knocked. I was able to open the door, and she grabbed my arm, and what does he cross out here? Immediately said she... Okay, well, we'll try to break that down later if it matters. And she grabbed my arm and ripped me back into the room. My brother and sister came in, and she said she didn't do anything. I feared for my life. Wow, dude. So I left with a friend to stay at a hotel. Now, this is interesting, okay? I feared for my life. At no point does he describe she grabbed a knife. She's a cop, so she has a gun. None of this stuff comes up. He just says she tried to grab me and pull me inside, and I feared for my life. My brother and sister showed up. They knocked on the door to go, oh my God, our poor brother. And this guy's such a pussy, dude. I can't stand this. I can't stand this. I feared for my life, so I left with a friend to stay at a hotel. Family and her closest friends reported that even after I left, she physically hit them to try and get to me. Her friends called the Bethel police. Okay, the Bethel police in Maine, Methuen police in Massachusetts, and North Andover police in Massachusetts because they thought she might try to hurt herself. The baby, okay, so are those police reports out there? The baby, her parents took our son from my parents in the middle of the night. So now they're accusing, okay, stop it. Stop it right now. So now they're accusing Kelsey's parents of kidnapping the baby from his parents' house. Is that what I'm fucking reading right here? Oh, shit. Why didn't you guys tell me my sound sucked? Now I bet it's way better. Is that what I'm hearing right here? This is insane. This is fucking wild. Saying they didn't come what manic states, I don't know what that says. They were taking the baby to her today. Kelsey is threatening to take the baby far, far away for a long, long time, quote unquote. This is how she is. She has spoke about killing herself in the past. I fear that she will kill the baby at any moment. She punched her stomach repeatedly while pregnant, saying she would kill herself and the baby. She has, on several occasions, struck me with her hands or feet. I fear she does not have me. She will kill the baby because she has said nothing besides me is worth living for. In March 2025, she was sectioned by Lawrence General Hospital. This is an ongoing safety concern. Okay. That shit is written like, did the baby write that for him? Is that what happened? Did Caden grab a fucking pen? Grab a Bic, a rolling Bic pen, and fucking start scribbling on the fucking court document? Is that what happened? Because that's written like a fucking child. Making shit up. It's completely inconsistent. There's nothing like that even sounds credible about that. That's what's crazy about it. It's so sloppy. It's all over the place. It's completely sloppy and all over the place. But there's nothing where he actually indicates a threat with any deadly weapon, any specific threat, just that she might take the baby, which is a custody concern. It's not a safety concern. That sounds like a dude who's just trying to get at his girlfriend. Like, oh yeah? Oh yeah, watch what I'm about to do. I'm about to stop you. I don't know if we're tallying donos, bro. Somebody's got to tally them. I never do that because I fucking suck at math. But I will check this real quick. Let me see something. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, we've already raised over $2,000. I know that. We've already raised over $2,000. You guys are fucking fantastic. Amazing. Now, what's up, Emily C? I don't know how to get a link to you either. So like if there's people who are like, why the fuck didn't DeGlaire reach out to me to fucking be on his 12-hour stream? It's because I don't have a way to get one to you. And it is possible I just forgot. Because I was trying to remember everybody. But no, Emily C, you're one of the people that I would have been in contact with via Twitter. And so that's why I couldn't do it. But I did think of you. I did. And then Cherry will figure out a way to get you a link. If you would like to join us. I'm sure everyone would love to hear from you. I know I would. All right. So, yeah, this shit is written like a dude. It's all over the fucking place. It's all over the place. Now, I'm terrible about run-on sentences, but at least I punctuate. You know what I'm saying? Like, this dude was all over the place. There's no, like, actual description of a threat. You know, there's no description that would make someone with any logic go, oh my God, okay, this is really concerning. You know, I'd go, well, how do I know that this dude isn't just, you know, like in a custody thing with her? He just described that she's talking about taking the baby and going far away. That's a custody thing. That's not a fucking threat. You know, that's not a threat to the child's life. Just because he says it is, that means we're just going to fucking, you know, give him what he wants here? No, we investigate. We send somebody over there. We ask her questions. We get to the bottom of it. But that's not what happens here. They just grant the shit. And as a result, her own partner shoots her in the chest. She's no longer a cop. And she gets thrown in jail for 103 days. And then has to stand trial and then testify in her own trial and be the only credible witness in her own trial. Amazing. Fascinating. I've never seen any shit like this in my life. I've never seen any shit like this. Every single thing I've covered here, dude. I've never seen any shit like Karen Reed. I've never seen any shit like Turtle Boy's case. I've never seen any shit like KELSEY FITZSIMMONS case. I just haven't. Ever. This is crazy, crazy, crazy shit. Well, I'm still not 100% convinced. Like, I definitely don't think that Noonan showed up there with the intention of shooting her. I definitely don't think so. I don't think that he even wanted to do so at the moment when he did. I don't believe that. I think that he just panicked, and yeah, like, I'm not so sure anymore about him trying to prevent her from preventing suicide consciously. I'm now leaning more towards he saw her with the gun and he panicked. He didn't he didn't wait for a moment to figure out what she was going to do. He just shot her. But I don't believe, and I definitely don't believe KELSEY ever had any intention to shoot or point or kill or do anything to Noonan. I don't believe that at all. I think that her life was falling apart and she just wanted to die. I get it. I totally get it. So yeah, Noonan is in a position to where he has to say that his life was threatened in order to save his own ass. So that's all that was. And it was really shitty, you know? It's really shitty. Like, this could have just been like, he could have just easily, their case would have been gone if he would have just been like easily like, you know, it's possible she didn't point her gun at me, man. You know, I'm not sure she did. You know, I'm just not sure she did. And then just ate the dick, you know, just ate the North Andover dick. And maybe he probably would have just got a fucking slap on the wrist, maybe a suspension, you know, like, it didn't have to go this far. She didn't have to go to fucking jail for 103 days, healing from a gunshot wound that he fucking inflicted on her. You know, Noonan sucks. That's my opinion of Noonan. I think he's a fucking sack of shit. You know, like, he could have avoided this whole thing. Like, this is something that snowballed into something that did not need to be. There's no logical reason. Like, everything that went down, I mean, and then the prosecutor shitting the bed by not even crossing KELSEY on the shooting itself, right? Like, you put this woman through this entire thing and you're not going to ask her questions in regards to this. You're just going to give up. Here, you put her, you dragged her this far, and then you're just going to be like, you know what? Fuck it. That's so insulting. That's crazy. Like, that's such a spit in her face, dude. Like, he spit in her face. You know what I mean? No, he wasn't intimidated, because then what? Explain that fucking that closing argument that was just all hyperbole. Explain that shit. Fucking waving the fucking gun around and shooting and fucking pulling the trigger and shit. Fuck is wrong with this guy? Waving a fucking gun around in the courtroom. What are you doing, dude? After, like, not even touching the incident that everyone's here for, with the defendant on the stand, it's got a fucking bow around it. If she's guilty of this crime, you could have absolutely gotten that shit out of her. It was wrapped in a bow for your ass, bro. And you didn't even try. Why didn't you even try? Because you knew goddamn well she was telling the truth. That's why. There's no other reason. There's no other, like, you knew that she was going to make you look like a fucking idiot for asking her about it. Yeah, that shit's wild, bro. Thank you so much, Kyle Sharkey, for sending this to me. I really appreciate it. This is Melanie Little territory, is what this stuff is that I'm reading. So, all right. See something here. Yeah, this is all. Yeah, this is the stuff. This is also, yeah, the older stuff about her getting locked up. Now comes the defendant, KELSEY FITZSIMMONS, by and through the counsel. Let's see. Defendant's motion to recuse Judge Kathleen McCarthy. Yes. Yeah, this is where they tear her a new asshole, dude. Now comes the defendant. How many pages is this? We got 12 hours, bro. We got 12 hours. All right. All right, so now comes the defendant, KELSEY FITZSIMMONS, by and through counsel, and hereby files the instant motion to recuse Judge Kathleen McCarthy Nyman as grounds. It is apparent that the reasonable disinterested observer, being apprised of the facts of the judge's involvement in the case, would conclude that there is a lack of impartiality, or at a bare minimum, an appearance that the judge impartiality might reasonably be questioned. I think I've gone over this before, but we'll go over it anyway. The instant motion is made pursuant to the due process clause of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. One second here, folks. Article 29 of the Massachusetts Constitution Declaration of Rights, the provisions of the Supreme Judicial Court's Code of Judicial Conduct and applicable case law, all of which mandate disqualification when a judge cannot be fair or impartial, or where her impartiality might reasonably be questioned by a disinterested third party. Here, the record demonstrates multiple grounds, each independently sufficient and collectively dispositive, requiring recusal. Request for an evidentiary hearing as the body of evidence required to be amassed in support of the motion likely includes, but is not limited to, probation officials, municipal third-party records, social media information, and the like. An evidentiary hearing and its attendant subpoena power is necessary to introduce the evidence and make sure the record is clear. applicable standard, a judge must disqualify himself in any proceeding in which a reasonable person, knowing all circumstances, would question the judge's impartiality. The inquiry does not turn on the judge's subjective belief in his own neutrality, nor does it require a showing of actual bias. The principle of impartial justice is enshrined in Article 29 of the Massachusetts Constitution Declaration of Rights. It is essential to the preservation of the rights of every individual, his life, liberty, property, and character, that there be an impartial interpretation of the laws and administration of justice. It is the right of every citizen to be tried by judges as free, impartial, and independent as the lot of humanity will admit. A rigid adherence to the principle of essential to the maintenance of free instructions. It may never be relaxed. Versus bullshit. In fact, litigants and visitors to the Supreme Justice Court at the John Adams Courthouse in Boston are greeted with one legal principle to the exclusion, of all others in the vestibule and vestibule. There's going to be words I've never heard before here, folks. Okay, Blair Institute of Law and stuff is remedial. The words of Article 29, the protection of an accused right to an impartial adjudicator is prominent in both the United States and the Massachusetts Constitutions. It is axiomatic that a fair trial in a fair tribunal is a basic requirement of due process. Actual impartiality alone is not enough. Our decisions and those of the Supreme Judicial Court have commented often in a variety of contexts in the importance of maintaining not only fairness, but also the appearance of fairness in every judicial proceeding. Com versus Morgan, RV Resorts, LLC. I wonder what the fuck happened with those RVs, bro. Quoting adoption of TIA. In other words, an accused constitutional right to due process demands that justice satisfy the appearance of justice. In ruling on a motion seeking recusal for an actual, apparent, or potential transgression of Article 29 in the Code of Judicial Conduct, a judge must consult first his own emotions and conscience. If he passes the internal test of freedom from disabling prejudice, he must next attempt an objective appraisal of whether this is a proceeding in which his impartiality might reasonably be questioned. Now, one of the reasons why I have trouble reading, besides the reason that I'm fucking retarded, one of the other reasons is that I start thinking about things at the same time while I'm reading this. And while I'm reading this and comprehending what I'm reading, I'm also thinking about and comparing this to Judge Karp. Okay, so it's fascinating. Like this is what they're using. This is the basis that they're using to want to recuse Judge whatever the fuck her name was. I always forget her name. I don't want to fucking scroll up. Whatever. Who cares? She's not a thing anymore. But she was an asshole, and she locked KELSEY up for 103 days. But this is about recusing her, right? Nyman, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Nyman. So this is about recusing her. But I can't help but read this post-trial and compare this standard to Judge Karp. And it's actually kind of beautiful because here I'm reading a document that is designed to try to get somebody booted off of the case. But I can't help but go, okay, well, does this apply to Judge Karp? And it absolutely does. It absolutely does. Judge Karp totally fucking, I mean, tell me I'm wrong, but I absolutely feel like Judge Karp rejuvenated my faith in the judicial system in Massachusetts after the last 2.5 years that I've been following cases in Massachusetts. I mean, think about that. Judge Karp, when you think about it, Judge Karp was such a breath of fresh air. So, as I'm reading this is really cool because I had no really good reason for going over this again because I'm pretty sure I read this before. I'm pretty sure I did. But now we get to look at it and think of Karp and how he presided over KELSEY's trial. Like, think about it. It's really cool. Like, going over it now, we get to have that perspective. So, like, do yourself a favor and do that. Like, as I read this, because I feel like that's a really cool fucking blessing to get out of this. Because at first it was so negative. You know what I mean? The whole point of this is to fucking get the negative shitty lady off of the case. And this is the standard that they're holding her to, and she doesn't meet that standard. But you think about Judge Karp, and he totally did. He totally did. It's fascinating. It's fun to read. You know, the parts that I understand anyway. In ruling on a motion seeking recusal for an actual apparent or I think I read all that. Hold on. If the answer is positive, the judge must grant the recusal motion regardless of such consequences as trial delay, which are immaterial, which in permanent part provides a judge shall disqualify himself or herself in a proceeding in which the judge's impartiality might reasonably be questioned. Emphasis added. The judge is disqualified from any manner if the judge cannot satisfy both the subjective and the objective standard. The subjective standard requires disqualification if the judge concludes that he or she cannot be impartial. The objective standard requires disqualification whether the judge's impartiality might reasonably be questioned by a fully informed, disinterested observer, regardless of whether any of the specific provisions or of paragraphs through blah, blah, blah apply. The standard focuses on public confidence in the integrity of the judicial process before the court. Blah, blah, blah. Then it's just quoting a bunch of different cases. Recusal is required where a judge has a personal or economic interest that could be substantially affected by the outcome, has engaged in ex parte communications concerning a pending matter, has become personally embroiled with parties, counsel, or witnesses, or has taken actions that viewed cumulatively I don't know why I had trouble pronouncing that. Undermine the appearance of impartial adjudication. See Supreme Judicial Court rule, blah, 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 blah. All of the recusal categories are present in this case. Ms. FITZSIMMONS is before the Essex Superior Court sitting at Salem in a one-count prosecution charging assault by means of a dangerous weapon. Judge McCarthy Nyman presided on the case on August 14th, 2025 for a bail petition in Essex Superior Court, on August 28th, 2025 for arraignment, September 9th, 2025 for a bail hearing, and September 11th, 2025 for an emergency motion for immediate relief from Scram. On both August 14th, 2025 and August 28th, 2025, Judge McCarthy Nyman was assigned to Salem Civil Courtroom H, handling civil business in Salem Superior Court. See judicial assignment sheet for August 25, attached as Exhibit 1. Now, hold on. So I wonder, like, is that the same courthouse where they had the Salem witch trials? Or was there even a courthouse back then? Was that even a thing? Did they just do it in a barn? I don't even really know that much about it. But I mean, it's obviously Salem. What's up, Connor? Mike Ryford. Yeah, it was a barn, wasn't it? Like, wasn't that thing in that Daniel Day-Lewis and Winona Ryder thing? Wasn't it in a fucking barn? It seemed like it. I don't know. I could be wrong. Could just be the movies. You know what I mean? What was that movie called? Like I can't fucking remember the name of that movie. The Crucible. That's it. The Crucible. Yeah, I knew it was a word I never use ever. Let's keep reading. The Wicker Man. I love The Wicker Man, dude. Not the bees. Bro, The Wicker Man is fucking hilarious. I think that movie's really underrated. Nick Cage in that movie was hilarious. Like, he walked into that school and the teacher was like, "Children, what do men represent to us?" And they were all looking at him and they go, "Phallic symbol, phallic symbol." And he just busted out laughing. I thought that shit was hilarious. That movie's fucking hilarious. I don't care what anybody says. And then the whole bees thing, that's a fucking good movie, dude. All right, let's keep reading this. Nonetheless, she appeared and handled both the bail petition and the arraignment in the criminal session without any verbal or written explanation in court or on the docket. Talking about Nyman. The assignment sheet for September 2025 attached as Exhibit 2 also reflects the assignment to the same civil session. Nonetheless, she continued to leave the civil session and handle criminal business in Ms. Fitzsimmons' case, still without explanation. Without notice to the parties or the public, it appears she has specially assigned herself to this case. A one-count, simple 2 or 3 day trial where a conviction warrants only a sentencing guideline sentence of straight probation. The assignment seems inexplicable on the merits of the case and raises questions about the motive of the court so as to as to undermine the public's confidence in the ongoing adjudication. Grounds for recusal, prejudgment reflected in a dangerousness finding and other pretrial matters. In upholding prior dangerousness findings and herself findings, Ms. Fitzsimmons' dangerousness under 58A, the judge has been privy to and has adopted as fact evidence that would not come into a trial of the underlying charge. And think about that for a second. The trial happened. That shit did not come into the trial. Why? Because there was no fucking way that a judge, an ethical judge like Karp, would have allowed that in. Had nothing to do with anything. The court has made a subjective personal finding that Ms. Fitzsimmons is a dangerous person. She has repeatedly referenced her belief, necessarily by clear and convincing evidence, that Ms. Fitzsimmons is an ongoing and present danger to her assailant, Officer Noonan, who needs the protection of the dangerousness findings from her. Now let's explore McCarthy Nyman for a second, right? Let's explore her for a second. Judge McCarthy Nyman now we have seen the affidavit that homeboy wrote, Justin wrote. We saw his claims that are on record that granted an RO, which Judge McCarthy Nyman based her opinion on. She did not look for any evidence. She immediately assumed that Kelsey Fitzsimmons was a danger. That's what she did based on that insanely, horribly written bullshit that we just went over earlier. Think about that. That insanely childlike written thing that I can't even I don't get. What's up, common sense investigator? That I don't get. I don't get it. Nobody gets it. And the judge threw her in jail for 103 days based on that bullshit. Think about that. Never has this recusal, this motion for a recusal, made more sense. It already made sense. It was already this tracks. This lady's acting crazy. Makes no sense what she's doing. But now it's okay, makes you wonder, right? It makes you wonder at this point now. This weak-ass affidavit, on top of the fact that she went to the probation officer or the parole officer, whatever the fuck that guy is, who testified at the court hearing the following day. But the day before that hearing, the judge shows up impromptu. She just shows up to the guy's office and she wants to know what's going on with her case, with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. Completely and totally inappropriate. There's no legal precedence for this. It makes no sense why she would be doing that. That's some shit you would see in a movie. That's a big no-no. That's some shit you would see in some fucking series on TV where you hear this fucking noise and the judge shows up there and then says, "Hey, are you supposed to be here? Is this appropriate?" She's like, "You let me worry about that. I want to know what's happening with Kelsey Fitzsimmons. We have a hearing tomorrow. I want to know." It's weird. Yes, thank you, Cherry. I will check DMs. Thank you. It's bizarre. And she does all this. This being the template. The insanely childlike written affidavit from Justin is the template of all of this crazy behavior from this judge. Why? Just because she believes it? That doesn't track. That doesn't track. That doesn't track to me. Because I wasn't about to entertain the possibility of corruption. I wasn't about to entertain the possibility of nasty, nefarious shit. I thought maybe it was personal for whatever reason. You know what I mean? But there's something, it doesn't track that a woman who went through law school, had a career as an attorney, and then made it to becoming a judge is going to go through all of this and then have a meltdown in a courtroom the day after she goes to this guy's office. It's completely inappropriate. The day after she does this, she then, in the hearing, has a meltdown, throws KELSEY in jail for 103 days, and fucking storms off the bench, takes off. It's wild. But I find it very weird that all of this stuff that I'm talking about that she did is based off of the foundation being Justin's affidavit that is horribly written. It doesn't make sense that she would be this fired up to do all of these things that she has done. So I mean, it's great that she was no longer on the case. I had no faith in that. I was like, she's not going to fucking recuse herself. She's going to be on the case. This is terrible. But it happened. And then we got Judge Karp. And Judge Karp just was the contrast, the absolute contrast. The court has also gone so far as to explicitly prevent any potential favorable family court custody or visitation orders by prohibiting Ms. FITZSIMMONS from seeing her infant child, regardless of any custody determinations in that court. Right. She made family court decisions as well in a criminal case. That's also something that you can't overlook. Why? This woman was firing at all cylinders as a judge in doing things completely over the line. That tells me that there's something driving her to do it. Why? What is it? Because it makes no sense that it's a personal thing unless she knows someone personally involved, but there's no way that it's a personal thing where she just has strong feelings about what's taking place, because the dude was completely vague in his description of what happened in his affidavit. There's nothing specific that describes what makes her dangerous. And she's shot. And how dare KELSEY say, hey, give me some other means of proving that I don't drink. I mean, besides just the common sense notion that I'm laying up with a fucking gunshot wound in the goddamn chest. No, I'm not sitting there fucking doing shots, lady. Okay? But besides that, can we please acknowledge that I have a fucking gunshot wound to the chest? So can I please have some other means? I'll pee in a cup. You could draw my blood, whatever the fuck you want, but don't make me try to breathe through a collapsed lung and 2 broken ribs. Can we do that? No. You're going to jail for 103 days for asking. What? That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. That happened. I mean, dude, I hope KELSEY sues the shit out of everybody, bro. I really do. I really do. Now, I think what we are going to do, we're going to skip this. We can do more fun things than have my dumbass read you guys documents that we've already read. But we are now at $144,474. People, we started off at 141. Okay, this is fucking crazy, folks. Amazing, amazing, amazing. All right, hold on, let me see something here real quick. Hell yeah, bro. Okay. Yeah, we got to all right, folks. Now's as good a time as any because I got 1,500 people watching right now. Now, what we're going to do, because this shit is already at fucking 7.3 thousand likes. And I know my boy doesn't mind, especially for the sake of raising funds for Kelsey. But stop what you're doing right now. Okay, let me check Cherry's DMs real quick. She's right. I didn't do that. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. That's just not. Oh, that's not an old link, is it? That can't be an old link. All right, let me see something. I hope I'm not going to have to resend links to everybody. Oh, God, that's a fucking nightmare. Toots became a new member. Welcome to Logic. Okay. Stop what you're doing right now, folks. And go give this video a like. Okay? I'll wait, folks. Microdot's latest video, folks. Yes, become a Microdot's Patreon member. Let me see if I can. I got to here. Let me do that as well. Let's go, man. All right. All right. Microdot's Patreon has been shared in the chat there. Oh, what's up, Baker?
I'm sorry that I found out that your link is bad, so you probably have.
I hope I don't have to send fucking links to everybody. Like,
Well, this
but
was a great link to get into because it was KELSEY with FITZSIMMONS is free or something like that. So that was nice to be reminded of that.
yeah. Oh shit! Hold on. Let me do something real quick. I just fucked up. Hold on. No. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't want people to think that Venmo goes to I just forgot to take that down. That Venmo goes to KELSEY. Just the link that's pinned to the top of the chat, that's for KELSEY. But I forgot to take my Venmo down. Just was hanging out on there. How you been, man? It's great to see you.
Well, it's been it's been a rough week, I think, emotionally. It's Her on the Stand was probably the hardest I've covered in the 4 years I've been doing this.
Yeah.
That you could tell that was a really, really, really bad day for her.
For sure. I mean, she got shot.
Well,
she wanted to end her life, you know.
What hit me was the way she just said, and I just wanted to be alone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because she thank whatever sky gnome you believe in that she was an idiot and didn't rack it the first time.
Right.
Because she had ended it, and that's. But
I thought that was a very powerful statement in Bradel's closing, how she was so blessed because she beat death twice, once by her own hand and another by Noonan's.
Yeah.
And I thought that was incredibly powerful.
And it's just when you think about all the things, because now everyone, the thing I can't stand is just because Aiden is related to this case in some way and he's been talking about her, now all the swamp dwellers are attacking her. And it's just these horrible creatures. She just won her case, and there's, I don't know if you know that Truth Over BS Twitter account who's out there. Oh, what stands out to me in Microdot's propaganda-fueled video is how much defense material was used. Yeah, he's pro-KELSEY, you idiot. But not all of the things that Justin claims. Well, have we seen any evidence of what Justin claims? That Croatia trip where she allegedly...
Well, he hasn't really claimed anything. I just went over his affidavit.
He has. In March 2025, where she was restrained in the kitchen, that's the DV thing.
I haven't gone over that stuff yet. Yeah.
No, but there's when they went on a trip to Croatia, and it's... But where's the proof of it? Yes, she had a 4-hour stay on a 5150.
Wow.
But a 4-hour stay on a 72-hour hold, that's not a lot.
Yeah.
But and I read that CSC report where they said the father had incriminating text where she told she would hurt the baby and hurt herself. No, he didn't. We read the text. All she said is, "Come home. Please come home. Where are you? Why are you at Hunters?
Right.
Please come home." But how much did you love that? Oh, you parked the car somewhere else so he could look at the video camera, see you were not there, and then you were laying in hiding with your long scope and just had waited to unalive him. I love that story that the Commonwealth came up with. Well, they didn't say that, but that what it was. They were implying that she parked the car away from the house, so she must be waiting to unalive him. Why?
Yeah, we've been live for an hour and 31 minutes, Baker, and we've raised $3,307 so far. Amazing. Amazing.
Amazing.
Thank you guys so much. You guys are fucking fantastic.
It's lovely
Amazing.
how the chat makes us look good because they contribute so much, and we have to say thank you as always to Maza and Lauren. They have really pulled a heavy load on all of this.
Yeah, and Melanie Little has been there from the beginning as well, pretty much. So there's been a lot of people who have been just, but Maza's really been pulling that fundraising weight, and Common Sense Investigator as well. She's been kicking ass, and Lori being on the panel with them and stuff, man. She's really awesome.
And that's what, after we had a little bit of a rough turn over the winter, it was so nice to just be in the positive mindset again, and just be in where everyone is trying to fight for the same thing instead of all the BS. Yeah,
agreed. Yeah, and it was fun being on panel with them and the Mighty One like 3 nights in a row. That was so much fun. And it was just great because KELSEY got acquitted. Judge Karp was fair. It's just turned out to be good. It turned out to be just, this is a celebration stream.
How was your blood pressure during the reading of the verdict? I was so nervous.
I was nervous because he started off with saying this is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do as a judge. And I was like, no, like immediately, like my heart dropped, but then I felt better. Yeah. I was like, okay. And then he just kind of he said what I expected any judge to say, about law enforcement and situation and everything like that. Yeah.
But it's just because we have so many bad judges we have seen in Massachusetts that Canoni, who's sitting there making a video, just don't lie, then everything will be fine. Yeah, sure, bitch. And then you have Noonan, Nonan, I can't remember her name, she's taking off the case so we don't have to look into the allegations that she did ex parte hearings with the parole officer. You're not allowed to do it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's so wild.
I'm just glad that Bradel said, we don't care about Essex County. We're going to the feds. If the feds are going to do anything, we don't know. But hey, another reminder, vote for Adam Deitch for DA.
Yeah. For sure. Norfolk County DA, man. I love that he's just stepping up, man. Like he's like everything about that guy stepping up to run for DA tells me that he was looking into Michael Morrissey's office. He saw how dirty it was. They, for some reason, didn't move forward to indict. And he's like, I still got to do something. I know what I know. I got to do something. And then he's like, I'll just run for DA. That's everything about that is what tells me that.
Yeah, and how much corruption because this case is just like the other one, where the family has direct phone lines to the police. They get special treatment. They get special. The amount of times they did a drive-by. KELSEY was on a GPS tracker when she finally got out of prison. Who's going to hurt them? Why is the mom sitting there? We are so afraid. Oh, tomorrow everyone's going to be in court, but maybe someone is trying to do something. It's what the. I kind of wish that we had someone local who could stand by the local fire station and say, any dirt? Anyone have some dirt? Anyone know anything? Because that's just really weird. Really, really effing weird.
Yeah. Whole thing is messed up. I mean, we're gonna if you got time, you want to hang out, we're gonna watch the microdots video. I have not watched it.
If you haven't watched it, it's like everything he does. It's it's beyond class A material. It's just so good.
Yeah,
And-
I heard the clips that he released before releasing this video, and I was like, oh wow. Yeah, like I was, because I was talking about this when I started the stream, and I've been saying it where these domestic situations, man, and you weren't there, and you don't know these people, you know what I'm saying? You don't know there's going to be, both sides tend to lie, and both sides tend to be telling the truth too. So it's just like you don't know what to believe. But the fact is that Justin's behavior is the only one that showed any malice, any type of vindictiveness. KELSEY hasn't displayed that at all. So I was definitely leaning towards KELSEY, of course, this entire time. I've been in support of KELSEY, but when it came to the domestic stuff, I'm like, I'm 85% KELSEY, but now after hearing the recordings,
the truth.
Right. Exactly.
We have all been in bad relationships, and
right.
I can get your affidavit from some ladies who will swear that I'm the worst person in the world. That's out there. That's how it is.
Exactly.
But the thing that gets me is the baby noises. When you have had a breastfeeding baby or a small baby, you can tell those sounds, those little, and they get me. Oh my fucking God, they get me right in the heart every time.
And it's very telling. Like, stuff's very telling. Let's go over this.
Let's do it. Yes.
And now I'm gonna be pausing a lot, folks. I'm gonna be pausing a lot and commenting, and we're going to have an exchange. Me and Baker are going to talk, and anybody else who ends up jumping on panel too. So, if you're going to get annoyed by that, I'm sorry, you're just going to have to wait or not. But
and even if you're going to sit here and you're going to enjoy me and Will and whoever else jumps on his commentary, go show Microdot some love. He has made a great product. Go show him some love, because
man,
we are blessed that we have people who are this skilled that we can leech off of.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And this, I imagine a lot of this is going to be kind of tough to watch. So, Microdots just has a way of painting a picture here that, kind of wakes you up. And that's what I'm expecting here. And I will be reacting to it because I haven't seen it yet. So,
and let's just say to chat as well, only you know your mental health limits. So take care of your own mental health, and maybe if you need it, take a break, come back later, because it will be a little rough listening to this, especially if you have been in situations that's similar to this.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. All right. Oh.
In November 2023, KELSEY FITZSIMMONS began her career as a full-time officer with the North Andover Police Department. It was the culmination of years of work building a career in law enforcement. Just a few months earlier, she had purchased her first home. 125 Phillips Brooks Road needed work, but it was in a great location right in town. Her father completed nearly all of the renovations himself, including a full remodel and the installation of a security system. It was around this time that KELSEY began dating Justin. He was a firefighter in town, and they were both first responders, serving the same community. They appeared very happy together, and their relationship would become more serious over the next year. On July 21st, 2024, they were thrilled to learn that KELSEY was pregnant. And by fall, KELSEY and Justin were engaged to be married. On February 16th, 2025, KELSEY gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Life for the young couple seemed to be on track. Their wedding was scheduled. They were living in a newly renovated home. Both had stable, well-paying jobs, and the family was growing. Everything was heading in the right direction.
Okay. Hold on a second. This guy, just look at him, bro. First of all, you know, like he looks like a fucking villain, bro.
It was even worse when he took the stash kind of off and started growing it back again. It looks like a PDF stash.
he's totally got Eric Robertson Star 80 vibes going on here. You know what I mean? Like I don't like this guy at all.
and you met a million guys like him.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
He's like he's either an army dude or a police officer or a firefighter.
Yeah.
And he has such low peen size energy that you
right. Yeah. Low peen energy. I felt that. There's a little Kubrick influence there.
Approximately 3 weeks after the birth of their son, KELSEY was experiencing symptoms of postpartum depression. She received care at Lawrence General Hospital, where she was diagnosed and began outpatient treatment. The condition is very common. Approximately 1 in 7 mothers experience it, characterized by persistent feelings of extreme sadness, anxiety, and exhaustion. And it's temporary. With treatment, most women see significant improvement or full recovery in 3 to 6 months. But there's a very important distinction that needs to be made. Postpartum in itself does not carry with it a threat to the child's physical safety. In fact, harm to an infant is so exceedingly rare that its incidence is statistically negligible and cannot be reliably estimated. By May, KELSEY was doing well. She spent Mother's Day with Justin and the baby. But Justin became intoxicated, and the celebration devolved into verbal abuse.
You are such a fucking terrible person. All I came up here to do is to fucking be with you and maybe fucking have any indication of fucking kissing it. Nope.
Kissing me?
You're
you
such
came
a
up
bad
here
person.
to yell at me.
Came up here to yell at you. You're fucking terrible.
Fuck, hold on.
You're yell at you?
Thank you. You did come up here to yell at me. That's
No.
exactly what you came here to do.
Sure. Can you put the light on, please, so I can get the fuck out of here?
You fell over in the bathtub. You fell over up the stairs, and you're embarrassed. And I called you out on it because I just want you to go to bed and wake up in the morning and go to your training. But all you want to do is insult me. So thank you. That's like super fucking nice. I'm sitting here rocking our baby, and you say,
KELSEY,
"Oh,
shut the fuck up."
okay."
Wow.
Still have our little baby in my arms.
Yep.
But
no,
okay.
you're right. That's the first time of me yelling, but only the 10th or 12th time of you doing that.
No, this is not
What?
the first
Can you
time of
please
you
put the light on?
yelling.
Because I am out of here. I'm not doing this. I'm leaving. Please put the light on that you just had.
You're leaving after I just got you to maybe lay down and be able to go to your training.
Good for you.
Like, not be drunk and
Yeah,
go
no,
to your
that's
training.
fine. I
Like, good for you. Good for you. Like, I can't. There's nothing about this guy I can relate to. You know what I mean?
He's going to work tomorrow to do training. And how does he prepare to do training?
He gets hammered.
Yeah. So hammered he falls over everywhere. This
Right.
shows you, and then you have his weed abuse that is legal in Massachusetts. No. You couldn't be a firefighter in Massachusetts. You smoke cigarettes. It's illegal for firefighters to be smoking anything. And this asshole, and we don't know what time at night it is, but you still have work in the morning. I've snuck into work sometimes in a bakery with a little free hangover going, but
I can't tell you how many times I've gone into, when I worked in the service industry or the food industry, how many times I've gone in hungover. I couldn't even tell you.
No, but you're not going in where, let's just say, while you're doing the training, a big alarm goes off and everyone has to scramble. And you have to run to a fire truck and go out and save a mom and a baby in the house.
I would not be living that life if I was a firefighter. You know what I'm saying? There's no fucking way.
We had it when I was deployed. We had some people who might have a little much of the sauce, and two of them were going up a mountain to service something, and they drove off it because apparently they had snuck some beers and gotten drunk. They ended up sitting in a minefield for 16 hours waiting to be rescued. And then they were kicked their ass home and lost their job after. This little asshole, I'm going home. No, you are home. This is the baby that you should be taking care of. This is the mom you should be protecting. It's not fun having a newborn baby, especially as a dad, because you're just...
It is, though. Like, it actually is. But I couldn't fucking wait, dude. I couldn't wait to fucking close up Papa John's at fucking 2 a.m. and get home to my baby and fucking hang out with my baby. I couldn't fucking wait every night. That was like my favorite fucking thing to do. I lived for it.
There's nothing better than when it's breastfed at night and then, it needs a little shaking or something that you go around with, because you can't do much else with a 4-month-old. It's not like you can go play football with it or something. But just those evenings where we were sitting, my first daughter had colic for 3 months. I was walking miles with that girl. And I hated every scream she made because you just want to take her pain away. But now it's the best thing. You can remember how she lay. I always had her laying on my forearm because that kind of helped with her tummy. And you can, it's so weird. You can still feel them now. I can feel carrying her on my arm. I can remember cutting the the umbilical cord.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think this asshole can remember how his kid looks when he walks out the door.
That's what's wild. Dude, I was so paranoid of, like, because when my son was born, like, it was the first good thing that really happened to me. You know what I mean? So, and I wasn't used to good things happening to me. So I was so scared of it being taken away. So, like, I was paranoid of SIDS because it was like a thing at the time, you know? And I was always checking him, like, checking to see if, like, I would always put my hand on his chest softly to see if he was breathing, if his heart was beating constantly. Just because, you know, like, he was just too good to be true, you know?
And that's the thing. I describe it as I could feel a physical contact being switched on in my brain. That all that stupid shit I did, all the wild nights I had, all the times I jumped out of cars, got into fights, it had to stop.
Yeah.
I had a new purpose in life.
Yeah.
And that's what I say. Everyone can become a father, but it takes a lot to become a dad.
Yeah.
And it's not fun. It's not rainbows. It's not, we're going to sit here and everything's going to be perfect. It's a lot of screaming. It's a lot of, can you just help me? I'm tired. And yeah, I'm tired too, but I'm just going to, because she's the one feeding my baby. And I just don't think Justin has ever, I saw a really good description on Twitter Justin's family never ever let him fall down and get back up. They would always catch him, so he can't handle adversity.
You know what I'm getting the vibe of here? I'm getting the vibe of what happened here was that we're going to come back to the video in a second, but I'm getting the vibe that this dude is acting like a fucking asshole every night, and now he's worried Kelsey's going to leave and take the baby because she has reason to. Clearly, based on these recordings, she has reason to. So what he does, he goes, oh, fuck that. I'm not going to do that. You know? And then before that happens, though, he does is he goes to his mommy. You know? Like, I totally picture this happening. He goes to mommy, and she goes, they're there. And because she's going to try to take the baby, mommy. And we're not going to let that happen. You know, like a movie, bro.
I think he ran off home to mommy, and then mommy said, where's my grandson? Yeah, mommy, but she's so mean. Where's my grandson? But she's so mean to me. We're going to get that because remember, he was there the day before picking up his crap, didn't really want to carry his baby or anything. I bet you his mom told him, you get that kid. That's my grandson. I think she has.
I think so too. She's like, yeah, that's our baby. She's not gonna take him away from us. Like a fucking movie, bro. Like, ugh, you know, like you remember Kindergarten Cop? You remember how that dude, how homeboy, Richard Tyson, is that the actor's name? That guy and his mom was like, oh, we have to get him. No matter what, and I will get her baby mama.
And I bet you it's like the Adelsons. That's her grandbaby. Yeah, he's an alien. I bet you have 4 grown kids all living at home. None of them are in a relationship, and only one of them looks like she does OnlyFans. I bet you they're parents of the year. It's the greatest parents in the world.
Yeah, no, he totally went crying to mom, and then mom was like, this is what we're going to do. We're not going to let her take the baby. You go and you tell a judge that she's a danger to the baby, and then you get the baby, and that's it. We're not going to let her do that. We'll get the baby before she gets a chance to do it.
And we're going
to what happened.
We're going to send Courtney with you because you're too dumb to say what you need to say. Because he forgot to tell that she was a danger to the baby. Then Courtney comes on. Oh, she's a danger to everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and then the woman, like, think about it. You've got his mom who understands, like, she's like, okay, well, it's going to be really difficult to take a baby away from the mother. The only way you're going to get to do that is to discredit her. So you're going to have to say that she's crazy. You're going to have to say that she drinks. You're going to have to say that you're going to have to do whatever you have to say, whatever it takes to make sure that there's a reason to take this baby away from the mother, or else it's going to be difficult to do that. He didn't think of that on his own. Somebody in his life fucking did that, you know?
And there's like 3 or 4 handwrites on the piece of paper, and it's a family. It's a family affair, and you could just tell Courtney was there, and she was gonna lie her fucking ass off on the stand, and that's why family court is gonna be hell for her as well, because they had Noonan was, oh, we're gonna section her. He was looking forward to helping this
right family. Like he already went there knowing he was gonna section her. Why did he know that? You know what I'm saying? Why did he know that?
Because it's never mentioned anywhere else.
Is there a court order to section her? You know what I'm saying? Because that's the thing. When in Florida, when there's something called a Baker Act, you go and you get the court order from the judge, and then they execute the court order by taking you to a hospital for 72 hours for evaluation. That's what they do, but they can't do it without the court order. And so why did he go in there saying we're going to section her? What does that mean? Like that just automatically you know that you're going to do that?
And that's the thing that they kind of glossed over. because that means that someone, and we know that from the Whitaker's talks with Justin, that we know she's going to unalive everyone and all that shit. They were. Why would you invite Justin into the house? At domestic, the most dangerous type of calls a police officer can get to. Let's get 3 civilians extra into the house because it'll always keep it more calm. Did Mom and Justin get into a shouting match? And that's why Noonan went down the stairs to look what the hell's going on. Was Justin there to get her to lose her so they could section her? That's my theory. I said it before we went into trial. I said they were there to section 12 her, putting her away.
They were. I mean, if he says this prior to even showing up to the house, that means that that's what he was there to do. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's my point is there's something extremely shady about that because there's no court order to do this. You know what I'm saying?
And
there's no indication. She hasn't threatened to take her own life.
But that's why I think that they brought Justin and Courtney there so they could start all of it up again. Get her to be mad so that she would lash out, and then they could say, "Oh, she's clearly
to create a scene, right? To instigate a scene, to instigate to elicit an emotional response from her.
Yes,
is what the purpose of that was.
That's the feeling I had, especially when he said, "Oh, we're going to section her," because they had planned that Justin and Courtney should start all of it. Because why the hell would you bring? And they said it. Yeah, normally we have a DCF worker with us. Why didn't you this time? Nah, it'll be fine. That's just how I see it.
Yeah, no, it all tracks. It all tracks. Let's listen to Microdots. Let's hear the rest of this. My bad. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Too many buttons.
Yo, what? Like, I don't understand.
Can you put this on, please?
What on, dude? Like, what is going on? It's the middle of the night.
I love how she calls him dude.
Out. I don't get
what,
this.
Dude? What is your problem, dude?
You fell in the shower. You slammed your head. You fell in the living room. You slammed your head. You came up here. You start freaking the fuck out, saying you're all done. You want to go home. Like, what are you doing?
I want to go to my mom's house.
Like, seriously, what are you doing? What is the point in all of this? What are you doing?
Thank you very much, Kelsey. You have said a lot, and you have been very, very helpful.
I've said little to nothing. All I've said is I want you to lay down and go to bed so you can go to your training in the morning and not have an issue.
You know what? You are fucking brutal.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm fucking brutal because I want you to lay down, go to bed, relax, go to your training in the morning, and be normal.
Now, there's something interesting here, Baker. Something interesting that I'm catching here is he's in no way because the only argument that he would have here is you're gaslighting me. Like you're being manipulative. Like you weren't like this 5 minutes ago. Like, because if you're sitting here going, well, she's the one recording and maybe she's the one playing head games here. Maybe she's fucking with him, you know? But he at no point, because you better believe if that's happening to me, I'm going to go, dude, I see exactly right through what you're doing right now. You were not talking like this. You were just yelling at me. You were just like, you are a fucking nightmare. And now you're acting all sweet and I don't get it. And it's freaking me out.
Yeah.
You know, like that, if that was happening, he would be calling her on it. You know what I'm saying? He's not.
And someone asked in chat, isn't it illegal wiretapping, blah, 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 Massachusetts? No, you have a baby monitor, you have surveillance camera, you have to expect being monitored in your own home because there's no expectation that you're not being monitored in this way. So he can't go and say, oh, she illegally wiretapped me. If it's Kat's on a baby, maybe she's sitting with the phone, maybe she told him that I'm going to record you. We don't know, but it's not wiretapping. It's illegal to do that because it's in her own home. But the biggest problem to me is just she seems really yeah, she keeps saying the same thing. Go to bed, and some will say, well, she's just egging him on. But what she's really disturbed about is him not taking responsibility. That's what I can hear in all of this. That you have to do work tomorrow.
She's the only one with a point here. She's like, all I want is for you to go to bed so that you can do your training tomorrow. Like, I'm here holding our baby. I don't know what this is all about. And oh, really? You're doing, you're terrible. You're a terrible person. What?
Thank you so much.
Huh?
Thank you. And you've been in these arguments with drunk people before, where you don't know what they're talking about because, yeah, you might have said, hey, do you think you should be drinking that much? Oh, well, F you, because you just, Miss High and Mighty. And she's really calm. What just gets me is when the baby starts, because the baby can sense she's getting agitated. It's just, it gets me in the heart every time I hear it.
Yeah. This guy sucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I don't know if you're pretending to agree with me or.
Yep. No, absolutely.
Please don't fall down the stairs. Oh my god. Okay. Jesus Christ. I'm so fucking nervous right now. I'm so fucking nervous right now.
And one thing you probably
On June
should.
28th, the couple.
Kelsey should have seen some of the red flags too, but nothing makes you as blind as love, and that's sadly what it is.
And they're a family now, so her instinct as a mother is to do everything that she can to keep her family together, to exhaust every possible effort to keep her family together before she can live with herself and saying, I have to split this family up.
Yeah, like I said on my show, women are nesters. They have a baby, and because we men see it differently. We don't get attached in the same way. We're there to protect the house, but they're there to build the house. And and people, women, especially mothers, will have a harder time walking out on that because it's security, it's all of that stuff where they will sit, I have to take care of everything, and I just want to take care of my little baby.
100%.
Couple went away on a trip to this Airbnb rental in Bethel, Maine. They were there with a group of friends, celebrating their bachelor and bachelorette parties together. Earlier in the day, Kelsey had driven up with a friend. During the drive, her friend informed her that Justin had stashed a bag of psychedelic mushrooms in the vehicle, inside her glove compartment.
Moron.
Presumably because he didn't want to risk getting caught transporting them himself. But Kelsey was a police officer in the process of obtaining clearance to return to active duty. If she were to get in trouble for possessing illegal drugs, her career would be over. She was furious that he had hidden the drugs in the car without telling her, and insisted that he not use them over the weekend. But it wasn't only that. For the first time ever, they were without their baby. He was over 3 hours away with Justin's parents, scheduled for a medical procedure in the coming days. The last thing she wanted was for an emergency to occur, while Justin was incapacitated and unable to respond. Kelsey brought Justin into a room and confronted him in private. She told him he was not to take the psychedelics on their trip, and that he never should have hidden them in the car without telling her. According to Kelsey, Justin gets angry and pushes her aside. He would later claim that she hit him 3 times, but we've seen no photos or evidence of injuries, only his word. As the argument escalated, their guests became involved, and the conflict spilled into the common area. The scene became chaotic. Alcohol fueled the hostility. One of Justin's sisters tries to attack Kelsey and is restrained by other guests. She becomes
Jesus
even more
Christ.
aggressive,
Of course, it's
kicking
Miss
and punching the
OnlyFans
people
model.
holding her back. She's locked out of the house to keep her away from Kelsey, but sneaks back in through a basement door. She shouts,
Next time I see you, it's on sight, bitch!
a threat,
Ashley, stop!
meaning the next time they meet, Kelsey will be attacked.
Calm down, Ashley.
That shit is fucking wild, bro. What? That lady. Yo, Reggie made her look fucking rabid.
Well, have you seen pictures of her? I'm calling her the mattress
No.
actress. Oh, you haven't?
No.
She looks like a good night and a bad week. She's on one of those I want to be an extra in a movie websites. Her headshot is her laying in bed with the covers up to here and bare shoulders, and I'm thinking, are you going to do the next Debbie Does Massachusetts?
Wow.
Because it doesn't look like you're going to be the next ScarJo. I don't know. She has an OnlyFans. I'm just calling her the OnlyFans sister.
Wow. The OnlyFans sister. Okay. Wow.
This causes Kelsey to leave. She asks her brother to drive her home and calls her mother back in Massachusetts, requesting for her to pick up the baby from Justin's parents' house.
Stop it, y'all.
She agrees, and they all meet back at Kelsey's home very early in the morning.
I should say hi from Donald from Worcester.
Oh, Donald from Worcester?
Oh, Worcester, sorry.
Kelsey was home with the baby and her mother. She was sending Justin text messages, lots of them, saying she needs him and asking him to come home.
If you care at all about me and your son, you will call me right now. I'm being so serious. I need to talk to you. Please come home to us. It's not normal to run away from problems like this, making them worse. Come home to your son and your wife. We don't need to talk about anything, but I can't handle doing this alone. Please come home to Caden. Please come home to your son. He needs you, Justin. I have work tomorrow. We need you. Take your time and come home before you get to bed. The police just came to my house, ?
Yeah, what is this?
That was the moment she
This
noticed
is
a cruiser
the
pull in.
investigation on Friday. They're talking. Or on Sunday, sorry. You got swatted on Sunday.
North Andover police show up to perform a wellness check.
Wellness check.
They said they had received information that the night before, Kelsey and her brother had sideswiped another guest's car from the party while driving on the highway, causing damage to both vehicles.
Wow.
And then speeding off. A very serious accusation of committing a hit and run. This made no sense to Kelsey. She told the officers the incident simply never happened. To prove it, she called her brother and had him show them his black Cadillac, which had no damage whatsoever, not even a scratch. The officers were satisfied that everything was fine. They apologized, saying that being called to check on Kelsey like this was a waste of their valuable time and resources, and left. It would come out later, in Justin's police interview, why Kelsey was investigated for being involved in an accident.
On the way home, two of her friends, Cassie and Deandra, had also left because they never wanted to talk to her again. On the way home on the highway, they got into a hit and run. Someone had hit them and taken off. They believed that it was little Willie's car, just based off of the black car. They thought it was a Cadillac, and they truly thought Kelsey was in the state of mind and had the ability to take that wheel and swing it over and hit them. So they thought
they were in a separate car.
They were in a separate car, and they looking at Kelsey's location. After that, they came. They're like, we think Kelsey might have actually just tried to run us off the road.
What?
This baseless accusation from 2 of Kelsey's bridesmaids reveals how the group had fed into each other's paranoia. They knew she wasn't driving, but that didn't matter. They had convinced...
See, the thing is that I'm having trouble with is the bridesmaids. Like, who, like, is she choosing bridesmaids that are friends of his?
No,
like
it's
how
it's all high school girlfriends of hers.
Hers
that she didn't really have any contact with, as far as I can see. The one who talks in the court documents says they hadn't talked for 9 years or something like that, and now she's. I'm guessing she went to college and probably don't really talk to those girlfriends anymore, and maybe because if you are in bad relationship, you get isolated a little bit from your friend group, and then you pick, oh, I need a bridesmaid, so I'm gonna call up Kelsey, Jamie I knew 10 years ago. I kind of liked her, but the allegations are so stupid that it's, oh, and we got sideswiped.
Like,
and now
so,
but
what's Kelsey's deal? Is she like? Is there nobody that she hangs out with currently that she trusted to be bridesmaids? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but she says when she goes by Hunters the next day, she calls, I can't remember the names of them. She calls this girl because that girl called her and wanted to have coffee, which is weird because she was with Justin, so she knew what's going on. And these biatches was backstabbing her hard, and I think it's just I think they were all just shitty friends. I
shot
her was going to a wedding as well, and he wouldn't even admit that he was helping her with the mental issues after going out to a really bad incident. That's the thing why are you all lying? Why are you all so mean?
Right. Well, right. And these are supposedly her friends. That's what gets me, and I don't get it. And, you know, because I'm wondering, like, doesn't she have any other friends? And, you know, but the thing is I feel this. I think she's just independent. Like, I know me, I'm in a phase right now in my life where I'm just like, I'm cool with people. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know who I'd pick as a best man if I decided to get married. I don't have anybody like that. Or you know what I'm saying? I groomsmen, I don't have any fucking idea who I would fucking pick to do that, you know, at this point in my life, if I'm being completely honest. And I'm okay with it, and I'm fucking happy as fuck, you know, like I'm perfectly good with that.
And I had a best man for my wedding who I spent a lot of my youth with. But when I stopped drinking and had to get out of that lifestyle, I cut all of my friends off, because friends are elevators. They'll ride up with you or they'll take you way on down. And my friends just took me down. Not that they were bad friends, but I just couldn't hang with them because
I think that's what it is. I think I have there's these group of friends that are great, but they're like married and have families. You know, I'm single. My kids are grown and on their own, doing their own thing. And then I have the group of friends that never grew up and are still like drinking and doing shit that I'm just like not interested in. You know, like I'm not living like that these days. You know what I'm saying? So like maybe that's it. But I've learned to just love my own company, you know? Like Clubber would be my best man, bro. Clubber would be my best man. You know what I'm saying?
That's the thing, because people are like, oh, but we have internet friends. We have so many people who we talk to every day that I don't need to go, when I'm done after 8 hours, I just want to go watch television. It's that's what I need. I need peace and quiet, because we are on so many hours and I'm perfectly fine by being alone. It's so I don't have that. Oh, I have my gym bro every time. I'll go out drink with her sometimes, but that's it. But no, I don't need that. And again, I've been married. Can't recommend it. It works for some, but yeah, I'm glad I don't do that again.
Wow. So Grammy's Kisses did the math here based on the start that Maza pointed out. And we've raised over $4,000 in just over 2 hours so far, folks. Like, that's pretty fucking amazing. That's amazing. Hold on. We need
$4,164 away from her goal.
Amazing. We got a long way to go. A lot of guests.
Have a long day.
Provided that I sent them all the right link.
Well, I have a big job for her. It's just everyone is sitting in there in the dead room thinking, "What's this asshole doing? Didn't invite me? Come on."
No, I'm sure I did. I think I just sent Cherry the wrong link to send to certain people that I, needed her to get to. But we fixed it because you're here.
Figured it out. But no, but I think a big problem she has, because some people said, "Oh, I hope she looks like she has a great network." No, she lost her network now. She has her family and her siblings, but you know that you have those things that you can't talk to mom and dad and your brother about, where you really need a good friend.
See, this shit is tough, man. Like, you guys got to understand, this is Kelsey's life being put out there, like, this is personal shit. And I don't give a fuck who you are. Some of you, most of you, if not all of you, have had crazy shit, weird domestic shit happen in your life, whether it be with your parents, whether it be with your significant other, whether it be with cousins, whether it be siblings. You've had some fucking drama, you know what I'm saying? And the only difference is now her shit is put out there because she got shot and fucking arrested, and so, and it sucks. It sucks. So we're here to make sure that since someone decided to fuck with her life and make her life all public, well, we're going to take that and we're going to make lemon pound cake out of those lemons. And we're going to raise money for her so that she can have ammunition, metaphorically speaking, in her fight.
And if I ever meet Mama Lisa, I'm going to play Lick 'em Low Lisa for her, because she seems like Lick 'em Low Lisa.
Okay.
It's perfect that Justin's mom is called Lisa, and we just saw
Lick 'em Low.
That video can't be shown on YouTube. Well, it can, but I don't think it could be shown on my channel. Too much nudity.
Too much nudity. Okay.
Themselves.
If you haven't watched that video, you need to watch it after. When you're done with your show, watch Lick 'em Low Lisa. It's horrendously funny.
Okay. Lick 'em Low Lisa. I just laugh at the name.
And tried to run them off the highway. They tracked her GPS location, and even though it couldn't have placed Kelsey at the scene when the accident occurred, they still allowed themselves to believe it. This pattern plays out again and again in the coming days. Outlandish accusations are made against Kelsey based off of their own projections of what they expect she will do, but never backed up with real evidence. Then they run to the police with these wild ideas that exist only in their imaginations. Justin arrives with his father to remove his firearms from the home. According to Kelsey, he ignores the baby, even though she asked him multiple times if he wanted to see him. And he ignored Kelsey. He refused to acknowledge her at all when she tried to speak to him. Justin leaves after getting his firearms with no issues.
Got everything? Good? Yeah, I'm good.
Were you seeking to see Justin Elaine that day?
Yes, we had spoken through text and on the phone in the morning.
You made a plan to meet up in North Andover?
It was quick. It was, Kelsey, I'm on my way to North Andover right now. My mom just gave me gas money. I'll meet you at the Common at 2. And I said, okay, I love you, bye. And the phone call had already hung up.
Before they meet, she would attend her CPR recertification training. Kelsey and the baby head to the North Andover police station.
I had CPR training at 1 p.m. on the 30th, scheduled.
Was that your last thing you had to kind of go through?
That was it. Yep.
This is one of the preparations required for her to go back on active duty.
Perfect, you got it.
She completes the training session. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Although multiple officers know what's going to happen later, they keep it from her. Kelsey leaves the police station. She makes her way to the North Andover Town Common to meet Justin. On the way there, she passed by one of their friends' homes. She noticed Justin's car outside, along with the cars of some of their friends who were still in town for the main trip, and of Justin's family.
When I drove by, I saw Justin's truck. I saw my maid of honor's car. I know I saw his sister, Courtney, Justin's sister, and I know I saw Michelle Mitchell, which was another one of my bridesmaids. So I was like, what is going on? I was supposed to be meeting Justin, and Justin was at our mutual friend's
Dude, that's a
house
nightmare,
with
bro.
people, and I just was so thrown off. I was confused. So I tried calling Justin, and then that's when it just communication stopped.
She waited a while for him to show up, then went for the walk without him. At that very same moment, Justin was making a phone call.
Hey, this is Justin again. I'm just calling Lieutenant Whitaker back. I just missed his call, unfortunately.
Yeah, Justin, it's me.
Oh, okay. How you doing, sir? I had a couple quick questions for you again.
Yeah.
So she's messaging me telling me that she's planning on taking the baby up to the land in New Hampshire. Do I have any rights to make sure that she does not leave with that child?
At this point, I don't think we do. I've spoken to my superior.
Yeah.
Filled him in on everything that we talked about, and we don't really have the right to deny her child.
Do I have any rights as the father to obtain my child since she's had him for several nights now? Do I have any right to, hey, this is the custody, we're both parents here. It's almost my turn to have the kid for the night, so I can know that he's safe and I can go file these after?
Through the police department, no, we don't have that ability. The only way that you would be able to do that if you spoke directly to her and said, I'd like some time with the baby, and if she agrees to that, great. But it sounds like she's probably not gonna be. Yeah.
I have my sister who's
Hey
had a quick question for you as well.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of this, and so I'm on the page. We need to get the baby out of
She
her
sounds
house
like Krusty.
now, or something really bad could happen.
Everyone says that every time we hear it.
I know you guys have talked a bit about this, but I am just wondering: is there any difference if he were to try to take, or if she were to try to take the baby out of the state? Does that go against anything? Because that's what she's threatening with. Does the state matter at all? The state lines?
It really doesn't. It's her child.
It doesn't. Okay.
Yeah.
One other question for you, because I think, we're talking about going to the courthouse. How do we, and especially because she is a police officer in this town and everyone talks, and I'm just wondering, if we go file this, how do we, because if she finds out that this is filed before it's being addressed, it's going to end really horribly. So how do we actually ensure, and I guess, do you know anything about that process? Would a police officer come with us or with Justin to the house to get the baby? If this is assuming the custody was ordered, that the restraining order and the custody were ordered, what does that look like? Because we're very worried she'd find out before it could actually take place.
Yeah. So if that's the case, then the way, if an order is granted, they will then email a copy of the order to us for service. So we would serve it and then enforce it. So it would be like, here's your restraining order. per the order, custody of the child is awarded to Justin. In which case we would have to make arrangements, for him to come take.
What's
I
up,
can't hear.
Emily?
Oh, hi. Thanks for having
Hello.
me.
Thanks for joining.
And thanks for doing this, more
Yeah,
importantly.
right on, man. This is a celebration stream. Kelsey's free.
I know.
But
it
we
feels
gotta-
like it's like a celebration, but also the fight is just starting. Like,
It is.
It feels like she's like this part right here. It feels like she's at the starting line now that she should have been at that day. Like on
I
that day,
completely
they should
agree.
have been starting to talk about custody. And now she's been through so much, and that's where we are.
Yeah, I completely agree, because I think now, I mean, this is all because of what we're listening to right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like everything that happened to her is a result of this plotting that we're listening to right now.
Mm-hmm. Also, hi Baker. I've loved
Hello.
everything. I love your passion about Kelsey and just like how much you feel what she was going through. It's done so much for her.
It's just hard. Again, my daughter is 4 years younger, but my grandson is 4 months older.
Oh my
So
gosh. You're like right there.
Yeah, and you hearing those noises is just it gets me right in the heart every single time. And it was way worse listening to Kelsey on the stand, because I could just feel her. I could feel she was ready to go away that day, and I ended up sitting and crying on my stream like a little
Aw.
woman.
I thought I was going to be more emotional listening to her testimony, but I feel like I got into like the space that she was in where I was like, yes, like tell your story. Like, don't let your voice crack. Don't let them see you cry. Like, you tell them the truth and like you get it out there. So I feel like that's where I was like, I had like adrenaline flowing when I was listening to her, because I was like, get it out, and like don't stop until you've said every single word that you've wanted to say for the past, what is it, like 8-9 months now?
9 months. She could have had another baby in the time she's been in prison.
Crazy. Yeah. And like the way she was able to hold it together, especially like there were so many emotions involved with what she was talking about, like talking about your child you haven't seen, talking about like something that you're a choice that you were in your lowest moment, that like it was probably even hard to talk to a therapist about the first time, and for her to get up in a silent courtroom and be able to tell that story with the conviction that she did. It's like you can feel it in your bones. She's telling the truth. Like I can't with all the people that are like, well, Noonan was right.
No, that's what
I
said.
just realized I got to cut you guys off, because I just realized that I didn't give you guys applause when you joined the streams. Emily C and Broken Baker are here, folks. Like, I need to like give respect. I missed you guys, and I'm really grateful to have you guys on here.
Give yourself an applause for doing this. 12 hours is crazy. I can't do anything for 12 hours.
Can I just do one rumor that people get wrong a lot? Ready
Do
for
one
Janetti
rumor.
says, didn't they say she was 20 weeks pregnant when it happened? No, it's a misreading of the statement. When I was 20 weeks pregnant, we were called to a domestic incident.
Yeah.
That was when she was pregnant with baby C, that they went to that sad incident where Noonan arrived also. So she wasn't, because being 5 months pregnant when you have a 4-month-old, I don't do a lot of biology, and I am a virgin, so I don't know anything other than you have to put a stalk up there. But it's really hard, I've been told, to be pregnant again while giving birth. But hey, who knows?
August 24th, 2024 was the date of that incident.
Yeah. So, so it's just a lot of people will always bring up that 20 weeks. But again, remember, she have a 4-month-old. So being 5 months pregnant, unless she have 2 uteruses, it's impossible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, it's just my massage therapy showing again.
I was just gonna say also. Oh.
You the nervousness.
You first says I didn't do biology.
I was going to say also, well, we need a round of applause for microdots because I've now watched this twice and, oh, you're on mute. But
I still haven't watched this yet. We're still not done.
I know I love getting to like see you experience it for the first time, but
that's why I try to wait. I try to wait to watch them because I know like, you know.
But I've been thinking this whole time, like, think about all the times that Kelsey stood outside the courthouse and had to bite her tongue, couldn't tell her story, and just had to stand there and say, like, the truth will come out. The truth will come out. Like, how badly did she want to be like, I had the gun to my head, like, Noonan is lying and Justin is lying and I never threatened. And she had to bite her tongue. And for her now to be able to, like, get on the stand, tell her story, and then have somebody like Richie with this, like, insane ability to put together a story, to like weave in the facts and like show her story and bring it to life. Like, she's finally getting what she deserves.
You listened to the opening statements. The way Goober Tosi, I needed an Emily C. John O'Keefe was not a buffalo because he opened up.
John
Officer
Keefe
Noonan
was 46 years old.
But he had Officer Noonan was. It just sounded like when you did he was not a buffalo, and I need an Emily C on that one.
You know what I need to do? I'm placing an Amazon order right now for tiny hands, and then I'll do a Goober Tosi once I get my tiny hands.
It was just that cadence you use when you do the Hank's closing. He had the same cadence. I was just, Emily C is going to cross this.
John, I know I haven't. You know what? I haven't done any like parodies yet because I was like too emotional. Like I was too in it. Like I couldn't even find the humor in it.
I feel that.
Like it was so. I was like. All week I was like drained and exhausted. Like I felt like I was a part of the trial. And so now that we can celebrate, I'll go back and make some jokes.
Yeah, because this was just really, and I think for all of us,
it's just so infuriating. You know, like everything about it is so infuriating. Like you're right.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Baker. I cut you off.
No, it's your show. You can cut me off and kick me off every time you need. But it's just, I think a lot of us got so, because we all thought that.
Once these come, I'll do a Goober Tosi. I'm sorry to cut you off.
And I think all of us were mad when we saw the Karen Reed stuff. We were mad that clearly there was something wrong. In this one, there's just that baby. The baby thing really just kicks in, and I think because a lot of us are parents, a lot of us streamers are parents, and I have some idea that a lot of us streamers also have some mental scarring, and that's why we like doing this and sharing with people. And I think that's why it hurt us a lot. A lot of us have been really emotionally invested in it because, I can sit and cover a case about some stupid person who unalived his wife in Massachusetts. That's fine. But this one was just because it's so unfair. A 4-month-old who lost his mom because a biatch of a judge said, "No, you're so dangerous. You need to be in prison." When you were reading that part where she said, because of the continuous danger against Officer Noonan, what danger? He has never any hatred towards him.
If you are going to believe, if you're going to take Justin's story 100% fact, and you're going to take Noonan's story 100% fact, there is still nothing in either one of those stories that would make you think that she's continuing to be a danger to Noonan. Because Noonan's story even is, it wasn't directed at me like when he made up like, oh, she was trying to get through me to get to Justin. Like even Noonan in his version didn't think that Kelsey was mad at him, was targeting him. There was no point where he was a danger because of like who he is. So that whole thing is just a crock of shit. Excuse me.
Oh, yeah. Watch your mouth here.
Yeah.
And can I now I call out your great impressions. Someone I really like the updates of is Alexa's Room. She makes some great update videos on stuff as well.
Mm-hmm.
She has the correct amount of snark and fun. That's so shout out to Alexa's Room as well.
Yay.
If you don't know her, you should check her out.
Alexis Room, you said?
Yeah, it's spelled A-L. How do you spell it? She spells it so us dyslexic. ALEXASREWM. That's really Alexa's Room.
Remember when Judd Welcher said, "Did you say dyslexic?" Like, no, we're talking about Alexis. Wait, I also wanted to say about one part that you had just passed that like gets me all fired up is the part where, or I think it just passed, I'm actually not sure, where Justin goes over the day before to get his guns from their house.
We're just getting at it now.
Okay. And he's trying to say that Kelsey is a danger to herself and her child, yet he wants to take the entire safe where the guns are locked up, leave Kelsey her guns laying out loose on the bed. You don't do that.
Not if you're in fear of.
In fear. And like there has to be some level of protection in this system that we all operate in where you can't just go and say like, I'm scared, and then your child gets taken away. Like there needs to be some level of just an additional person who comes and is like, hey, there's 11 questions I need to ask you to make sure.
There is in certain states. There is in certain states. Like I know definitely that there are measures taken in the state of Georgia that you can't do what was done here. That's as far as I'll get into that. But I know for a fact that you can't just, in the state of Georgia, you can't do that.
It is bananas that somebody drafted up this system when it's like, oh, I have a good idea. Like if somebody says they're scared, then we take their children and their house and their job and their life. It's
crazy.
And it's like all the wrong people do it. It's not, I
mean, it boils down to someone who is alleged. If they're alleged, then they have no rights. Their rights are completely taken away. That means, okay, their life can be stripped from them. Their child can be stripped from them. They have no rights. It's crazy.
And like there are scary moments that happen in domestic situations. There are moments where a partner truly knows, like, if I am in this situation for 5 more minutes, I am not going to come out alive, like that type of scary. But if there was an additional layer of protection where somebody from the court followed up with the police, it wouldn't detract from the response time. Like it would be the same amount of response time. There would just be one extra layer of like, let's just make sure that this danger is real and we're not just giving a 4-month-old child to a alcoholic addict that's going to fall down the stairs holding that baby.
Right. But yeah. And it's insane. You could just walk into a courtroom and be that alcoholic addict and say the other person's the alcoholic addict. Give me my baby. I'm taking it.
How did none of the cops in this exchange, how did none of them have like a little like go off in their brain to say like, hey, you actually sound a little unhinged right now. And like Kelsey was just here and like she seemed real responsible and normal. Like maybe you need to take it down a notch and like go home and go to sleep and try again tomorrow.
Nobody does this. But nobody does this. Nobody calls him out.
That's the thing we talked about earlier. We were going to section her. Bad Santa was already looking forward to putting her in a psych ward. How the Jesus would they go to a normal domestic where they have a restraining order, taking her firearms, taking her baby, and they are already looking forward to sectioning her? They must have been talking about it because the family is too well connected. And I just saw Booster.
I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense. I don't know how true that is, but it's if it comes to speculation, that's what makes the most sense. It's Occam's razor, you know.
Yeah.
I will say, I do think there is a teeny piece of all of this that what happened with Lindsay Clancy really messed with a lot of people's heads. And I don't think it's right that it did. And I don't think that like police forces have necessarily addressed that panic correctly. But I think the idea that Lindsay Clancy, like a nurse with 3 kids and like a loving husband, could suddenly snap and do what she did, I think got into a lot of people's heads where they're like, well, if that sweet girl Lindsay could do this, then all the witches can. And like, we have to like be on top of this or all the witches are going to be like out in full force.
That's the overcorrection of the system. We had the same. We had a really, really bad children's case, and in Denmark we have counties, and when you go over a county line, your case starts over. It used to do that because they didn't have a central system, and these kids ended up being rented out to different men and stuff like that. And then we just took everyone away, and then we had to back correct and say, okay, it's not every allegation that needs to take a kid out of the house. But the system will always overcorrect because the system is slow, and when it moves too much, and then it has to come back. But with all of that, it's such a horrible case with her as well. But she was so hopped up on all of these antidepressants, and on another note with the RO, I was watching the Rentala case, and the cops just said the first one through the door is right. We will always serve it, and then we'll figure it out later. We don't look into it beforehand. Justin could be high off his boobies, and they would just say, well, he walked through the door, so he must be right. And that's another problem the system have. And then you have to wait 2 weeks to argue in front of a judge. No, that should happen within 24 hours. Because 2 weeks is a lifetime.
And like this child was inside of her for 9 months. Like, it's not just a 4-month-old baby to a new mom. It's like, this was a part of your body for 9 months. Like they were inside. It's like losing your liver. Like, it's a part of your body that like you can't breathe without. Also, somebody in the chat just asked, Lindsay Clancy's case was January of 2023. So I think it's also enough time that they could have gotten some training on the difference between postpartum psychosis and postpartum. They just hear the word postpartum now. You could be like, I'm taking postpartum vitamins. And they're like, oh, section her. Like, postpartum psychosis is very different than postpartum depression.
And we all have small children. You have those days where you think, stop crying, stop. I just can't have it anymore. My sister, when she had those days and she went to her doctor and said, oh, I'm so scared because yesterday he just wouldn't stop crying. And at some point I had a really bad thought about, and she said, that's good. As long as you can talk about it, because everyone will go through it. As long as you can voice it, you won't do it.
Yeah. Oh, I remember my kid was fucking just crying all the time. He was fussing, couldn't, like I'd come home from work and he'd be fussing. His mom would be like, God, thank God you're here. And then, like he could go to try to get some sleep. And I'd be like, and he'd calm down, but he was clearly, and we figured out that he was colicky.
Yeah.
Right. So, then he had to get this one formula and that was it. But you troubleshoot pretty much.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And they tend to cry a lot. But the whole thing is like your mindset at that time. I remember just holding my son, and he's so fucking tiny, and he's just crying and crying and crying. And all I can think is just like, I would do anything. I would give up a limb if it meant going inside your mind right now and knowing what is making you feel like this. And I can take it away. What do I have to do? What can I do? And this, it's so crazy to me that people cannot think about this. Someone, and you could tell that Justin has no instincts in this manner whatsoever with his own child.
Zero.
You know what I'm saying? And he is just
Even Courtney carried the baby out of the house when he kidnapped him.
Right.
Like, he didn't even carry his own child out.
This is crazy.
Like I said yesterday when I was streaming, I had 600 people watching, and I said, if my baby, if I was scared of anything, even with my girls today who are soon 25 and 23, I would have run through every of those 600 people to save them. What did he do? Take my baby. Oh, I would have busted down a wall to make sure. I wouldn't have gone, oh, I need the truck because we need a truck to get away. I would have caught her before she disappeared. He said, I saw her running down there. I would have been there faster than she could have gone behind the school because it's my effing baby. It's my little baby.
Absolutely. Your instinct, I mean, is to have that baby covered. Like that's like if you're taking especially if you're the father taking the baby away from the mother who happens to be dangerous, right? Okay, if that's really the case, then it's you. You're like, nobody is touching my kid right now. Like I'm dad. He needs dad right now. Like fuck off, get away.
Yeah.
That's how that would be. Not here, take the baby while I run inside and grab my shit. Blah blah blah. That's crazy.
And the
That's
other
very
one, they
telling.
need the
Everything
car
about him is
seat, they
good.
need the formula. No, you don't. You had him in that rocker. That can work as a car seat. There's a Walmart.
You should have had some of that shit of your own ready. You know what I'm saying? Like, why didn't you show up? Why? That's what I'm saying. Why didn't you show up with a car seat, homie? You bold enough to take care. You're better than the mother to take this child. Then you better have the shit ready. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just that I need to go get. We all had grandmothers. One thing I know about grandmothers, they also always have. You tell them no more clothes, and there's always just one more onesie. Oh, I didn't know you said no more clothes, but I found this when I was in Walmart the other day, and it has little butterflies on it. It's so cute. And there will always be a onesie. There will always be a T-shirt. There will always be something at grandma's house. They didn't do anything. They didn't do any prep. And he went there Sunday, and he didn't care enough about his baby on Sunday. And then Monday, oh, we need the baby now. That's why I say, look and low, Lisa is the one who wants the baby.
Well, and it's not just that they didn't do any prep. This whole system that makes absolutely no sense. This system allows no prep. There is no, like, if I was going to go adopt a child right now, they would do 400 checks on me, a background check, come to my house, tell me you need to baby proof that and lock that and fence in this and do that. They check everything. The fact that Noonan said to her, there's probably a washer where the baby is going, was so infuriating to me, because it's like, why don't you guys have to go check the house that the baby's going to? For all they knew, Justin was taking the baby out to the streets that he didn't have.
That's a great point.
His house, he made up.
Why wasn't the destination of the child vetted and made? I mean, if that's the whole point, if you're taking the child, I'm sorry to cut you off, Emily. I'm just piggybacking off your thought because I am just as fucking mad. Because that is something that I did not think about, that totally went over my head, and you're absolutely right. And that's actually one of the biggest points here, if not the biggest point here, is that if you're going to take the child out of this home away from their mother, you're You don't know where the child's going? You don't know where you're taking this child? You have no idea. You've done no background on it. You don't know if he's taking it to a roach-infested motel. You don't know if he's going to live out of his car. You don't know what's happening at all. You have not made sure that the place that the child is going to, where you're taking the child from to, I mean, you're snatching it out of the mother's arms to take him somewhere, and you don't know where it is. That makes no sense.
Somebody in the chat just said, so we found out on Justice Served, Kelsey's dad did an interview, and he said that when McCarthy Naiman let Kelsey out of jail and then put her right back in, she made Kelsey's 20-year-old brother move out of the house because they had to do Corey checks and background checks on everybody in the house that Kelsey, 28-year-old Kelsey, was moving back into, to make sure, I don't know what, that you never like got drunk in high school or something, but they're bringing a baby wherever. Who cares? Just the world is your oyster, Justin.
Like it's so telling that the point was not to make sure that the baby was safe. It was to strip the baby from the mother. Because if you haven't established the safe place for the baby that it's going to, well, then it's not about keeping the baby safe, is it? It's about stripping the baby from its mother.
Yeah, and again, if Kelsey can't go home to a place where someone who has a juvie record, how can anyone stay at a house where Ashley lives? Ashley have a record. Justin has a record.
The baby can go there, but God forbid somebody who's innocent until proven guilty and hasn't had a trial yet, if they could not go there. Only babies can do whatever.
And it's so infuriating. That's why I really wanted to. I can't figure out how to get in touch with Judge Eskin, because she's really gone into that Harmony Montgomery trial as well. And they okayed sending a baby because the mom was such a crapiola. They sent a baby to live in a car. How can the system do this? It's just, there's no justice for the baby. It's just, mom's bad. Let's just chuck it to dad.
And the thing is, there is, like, this is where like a blanket statement is hard, because there is a very rare 1 in a million, like a Lindsay Clancy situation, where if there had been like one more warning sign for Lindsay on that day, I know they had like plans in place and stuff, but on that day, you would want the kids just wherever she's not, or you would want her gone. Like, she needed help and the kids were not safe. But that is so incredibly rare that like these 209A orders should be equally rare. They should be for that case where you're like, you are hearing voices and we need to move now, not just like any ex-girlfriend on the street just grabs one when they're bored for their ex-boyfriend.
And the system is the baby's lawyer. That's the problem. The system should be the baby's lawyer.
Well, the big problem there is that there should have been a guardian ad litem assigned to this baby before any action being taken to take the baby away from their mother. There should have been someone neutral provided by the system to that child, designed to protect that child, and before it's already established that you're going to take that baby away from its mother.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. That's why you have DCF there to say, no, she's competent to no, you don't need to take her, or you clearly need to take her. It's just, the dad says she's crazy. Another thing, they don't check. This baby has to go, was it 40 minutes he lives away from the house? Just going to bring her on the kid on a 40-minute car ride.
Yeah.
That'll be fine. No problem in any of that. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Is everyone okay?
Wait, so I was just trying to find, I just found it. So Kelsey Kelsey wrote on July 17th, like from her hospital bed, she wrote a statement that was called like Statement to Set the Record Straight. And in it, she addressed this and she said, we have a broken legal system where someone can walk into a courthouse, write anything that self-serves them on an affidavit, and as a result, a brand new mother suffering with postpartum depression gets her baby taken away. We are calling on the legislature and the governor to reform this abomination of a statute where the first person to get to the court and fill out a form can take a mother's newborn baby from her if they can sneak in front of a judge without the mother's notice or opportunity to be heard. If there is an immediate issue, someone can call 911, like all of us. The courts are not equipped for proper on-the-spot decision-making in this context without hearing from both sides. And I just wanted to bring that up because if there's anybody who knows more about like how we pressure the legislature about that, like who we pressure, what that looks like, I would love to become a bigger part of that because I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, and it's as they said outside of court, we are pressuring the system for legislation, but I think it takes this and kind of like we talk about with Adam Deitch, we need to keep the pressure on because as soon as it's out of the media, people forget it and they'll just do the same old thing. And then the next time the same thing happens, they'll say, "Oh my God, we should change this." But I also have to go on my Walmart run, and there's Little League on Sunday. You need someone, and that's why they can call us whatever. We are damn grifters, and we're just, you do it for clicks and content. Of course, we do that also, but we are also helping raising awareness in a lot of people. And I have had so many comments the last 2 days about people's personal journeys and how, because I've opened up a little bit about my past and how glad people have been that we are also vulnerable, that we also talk about, hey, it's okay to have a bad day. It's okay to have had a bad past. No will have done that a lot on his channel as well. And there's so many people out there who can see it now when we talk about it. So you need someone politically connected who can bring it anywhere. But I don't know local politicians. That's my biggest problem being 4,000 miles away is you don't know who should you go to, who could make this agenda.
I'm in it and I don't know who you go to. Like, I don't know, and I don't know the process. Somebody did just say, I think that's a big part of Martha Coakley's role on Kelsey's defense team, and that I trust her. That sounds promising.
Yeah.
You guys, also
Yeah.
Martha Coakley has this like suitcase that she carries her paperwork and stuff in. It looks like it's from like the 1400s. It looks like if it could talk, it would tell you like the coolest stories. It looks like she got it like her very first day in law school or something and has never used anything else since. And it just made me feel very cool to like be in that presence.
Yeah, last time I posted, we were at like $4,700 that we've raised so far. So let's give that yes. So we're almost at 5,000. The tally should almost be at 5,000 by now, if not already at it.
$146,334 is what it's at right now.
That's amazing. You guys
So-
are amazing. Also, I bet Mullen Law knows the answer to my questions. Mullen, let's talk. Let's make some changes.
All right, let's check out some more of this microdot stuff.
Yes.
Take the child.
Okay, so he would not be there when you're presenting that. I mean, this might be an obvious question, I guess, because if he has the restraining order, he shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Probably not.
You
I
guys-
mean,
He should not
probably
be
take
there.
Care of that. It's okay if he wants to be close by, like
Yeah.
in order to take custody of the child quickly.
Yeah, right.
You know, he could come if he's in town. You know, we could then reach out to him and say, okay, she's been served. You can come pick up the child now.
Okay, one, just to, I guess, make sure that, because I know you guys will get notified if there is an emergency order put through. Like, I mean, she's an officer, of course. What does she have access to see? I'm just like, is there a way to flag this directly to, a trusted.
No, when it
and a
gets
good
sent,
friend?
it gets sent to the officer in charge. So
Okay.
nobody sees that except the officer in
Okay.
charge and anyone else who has access to that email, which she does not.
Okay, so that's reassuring. So I'm just trying to make sure there's no chance she could find out before this happened.
Did she catch wind while she was at the police station of anything occurring? Like,
Nope.
no, okay.
Nope. I didn't want to tip her off and give her the opportunity to do anything rash.
Okay, thank you. All right, officer, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Take care.
Wow.
Bye-bye.
The past few days had been an emotional roller coaster. First, the blowout up in Maine. Then Justin came to take his firearms out of the house. She was still recovering from postpartum depression while taking the necessary steps to go back on active duty, all while caring for their infant son, without any help from Justin. She was hopeful when he asked her to meet. Now he was ghosting her, not answering any of her calls or text messages. Afterwards, KELSEY called friend and co-worker Eric Sowade. He's a certified mental health officer and was familiar with what had been happening in her life. He was on shift that day. KELSEY told him what Justin had done and kept him updated as things developed. She leaves the park and makes the short drive back home.
Can I say one
KELSEY
thing
and the
about
baby
that?
returned from the park at 3:06. The time.
I feel like the fact that KELSEY, like we saw all those text messages, and even if I kind of fill in the blanks with phone calls of Justin being like, I'll come to the park, like I don't read those texts as you and Justin are going to reconcile today. And I only say that because I think that shows the like level of kind of like narcissistic mind control that he's done to her, because I don't think she's lying that she thought that they were going to reconcile. I think they've gotten in big blowout fights like this before. I think he's said like, I'm leaving, you're crazy, I hate you. And then 5 minutes later, they're snuggling and holding hands in the park. And he says, I'm sorry, you're the best person in the world. I'm never going to do this again. You're amazing. And then the whole cycle happens again. And I think that's why, like, to an outsider, it doesn't seem like they were on the verge of making up, but to her, it really did.
Yeah, I agree with you on that 100%. I think Occam's razor applies here as well. Like, this is a very typical and common symptom of an abusive relationship, of a toxic relationship. So why would they be exempt to this? You know what I mean? Why should that even be doubted that would be a thing? You know, I completely agree with you. This is probably the nature of how things are going. She's in a place where she's like, this is just something we're going to get through. He's going through a thing. You know, I'm going to marry this guy for better or for worse. This is me practicing for better or for worse. You know, and so right. And the thing
is, when we relate that to the other call we had, or the Mother's Day thing, this has happened a lot, because notice what he said in that. I'm going home. They've been living together for how long now? And home is still mom and dad's house.
Baby, a child.
If I was having that, or my ex-wife were blowing up, I would say, well, I'm going to live with my parents. I'm going to go to my parents for the weekend and we need some space. That was what we said. We didn't say, I'm going home.
Yeah.
That tells me this man is so immature emotionally that he was never in it for the long run.
Yeah, I mean, if she's going to meet him somewhere, then why is there a fear that she's going to run away with the baby? If she's going to a park to meet him, I don't understand. And why does he think that anybody would be convinced that that's what her motive is?
Well,
But the
after
question
she
is,
saw them, that came out after she saw the cars at Hunter's house, and then she kind of put together that like something weird was going on. Then she said, "I'm gonna take." So like, I get it. You're not coming to see me. She was waiting in the park. She's like, "You're not coming to see me. I'm gonna take Caden to New Hampshire for a few days just to like cool off." And that's where he got the like, she's taking the baby far, far away. 25 minutes across the border.
oh wow.
Also, you guys, the New Hampshire border from North Andover is like a 15-minute drive. When he says like she's taking the baby out of state, it's literally closer than it was for me to get to the courthouse. Anyways, keep playing. I didn't want to like do a
That's
whole
insane. No,
Will, did you see someone was asking how to donate?
Yeah, I have it pinned to the top of the chat. I have the link. I have 2 links pinned to the top of the chat. One being Kelsey's donation link, where you would type in Glare Fundraiser so we could keep an accurate tally of how much this fundraising stream has raised. And the other one being her Amazon wish list so that she can make this as comfortable of a home and spoil Caden with all the toys and whatever she wants to make this transition back home for Caden, back with his mom, to be as comfortable and as enjoyable as possible. So we want to help her build towards that. So both of those things are it's the wrong Give Send Go link. How could it be the wrong? Because it's raising money. So how could it be the wrong Give Send Go link?
Yeah.
I mean, what? I don't think it's the wrong Give Send Go link if it's raised $5,000 almost.
I'm literally looking at it, and 1 minute ago, G's fundraiser, $50 from Anonymous. So I think that's the right one. At least people find it.
We're just raising money for a random person.
Yeah, right now, Kelsey FITZSIMMONS in Oklahoma is thinking, I'm so lucky. What's going on?
Oh my goodness.
People really love me, and I'm getting that above ground pool now. What?
Well, right. I mean, I appreciate people going, no, yeah, it's not wrong. I know it's not wrong. Like there's a flood of donations saying Glare Fundraiser, and it's the one link to it. So it being shared. So, I mean, all right, let's keep going with the video.
Stamp is 1 hour behind. She glances at her phone, likely checking to see if Justin has called. After being stood up, noticing the cars parked at their friend's house, and getting completely ghosted, we can assume Kelsey could sense something wasn't quite right.
When you first got home, what'd you do?
I made Caden a bottle.
But what she had no way of knowing was that over the past few hours, the wheels were turning against her.
I went to the Lawrence District Court. I would want to say I got there around 2:33-ish. At that point, I filled out the documentation for the 201. That I went in front of the judge, I don't know, 4:30-ish, I want to say.
It's not a 201.
That was granted. At that point, it was faxed over to the police station. I went to the police station.
Isn't it a 209A? What is a 201?
I don't know.
It's a 209A.
Yeah, he doesn't even know what he's filing, and he still doesn't know to this day what he did to kidnap his kid. He had nothing to do with this plan. This is embarrassing for Massachusetts.
Very.
With a copy. My sister was with me during that.
At 5:49, Lieutenant Daly, Officer Noonan, and Officer Houston arrived to serve Kelsey the restraining order, including the removal of all firearms from the residence and to obtain custody of the baby. For unknown reasons, they made the decision not to bring with them a family services caseworker, mental health clinician, or crisis intervention specialist. And this situation certainly qualifies as a crisis. They are going to take a 4-month-old baby away from his mother, who had been suffering from postpartum depression.
Men with
which
guns.
Justin had warned them about ahead of time. There were at least 3 trained mental health officers on the force, but none of them came on this call.
I opened the door and Lieutenant Daly immediately put his foot on my front porch, and we didn't just come in, and I was like, okay, all right.
She had absolutely no reason to expect the police. Just hours earlier, Justin told her he wanted to talk and work things out. Their sudden presence would have made no sense to her. Patrick Noonan. He is the officer who will shoot Kelsey, with the black gloves he's already wearing. His actions will become the central point of contention in the case.
What's he
His
smiling
conduct,
about?
His story, and the circumstances under which he uses deadly force all come into question. With the baby in her arms, Kelsey leads the 3 men into the living room.
Lieutenant Daly asked me to put Caden down in his car seat. I was in the middle of feeding him, so when I put him down, he was obviously crying, and I was like, whatever this is, I'm gonna hold my son. That's when Lieutenant Daly said, Justin filed a restraining order against you. He said that Caden was on it as well, and...
Did that affect your state of mind?
Yes.
How so?
I knew in that moment I was going to have to hand my 4-month-old to a police officer. As I was packing things, I was like, okay, Justin just broke up with me via restraining order. We have a wedding in 4 months. Caden is not going to be with me for 2 weeks. That's an eternity for a mom, any mom. And everyone was just brushing over the fact that it was 2 weeks. And I was like, 2 weeks without Caden? Like, I just kept, in my mind was just going fast. Like, I can't work overtime because I have a son now. I can't afford my home by myself without overtime. It was just, I lost everything. Even my doggy was on the restraining order.
Jesus.
Maverick, my dog Maverick, was on the restraining order. So, my son.
The way she says my doggy.
He was my dog.
Yeah.
That's
So
more
I
emotion than
saw
Justin
my
about his
baby
kid.
go, my
That baby.
fiance, my dog, my house. And I knew that was going to be my job too.
Dude, it's like a 70s
Because
country
whatever I was
song.
accused of wasn't good if at restraining order.
And you didn't have the affidavit?
No.
Only minutes ago,
Now,
Justin had
how in the fuck are you gonna like not show the restraining order or the affidavit to like? How does she not have the right to see it before you come into her house and take her baby away? How does she not have the right to see that before that happens?
And what's crazy is she actually handled the order itself better than most people, because like the way she just said, I knew I was going to have to hand my baby over to a police officer. Like she knows there's no like explain. Like I would think like, let me just like, hold on everybody, like settle down. Like, let me explain some things. Like he's crazy. I'm the primary parent. He's on drugs. Like I would try to explain things, not knowing that, like once the order's already in motion, there is no talking them out of it. She understood that like there was nothing she could say in that moment for her to
Because she's executed restraining orders herself.
Right. And so even without all seeing
But
this, like she handled it better than 99% of people would. And I think they
Agreed.
just took that for granted.
I agree with you, but I would say that, I mean, if there was something to constructively criticize about how she handled it, I would have felt like she should have stressed on, I need to see it. I know how these work. I know how these work. I need to see this thing before you're going to take my baby. Like, that's just not happening.
But then again, they would just say, no, we have the court order here. We're going to take your baby. Then you can file a complaint. It's a lose-lose because again, can't wait.
Well, yeah, there's that too, because I see what you're saying, because she could I mean, the way that she explained how it went down was like, okay, yeah, you're just going to have to file something later, but when it's a court order, but I want to see paperwork. There's got to be something. I'd be like, listen, there's got to be, you can't just walk in here without something in writing that you're handing to me that states that there's an order that separates me from my child. You're not just going to walk in here and take my baby without documentation that I have to sign or at least see.
If I had to guess, I think she knows that the bachelorette weekend did go like a little awry. Like no one's like blaming her for that. And you should be drunk on your bachelorette party. That's allowed. But it did get like to a weird level of like fighting and her running away into the woods and the friends turning on her and stuff. So my guess is she was probably like guessing what he wrote on that and was like, these are her colleagues. It's like a little embarrassing to be like, hey, can you show me the order where Justin like lays out all the like kind of crazy stuff I did when I was drunk at the bachelorette party this weekend? That's just my guess. But I agree with you that she should have been allowed to see everything that he filled out to know what she was up against.
Yeah, and
especially because if she did, she would have been like, I never said any of this. Like, what's he talking about? Like, it probably could have snapped her out of it a little bit to be like, wait a second, like he's not even saying things that are true about me. Like, I never said any of these things.
But that's the thing. She would be shut down right away and said, well, we're taking the baby. You have to file with the court to get this amendment. And she knows this. She knows as soon as this is on paper, you're out of luck. And there's only court. And that's the thing I think she knew. And that's why she got to that finality so fast.
That's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, because like, I'm like, Jesus, that's crazy that, you know, trying to process it all. And why would, I mean, these are her coworkers showing up to do it. You know,
that's the thing. And again, they have
so much. It's got to just be so overwhelming, you know.
But again, you have DCF. You do have DCF, and you have mental officers, mentally trained officers as well. And this is at 6 o'clock at night. It's not like they're going out there 2 a.m. and just have to get the baby because he saw something with a knife and a baby and on the surveillance camera. They're just going out to.
Sorry, hold on a second.
But you don't need that finality. You don't need it. We're gonna grab your baby right now. They could have called and said, "Hey, Susie, can you just come with us? We need to go grab a baby. Justin, you park by the school."
Right. Well, also
that's
like
why
what
I'm
Kelsey said in that paperwork where it's like, if there was really an emergency, he could just call 911. There was not an emergency. Because when there is, you don't go to the court and go through all these steps. When there's an emergency, you call 911. It's much faster.
Yeah, and
also,
that's
his
the thing.
handwriting looks like Caden filled it out himself. Like, what is this child writing? Like, why did none of his teachers teach him about like tall letters and letters that go down below the line? Like, Justin, Y is a letter that goes down below the line. When you're making your Y line, you go down, 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 and you don't stop until you get below the line. Let's try it again.
I'll just say I have a handwriting of a doctor as well. So
it's not even that it's bad handwriting, though. But see, you form your letters correctly. Like, it doesn't matter if it's, I don't care about messy. It's like he never learned how to form his letters.
The way it's slanting the different ways, that annoys my brain.
Like
Justin is slanting left, Kelsey is slanting right.
Slide your finger down below the line. He doesn't have one letter that goes below the line. No Y's, no P's. All of them are above the line.
I love that we're hating on his writing now. I hate you so much. Your writing is stupid.
He said it took 2 people to help him fill out the paperwork at the court. If you need 2 people to help you fill out the paperwork, it's not an emergency. You're not in a rush. You go back home now and you call 911 like a big boy if there's actually an emergency.
And why isn't Hayden isn't really capitalized? Elaine is, Justin is, Kelsey kinda. It just looks like a 5-year-old.
Yeah. And like the M is lowercase, the P in Maple Street, the M is lowercase, the A is lowercase, the P is uppercase, lowercase, lowercase. Then we have a lowercase s, lowercase all the rest.
Those
aren't you a kindergarten teacher?
Yes, and if he had been in my class, this handwriting wouldn't suck so badly.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like you're grading this, and like I feel like you've had students who've done better.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Blair, do you see one letter that goes below the line?
Right. I'm never showing you my handwriting either. Like never.
It's not, I don't care about bad handwriting. That's what I just said to Baker. Messy handwriting is fine. You have to know how to form letters correctly. You have to know the difference between an uppercase letter and a lowercase letter. Also, like Lauren just said, like I just hate everything about him. So he could have beautiful handwriting and I'd still hate it.
I write in all caps always.
Oh, you're like one of those.
You're
yelling all the time.
Yeah, well, not when I type, but when I type, I use grammar pretty well. Like I'm not.
I love that the people who came after me because I don't do grammar in any language. I'm dyslexic, so I can't do grammar. And my mods are yelling at me. It's was not were, and I said I don't know the difference. Well, it's when there's more on this. And I said, my dyslexia is so bad, I don't understand what a noun is. I don't understand it.
I could never do math in school. I was a terrible student.
I'm great at math.
But language anything language arts, I excelled at. Like I could just do. It just made sense to me. Grammar, all that stuff just made sense to me. And I could just do it.
Yeah, but I have that thing where I can listen to a language and I can pick it up really quickly. I don't know how to spell one word in it, but send me to France for a week and I can speak French again. I took it in school and I can't, right now I can say bonjour and stuff like that, but give me a week in France and I can speak sentences. But I can't, grammar, if you sit next to me and tell me this is a noun, and a noun is what does this, I can't even figure out what a vowel is. And people are like, but that's so easy. It's the blue letters, I believe. But I don't.
That is so funny because I have the exact opposite brain. I took Spanish for 8 years. I took Spanish in high school and college. I went to Barcelona for a semester. I lived with a woman who only spoke Spanish. I had dinner with her every single night. My first 2 years teaching, I taught in LA and all my students only spoke Spanish. And I literally cannot speak a word of Spanish. I can understand it, but it still to this day cannot form words.
Hey, we got Bob on.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. How are you guys?
Is
it still more? I was just making Justin a cheat sheet of the letters that go down below the line so that he can learn how to write properly.
I mean, look here. I can't talk shit. I write like a serial killer. Like,
right.
I start in all caps, and then by the end of it, like when I'm trying to write neatly, it's all caps, and then it's half caps, half lowercase. It's not good. So I'm not good. It's like whatever it was, and I'm an old head, so they actually took handwriting pretty seriously back in those days. where they don't really focus on it. Is that I've heard my kids keep telling me they banned cursive, so I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I'm like, how do you sign your name? Is everybody just going to print their name? So, yeah, I mean,
I just have DocuSign now.
I mean, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Like I was talking with Allie this morning about no one can spell because of spell check. Like I'm not a fan.
That's actually what made me try to write again, because I was so dyslexic writing that I felt stupid. And it's weird because I have pretty good grades and everything. But as soon as I started writing something, I would just feel, oh, you're an idiot, because I can't see.
Same.
Words doesn't make sense to me.
I'm like Will. Like English for me was just second nature, whereas math, like.
But I was still dyslexic.
I was building,
which was weird.
Everything math related felt like I was building a rocket, and I had no idea what I was looking at. I just really struggled. Hence, law school as opposed to medical school.
But that's the funny thing, because it's the same thing.
Yeah, you just took the easy road, went to law school.
Yeah.
It's I can't write. I can be a doctor, but I can't do math. I'm going to be a lawyer.
I'm excited to be on with Emily. I've been on with Baker and Will. Like I think
I'm not
I cross paths. I just want to let you know, Emily, that I think you're a genuinely nice and sweet person. I really like what you bring to the table.
Thank you.
I just wanted to tell you that personally, because I just think
that.
you give good vibes. Like I like your content.
I appreciate that so much, and that means so much coming from you, because you and Allie are in my ears like 24/7 basically, because you guys are the best, because I can set it and forget it, and you guys will be on forever, and I have an earbud in all day, and you're just like bantering, and I'm like, oh, I'm just like hanging out with my friends.
I love that. Well, I just wanted to make sure that I was able to tell you that personally, because
I appreciate that.
You're a real benefit to the toxicity that is the social media world. So
yes,
thank you.
Hats
I
off to
appreciate
you.
that a lot.
And can we also say, I remember your first stream, how scared you were and how deer in the headlights, and now you are breaststroking with the greatest of them. It's amazing to see your journey.
I'm still panicking in here. I just don't say it now.
We are all the dog on the wall.
You gotta fake it till you make it. That's the whole
I just don't. My first stream, I was like, oh my gosh, you guys, wait, I'm having a panic attack. And now I just do it, but I don't tell you guys anymore. I don't make you feel weird.
It's so weird. Like when you first start, because I was doing the traditional podcast, but obviously I'm not on screen. Obviously, I have my producer who's going to cut out all my gaffes and my whistling S's and all that shit, so it's clean. But when you're doing a live stream, it's such a weird thing, because you're essentially talking to yourself, you know. And there is a skill level to being able to kind of talk for 3 hours without really, having a ton of dead time or becoming incredibly like uninteresting, so it's definitely a skill set. And I think all of us on this screen are pretty good at it. So because I love Will, I love Baker, and it's like I'm with you. I feel like I'm the president of Drama Free University, because it's just I don't do it. It ain't my shit, so it's I was glad, and you're my principal. That's the way I look at it.
Well, also that just reminded me, I fell asleep to Buried for 3 weeks straight. So you were literally my bedtime story for 3 weeks
Thank you
straight.
for listening. Thank you.
It was so good.
Thank you.
So good.
Thank you.
Will, can I just share a picture before I leave, because it's getting to 6 o'clock. I need to go and make some dinner. But I just wanted you, because I'm not sure you have ever seen why I call her the OnlyFans sister.
Okay.
I shared it down below.
I got it. Wow.
This is from exploretalent.com.
She looks like Donnie from Boston, Kate. Donnie. Dude, we're at almost $6,000 already, bro. 3.5 hours, people.
That is awesome.
That is
How did you find
amazing.
this if she has 0 followers and 0?
let's say there's a lot of women who don't like the alien family, and a lot of those women will say, "Oh, Baker likes to put on a wig and make fun of Massachusetts ratchets." So I get a lot of stuff sent to me.
That's hilarious, though. That was like in the depths of the internet with 0 friends, and you still found it.
I didn't, but I have
depressing.
That's the cool thing when you start to get a voice. People are like, "Oh, I don't like this person. Let me send stuff out, and maybe this person will talk about it." And I'm just, after seeing that, I called her the mattress actress because she kind of looks like one of those.
Love it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of damaged people out there. You know, it's like people. Judge Erskine is one of the most. I literally felt for 4 days like I was live streaming with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Man, you know, it was I felt like that because she's incredibly thoughtful, incredibly insightful. She's just a massive advocate for children in the truest sense of the word. She doesn't talk about it. She does it. And, you know, like she texted me this morning and there's like just people like attacking her on Twitter. I'm like, you know, and I rise above, like I never get sucked into I never do the name calling thing on X. And it's like, you know, people come at me and that's fine. I got thick skin, but man, coming after her, it's like that kind of thing where like, do I need to fly out to Boston? And, you know, if you want to step up, let's step up. Cause I'm that, you know what I mean? Like that's how I roll, man. I'm like, if you can
what
say
did they even come at her for?
Dude, I don't
They
know.
came at you, Emily. They came at you.
It's the same thing.
They come at me a lot.
They're just trying. They're just trying to get attention.
That's what I told her. I'm like,
that's all
they're
that
rage
is.
baiting you into, you know,
Right.
engagement farming, and don't do it. You know, because it's like you're going to give it oxygen, and it's like I know it's hard to kind of step back, and you know, and the judge is as real as it gets, and she's been on the bench, and you know, when you're on the bench or you're a defense attorney, and you know, I mean, you get threats. That's just facts. Like, so we have thick skin. Like the judge, absolutely making very difficult decisions that change people's lives fundamentally. You can bet that she's going to, you know, get some heat from people that.
But it pisses you off to see it happen to people that you know don't deserve it. They're getting it for no reason, and you're just like, dude, what? And for just having an opinion, and you know, and you're just like, you can't just handle the fact that somebody doesn't have an opinion that is in agreement with yours. You can't handle your own lack of being able to handle, you know what I'm saying? You can't handle being able to disagree with someone.
I absolutely understand what you're saying. I mean, and to me, you know, and I said it kind of during our last stream, like when the verdict was coming down, and you know, it's like I lean into the grifter thing because I think it's funny and I don't care. But like the reality of it is like if people are so wound up in the bullshit that they're not able to take value from attorneys that, you know, I practiced for a long time, you know, like I literally actually know what I'm talking about when it comes to the system. And to have somebody like Judge Erskine, who sat on that bench and helped people and is out there in these streets advocating for kids like fiercely. If you don't see value in taking some time to listen to what people that are willing to offer that out to the public, you know, with the hope of educating people, you know, it's like I try to make it entertaining, but you know, there's truth in what I say, you know, and I.
Well, we bring what we can to the table, Bob. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's the thing is they don't want to consider that we could just be. I mean, any one of us could just be up here talking about whatever is going to generate views. We could rage bait people on a constant basis. We could milk what just completely and totally exploit the stupidity of the masses as much as we wanted to, but we choose not to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Now, I look at it like, yes, do I make a living doing what I'm doing? Yes. But the thing is I do everything I can to
to feel good about what I'm doing. I talk about things that I feel good about. I take a stand on things that I feel strongly about, and that's how I sleep well at night, knowing that I make a living I'm living the dream. I make a living doing what I love. Like, why should I be ostracized for that? Why should Bob be ostracized for taking what he knows about the law and applying it and his insights and and he's not bound by a courtroom? He's here where he just gets to exercise his freedom of speech and say, hey, as a lawyer, this is not only how I see it, this is how it makes me fucking feel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's a good thing. Like, that is a beautiful thing. Like, you could just be a dickhead and just exploit shit and start trashing people and trashing people's names and dragging people through the mud, and you're just being honest about what you're seeing. And that's something that people
but I think the problem is they don't have anything else. I've been making a lot of fun of the foreskins, for instance. They sit there and they play holier than thou, and then they go straight to Twit and call Emily the biggest cowbag on the planet.
They said I'm a sadistic, soulless human, that I'm the worst.
I don't miss Twitter at all. I don't miss Twitter at all.
But it's so funny because
my stress level has significantly lowered since I haven't been on Twitter.
Oh,
but the funny thing is, all these people sit there and they play, oh, I'm so pure. We only fight for the righteous. What I was really happy about the last month here, because I got into a lot of drama with the car crew and all of those idiots. But going back to just focusing on this case, because I think this case hit a lot of us parents in an emotional level. Because again, there's some idiot down in Florida right now that we're going to cover in 2 weeks, 4 weeks, who threw a knife at her boyfriend. That's just going to go back to, oh, look at this idiot. But this case was personal for a lot of us. I would love to get to talk to Judge Erskine, because I covered the Montgomery trials as well, and I'm with the way they treated both KELSEY and Harmony, where KELSEY, she's incapable of being a mother, but Harmony Montgomery can go live in a car, and the DCF worker goes out there and sees the family living in a car, and I'm thinking that woman burns with a passion, and still those ratchet on the other side will say, she just don't care. Oh, they don't care about anything.
I give it no oxygen, but it's like, for me, she texted me this morning and she
you get mad because they're good people.
I take personal offense to it because have some goddamn respect.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And I'll respect all of you, and I'll go and make some dinner. And everyone, thank you so much. We need more of those, and throw those on Twit.
See you, baby.
What are you making
more
for dinner?
I'm just making some wraps with some salad and some meat.
Sounds healthy. Delicious. What kind of meat do they eat over in your what's a deli meat over in your neck of the woods?
We'll have a lot of
cheese.
No, we are the country that bred the bacon pig that was longer and got more bacon out of it. So we are a pork-based society.
I love that. I love that.
Sounds delicious. I gotta go let my dog in. I'll be right back.
But everyone, enjoy the show, and thank you all so much for being so generous. The last tally I'll give is 147,604. So how long have you been going? 3.5 hours. You'll get the last $2,396 before you're done tonight.
He's gonna blow past that.
Yeah,
then we hit the goal. And thank you all so much for letting me on. It's always cool to have cool friends.
Yeah, apparently I sent the wrong link to everybody, so hopefully they.
I was like, I text Will. I'm like, this shit ended like 2 days ago, bro.
Yeah, I was sitting in there and thinking.
I'm like sitting there backstage. I'm like, where's Will? Where's Emily? Where's Baker?
Yeah.
Wow.
By myself.
Yeah.
I'm not cool enough to.
I hope people contact me, because I sent it out a lot. So I hope people contact me and they're like, hey, the link doesn't work.
So. We had a great show anyway, and you're going to continue having a wonderful show. Have a great night, everyone.
Hey,
Ciao.
Baker. Have a good weekend, brother.
Later, Baker. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you, man.
You know it.
Yeah, dude. Awesome. Wait, wrong one there. We love Baker. Dude, and $6,200 we're at, dude. Wow, man. Gotta give it up.
Yeah, it's I was listening. You guys were
So
discussing about the upcoming battle, which is substantial. Substantial. Did Will freeze? Am I frozen? Who's frozen here? Will? Tell me in the chat.
Will's frozen.
Okay. Thank you, Emily. I'm like,
My dog was just waking up the whole neighborhood or disturbing the whole neighborhood.
That's
So
what my
we're
guy
back.
does too. He's right next to me right now.
What's his name?
Nanook.
Nanook. Aww.
He is
I've lost
husky.
internet, but
yeah, you're freezing, dude.
You were frozen.
No, yeah.
Yeah, you were frozen like this.
I should
froze
be
like you were singing karaoke.
I was. I just didn't want you to hear it. Okay. So yeah, something happened with my internet, but I have contingency plans for that, which I have
Yeah, Bob, you were
applied
just saying
now.
like she has a big fight ahead of her. And I was saying earlier, like she's basically just at the starting line. Like she's done all of this just to get to like where she was supposed to be on June 30th of last year.
Exactly.
And like the real fight is just starting now.
Exactly.
Except I do think there is some part of all of this that feels like it will work out better in KELSEY's favor now than it would have if they had just gone through family court back in last July.
I agree. I think oddly enough, I think, that old axiom of what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. And I think her surviving through this emotionally, mentally, really probably helped her a lot in terms of getting into a much better place. Because it's like when you have that kind of intense pressure, and unless you've ever really, gotten sucked into the criminal justice system, it's hard to explain the fact that this thing is constantly floating over your head. It's like you could be out having a wonderful dinner and that thing pops in your head. Oh, well, I've got this thing where I might go to prison for 5 years.
I mean, Aiden talks about that a lot. Like anytime he like hears a knock on the door, he's like, oh my God, am I getting my bail revoked?
It's a real thing.
And I bet also for KELSEY, like getting this space from Justin has probably been really good, even though she's going, I mean, the space part of it was like in jail, but getting away from somebody like him and not having him chirping in her ear saying like, you're brutal, you're disgusting, you're ridiculous. And for her to see like, oh, that I wasn't those things he was calling me, like he was, I think will end up, she's in a better place. I think they have more ammo to use against Justin now than they did if they had just gone through family court back last July. So I'm hoping that it puts her in a better position in the end.
Yeah, it's going to, and if you've gone through it in terms of people in chat, how nightmarish it is. I mean, family court / divorce court, all versions of family court are pretty nightmarish. And really you're getting to the most fundamental things in your life. So you're really opening wounds publicly, at least in terms of being in front of a judge and sharing what goes on in your life with attorneys who you don't really know, at least in the beginning. And, so it's a highly personal thing when you're going through it. And, in a case like this where, people have a vested interest in KELSEY and her being with her baby, people are going to be keeping an eye on it, and people are going to be reporting on it. And, it's not optimal. But I mean, that it is what it is, because really the battle at the end of the day, I mean, the standard is always what's in the best interest of the child, not what's in the best interest of KELSEY or Justin. I mean, any judge that's worth their salt, if we had Judge Erskine here, she'd be telling you, I care about the kids. Like when I would handle a divorce case, like, and it didn't matter what party I had, whether it was the husband or the wife, if there were children involved in the first 5 minutes before I was even retained, I was very, very forthcoming about the fact that I'm like, look, you're an adult. You're going to survive this. I understand that you're in pain now. I need you to keep in mind and at the forefront of your mind that you have children, and your children are the ones that are going through this more than anybody, and they don't understand it fully depending on the age. So I tell my clients, I'm like, I need you to be cognizant of that, because everything that I do moving forward is going to be geared towards making it easier on them. And I had, I guess you could call it the benefit. My parents divorced when I was young. I had a step parent. I went through the whole thing. So, I have that to be able to reflect upon. And I think it helped me in terms of my practice when I was dealing with people. And it's just the amount of people that are incapable of acting like the bigger person for the benefit of their kid is like mind blowing. It really is. And it's like, because at the end of the day, that's who we care about in this situation is the baby, and in my estimation, you have Justin, and I don't know him from a hole in the ground. You know what I mean? I like, you had posted, which had echoed what I had been saying, that, I absolutely believe that this was a strategic move, the filing of the LP. It's like, it's the oldest trick in the book in a divorce case where you've got, a breadwinner husband, you've got a wife that wants out of the marriage, or the husband wants out of the marriage and he's been unfaithful, whatever the case may be. But you've got that breadwinner husband, and the wife isn't making as much, or she was the homemaker exclusively and was raising the kids, and she's financially not in a position to be able to position herself, number one, to go get a lawyer, especially if the purse strings are being controlled by the other spouse, like the husband. So like, that is a maneuver in order to get him out of the house. The judge is always going to let the kids stay in the house. And like in Illinois, there are no competing LPs, meaning it's a race to the courthouse. If you had some shit go down and you're both like getting the sense that like, oh man, like they're going to go get an LP to run a maneuver on me. And I take great exception to the fact I've been very public about this. Those domestic violence statutes were written for the benefit of women that were in abusive relationships, that have been since the beginning of time, and women were trapped in these relationships. So like that aspect of the ex parte thing, and I was talking about it with Judge Erskine, is perplexing because it needs to be that way. Imagine you're in a relationship wherein you're being beaten by somebody, or just under coercive control of whatever degree, but it's such to the extent that you're literally fearing that if you go and file a petition and then have to serve that person, there's an interim, right? So you get service of process, there's an interim, and that person would have to have time to respond to it. That interim is what I worry about. That interim is where I worry about women getting killed because they're trying to do something about it. They're trying to get themselves out of that situation. So that ex parte part of it is important because it gives and it enables women to get out from under that without, because you literally kind of have to sneak in. You're going to sneak into the law library. You're going to prepare your petition, and then you're going to get it in front of a judge that day. And yes, it's going uncontested, but in Illinois, you have a way to challenge it. Like, you don't have to wait for the 14 days or the 10 days, whenever they're going to set the actual hearing to hear everything, where you can
When can you challenge it? Like in the moment when
as soon as you get service in Illinois, you can challenge it under statute, like immediately on an emergency basis, and especially if there's kids involved,
because
like
that's the piece that I just felt like was missing here. Was there just needed to be one additional layer where somebody comes along with the police who's like, hey, we have a couple questions, or we need to look around, or we need to double check that like this fiction story that your boyfriend just wrote in his terrible handwriting is real. And they're going through the questions and they're like, oh, you look safe, the baby looks safe, the house looks safe, it just seems like there's one.
Right. I mean, because like ultimately you want to be able to put their feet to the fire, and they got to prove up their bullshit, right? So I mean, that's the thing. I mean, when you go in when you're filing for the order of protection and you're preparing your petition, it's under oath, so it's the same as you raising your hand in a court and saying, I'm telling the truth, and they're going to swear you in when you come in and step in front of that judge in order to give testimony, which is essentially what you have to do, wherein you're basically reiterating what you wrote. But, and I was asking Judge Erskine in Massachusetts if there's pushback from the judges typically. And it's, every judge isn't the same. They're all human beings. They all handle their calls differently and how they treat certain things. And she, because in Illinois, I'd have some judges that would just listen. They wouldn't challenge the petitioner at all. They'd say, all right, well, at least pursuant to the statute, you've met the grounds. I'm going to err on the side of caution, and I'm going to issue the order of protection, and then knowing that the hearing is going to come up in 14 days or 10 days, whatever the case may be, and where it's going to get vetted. You know what I'm saying? But, it's just such it's such an emotional thing. Like there's so much going on with these things. It's like, because I'm kind of like where Will is with what went on at the Jack and Jill bachelor party. It's like my daughter got married, she's in her early 30s. Her husband now was in his early 30s. They had a big fucking crew, and we got married at my buddy's spot in Iowa on the Mississippi. It was like an old cool mansion. And at like 12:30 at night, there's a fucking full out brawl with the groomsmen. And then there's like at 2:30 in the morning, one of the girlfriends of the groomsmen is getting wheeled home in a chair and he fucking dumps her on the ground. So it's like, that's the kind of shit that happens when everybody's drinking all day.
Right.
So it's like, I don't give it much weight in terms of being a real mind's eye into what's going on in that relationship at all. It was a shit show where everybody was hammered. You know what I mean? And it's like, no one's going to have a clear memory of what was going on. So it's like shit like that's just not real, so.
And the baby wasn't there. It had nothing to do with like Caden not being safe. It was such a crock of shit that he just was throwing out anything that it was the only thing that he had on her, because
it was a move.
She just had a bunch of dirt on him. Yeah.
It was just it was a pure strategy move driven.
Yeah.
I'll die on this hill. And obviously I don't know for a fact, but in my world, it was driven by his mother, like she was the one back there. I mean, we've obviously seen the text messages between Katie and Lisa, the mom and the cop. And, I mean, she was doing what she could to flex, because her just texting things like, oh, could you just drive by, is planting this seed that KELSEY and her family are dangerous. True or not true. It's planting that seed in terms of moving forward in the process. And, ultimately what's going to happen is that they're going to appoint a GAL, that's going to represent Caden. And that's how this thing works, because, KELSEY will have her lawyer who is ethically bound to represent her interests. Justin will have his lawyer who's ethically bound to
for the Glare Institute of Law and stuff students. A GAL is a guardian ad litem.
There you go. There's my guy. Thank you, William.
Should I take notes?
Yeah. So, but like when that takes place, that leaves the baby out there hanging in the wind. So, or the kid. So that's why they have guardian ad litems who their entire role is to only focus on what's on the best interest of the children. And that's where you have the thing where a good GAL will go and do home visits. A good GAL will dig into the background beyond just like surface level shit. But again, it's scary because GALs like in Illinois are all just lawyers that took like a 16-hour course. You know what I mean? They're not licensed psychiatrists. They're not counselors.
It's the Trooper Pauls of lawyers.
I mean, essentially. I mean,
I took a class.
A lot of. I mean, that's
wow.
I take that back, because there are some wonderful GALs who are out there who really take it seriously, because they realize the weight that is given to a guardian ad litem by the judge is massive. Frankly, in Illinois, if you can win the GAL over, you're winning the we don't call it custody anymore. We got rid of that word in Illinois.
What is it
It's
called now?
parenting time. Because custody does have an ugly connotation on it. It does. It does.
Yeah.
Like, people use that word as a weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, I got custody of the fucking kids. Fuck you. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So Illinois literally removed it out because of the weight of that word. And so they divvied it up into parenting time, and there's a residential parent. That is where the kid lives for school purposes
Mhm.
only. You know, because they don't want to create that element of power of one parent having the power over the other, because psychologically that
Mhm.
word is going to make you
Mhm.
feel like you have the upper hand in
Yeah.
terms of the parenting relationship. And again, if you're thinking about it in terms of what's in the best interest of the kids, the dream scenarios where you have two grown-ups who know how to realize that, look, we may not like each other as exes, but we're gonna pretend like we do, and we're gonna live close enough to where, you know, if you need me or vice versa, that we do that for one another for the benefit of the kids. And you have the kids kind of growing up in a situation where, even though the nuclear family is split apart, it still feels that way because they're getting equal time, and you don't have
Mhm.
one parent talking shit about the other, because at the end of the day, you know, that blood from both of your parents courses through a kid's veins, and
Mhm.
people lose sight of that because of the anger and the rage and everything that goes on from the emotional side of a separation, and people forget that, you know, and they want to talk shit about what a piece of shit, you know, the other parent is, because they feel that way, you know, but forgetting that that is hurting the child, because they're like, oh, well, I love that person. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's
Yeah.
like that, like, I love that person. That person like helped make me, you know, and it's like, so it's hard because some people just can't overcome their anger, you know, or their
Yeah. I mean,
bitterness.
that's really helpful to hear you say, though, because I feel like there was a part of like my kind of like looking at this situation that's like, how do they move forward in like a way that's best for Caden? And it sounds like you've seen really like contentious relationships, like find a better place and move forward. And like Caden is young enough that it will just, they'll find their like, whatever you call it, like happy middle ground. And
Happy medium, yeah, right.
yeah, and by the time he's kind of like aware of his own situation, that's the only situation he's gonna know, and it like hopefully will take, you know, one parent to grow up a little bit on one end that
Yeah,
kidnapped
and
his
you know,
child.
the funny thing about that is that, you know, when you kind of look at it from the outside looking in, I mean, to me, you know, when Kelsey became a mother and she gave birth to a child, that changes things considerably from the woman's perspective. It's like you
Mhm.
immediately go into mama bear mode, and, you know, whatever was going on with her in terms of, you know, her chemistry, you know, I mean, I'm here to tell you that postpartum is a very real fucking thing, and it's not anybody's fault. It happens. And it there's
No kind
nothing
of
that the parent
depression
can do.
is.
No, dude, it's
Yeah.
no joke. You know, people that
Yeah,
have
and
really
I meant to
things-
reach out to somebody to talk about postpartum depression for this stream, and I totally forgot. And yeah, it's totally too short notice now. But
Hey, you might be surprised. You never know. Yeah, but
maybe.
I mean, like, from my perspective, you know, the way I looked at it, again, from looking outside, looking in, Justin just is immature. He was immature. You know, it's like he still is like a frat boy. You know, he's a frat
Yeah,
got like a firefighter's job. He got
a
this chick.
mama's boy.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. But like beyond that, like he just, you know, he got this chick who he really liked, and, you know, he was thinking he was going to marry, and he knocked her up, and she had a baby. And it seemed to me that he kind of realized that that was really infringing upon his ability to
Mhm.
fucking hang with his buddies and do the shit. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
and to me, that just comes with immaturity, you know, and so, because, you know, when you have mom kind of like helicoptering, and I'm talking about Justin's mother, kind of overseeing the situation, and she's kind of the consigliere behind the scenes, you know, she's the, you know, the fucking advisor, and maybe even more, you know, I mean, like, I think there was some puppet mastery going on there for sure.
Mhm.
But, you know, it's like you hope that Justin grows up a little bit. You hope
Yeah.
that the reality of the situation and what's best for his son is going to at some point become a realization to him, and that this thing where we're attacking each other and putting each other's dirty laundry out for the world to fucking digest and talk about is not in our kids' best interest. Thankfully, Caden's a baby. Thankfully,
Yeah.
Caden can't like it won't be having to see and hear the shit that's going on, because their very private matter has become a very public matter.
Yeah.
Which is a hard thing to live with. And it's like I'm hoping against all hope, and I know everybody would love to hear from Kelsey, but I hope she doesn't touch social media with 1,000
Yeah.
people.
I agree.
Just
Mhm.
deal with your
Protect
shit.
your peace.
And
Yeah.
and I got every sense that that's exactly what she's going to do.
Mhm.
When she came out after the verdict and they had their little presser, she looked like a woman determined and that was not going to be swayed off track. And that really heartened me. Like you could see it in
Yeah.
her eyes. She wasn't,
Yeah.
she wasn't here to play games. She wasn't going to get sucked into the kind of shit that the media wants to talk about. This is serious
Mhm.
business for her. This is
Yeah.
everything for her. And she's pivoted. So all to say, we really are grateful for all of you that continue to donate your money and to help her, because it's an expensive endeavor. I have no idea what she had to pay Martha Coakley and Tim Bradle to represent her, but those are two quality attorneys. I mean, Martha Coakley's a legend, frankly.
Yeah.
Like Tim was kind of the front man because she hired him first, but Martha Coakley is a bad mofo. I mean, look her up.
Mhm.
You don't know anything about that woman and what she brings to the table, check her out. And whoever she's hired for her family lawyer, because they're
So her
different.
family law attorney is a woman named Julie Hess, and she was at every day of the trial. She ended up
Oh.
sitting with the attorneys at the bench, and so I was there the first day, and I noticed she was writing notes to the defense team, and they were like conferring during the breaks and stuff. So she seems really invested, and not just like, okay, I'm representing Kelsey, but she is all in.
Good. Because I
Yeah.
mean, it takes that. It's like I represented so many women that were like gaslit by the courts, that were in just these awful relationships. And from the attorney side of it, I cannot tell you how frustrating it is. Like, and a lot of times that would happen where I was like secondary counsel. Like they had hired somebody to begin with. They were getting hammered in court, because the husband seemed more credible, and it was all that bullshit. Like, women still have like a fight in terms of court, in terms of being seen as an equal, I think, in the eyes of the law, which is disgusting, and
I
it's
think
like,
it's like
not
that
great.
in the world.
It is like that in the world. I mean, it is the world, but like on a daily basis, when it comes to your kids, it's a different thing to me. That hits that's a deeper cut, in terms of like just the injustice of women. I'm a girl dad. Like I've got 3 daughters, so I advocate like a mofo for women. It's like I am on record. I think it's like old white dudes running shit. That time is over. Like it's my position that we would be better off just handing the keys over to women and let them take the run at it. That's where I'm at. And if men feel like I'm abandoning them, well, too fucking bad. It's that's where I'm at.
Just give us like a decade.
All
We'll
I'm
see how it
saying
is
is-
after 10 years.
All I'm
It's
saying
true,
is
Emily. That's
easy,
I'm seeing it with
Tiger.
my daughters.
That's all I'm saying is easy, Tiger.
Nah,
That's
man,
all
it's
I'm
like, Will, it's like it's so fascinating.
I'm fucking around. I'm fucking
I
around.
know,
No,
but
I feel you.
It's like I'm seeing it with my daughters, and it's like I was thinking about. I was dropping my 13-year-old off. She overslept for like the 3rd time in 2 weeks. I'm like, dude, like I got to take the phone at night. Like you're just not handling your shit. She's getting ready to go into high school, so it's like she's shifted into that mode where I have expectations that she's handling her job, which is school. But at any rate, like after I dropped her off, I'm like, I was just sitting there thinking about how different, like I can see in terms of like middle school, the girls are running shit. Like I'll see the dynamics when I watch a group of you know, 7th, 8th grade girls with the boys. And I get that girls, you know, obviously mature faster than boys, but this is different. This is there's like a confidence level that I'm seeing from young women that didn't exist even 10 years ago. So to your point, Emily,
That's awesome.
in 10 years, like I think that that's going to be like the metamorphosis will have taken place. We can see it just like in like athletics, in all the things that are happening like out in the world. Like, you know, I'm like a softball dad, you know, so I take, you know, and I viciously defend that sport because I love it. And I love that women, you know, because like when I first got into it, I'm like, why do they have a different sport? Like women can throw overhand. Like, why are they being forced to learn how to throw like 2 different ways underhand? You know what I mean? But it was like,
Well,
I always wondered that too. I always wondered
We're
that
not
too.
going to banish you guys to like another to an island. You can just do like the secretary jobs and the office manager jobs and all the jobs that we've been doing, and we'll make the decisions, and we'll do it for like a decade, and then we'll assess how things are going, and then we can reconfigure things.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like that's what I mean. I'm going to hand the keys over. Let's see how it goes, and yeah, we'll grade.
And if it sucks, then we go back to what we've been doing for 500 years.
Yeah, and fucking it up massively.
Yeah.
In a nightmare type fashion. Like there's like I'm not going to argue the point. Just open a book. You know, it's all right there for you if you dig hard enough.
Dude, women are just built different, dude. Like they're just tougher, they're just harder, bro. Like it's the truth. Like men on the surface are, because we're society teaches us to, like, you know, maybe because we grow hair in places that women generally don't. I don't know, but
yes,
we're just
no,
you know,
they grow hair.
All
too,
the power comes
shave,
from the
Will,
hair.
because for some reason they had to shave.
I've talked about this 100 times. Like I worked for like 10 years in a tattoo shop as a body piercer. And I'm telling you, like, women will just sit through a tattoo, like the biggest piece, without saying a word, without squirming, without anything. And a man, dude, they get the outline done. I always love that guy. They get the outline done.
Man,
and they're like, they stand in front of the mirror like this, and they're like, hey, yo, I think it looks good like that, bro. Like, no, bro, you sit down, because you're gonna finish this, because you're not gonna go around town saying that the artist didn't finish it because you couldn't take no. Just because you couldn't take it, no. I'm not gonna look bad around town as an artist because you couldn't handle it. Sit down, you paid for this, you're getting this tattoo.
Yeah,
like but women are tougher. Like I was a body piercer.
Competition. They give birth, bro.
They give birth. Dude, have you ever seen, look at a man when he gets the flu versus a woman who gets the flu? A man is NyQuiling himself for 2 days.
Whining.
Right. And whining, dying. Women are going. They're going to work. They're getting the shit done. They're getting the kids ready. They're doing everything that, and like, there's no whining allowed. There's no room for whining. They have too much to do. And they're always
Two nights ago, I was like, I feel a little weird.
Not because people are putting it on them necessarily, but because they don't trust anybody else to do it, because men are not typically as competent as women when it comes to multitasking, generally speaking. This is a fact.
True.
Like
2 nights ago, I was making Carter dinner, and I was like, I feel a little weird. And I took my temperature, and it was 101.7, and I was like, huh. And then I just kept making Carter dinner and
like
went about my business.
Deathbed, like, I'm dying. I've got 100. I've got 100 plus fever, and you're like, oh, I feel a little bit off.
Oh, my husband says, I feel like I'm getting a tickle. He says,
strange.
My husband always says, I feel like I'm getting a tickle in my throat. And I'm like, oh, so you're like 7 steps away from almost being sick. So you're healthy.
Yeah.
Like that's not a level of, I feel like I've had a tickle in my throat for the last 15 years. What do you mean you feel like you're getting a tickle?
100%. So, hey, all right, Will, I don't know if you can find it. I'll just read it. LMP69. This is a good comment. It's one I want to address. So relating to, you know, like handing the keys over to the women. So she says, I hear you, Bob. But think about those so-called friends. With friends like you, who needs friends? I put that tweet was so good because it's young Dirk where he's going at Bill Murray from Rushmore, and it's like, with friends like you, the normal saying is who needs enemies, but he says with friends like you, who needs friends, and he hawks a loogie on Bill Murray's whip. You've never seen Rushmore? No, because
that scene is hilarious.
It's unbelievable. So I made
it's the one in slow motion, right, where he spits. Yeah.
No, it's regular motion. But
no, I'm confusing it with the scene where he takes the gum out of his mouth and sticks it. Yeah, never mind. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, at any rate, when Kelsey's girl was on the stand just being a shitbag, it's like that was like. So at any rate, but so
meeting or meeting, Mr. Brito.
Right, that one. I'm waiting for your
Excuse
video.
you?
So I hear you, Bob. Think about those so-called friends of Kelsey and ask yourself if those are the women you'd want in charge. Just something to ponder. Don't confuse. Every woman is not going to be in charge. It's the women who are qualified that are going to be in charge. Are there going to be shitbag women like there are shitbag men? Of course.
Sure.
So my point is that the people in power are obviously going to be qualified. They're going to be the ones that we would want running shit. We're not going to have people that are not qualified to be running shit. It's really it's a mindset. It's kind of like a worldview thing that I'm more interested in seeing how this thing would go. It's where I'm at. Nobody's ever changed my mind on it. I have long thoughts on it, and it is what it is. So I hope I address that.
It.
Yeah.
Bob Motta for president.
Oh God, no.
No, Bob.
Emily C for a lady.
You're right.
Well, we have to make the change. The change has to happen.
Bob Motta's campaign. Bob Motta's whole campaign slogan is, "I believe in women for president."
Right. Well, I always thought, no, forget it. I never talk about politics on my channel. So I just think that, like Kelsey's in for a fight, but I think she's ready, I think this really girded her. I think it really going through that nightmare just mentally, I think has her on lockdown. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of like torture from being ripped away from your kid for a year is going to start a fire within you. You know what I mean? And like that fire is just raging right now, and that's going to drive her the whole way, and I think that, again, and I keep going back to it. That's why we're so thankful. Kelsey's over the moon, I'm sure, with the fundraising effort. So thank all of you guys that are donating your hard-earned money to help her out, because it's huge. And those custody fights are a nightmare because you got to pay the GAL. The lawyers are getting paid. She's going to have to get set up. Obviously she lost her home.
It consumes your life.
Absolutely.
It consumes your whole life.
Absolutely.
If it doesn't even make your life implode without you even having any control over it, because it consumes your life so much. Yep. So the things around your life surrounding that, are in grave danger of falling apart because of how much time and money you're putting into this fight for the most important thing in your life, which is your kid.
Oh, see, somebody already came up with a good campaign slogan for Emily. Where was it? It was cute. See your future, Emily C. 2028.
Oh, that's adorable.
That's good. Oh, see a brighter future. That's it, Emily C. 2028.
I love that.
Chicago Marie.
Yes.
Could be your campaign man. He's already got it.
Should we jump back into the microdots video? We took a long break from that, but I feel like
we did. I mean, we've got 12 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you should save that for when I'm off.
Okay.
I love microdots. It blew my mind. I forget we were on a live together, and he was like, I'm like, dude, who the fuck is that voice? He's like, what I was going for was a dude who sounds like Ewan McGregor. And I'm like, oh, now I hear it. I do hear that Ewan McGregor vibe in it. Because I was like, I'm like, that's fucking British. when I was first starting.
He is so dude, he is such a fucking good dude, man.
Oh, dude, he's
like,
ultra talented. Because that's a lot of work putting that stuff together, man. It's like,
And
yeah,
he
you
has
see
a
me
way
putting
of
together
doing
a
it.
short, bro. Like it's
Yeah.
a 2-hour endeavor for me to get like a short out.
that's my next endeavor is to like, my plan is to spend the rest of 2026 educating myself so that in 2027 I'm spitting out content that I never knew I was capable of. Because the way I see it is I am barely touching what content creation can
totally
be.
You and
I'm
I are
barely
movie
touching
guys. You and I are movie guys. Like we're
Right.
movie guys. Like we love movies. We've always loved movies. We have lines committed to memory. We've always secretly wanted to write our own script and make movies. That's what movie guys do. So I'm 100% with you. It's like it frustrates me.
I'm
because-
setting myself up now for this. Now I have like I'm creating in April. I am making a move to where now I will be in a position to where I have no excuses but to spend time creating. I'm going to continue doing live streams, but there's going to be a new look to the channel. There's going to be, and then I will be educating myself to be able to like make videos. I'm going to record, like the plan is to record my own music attached to the videos, everything. Like I'm setting myself up to make
We're
that
both sleeping on that. Dude, I'm with you. Like I've
Yeah.
got the same thing. Like I've got to up the video game with like my Gacy material. The fact that I haven't turned Buried into something where I can put it on YouTube is sad, because like that podcast is just, it hits different. It's like I'm really, really proud of it. And it's one of those things where I elected not to go sell the idea to Wondery or, you know, one of the big media companies to get it out. They would have been like, all right, 12 episodes. And it was like, it was my dad's story to tell, but I was telling it. And it was such a weird case because it affected my life for 40 years, you know? So it was like, it was highly personal to me. And at the same time, I really wanted to focus on the victims in that case, as opposed to the monster, you know? And it was unbelievable. That whole experience was so cathartic for me. And it was like, I had no idea what I was doing when I went into it.
Yeah, but look at how amazing it came out, you know, and that's just all your passion. Like your passion drove your hard work and your drive for perfection, how you envisioned it. Now, like that's the whole dude. I'm telling you, we'll if as much as you want, we'll brainstorm, because I'm telling you, I am a moving train, bro. Like, and this, like my community, my my supporters have made this possible. I owe it to them to make this channel as best as I can. Like they've provided me with the means to do this, so I'm gonna take advantage.
We gotta
Like,
up the game, man. We gotta up the game. Like
Bob, I feel like the way that you did the podcast set you up better to be able to turn it into something on YouTube than if you had gone to like Wondery and cut it down to 12 episodes, because you like all the work that you put into it. Imagine doing that and then also having to be like, oh no, they need this to be a 60-minute episode and I have 90 minutes and I don't know what to cut out. It's like you have everything ready for you now.
100%.
That will be really cool.
That was exactly it. It was like having creative control. Because in terms of like, I was writing the script, you know what I mean? And this like I actually write, you know, this, like, I'm not using AI to write my shit. I'm writing these scripts and I have, you know, my voice, because I was a sport, like for all my years of trial work, you're a storyteller, you know, and like, I felt like going in, I knew I could write a bit and I knew that I was a pretty good storyteller. And then like, I didn't know, because you'll hear early on, you could hear me talking about the things that I was like kind of planning on doing. But as it started to take out, because we were producing it on the run. So
yeah, I liked that though.
Yeah, when I would interview a cop, I'm running back with Darren, you know, we're recording my episode. I'm building my script around what the cop had said. And then, you know, we're putting that episode out that week. So it was like, it was exhausting.
That's crazy.
Like, I was out on the streets. I was talking to all the old cops. You know, like when I sat in the room with the prosecutor in that case and he performed his entire closing, man, I was like the hair on my arms and you know, I had done the same thing with my dad, but I had heard my father's opening statement in that particular trial, but to hear Bill Kunkel, you know, and only the people in that courtroom had heard that closing that put that monster down. You know what I mean? And that was an insanity defense case. And my father's opening was brilliant because it's like that's an impossible task trying to convince 12 jurors that this monster who killed 33 boys and men deserves to live. Like he would never be free, but you know, if you're ruled innocent by reason of insanity, you're going to go into a mental institution as opposed to a prison, and it saves his life. Or in the death penalty, because Illinois had it back then, is obviously not going to be employed. So, you know, and like that concept that this guy was broken in a way, you know, because they're like, oh, well, look at all the planning, but this is back when they had, you know, it was kind of a hybrid view of the insanity defense. And it was just, there was a thing where people have this compulsion that they can't stop. And it's really hard to get people to buy into that actually being a thing.
Yeah.
Where there are people that are that sick that cannot help themselves.
I mean, along those lines, get ready for that this summer with Lindsay Clancy's case, because it's going to divide a lot of people who.
That is so
no. Your father. People are mistaken. I think people are saying your father prosecuted. Your father defended John Wayne Gacy, right?
Correct.
Defended, not prosecuted. Defended.
I come from a very short line of defense attorneys. My dad and then me. You know?
Yeah.
And then I married one. So it's like, you know, my poor kids. I'm like, whatever you do, don't go to law school. But I think my 19-year-old is going to end up there. She's just a badass. She's like her mommy.
Awesome.
So, yeah, she's pretty awesome. Yeah, no, yeah, it was. But when I uttered the last words of that podcast, I like broke down. I was like sobbing. It was such a weird experience because like my producer would be by. I had like a half wall, and he had two big monitors, like Thunderbolt displays in front of him, so I wouldn't even see him. And I'd be looking at my prompter where I put my script up, and I'd be performing it. And literally when I uttered the last words, and I didn't feel it coming, you know what I mean? But when I spoke the last words for the last episode of that thing, I just like was hysterically sobbing. It was such a surreal, cathartic moment for me because I didn't realize how much that case had impacted my entire life. You know, like decisions I made really were based kind of on that case in terms of like deciding to go to law school. Cause I was a social worker for 5 years before I went to law school.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. I wanted to work with kids. I tried to get a job with DCFS. They wouldn't have me. I took the state exam 3 times, got 100% all 3 times. I could not get an interview with the Department of Children and Family Services because I think it was like reverse sexism. Because it's a woman-dominated field. I think that they thought certain things about a guy wanting to do, or like,
Interesting.
What's up with this guy?
They were like, actually, you're meant to be a defense attorney, so why don't you run along now? Get on the path you're supposed to be on. What are you doing over here?
Right, exactly. I ended up working with seniors, which was amazing, you know, and it was like that was an amazing, like that was the thing I didn't know I needed in my life, because I'm like, whatever, 24. As a caseworker, and I worked in an all Black community. So I'd walk into these seniors' homes, and like I was the only white. Like I would have person after person when I come in their home, they say, you know, you're the only white person that's ever been in my house. I said, oh, well,
wow.
I really hope that I
represent.
I represent, because like not all of us suck, you know. So it was an amazing thing. But like to work with seniors who are really just lonely. You know, that was what I learned. Like I'd have 5 appointments set up and I'd get to 2 of them because the people just wanted to talk more than I want Meals on Wheels and I need somebody to help me clean my house, but I really want to talk because I'm lonely as shit, you know, and it's so sad. And like,
oh my gosh, you want to know something cute? My son goes to the town preschool, and the preschool is half the senior center and half the town preschool. So they do a bunch of things with the seniors and the preschoolers. They'll do like, they just did a puppet show the other day where like the seniors were like putting on the puppet show for the little kids. They do like a Christmas sing along. They have like, they do one of the senior center like members will dress up as the Easter bunny and they do a whole like Easter egg hunt. So it like really keeps the like the members of the senior center kind of young and
I love that.
going.
I love that.
Yeah, it's really cute.
That's amazing for them. That's
Mhm.
amazing for them. It really is, because it's like they love being around kids, like little kids.
Mhm.
It brings them back. You know, it's like it's weird when you get old. Like you're still young, so it's like the older you get, kind of the more you reflect back on shit. I mean, I'm an old man. Like I'm 56. You know, so it's like you reflect back on shit in your life, and life is weird. Time is weird.
Yeah.
It's all strange, and the way that it moves so quickly. It's Mo, I'm basically the same shit. I'm Irish, Scottish, and Sicilian. So you feel my pain. That's where the never-ending talking comes from, I think, is the the Italian
I
Irish.
like it. I could listen to you talk all day.
I talk a lot.
I like it.
I remember
my dad all the time. Really, God, Bob never stops talking. I'm like, yeah, I know.
My grandfather was in this old folks home. I remember him telling us a story how there was this guy who came in and he just out of nowhere decided to come up with this idea to go play kick the can. And when they went outside to play kick the can, they all became really young. Like he swears by this. And one kid even just flew away out the window. Like he went tally ho and he flew out the window. One girl lost her wedding ring.
Yeah. Tally ho.
Nobody's catching what I'm putting down right now. That's so
I have
funny.
no idea what you're talking about.
Only one person got it.
So confused.
Everyone's like, yeah.
You guys are movie people, and I've never seen a movie in my life.
What? Is that true?
I've literally seen like 11 movies.
Really?
Wow.
What are the top 5 of the 11 you've seen? I'm dying.
My favorite movie, Shawshank.
Oh,
that's one of my favorites. I don't have a favorite, but I have so many that I love equally that are one of my favorites. That's one of
my favorite.
But my second favorite is Euro Trip. So we have range.
Right on.
Yeah, hope
I feel that.
thing. Hope is a dangerous thing. Yeah, it's like I finally landed on it because I'm like, I'm like, it's impossible to really come up with a favorite. I mean, there's so many great movies that
if you don't watch a lot of movies, it's a lot easier.
it is a lot easier. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But it's like I always judge it by like if I run into a movie and if it's like halfway through, but you just jump in and it doesn't matter and you watch it, you know that's like a top 10er. Like Shawshank, it doesn't matter where I'm at and it's on all the time. I've seen that movie 100 times probably.
I still can't watch, like if I happen to have a couple drinks in me and I watch the end of Shawshank, I cry every time.
You're supposed to cry, dipshit.
I think I just missed my friend.
Every time.
Will.
Yeah. That whole time too. And then when he finally sees him, when they're walking and meeting each other on the beach, it's
you're supposed to cry.
You're
supposed to cry when
because you're imagining their life.
You're supposed to cry during the Field of Dreams where fucking he finally meets his father. He says, "You want to have a catch?" And he says,
want to have a catch?
You're supposed to cry. I cry at the same time in the movie Glory every single time. It's like you're supposed to cry. That means you're a real man. Like, I got news for you. All those assholes who are saying keep your crying. Real men don't cry. Yeah, bullshit.
I've cried talking about crying about movies.
I'm a crier. And if you got a problem with it, tough shit. It's like my father at my bachelor party. I got to tell this story. It's like I should never tell this story because like most of my friends would rather die than tell the story. So Allison was pregnant with Cameron, and like our wedding was coming up. So like I had my bachelor party and she said, just make me one promise. Just don't do some shit with a stripper. And I'm like, I won't. She's like, she was adamant about it. And I'm like, you know what? So of course, we had my bachelor party. I had like 50 dudes there. My father's there.
50.
And it was a lot. It was a huge crew.
That's 50
that's
people.
just great. Well,
And
because
that-
50 people, the more people you have at your bachelor party, that's more eyes that are less going to be on you. That's a
Well-
great distraction to have. Way to go, Bob. I feel you, man.
Right, yeah, dude. Well, I didn't set it up, so like all
I'm
my
just
buddies
kidding,
set it up. But that was back in my drinking days because I'm 6 years sober off the booze, and I'm like, I was pretty lit by the time the entertainment portion came to the party, and we had rented out a bar, and like, so I go into the bathroom, and like my buddies are like, "You got to come out," and I'm like, "I can't come out." And they're like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "I can't come out," and I'm like sobbing. I'm like, my wife's carrying my seed. It's like, I promised her I'm not going to get with it because I knew my friends were all going to try to pressure me to like have the stripper do that whole thing. So I'm sitting there whining. My father's like, "Get him out of here. I don't know what's wrong." Because my dad's not a real emotional guy. I'm like the diametric opposite of my father. And I was just weeping and crying. And it's like, I've never lived it down. But my wife appreciated it. So I was like, oh man, it was embarrassing.
And in the end, that's really all that matters.
That is
All right,
that matters.
guys, we got to take a real quick. First of all, Common Sense Investigators joining us.
Yay!
Welcome, Lauren.
Hey.
Yes,
Hi.
we love. It's good to have you. And guys, we just reached the overall goal that Kelsey originally had there. $150,000 has been reached, folks.
Woo!
Well done, people.
Amazing.
It's amazing.
We got so much to go. We're gonna crush it. We're gonna crush that goal. That's not even
love
like
that.
150 schmuffin.
You guys are crushing it out there. You're amazing people.
Yes,
Well,
you guys
give
are
yourselves
fantastic.
Family hugs. 'Cause you all
Yes.
deserve it. That's wonderful. Common Sense Investigator, nice to meet you.
You too. I've been on with you before with Vinny, but
Oh, you
that's
have?
really all. Yes. About Delphi.
Oh, well, good.
Yes.
Were you on the right side of that?
Of course.
Good. All right.
Which side would that
I
be?
didn't want to have to get in that ass here on
he's
stream.
Yes. No, he's innocent 100%.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker.
I know.
Yeah, well, it's good to see you again then.
You too.
Welcome.
And Allie was on the other week on one of the fundraisers and called it exactly like the judge was going to do. And we were so excited to have her on. So
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely the better half. It's always a win when you have her on.
yes.
I think I was traveling and I told you when we were messaging, I had forgot that we were on Vinny together. Because I remember, I think the first time you messaged me like a year ago, you're like, "Yo, we were on Vinny together." Blah blah blah. So yeah, I'm glad that she came on too.
Yes, it was great.
Yeah, and you guys are doing amazing work. I'm so grateful when people, because 12 hours is a lot of time, and just putting the effort in to put the shows together for these fundraisers is just it's a wonderful act of advocacy that is like you're out there doing the damn thing, So my hat's off to everybody that's
She's
doing
thrown
it.
so many fundraisers.
I know,
Common
man.
Sense
She's amazing.
Investigator has, man, and
Well,
Maza.
Maza started the whole thing, so
Maza's been
he is
just
really
just a ray.
She was at court every day too.
I know.
You're amazing.
That
You're
picture of
amazing.
them facing
You're
Noonan was
amazing.
so iconic. Like we're in the courtroom where
Yes.
Maza's just sitting there, and like he's facing Noonan and Noonan's facing forward. I was like, man,
Yeah, that's the best picture ever, dude.
so good.
so good. Yes. I mean, literally, so me and Maza were sitting next to each other for the verdict. And I mean, we're talking like 2 feet from Noonan and his wife. And it was just crazy. There was no reaction from him whatsoever. But it was interesting to say the least.
Yeah, that was such a like. The weird thing about that case was that it gets lost in the shuffle. The fact that Kelsey was every bit a cop as much as he
Yes.
was. Yeah, she didn't have the years in, but that matters not, And it was to see that show of force, with respect to backing Noonan was just shitty. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
that's good, you know, because frankly, I hope Kelsey has no desire to go back to policing. I'd frankly like to see her finish off law school.
Yes.
You know, it's this kind of experience and that typically drives people to kind of
Tends to light a fire under your ass. I was
does,
gonna
you know,
say,
yeah, and it kind of guides you into what you're going to do. And I'd like to see her become a defense attorney, because this, in what I call the renaissance of defense attorneys in this country, like with Karen, and then it got backed up with Kelsey on the Massachusetts side of it. People are really seeing how important and how vital defense attorneys really are, because we've taken a bad rap for a long time, and it was out of ignorance, not out of knowledge, that people just didn't understand what we really do. And you know, to see these kind of positive things happening in cases where the right thing happened and it took the fight that it took to get there, it really shines a light on just how hard it is as a defendant in this country to overcome the power of the government, because their resources are unmatched in terms of, like, you're not going to find a defendant short of somebody who's incredibly wealthy that can fund their case the way that they need to in order to kind of even the playing field between the state and the defense. And it's amazing. It was amazing. So,
what was weird about all the cops, not just that they didn't back Kelsey, but like Lauren and I were saying on that very first day there, it felt like they were like, so the way the courthouse was set up, Kelsey's courtroom was on the second floor, and then on the third floor was the DA's office, and there was like a balcony, like a landing that you could look out over.
Yeah.
And so they were up in the DA's office, like all the Massachusetts State Troopers and the North Andover police. And it felt like they were like circling us like vultures, and that like we were also the guys. And I kept saying to Lauren, like, these are my police officers that like I'm supposed to call like in an emergency. Like they're the ones that like if something happened, like that, those Massachusetts State Police are the ones, like Yuri Buchanan is in my jurisdiction, and he's also like backing Testify that's doxing me on Twitter. And it just feels so weird the way that they've gotten invested in these cases, where it doesn't feel like they're like witnesses in the case anymore. It feels like they're against anybody that is not on their side. And it just feels so ass backwards from the way that it's supposed to be, and aggressive. Like, why are you just go tell your story with no like emotion here or there, and then get off the stand and go back to your job.
Yeah. And like that's a real thing though. You know, and the thing that I and even as a defense attorney who had a combative relationship professionally with cops, because I was on the opposite side of them in terms of what my job was. But my reality is there's an awful lot of good people out there doing that job. And it's a shame that the bad apples, and with that profession more than most, the bad apples spoil the bunch, and it shouldn't necessarily be that way, because it is a thankless. A lot of what the judge said about the cops, which I knew immediately he was going the right way as soon as he kind of built up the police force.
When he needed to placate the cop, he needed to pat him on the back a little bit, like, okay, you guys are doing good. You're gonna lose, but good job.
It's a thankless job, but it's a dangerous job. And you know, I mean, people need to understand that we need good police. And there are tons and tons of really great cops out there who go into it with, you know, with their heart in it, and they're really trying to do good and to make our community safer. And you know, there's a lot more good than there are bad, you know. And it's like, because it's easy to kind of like watch cases unfold where you're seeing like a very small sample size of cops, and you can't necessarily think that all cops are that way. You know, it's like, it's true that if a department gets infected, you know, that it does have an effect, and usually it does come from the top. You know, I mean, if you have a department that by and large is having a lot of issues, you know, you always look at the head of the snake there. But, you know, for the most part, I mean, I think that there's a lot of great people out there that do that job. And it is incredible. Like, I live in the murder capital of the world. You know, I mean, Chicago is an incredibly dangerous place in terms of certain neighborhoods where you're making 60 grand a year and they're sending you into fucking like war-torn Iran, you know, on the streets. You know, you got to think about that. Like that's real shit, you know, and those cops are putting their lives on the line. So, you know, like, so I just like to get everybody to, like, we all know the shitty cops, but there's shit in every profession, right? There's shitty lawyers, there's shitty cops, shitty everything.
No.
You know, the problem with shitty cops is they have an awful lot of power. That's where it gets scary with shitty cops. You know, if you got a bad apple cop with that gun and that badge, they could change your life in the blink of an eye. And that kind of power is scary. You know, it's like, well, that's why my team is always like the psychological testing that needs to be done with people that are interested in becoming law enforcement has to be upped a million times, because you need to know who's getting into those jobs just because of the amount of power that they have with that gun and that badge. You know, that's how I feel about it.
I'll tell you that the cops that were coming in and out of the courthouse did not do any favors for supporting the good cops. It was something crazy. Like, we had decided to all get down there at 7 a.m. to get lined up the last day, because we knew it was going to be hard for us all to get in there for closings. And there was a couple of, so there's two doors. One is the only one that works. But one door, it's like Maza, a couple women. We walk up. The other door, it's about 10 cops, all in suits. So they can't enter the courthouse like before any of the rest of us. So then there just starts more just piling on. Like, and there was about 20 cops there. And so we're just kind of up there, all talking, you know, minding our own business. And Steve, Kelsey's dad, comes up and obviously comes and stands with us. And one of the cops who's been there every single day, in fact, was sitting on the bench with Noonan for the verdict and for closings, engages him and says, you know, this is a line. That was a line. And he's like, I know. And then was just staring him down. And I was like, you have got to be kidding me. And then he engages with him upstairs when we get inside, again at the courtroom door, asking him, are you all right? You're staring at me. And I'm just like, wow.
Like, sir, tap, tap, tap. You're framing his daughter. He can stand wherever he wants.
Yeah.
Right. And feel however he feels.
Defense attorneys call that a show of force. You know, you like typically, if you've got it, and I'm not necessarily talking about cops sitting in the gallery, but when you've got a defendant and they've got like 7 cops in the well of the court during a trial, I mean, that's going to make the jury feel a certain way. They're going to be like, oh, is fucking Hannibal Lecter in the same room with me right now? Like, what's going on? We fight that, you know, because, you know, optics are everything in a courtroom. And, you know, that gives a certain optic. So, but yeah, I was reading that when we were live streaming that, you know, the cops were taking up the first 2 rows and, you know, got in before the families, which is ridiculous. Like, for as much as I love Carp, I would have liked to have seen Carp like take control of that situation. Like, usually what they do is did they have seats earmarked for family?
Oh, so the benches hold 4 if you're squished. So the family, like the mom, dad, were sitting in two chairs, and then they had the 4 seats. But there was uncles and aunts and a brother, so there wasn't enough. So some of that family had to sit in the second row, which is totally fine as long as they were able to get that second row.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they were trying to rush in. So the last 2 days, we just kind of formed a barrier and we're like, you guys come in the middle. And so we made sure that they were the first ones to get in so that they could sit behind the immediate family, because they had no intention of letting them in first.
Yeah.
It was wild.
That is wild. Yeah. I mean, that's that thing where, you know, especially in a small community, you know what I mean? It's like, you get that old boy not work shit going on. You get the, like, just the cop thing going on, and it's unsettling. You know, I mean, it really is. It's like, it's not supposed to be like that in the courtrooms. And, you know, cause like typically from the lawyer side of it, like, we're completely unaware of it because our backs to it, and we're hyper focused thinking about what we're doing in that courtroom and in that particular circumstance. And, you know, so you're not as, but like, if your client's making you advised of like the situation, saying, hey, you know, this is fucked up. Like, my people can't even get in here. And like, you're trying to go to like a bailiff and you're saying like, look, can you go talk to the judge and have the judge address this shit, because it's his courtroom. You know, he's going to be the one that's going to lord over it and make the rules. So it's like you would hope that would be, yeah. It's just like kind of dick measuring contests like that have no place in the court of law. That's for sure.
Yes. Me and Emily had an experience with one of them, just kind of getting in our conversation. They're ballsy.
When I dropped the earbud in front of him by accident. We were sharing an earbud to listen, and then I dropped it, and it went like rolling directly at the feet of this cop that has been like mean mugging us. And I was like, I'm sorry. I had to like go down to the feet and pick it up. You can't take me anywhere.
Yeah, I was looking through some of the oh yeah, Trey's making I talk too much comment. All right, sorry. I'm gonna
I
dip
actually need to hop off because
man,
I haven't eaten anything yet today, and I just got really hungry.
No, I know that's not why, but people need to like understand, bro. Like, this is Bob Mata, bro. Like, let the man talk. Like, shut up and listen is what you do.
This is
when
Bob's
Bob Mata's
podcast now.
I
Everybody
am,
settle in.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it.
But I'm gonna take off. I feel so lucky that I got the chance to be a part of this. And Will, you're amazing. Bob, you're amazing. Common sense investigator, you're more amazing.
So are you.
Bye, my love.
I'll be listening. You guys are fantastic. And
I know I seem checked out. I'm not. I have to order coffee and stuff because
you're
you know, I'm here for 12
Plus,
hours.
you got a lot of moving parts.
I'm ordering stuff. So I'm sorry.
You're doing great. I just need to go eat lunch. I'm very hungry.
Get some food.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Keep being awesome.
She's the best.
So, she's amazing.
She's so great.
I'm going to do the same thing. Will, thank you so much for inviting me. I was happy to come and spend some time. Thank you, everybody in the chat, for your incredible generosity. It means so much to Kelsey. And I'm telling you, I'm here to tell you, and everybody that knows that family and that knows what the next fight is going to entail, she needs it. Like, she's rebuilding her whole life. It's not just her family case. It's everything that they took away from her. She's got to rebuild. So every dime that you guys are donating of your hard-earned money is amazing. It makes my heart grow like 3 sizes. You guys are just wonderful people. You should really, I mean it, give yourself hugs for being fabulous. And Will, you know, I love you, brother. And Lauren,
homie,
I love you too.
Bye, Bob. Love you too. Tell Allie I said hello.
I shall. I'm going to try to make her come on at some point.
Yes.
All right.
Thanks again, man. Appreciate
See
you.
Chat. You guys are amazing. Bye.
Right. Bob Mata and Emily. You know how much we love them. So yeah, man. This is gonna be, so far this has been really great. We've been on for almost 5 hours. Can't believe we've already knocked out almost 5 hours. When Maza comes on, I'm gonna actually give him the floor for just a couple of minutes because I gotta let Clubber out at some point. You know, gotta take care of the dog. But yeah, I really appreciate you being here, Lauren. Tell me about.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no, of course. We've been having a lot of fun the last few nights, the nights of
So
the
much
trial on Maz's, having great conversations. So I'm really, of course, I gotta have you on here. How you been after the trial?
Good. I mean, I think everybody that was in that courthouse for closings and for even the judge, I think we all thought maybe it was going to take later in the evening because of what he had said the day before about maybe 2:00 or even the next day. But when he kind of said he's going to begin his deliberations, and then, you know, it could even be at the regular lunch hour, I felt like that kind of gave us a little bit of a clue that maybe it was going to come sooner. So like we all were just hanging around in the little outside area from the courtroom, and everybody just had a smile on their face. I think everyone felt good.
Hell yeah.
And it was crazy to go on with some of the other stuff that happened. We were all talking, hanging out, and we knew we were going to get a 30-minute warning about it. And so at some point, I decided to go sit down right by the door, and some other people were sitting there as well on the other side. And all of a sudden, there's like a stairwell that goes up to that third floor that Emily was talking about, to the DA's office. So the door opens, and about 8 or 9 cops come down, and they just go in between us. We're sitting on the ground, and they just fill the space. And it's like, you can't see, and you're like, okay.
Wow.
So I'm like, I'm assuming we have a verdict because they're just standing there. So then I have to get up, but there's no room to get up. And I had ankle surgery about 6 months ago, so my ankle's still not 100%. So I'm like trying to get up, and so finally I get up, and then I like go over to Kelsey's mom, and she's like 1:30. So I'm like, okay, so that gives us about an hour that we're going to be standing there with these people. So I go and stand in my normal spot, trying to like block off the door so that the family can come in. And there's a officer that we called Officer Spanks. Everybody in the courtroom. She's a female officer. She didn't have anything to do with this case, but she was there every day. The first day she wore like a dress up to like her booty, and you saw her Spanx and all her lady bits, as everyone was saying.
Wow. Okay.
And yeah, so she like took her shoes off in the courtroom and was like adjusting her boobs like in the court. I mean, it was wild, right? So anyway, so she was there, and so she was her back was to my back, and we're standing at the door, and the bailiff in the courtroom comes out. Well, they had all come in. By the way, the door to the exit door is still open with all of these officers in there in the hallway because they can't even fully all come in. So the bailiff comes out, and she's like, make room. So I step back, and because she's right behind me, my back touches her back. And she's like, you're touching me. And I was like, so like, I kind of ignore it. And then, obviously we just let her come out. And she's like, you're touching, your back is up against mine. And I was like, I'm sure that it was. I said I had to let her out. That was the bailiff. She needed room. And so then a few minutes later, she comes back through. So I was like, just to let you know, I'm probably going to touch you again. She's coming back. And like everyone started like laughing or whatever. But like, these are the type of like, people that are just like, how dare you touch me? Like, this is my area. They just were all very entitled. And they were in regular clothes. They weren't even, didn't have their badges. They were not on duty. Like, we're on the same level here. Like, you don't run the shots. So it was just a crazy mentality of all of them trying to get in the courtroom before everyone else, which was wild.
Jesus, that sounds like a mess. That's insane. We are at $8,600 now.
Amazing.
Yeah, which is crazy. Let's read some of these. I'm just gonna start from. Hold on. Here we go. Oh Jesus, they are flooding in. I mean, I'm gonna go way back here. So if I don't read yours out loud, it's not that I'm just skipping over it just to be a dick. It's just that like there's so many, and I'm finding a spot and reading from there. All right, so let's go. Jesus, how is that even? Some of these are coming in. All right, so we'll start with Namaw 2, $25. Glare fundraiser praying for our sweet girl Kelsey. Amber C, Glare stream so happy the worst days. That's $20. So happy the worst days are now in the rear view, and reunification day is almost here. Flamingo Chicky, $10, says, Kelsey, been following your case, and I am still heartbroken for you and Caden. Praying he is reunited or returned to you ASAP. Wishing you nothing but love for your future. This is for the Glare fundraiser. Thanks, Will. Rosaline Brown. The Glare fundraiser, Kelsey, you are amazing. Can't wait until you're reunited with your baby. Anonymous giver, $100. Prayers. And that Rosaline gave $50. And then another anonymous giver gave $10, saying the Glare fundraiser, Kelsey, you are so incredibly strong. Sending many hugs and prayers. Can't wait to see you reunited with baby C. See you so soon. Tara sent $10, saying from the Glare fundraiser, from one mama to another, we win in this community. Straighten your crown, queen. We got you. Kelly Oliver sent $20 saying stay strong, Kelsey. Pat sent $50 saying the Glare fundraiser. Leah M sent $20 saying Glare fundraiser event. Anonymous giver, $30. Glare fundraiser. Prayers, Kelsey, stay strong. Anonymous giver gave $20. Glare fundraiser. We're with you, Kelsey. Law and Disorder 101. $100. A hundo from Law and Disorder. Glare fundraiser. You got this, Kelsey. You have an army behind you. Yes, she does. Joby Ream, $50. Glare's fundraiser. Prayers are with you and your family. Chastity, $15. Glare fundraiser. Keep fighting, mama. Your army's still behind you, and we're not going anywhere until you and your baby boy are reunited. Sending you support, prayers, and all things from Tennessee. Onward and upward. Joyce O'Shea sent $20 saying, Glare, thanks for the Tom Petty intro. You're welcome. Glare fundraiser sent $50. It wasn't me. Keep fighting, Kelsey. It will go in your favor for your son to be reunited with you. Prayers always. Colleen Glare fundraiser, $10. Keep up the fight, Kelsey. Danny, $150, says Glare fundraiser. Laura Fitzgerald sent $10. Glare fundraiser. So happy you got the verdict. You're justly deserved, Kelsey. Now time for round 2 so that you can be reunited with your precious baby. Sending love and best wishes from Wales. Glare fundraiser, $100. Scottish meme, $30. So some people are just adopting the name Glare fundraiser so they don't have to actually write a comment, which is awesome. That works too. Just go under the name Glare fundraiser and donate anonymously. That's great. Scottish meme is $30. Stay strong, Kelsey. Your wee boy is worth everything. Praying you get him back soon. Anonymous giver, $10. Glare fundraiser donated $50. We support you, Kelsey. Now go get your kiddo. P.S. Is your dad single? Asking for a friend. LT from Michigan. Okay. Kelsey's dad getting a little play. I get it. I mean, yeah.
Times are tough out here.
Not even, man. Not even. Dude is a stud. Is he not a stud? Did he not just go to back? Yeah, like if older dudes are your thing, man, dude is showing he's showing all the manly features that a man exudes, that a woman who has no patience for bullshit has her standards set to. That is what Kelsey's dad is. I get it. Yeah. I 100% get it.
He's awesome.
Totally. Glare fundraiser. Karen D sent another $50 saying, Kelsey sending money as often as I can. Thank you, Glare. Anonymous giver, Glare fundraiser, $50. Anonymous giver sent $10. Ian Thomas donated $250. The Glare is a rock star supporting Kelsey. Hope your future is everything you desire and deserve. Thank you, Ian Thomas. Amanda, $50. Glare fundraiser. Kelsey, you and baby C are in my thoughts every day. I'm so proud of your strength. Keep going. Anonymous giver sent $25. Glare fundraiser. Let's see. Sue sent $25. Stay strong, Kelsey. You have a beautiful, beautiful, strong family standing beside you. And an army of supporters praying for you and your beautiful little boy. Anonymous fundraiser, anonymous giver sent $10. Glare fundraisers prayers to you, Kelsey. Mary Beth sent $200. Peggy Doyle sent $25. God bless. D Nice sent $10. Round 2, Glare, let's fucking go. Get Kelsey her son. Chandra C. We are fighting a good fight with you, Kelsey. Keep hope alive. She sent $25. Monica Mitchell sent $20. The Glare fundraiser. Kelsey, I heard your roar during the press conference. A lot of people should be very afraid of this mama bear. Can't wait for reunification day. Renee F sent $1,000, people. Tagged Glare fundraiser, $1,000 from Renee F. A cool K, as it were. Laura Campbell sent $10. We got you, Kelsey. Glare fundraiser. Anonymous giver sent $5. Another small dono to you, Kelsey. The Glare made me do it. Ha ha. The Glare forced me, is what you meant to say. Anna Marie, $20. Congratulations, Kelsey. Justice was served, and your commitment and dedication to justice has set the standard for all of us to stand with you. Blessings. Now we need to ensure your son comes home, and prayers that this will happen. Now I want to say, man, you guys are fantastic, dude. Like these donos, like you got to understand, some of you guys, these are huge donos, man. And the fascinating thing is, like, y'all work so hard for this money. You know, you guys work so hard. You guys are out there, and who knows, so you got to take somebody's shit every single day, you know, and this means something to you, and that goes a long way. You know what I mean? And what's wild is, like, I know that I see that, because I feel like I know that I see this that I'm about to explain right now is I know there's a lot of people that have been through something similar that Kelsey's going through, more or less, as far as a custody thing, or as far as dealing with a nasty ex, or, you know, things of that nature. And you guys know that just doing whatever you can to keep your kids safe, like it is draining in every possible way. So, you know, to those people, like, it's wild, because that $100 that, like, God knows how much shit they had to take from some shithead boss, you know, that same person who's been through this before, that's like $100 to them is nothing in comparison when they compare to how much money they've had to spend to, you know, protect their child, protect their family, keep everything together. They're like, dude, $100, I'm happy to do that, because I know exactly what that's like. So all of you guys out there that are donating, coming from that place, my heart is absolutely with you. I feel you guys 100%.
Uh-oh. Did we lose Will?
And I felt that just so much that I had to leave.
You gotta take a second.
Yes. I accidentally hit the wrong button. But yeah, you guys are fantastic. So all you guys that are, like, seriously, man, and those of you who are just like having just having just enough empathy, you've never been through it. Some of you have seen people go through it. Some people have known people who've gone through it. But some of you don't even, you're just feeling empathy, and you guys are absolutely amazing. Like, just to not even know for a second what that goes through, and what somebody like that is going through, you're empathizing in such a way where you start to imagine it is enough for you guys to, like, take your hard-earned money and support Kelsey, which is a big deal. So you guys are absolutely. Oh, Dina. You know, Dina, we love you. Let's see here. There's more here. Let's see. Anonymous giver sent $50 saying congratulations, Kelsey. You did so great on the stand. It was so obvious that the truth was coming out. I'm praying that your upcoming court cases go as well and that you get your beautiful baby boy back. Sorry that you've been through so much, but I know you're going to do great things with your strength and your grace. Be safe and well. Anonymous giver sent another $50. Glare, Kelsey, you are so strong. You got this, and now you can fight for your son. Anonymous giver sent $50. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God. Yes. Christy sent $10. I see the fire and determination in you, Kelsey. You've got this, and please know that we are all here supporting you in your fight to get back your custody of your son. Know that this too will make you stronger and that you will truly be viewed as a hero by your son. Glare Fundraiser. Dave sent $10. No comment there from Dave. And Margaret Mazzetti sent $25 saying, standing behind you all the way, praying you get reunited with your son ASAP. So happy you were found not guilty. Sending love. Man, all of those beautiful comments. You guys are absolutely amazing. And I got a message from Maza, an update. He should be joining us shortly at about 2:15 is what he says. So I'm excited about that. So yeah, man. And what's running on CAF? Okay, notice the lack of NAPD support. Justin stinks. Yeah, Justin does suck, dude. Eventually, we're gonna get through this microdots video. And when that happens, we're gonna let Maza come on and speak a bit, and then we'll go over microdots video a little more. And now we've got a new total in the tally of today's fundraiser. $8,880, folks. $8,880 so far. We're not even halfway through. We're only 5 hours in. That shit is amazing.
Incredible, you guys.
Man. Incredible.
Well, thank you
Renee.
so much for doing this.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I love doing these fucking things, man.
And everyone can tell that. And I feel like that's why you have such amazing success with these like 12-hour streams, is people can tell how genuine you are and they want to give. And so I just thank you so much for doing this. She still has a long road ahead of her, and this is really going to help.
Well, people give because they want to give, man. You know, like this is just the community wants to donate, and they just want to be helpful, you know. And I'm part of this community, and this is the only thing I know how to do to help contribute to that, you know.
Well, thank you.
It's the same thing you're doing. I mean, it's no different, you know. It's the same thing you're doing.
Yours is 12 hours. Mine are not that long.
Yeah, but you know, it's whatever. I mean, I don't have a life. You guys have lives, so you know, as long as I plan it a little bit, you know, in advance, you know, at least get enough people to agree to do it. Then yeah, we're good. 12 hours to me is it's whatever. If I wasn't doing this, I'd be. You know, well, no, I mean, I got other stuff going on, but today, I mean, you know, normally, you know, I'd be playing video games or watching a movie at least a few of these hours, you know, so, yeah.
Well, a lot of work goes into these things, and so I appreciate it, and I know everyone else does, and her family does as well, so.
Yeah, man, I mean, look at what they're going through. That's the way that I see it. I see these things as just, you know, whenever I throw a fundraiser for anybody, dude, I just think about what they're going through. And this is just, I mean, 12 hours ain't shit, you know? I mean, this is what we do. We come together, we show our support, and it's really good for morale.
Yes.
You know, Like it's kind of something that feeds itself in a cool way. You know, everybody coming together and donating inspires other people to come together and donate, and it's just a really nice little synergy that takes place in these things.
And now, since the trial was publicized pretty well and mainstream media even picked it up, hopefully there's more people that are joining streams like yours and fundraising and giving that didn't even know about it before. So it's just a really great thing.
Yeah. It's great. And we're only $45 away from $10,000, man.
Amazing.
That is crazy. Yeah, that is crazy. So yeah, we're gonna keep rocking and rolling, you know. And then I think the next one I'll do will probably be another one for Aiden. And then I'm sure there'll be another one in the works. Just depends on what happens with KELSEY, but you know, we're gonna keep doing them. I'm sure you still got a few in the chamber yourself. I'm sure Maza's got a few more in the chamber himself. Yes. I've got a few. Well, you know, they won't always be 12 hours. Even if they're not always 12 hours, there'll be something. Because we all believe in this. You know, we believe in KELSEY, and
it's like I told her. I said, we got you. Like, until you don't need us anymore, we got you. So
that's it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. I'm not giving away any guests, people, you know, except for Maza. Maza's expected because it's Maza, you know what I'm saying? Like, we talked about it. It was already very public, you know. But the other guests, you guys are just gonna have to wait and see. But I will say that, like, it's you know, not going to be any crazy big bombshells that will, you know, like, I've pulled some crazy shit out of my ass throwing these 12-hour streams before, but this time the circumstances are a little different. Therefore, I couldn't really deliver, you know, aiming as high as I did. But it's perfectly understandable as to why. But we've got a lot of great guests that are lined up.
You've already had some awesome guests already, so.
Yes. Let me see real quick. Yeah, man. Bob is amazing, dude.
He is.
Love
he
that.
is.
Okay, there we go.
Amber, no, Justin's family was not there for the verdict.
All right, let me do this real quick. Let's go over. I'm going to let this play real quick. Because we know Justice Serve TV has been doing amazing work covering this case as well. So here is Linda talking with the Mighty One. So I'm going to copy that. Make sure to stop what you're doing right now and go give this little short a like. I'm going to go ahead and share it and play it and step away for just a second.
Okay. Okay.
How you doing,
Hey,
man?
Mark.
Okay, how are you? What's up? Good. Well,
tell Mark
everyone
I
wants to
said
know
hello.
about your foot.
It's not that
Come up with a romantic story.
I was not skydiving. I was not doing ninja stuff. No, I just slipped on the stairs.
So worth the trip?
I mean, I'm here anyway, so I was glad to be here. It's the right result. I'm not surprised. The bench trial decision was the right thing to do, and you know that not just from the result, but you hear the reasoning of the judge. That's exactly what you want. You can't determine what happened. There's credible testimony, so he says, from both people. That's for the defense every time. So this was always going to be an acquittal.
When you're listening to him talk about his reasoning, was there any point at which you thought this might go toward conviction, or were you convinced it was acquittal all the way?
No, I think his reasoning, if you listen to it and understand reasonable doubt and what he's doing, that within 30 seconds, it was clear that he was going to acquit. I mean, he didn't say that, but he talked about, credible testimony from two people. Once he said that, it was going to be an acquittal, because if KELSEY is remotely credible and plausible, that's going to be reasonable doubt. And it is not surprising at all that he would be very respectful to Officer Noonan. This was never going to be a contest between what happened. It was going to be a contest about whether there was proof beyond a reasonable doubt that she pointed a firearm at him. And there was credible, unimpeached testimony that she didn't. I mean, once she testified the way she did, wasn't even cross-examined, unimpeached, case was over, right? It was over yesterday.
Appreciate it, sir. See you next time. Take care of that foot.
Michael.
That was amazing. That was amazing.
We love Mr. Meadrow. He's amazing.
We do love Mr. Meadrow, the mighty one.
Yeah.
Hold on. I know there was other stuff that I wanted to play here. Why can't I find this? This is driving me crazy. And that's the audio. We already heard that. Oh, man. Hold on. And I got to send. Hold on. I got to do this real quick. Oh, wait. Here we go. Folks, Maza Media, everybody. What's up, my man?
How you doing, Will? How you doing, Lauren?
Hi.
Lauren, are you on an airplane or a bus right now?
I'm on my car. I'm in my car. I'm driving back from Atlanta, and I was getting tired, so I was like, I'm gonna stop on and wake up. So
Yeah, that's good. That's good. It's been a lot of traveling for you, but glad you're safe and you're getting home safe and all that. Back to the state of Florida.
yes.
That's good. I got to tell you, it's been an incredible past couple days here. And Lauren, obviously, you were here all week long. And Lauren, after all the fundraisers we did, how fitting was it for us to be sitting side by side during that verdict?
It was perfect. I wouldn't want it any other way.
Yeah. And Will, Lauren had Kowloons with Mark Betterow and I and a few others on Thursday night as well. So she had Kowloons. So she got to experience the wonder of Kowloons, which is one of the greatest Chinese restaurants in the history of mankind.
I still have yet to experience Kowloons. I've experienced several times with the mighty one, the illustrious Capitol Grill.
Yes.
He loves that place.
Yeah.
And I'm not complaining every time. I mean, dude, they get my steak right every single time. And I am particular how I like my steak. And it is flawless every time.
Yep. Absolutely. It's Capitol Grill's fantastic. They I forget what I had there last time I was there, but I've been there a few times. I've been to the one in the Providence, then the one in Dedham, obviously with you guys, which was a great night. And it's just it's a great place to eat. It's just awesome. It's just the past couple of days, man, have just been awesome. I'm so happy right now. And I caught up on Richie's one of his clips about what happened inside the house this morning. Watch that, the 15-minute clip. I got to watch the full version still. But,
me too. We've been going over it. So, I mean, if you want to watch it here, we can. We got all day. So I've gotten through, let's see. We're 27 minutes in exactly.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
But yeah, I'm gonna let you take over the show for just a minute because I have
sure.
I've been live for over 5 hours. I gotta let Clubber out, and I've got to grab the goodies that I've had ordered delivered to me as well. So
nice. Yep, I know. During a 12-hour stream, you got to have the deliveries coming in so you can eat. You know, you don't want to starve. It's not a 12-hour fast; it's a 12-hour fundraiser.
right. So I'm gonna leave you and Lauren to it and let you guys take over here because you guys have fantastic chemistry. And Cherry has been keeping tally of the of the fundraiser. So we have already. I'm pretty sure by now we've reached over 10,000. We were last time she checked. We were $45 away from 10,000.
Oh, that's awesome.
And we've already gone over the $150 goal.
That's awesome.
So so the rest of the stream is just crushing that goal.
Yeah.
So how awesome is that?
That's
incredible.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I will let the godfather and godmother of the Kelsey fundraisers take over for the time being while I step away and take care of what I got to take care of.
Thank you, Will. All right, say hi to Clubber for us. All right,
will do.
Great. Well, Lauren, if you don't mind, I'll just say again, great meeting you, obviously in person.
You
what was funny is,
too.
I meet you and it's like I didn't feel like I was meeting a person I'd never met before. It was just like you see someone online so much, you meet a person, like, oh yes, there's Lauren. Yeah, I feel like I knew you for like 10 years already. It's like it wasn't like, oh my God, it's Lauren. Finally, nice to meet you. It was just like, yeah, I know Lauren. I see her all the time. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Same here. No, it was wonderful.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, what a wonderful past couple of days. And that must have been interesting for you to take in every fabric, essentially almost like instead of basketball camp or summer camp, it was like court week camp. Where you're basically hanging out in the area and going to court every morning and seeing every moment of the week. And it had to have been a great experience for you right up through the end.
It was wonderful. And then just everyone that I met, it was really great to be able to meet the people that I've seen in chat and their screen names, and just everybody was beyond kind, beyond sweet. And you could tell like they're just as invested in this as we are and really genuinely care. And it was just such a great little family really that was there at the courthouse for Kelsey, and just a lot of support. And it was a wonderful week. It really was.
I'm glad it was a fitting ending for you too. I mean, like I said, I was making sure my eye level's lining up here. Maybe over here, maybe over, maybe right here. Okay. It's the eye level I don't like today, but sorry about that. But yes, what was your impression of the cops that were present in the suits and them being there and hanging out?
I think at first it was fine, but then I think they stepped up their game, and I saw it kind of happening in real time. They started moving their way up to like the closer benches. I don't know if that was for intimidation. I don't know if that was for that they wanted the judge to see them. I don't know if that was for the TV cameras. But it started happening very soon after the first day. And then by the end, you saw it, Maza, on Thursday, where they just kind of attacked the door. And, one of them engaged with Steve FITZSIMMONS at the door, which I'm like, come on, this is his daughter.
Yeah.
I just thought it was in very poor taste. And regardless if, you have your badge on and you're on duty or not, you're an officer of the court. And I just thought it said a lot about them as a person. And I didn't like it one bit.
Unreal. Yeah, I was out there, as you know, with them. It was like 8 of them and me. So I was the first one at the door in the morning. I got there ridiculously early to beat traffic and only had a few hours of sleep and was out there. And all of a sudden, like this whole crew of people in suits come walking around the corner. And I'm like, these are the North Andover police. I later learned that one of the younger cops there among them was actually the officer was talking to Kelsey's mother outside of the home. I just saw that in the Microdots video today that I watched, the 15-minute one on Microdots clips. And I saw that that officer was there. So I wasn't sure who they were. I was like, these got to be North Andover cops. Once I saw like Daly and Houston, then Noonan made his arrival and, to a hero's welcome from his fellow officers, of course. knew that was obviously that crew. I don't think they had a clue who I was. I don't think they watched the YouTube shows and, but whatever. But yeah, it was, it wasn't really I don't really get nervous in situations like that. I mean, there's nothing they can really do. What are they going to turn around and give me dirty looks? Did I tell you about the lady that gave me a dirty look outside the courtroom before the verdict was, before we entered the verdict?
No,
so it was like,
tell me.
Yeah, so it's probably like 10, 20 minutes before they let us in. And I'm just, every now and then I'm looking to my left, I'm looking to my right, something catches my attention, I look over. So I look to my left towards that hallway door that goes up to the 3rd floor where the cops are coming from. And I see this lady with brown hair, and she's just looking at me like that. And so what I always do when people try to stare me down is I look at them like I don't sweat them, and I'm just like, and eventually she just kind of did the back to reality. Oh yeah, I wasn't giving you a tough look at all type of look, because it's one thing to give someone a tough look, but when they look back at you, then we find out how tough you really are. But I thought that was just childish and ridiculous. I respect her viewpoint. I don't agree with her viewpoint. In fact, I strongly disagree with it. But I respect her right to have a view that is opposing to mine. But don't stare people down, please. Don't be like that. We don't need to have a hostile environment. I think that's one of the biggest problems with what the courts allow, is you have people in a situation such as this that was, a hostile environment of people with competing ideologies that are two different total groups. I mean, it's like mixing two different parties of politics. People have political beliefs that are starkly in contrast, and having them stand side by side for an hour outside a door and not expecting them to eventually, have it out a little bit. But everything was fine from what I saw, but I know there was a little bit more posturing for the door from the cops during the later part of the door until the court officer, who did a fantastic job of keeping things in order, I felt. He really set the tone, and, it was interesting. But
was the lady the same one that was behind me that accused me of touching her when the court officer came out?
Did you have like brown hair lighter than yours?
Yes, a lot of earrings.
Maybe a woman around 30 to 36.
Yeah.
Maybe somewhere around. Yeah, that's probably
same one
her.
then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be her. Yeah, she was staring me down fiercely, and that was the only negative interaction I had with the officers. Other officers were, I had some people telling me that a few others might have been giving me dirty looks here and there, but I did not have any bad experiences that I was aware of with any of those officers.
Good.
And, which was good. I mean, like I said, I don't want to sit there and spend my whole day getting into it with these people. I disagree with them. I'm here for Kelsey, but at the same time, I'm also not there to get into arguments with people that are just going to be basically useless, because we're just going to have, no one's going to change their ideology at the end of the day. And all those cops are just, but no, I said 30 to 36 KLB, not 30 to 46. Yeah, but it was a little bit tense, and again, if you're a family member in Kelsey's family, it's, it's obviously tense. I mean, you don't want to be around these people at all. And, they kept the cops isolated upstairs for the most part, which was good. But again, it was just, we were sitting out because we all thought at 12:30, it was 1:30 when they were going to do the verdict. And then we're at the door all waiting. Then we found out, no, it's going to be 2:00, which was the original projection the day before. So, it was unbelievable. Yeah, it's just crazy. Someone said with the long brown hair, she was awful. She was making so many comments in the back. Yeah, she obviously had some big opinions, that lady. So yeah, like I said, she was staring me down, and I'm just like, I just looked at her. I didn't give her a dirty look. I just looked back at her like, I'm acknowledging that you're giving me a dirty look, and I want you to know that you're giving me a dirty look, and I'm aware of that. And then she stopped, and I looked away. I was just like, I didn't stare her down or nothing. I didn't give her a vicious look back. It was just kind of that, I'm acknowledging you. I see you.
Yes, that was Officer Spanks, as she was dubbed by many of the Kelsey supporters.
Okay. Got you. Do we know her real name?
No, I don't know that she's. I don't know. She was there all week though, with lots of facial expressions to everyone.
Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious! I'm seeing if their police department has a active roster with photos. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
it was like I said, it was just kind of a little ridiculous. I'm like, just please stop. I'm like, I don't
Right.
have time. I don't have time for hostile engagements. I'm gonna let you believe what I believe. Let me believe what I believe. We'll keep it that
Exactly.
way. That's it. And
Exactly.
that's the way we want to keep it. And obviously we can't be, regardless of our opinions, trying to start things with those officers either, as much as we want to be like, we don't believe your boy, and here's the thing, what's crazy about the whole thing, it was cop against cop, but yet that whole department wants to take one side. It's like, you guys got to take the side of Noonan. And all the officers, I mean, like, there's whistleblowers, allegedly, at least 2 of them, I'd imagine.
Yep.
And you have, you have a situation where it looks like some of those cops may not be able to freely walk around that department, because again, if they just, some of them might have actually been there, out there supporting.
That's right.
Maybe by appearance supporting Noonan. The Gupatosis are up. By appearance supporting Noonan, but ultimately they're just kind of there, like physically supporting Noonan, but internally they're actually a whistleblower because they got to make an appearance. Because if they don't make an appearance, then it's like, we noticed that you didn't show up for Noonan today. What's up with that? Are you the whistleblower?
Right.
Are you the whistleblower that everybody's talking about? It starts to become like that, and that's a situation which is bad for them, because as officers, God forbid they're in the line of duty and they need help from a fellow officer and they're in a bad situation, and those because that's what happened, and it's happened in the movies before. It's happened, and I've seen it in a few movies, and art imitates life. Movies imitate reality, unless they're too far-fetched of a movie, but that's what they face. And if someone like Houston, for example, is actually a whistleblower, I mean, that would explain his behavior, because his behavior was very uncommon of what I would expect. He was kind of like, really just not wanting to be there. As we know, the officer had visited KELSEY in the hospital, so we don't know what his true belief system is at all. We don't know if he's truly just whatever, or if he's simply an anti department, anti-Noonan person, for example, it supports KELSEY. I mean, he might have been in that house and saw it all going down and couldn't believe what he saw and disagreed with everything. And it's absolutely, suspicious, but there's others that strongly believe that Houston may actually not be a whistleblower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tend to not think he is myself, but I don't know anything. I don't know.
There's no way to tell.
So,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way of telling. And unfortunately that, the police department has their pack mentality. I mean, when they were all greeting each other, it could be torn between the two is a great argument there. I saw in the chat. That's a good argument. You have the officers, there's a brotherhood. I mean, you see them all, they're all patting each other on the back when they greet each other. One of them was just doing like the fist bumps, team mentality, that's the way they're going to be. It's a brotherhood at the end of the day. But I think, ultimately KELSEY was a part of that too. KELSEY was a cop just as much. It was shot in a way that was absolutely unfair to her. It was just a terrible situation through and through. It just makes me sick. The more I think about it, day in and day out, show after show, it's just like, this is outrageous what's happened to her here.
And to not see one officer in that courtroom for her, to me spoke volumes.
Yeah.
And that disgusted me.
Yeah. Absolutely. Because they're taking one side, and there's no way. I mean, ultimately, to be as constructive as possible, there's no visual way of ever knowing what really happened.
Right.
It's an ultimate he said, she said. But I'll say this. Between Noonan and KELSEY, I'll let you guys guess which one I found credible and which one I did not. And the thing about KELSEY was the thing between Noonan and KELSEY's testimonies was KELSEY was very much, she was very much willing to talk about her regrets, talk about what she would have done differently, talk about everything in grave detail. She was not hiding anything. With Noonan, I never saw him say something along the lines of, it's a terrible situation that happened. I wish it could have been avoided. KELSEY was a great colleague of mine.
Right.
And unfortunately, I had to open fire on her. Like, there's never that remorse. It's just more along the lines of holding the line that KELSEY tried to kill me. She tried to kill me. I'm the good guy. She did this. Don't you see? It's like that kind of argument. And that's what I say to myself. Where's your where's your compassion in the sense that I felt like she tried to kill me, but I was very, very discouraged to have to open fire on her in that situation. It was clear to me, if he said something like, it was clear to me she tried to open fire, but he never says that because that's not how he felt. And KELSEY was more than willing to get up there and say, I own my actions. I lied about where the guns were. And this is the reason why I lied about where the guns were. And this is my decision making. And this is what I tried to do. And this is why when Noonan was in the room, he noticed I was trying to, do what I did. That's someone that I believe, because I believe people more that are willing to take accountability, meaning this is what I did. This was my thought process. This is what happened. Even her, by her own words, she called herself a bleeping idiot. She was willing to just look at herself and just say, I wish I had done things differently. I have some regrets, obviously. And someone like that is credible to me because they have nothing to hide. There's nothing she's hiding. It's like, this is what happened. This is how it happened. This is my story. I wish it hadn't have happened. I wish I had done things differently, but this is exactly what it is. And that's my testimony. That's a credible witness. This other guy basically being trying to kill me. Well, I was trying to defend myself. She was trying to kill me. She tried to kill me. It's like, no.
Or how about this, Maza? Even still, if you're Noonan and you still have to die on the hill of she was pointing the gun at you, you had to do what you did. He could still have come off way more credible by saying, look, in hindsight, I should have went in that room and I should have cleared that room, made sure that there were no weapons. I should have seized the guns before she went in that room. Now, I didn't because I let her go in the room, but she still picked up the gun. She still aimed it at me. She still tried to kill me, and I had to do what I had to do. He didn't do any of that. And the bottom line is, it's him. He's the one that had the gloves on when he entered in the home. He didn't go and secure any of the firearms, nor did the other two. So he didn't take accountability for anything. And to your point, that's a problem. That doesn't come off looking good.
Yeah, I agree. Someone asked, how did the whistleblower thing come out? So that was from Tim Bradel that was announced. Tim Bradel had announced in court that they had whistleblowers. So more than one, obviously, at least two, could be three or more. We don't know. I'd imagine somewhere between 2 and 3 probably is the strong number. But that's how he brought that up and said they had vetted them. They had spoken with them. And I think that's the thing, too, is we have to remember that KELSEY had obviously colleagues that she got along well with. Any job you're on, any cop is obviously going to have at least a friend or two on the force that is going to feel indifferent if anybody ever takes that officer's side. And obviously that's what it was with KELSEY here. And being a younger cop on the force, I think that kind of went against her in all of this as well.
My bad. Sorry, cut you off. Did something change in here? Why do I feel like something got darker in my neon went out.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. But while I figure that out, people, we've got a special guest. Ian Runkle of the Bailey. What's up, folks?
All right.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Runkle.
Hi.
It's good to see you, man. Let me work out. You say hello to them, and let me work out my neon situation.
Perfect. You got it. I have a question for you right off the bat, Ian Runkle, and that is the dry firing by Gubitosi during closing arguments.
If you tried to do that in any courtroom I've been in, the judge would just be like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah.
I wouldn't have permitted it as a judge. I would have said, "This is not a toy. You don't get to, you don't get to play with it in court." I did not like that at all. Just as a general rule, if you set a gun down and turn your back on it, you should be clearing it each time you pick it up. And he sets it down. He wanders away. He goes back to it. It's not a toy. And if you needed to just demonstrate, the function, you could use an actual toy. But
right. So am I crazy thinking that was like a little over the top.
It was
to be
outrageous.
waving
It was
a gun around
outrageous.
in a courtroom and
Dry firing it in court. I mean,
I
come
hate
on.
all of this.
Did you get
circumstances where
vibes?
you've got them playing with the gun in court?
Right. Did you get Kyle Rittenhouse trial vibes from that? Remember when dude pointed the AR-15 at the jury with his finger in the trigger well?
Yeah, or the Murdoch trial where he pointed the gun at opposing counsel and said, "Tempt him."
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
I mean, also where I am, if opposing counsel picked up the gun and pointed it at me, I would stand up in court, walk over, and just say, "You are under arrest." Like, we're not doing this. I'm just going to citizen's arrest mid-court, and you can sort this shit out later. And then I'm going to ask the judge for a mistrial because I've just had to arrest opposing counsel for committing a crime in open court. The judge is now a witness in the possible proceedings. The opposing counsel
Wow.
is
Yeah.
now,
That's insane.
I'm just. You need to treat a gun
he never-
seriously, right? It's not
right.
And I could see like a place for I mean, if YouTube would let me, I would do a demo on screen. It would be, I have pulled this out. Let me demonstrate to you here. We are removing the magazine. The magazine is empty. We've confirmed that. We have opened the chamber. You can see the chamber is empty. This firearm is clear. And then, and then walk through the demo, show people exactly what it is. Don't play with it. Don't use it for rhetorical effect. And then put it away again, right?
Yeah, I mean, trigger discipline is a thing. First of all, but yeah, there was no need to actually even use a gun there. He can make his points just by like saying what he wants to say, explaining it, right?
And to the extent he actually has to demonstrate anything that wasn't demonstrated before, then that's like new evidence. He's testifying as an expert at that point with new evidence. So if you didn't get that demo out with the ballistics guy, then you shouldn't be able to get it in on close because that's actual evidence.
Yeah, that's also a great point. Oh, and before we continue, I want to thank you for your help behind the scenes when, speaking of which, it's actually kind of it relates to what we're talking about here. I don't know what happened with me, but maybe it was my t-shirt, I guess. I don't know. But no, thank you so much.
You got put in the naughty room there. Yeah. There's not a whole lot I can do in a situation like that because when it happened to me, all I could do was I sent the mess because what they do for the people who've never.
Well, you set my mind at ease. You did set my mind at ease because they didn't even send me an email telling me that I could not live stream or how long.
They didn't do that for me either. I just got a thing saying you're getting a warning, not a strike. And it's like, okay, but if I'm getting a warning and not a strike, why is it that I can't live stream?
I didn't even get a warning.
Is this like broken? Because I was worried when I got it that I was supposed to get a warning and not a strike, but I got, live stream restrictions. And in that case, I was like, does that mean it might never end? Like it might never go away? And I was like,
That's what I got. Yeah, it scared the hell out of me in that sense. And then you talking behind the scenes with Cherry, you said 7 days was what you ended up looking at. And so I was like, all right, what I'll do is just not freak out for 7 days. It's 7 days by that I won't freak out. That until then, when 7 days passes, I'll freak out then. But the thing is, for me, it was only 1 day. 24 hours later, because of course I kept checking. So 24 hours later, almost exactly, if not exactly 24 hours later, I found out that I could stream again. So I was like, wow.
Yeah, that is fantastic because, I mean, otherwise you're just like, oh, right, this is the peak time when I need to be streaming.
Right. So, yeah, it was scary. It was scary. But, we're all good now. But thank you for helping ease my mind. I appreciate it.
No worries.
Yeah. So I got to ask you while you're up here. I didn't get a chance to ask Bob, but I got to ask you while you're up here. What did you think of the prosecutor having KELSEY on the stand and not even asking her anything in regards to why they're even there? You know, why not asking for the incident in question, doesn't even ask her anything in regards to that.
So this is something that is a big difference between Canada and Massachusetts, apparently, because in Canada there is there's a rule. It's called the rule in Brown and Dunn, and so what that means is that and Brown and Dunn is a case, right? So basically, that just means the rule from this case. It's like I think the case is like 1873 or something, so it's not a recent decision.
I couldn't tell you what the case is about, but I've heard the case of Brown and Dunn before. I've heard those words. Yes.
But what it means is you've got an obligation to confront a witness with your version of events where it's a contradictory version to what they say. And if you don't do that, the court can and almost always will draw an adverse inference against your position. So basically the idea is that, you know, if you want to suggest that KELSEY FITZSIMMONS racked the firearm and you have her on the stand, you need to actually, You need to actually suggest that, hey, you racked the firearm, and here's why I think that. You need to actually put that version of the, of events to KELSEY. And so the failure to do so, the court will basically say, well, the reason why you never let her explain herself in this circumstance is because you knew she would, right? So if you just say, oh yeah, we're not going to, we're not going to ask any of these questions, the court will say, okay, then in that event, your side is bullshit. So, I actually, I'm not the hugest fan of all aspects of the rule, because sometimes you'll see people get burned on it in situations where they really shouldn't. It'll be something like they present a version of events that's incompatible with the witness, but they're like, you forgot to mention this detail. It's like, all right, that gets tiresome. But at the other end, like, he just completely did this by ambush, where it's like, well, I'm not going to tell you at all what was going on here, or what I think. And then just is like, she never refuted that. And it's like, okay, Cherry, you didn't bother me. It's all good. Can you send me a link to the actual YouTube stream, Cherry, just so that I can put it out on Twitter and so forth? So just to try to get people, donating. So
yeah,
yeah,
hell yeah. Thank you, man.
Oh, no worries.
I mean, we're kicking it. We're kicking ass right now, dude. We're over $9,700, man. We're creeping up on 10,000. We've already surpassed the goal, the overall goal for the fundraiser for the Give Send Go itself already. So we're just going to spend the rest of the afternoon and evening crushing it. That's what we're going to do.
It's a good cause, because all of this stuff is expensive, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, family court's going to be wild, and I mean, the family court, she's going to have to pay her attorneys, she's going to have to pay for guardian ad litem, she's going to have to pay court costs of the yin yang. I mean, it's just going to be a lot, moving forward, and with the stuff that we've been made privy to as far as Justin's behavior in the last few days, this is the right side of things to be on. Clearly.
I feel like that guy is kind of the real story on this one. His testimony, I found, was very bizarre. Like, yeah. I was watching him at some point and I was like, does this guy blink?
No.
Like,
yeah, isn't that a line in a song? Velvet Underground, villains never blink their eyes is a myth. I don't know.
I was just watching that going, huh. At some point I want to see this guy. Like, it was just weird how he was and I was like, okay, let's figure that out, right? Because yeah,
An absolute robot up there.
it was weird.
It was. I mean, the whole thing was just bizarre. I mean, it's what does it tell you when the most credible witness is the defendant? Probably that she shouldn't be being prosecuted.
Well, and I didn't find Noonan's testimony to be, plausible. I just
changed the story like 3 times.
Well, and his version has KELSEY as like some sort of badass, and I'm just gonna say I don't think she's that badass, right?
No,
I just, I think she's badass in some other ways, but I don't think she's gonna be some.
Right. I don't think she's Power Ranger badass.
Well, that's what I mean. She's a badass in the realm of reality. She's not a badass in the realm of that. She's Trinity from the Matrix or Uma Thurman and Kill Bill.
Right.
Yeah.
Not. Yeah. She's not Salt.
Yeah.
Or Atomic Blonde.
Right. Atomic Blonde's a good one. Yeah. Laura Croft. Yeah.
We could do this all day.
Alice from Resident Evil. Yeah. Lilu Dallas from Resident Evil, from Fifth Element, rather. Yeah, Black Widow's a good one too.
Yeah, there was just nothing. I mean, he just kept adding stuff. Oh, she stepped back. Oh, well, she stepped to the side. Oh,
yeah, right.
It just didn't track. Nothing that guy said tracked at all.
Right. Emily C goes, keep going till you say a movie I've seen. Love it. That's funny. We'll keep going.
Yeah, we'll go all day. I've only seen 11 movies in her entire life. That's crazy.
That's funny. Yeah. Hilarious. Oh my goodness. I tell you, it was great. It was great to see her happiness, the defense team's happiness. Obviously that whole team was absolutely elated. They were, they put a lot of effort into this whole thing. And what's great about Bradle, obviously, and Courtney Healy and Martha Coakley as well, is that they had a very passionate concern for their client. These are not people that just simply take money from a client, defend them, and it's, well, see you later, best of luck. Sorry, we don't really care about the outcome of this, whether you're acquitted or not. Easy there, Blair. Get a napkin.
I got cold foam for my coffee, bro.
Oh, did you?
I'm proud of that.
That's funny. People are asking me, what was it like sitting next to Noonan? For me, it doesn't bother me. Some people know I do martial arts, so I'm taking on people in class all the time that are my size, and some of them are even more bigger than me, ex-Marines, some of them. So I don't really, I just kind of sat there, and it's like I don't really think about it. It just doesn't seem like, oh my God, you must have been so nervous. No, Laurel said I was chill. I was chill.
I mean, he's not going to try anything, but wouldn't you want it? Like, wouldn't it be if he did, it would be like, all right, so, this guy who testifies that he's super cool and collected just took a shot at like some rent. Like, he's not going to do that. That would blow his case. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. So, he's not going to confront so if he even knew who I was to begin with, for goodness sakes. I mean, I doubt that he even knew who I was, but, that's not going to be his concern. Yeah, it's not going to. If somebody just goes, you had to drop on him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not going to be a thing, right? So I'm concerned for his neighbor.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I'm like, is she going to be okay? Or is this guy going to, going to have thoughts? So,
yeah. Or his buddies, or is he going to send them over to her house for no reason? Yeah.
Someone goes, he couldn't take down. Actually, I don't want to read that comment. He's like, but anyways, it's short. He says, you're not going to take Maza. Yeah, exactly. And nothing's going to happen, especially in a courtroom, for goodness sake. But yeah, it doesn't bother me. I wasn't sitting there like, oh my God, that's the guy. That's him. No, just kind of
it's just not going to be a thing, right? So,
I know this. Oh, go ahead,
I
Lynn.
was just gonna say he was purposely not making eye contact with anyone.
No,
He's straight ahead, just
him and his wife were statuesque. I mean, we
yes.
sat. I mean, there was about 20 minutes before the verdict was read, and I mean, this guy. I mean, there was like very rarely a slight movement, an adjustment in his posture, like extending his legs or something to stretch his legs. There was nothing. It was just it was like the Red Auerbach statue in Boston. It just, he just doesn't move. He sat there, and that was it. It was. I couldn't really read any facial expression. Every now and then I'd glance over and try not to make it obvious, but every now and then I'd glance to get a read on him, and just I never sensed like any movement, any subtle changes, just nothing for 20-30 minutes at all. Just an absolute statue.
I mean, he's a professional witness, right? So he's
Right.
going to have some experience with that.
Yeah.
There's just not going to be he's not going to do anything stupid, I guess is the long and short of it.
There it is.
Yeah.
There's Maza next to Noonan, like, yep.
Yeah.
I love it so much.
I'm next to this guy.
You want to celebrate so bad, and as you saw, Kerp said, obviously in the stream, you guys heard it. He kind of warned the whole everyone in attendance. It's like, this is not a sporting event. You don't want to get up and start slapping high fives and cheering and doing cartwheels in the aisle. You can't do that. So it's like, some of us are just kind of in our seat, kind of giddy, trying to really bottle it up. Like, you want to be like, yes, but you gotta be quiet about it, and just kind of, so smirking sometimes is the best option. Yeah, great moment there, of course. I didn't expect this, so I was actually the family was on the other side, and they were all greeting each other and celebrating, and I just kind of let them be, and then out of nowhere, I just all of a sudden I heard Maza, and I looked up, it was KELSEY, and we had our hug right then and there, which was cool. So I was grateful for that.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
So sweet.
Yeah, it was a great moment for sure. Happy for her. And, what I appreciate about her is, just to reach out to me like she did. Like, I never, like, I was patiently waiting, but she just kind of stepped away from everybody to come over just to say thank you to me. Lauren, obviously, this is a hug for you. Obviously, I think you hugged her as well outside.
Mm-hmm.
That hug represents everybody that's participated in my fundraisers and donated to those fundraisers. That's her just essentially, through a hugging me, a reflection of how she feels about everybody that helped with those fundraisers. Because again, we can do all the fundraisers in the world, but the fundraisers don't get anywhere without the people that are tuning in, without the people that are donating, without the people that are sharing them, and without the guests that come on these shows. But it takes the people to lead them, like the Galeras today, like Lauren, you've done. That's good, and I'm happy. For her. And again, it feels nice. It's a nice feeling to have someone, recognize you for your effort, and that's great. But I'm just happy for her, because for me, my mission statement has just been to help people get back to their lives. And this is a woman that has been derailed in her life, but not permanently derailed. Just an issue that sidesteps her away from her typical course through life. But she's someone that's getting back to where her life needs to be, and that's great. That's, to me, like, if my channel and our channels can be about this kind of stuff, I mean, how is that not the most rewarding thing in the world, to have someone just have gratitude like this, and come through her dark times in her life, and starting to see through success, through getting the judge out, between getting out of jail, between getting her ankle monitor and being acquitted, and now going on to family court. This woman's seeing more and more light in her days than she did back in June of last year, and especially when she was in jail, as she said, praying and hitting the floor for her son every single night. This woman has been caged in that facility for a long time, over 100 days, been a prisoner in her home, as Bradel said. And this is now, this is someone that has lived a hard life and an unfair life, and is very fortunate to be alive.
Yes.
Is fortunate to be alive. Is very fortunate, because that bullet could have gone right to the heart, and it did not, and God protected her. And I think that's the big message here for me, is that this woman was saved for a reason, and all of us came together for a reason to help her out and continue to just do what we do best. And many of us, like myself, at least myself, the Karen Reed case was the first case I ever covered in my life. And, it's just about helping people at the end of the day, and bringing people together. So I'm happy, and I'm looking forward to her next month of her life as her and Julie Hess and all of them move forward in the family court with a lot of things that they're aiming and striving to do to get custody of Caden, or at least joint custody of Caden, as well as any civil suits that family may have prepared to unleash on several parties, including the ex-fiance, I'm guessing, and probably almost certainly the police department is going to have, I guess, one coming as well. So we'll see if that ends up happening and how soon, if so. But that's a big thing. It's a big thing right now, and we are, we're going to continue to push for her. And I thank the Galera today for dedicating 12 hours on a Saturday, to get up from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. to host this show and raise funds, over $10,000 raised. That's amazing, Will. And thank you to everyone that's donating.
Yeah, and just to speak on that too, she is so beyond thankful, and her family is so beyond thankful. The amount of things that not only he took from her, but just all of the things she had before him. He took so many pots and pans, things that
What a dick.
I know, owned before him.
Did he take the soap on the tray too? Like, what a
Man,
prick.
I'm sure he would have had he not had the alarm that her dad put in. But
He's like, I need to take the I need to take the toilet paper. I'm gonna take the batteries out of the remote. Like,
take the ice cubes out of the freezer.
Yes. And I spoke to Steve. That equipment that he ripped out, thousands and thousands of dollars, was expensive equipment, and and he just left it there, just torn apart. So it really, really helps what we're doing here. The Amazon gift list, there are things on there that he took that she still doesn't have because he stole it from her. So everybody, anything you can
And
do,
the
is
link
well
to that,
appreciated.
the link to the Amazon wish list is also linked to the top of the chat, pinned to the top of the chat. Sorry.
Thank you, Will.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, this guy just sucks. Everything that's come out of this guy seems vindictive. You know what I mean? So, like, all we're doing, we're giving her some fair playing ground here. And if it becomes more fair in her favor, then so be it. It's through his own actions. I didn't get any indication that she's trying to break this family up.
No.
Yep. So, let's put some gas in Kelsey's tank and then see what the family courts do. Because it seems like that's the route she wants to go, is just go with whatever the family court wants to do that's best for her family.
Well, and family court is usually best interest of the child.
Right.
And it's, the best interest of the child is almost always going to include contact with mom.
Right.
And I don't know exactly what Justin, had going on in his head. I don't know but there is abuse that happens where people, they just, they find that it's more convenient to get a restraining order than it is to, than it is to go through the family proceedings. So, if that's where he was thinking, that's reprehensible, and we'll have to see what the court eventually finds. I look forward to seeing her have her day in court, and I don't know if he looks forward to it in the same way. He was probably very much hoping for a conviction because,
or a death,
to solve that problem. Yeah, that's it's dark, but you're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is this is just I feel like he put all his eggs in that basket, like talking about and accusing her of things that he knows he can't prove because they're clearly untrue. And coming from someone who is clear recording of behaving in an abusive fashion. Now, is he necessarily being abusive? No, but he's definitely showing signs of someone who has abusive tendencies. And this is a guy not taking any accountability for his immediate behavior in those recordings. Like, you're drunk, you go to sleep, you have training tomorrow. And then, no, you're the problem. You, and he's not making any sense. and she's feeding their child in the process. You know, she's worried he's going to fall down the stairs. It's just, yeah, it's a big mess. And, you know, just for the sake of that kid, I hope that
well, and that's
everything works
really,
out.
you know, that's really the big loser in all of this, right?
Right.
So, I mean, remember, anytime you've got a custody thing, the you know, the kid should be more important than you. And a lot of people like to use the kids as a weapon to get back at the other parent, which you know, is the wrong way to do things. You should be willing to forgive and to work with the other parent for the sake of the kids.
Right.
You know, whatever beef you have with your partner, you should be trying to put that aside to the extent that you can. Because, I mean, sometimes there's stuff going on that, like, you know, if the kid's actually in danger, that's a different scenario, right? You might have to fight for the kid, etc. But, you know,
and you might even have to get dirty. You know, sometimes the law is leaning towards the person who's on the abusive side. Sometimes, you know, all the favors are on that side of things, and the person who's innocent and the best thing for the child has no resources and has nothing to fight with, has no ammunition to fight with. Sometimes that's the case, but
I mean, here at least the court seems to have done the right thing, which I am super happy about. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Judge Karp was as fair as judges get, I thought.
Yeah. And I mean, a great choice to go with the bench trial with Judge Karp.
So many different reasons.
Yeah. Well, the concern I always have with juries in this kind of scenario is that as much as we instruct them otherwise, it's a situation where juries tend to look at it as like, and I saw people on Twitter basically saying exactly this, like, which person do you believe? And that's not how you reason through this. It's got to be not just, you know, do you believe Noonan more than you believe KELSEY? Because at that point, you're basically converting it to a balance of probabilities instead of proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right, because
So
that's what the judge is going to base his decision on. Did the prosecution, the people with the burden of proof, prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Noonan or that KELSEY aimed her arm, pointed her arm with a gun in it at Noonan?
Yeah. And so that goes beyond just, you know, that goes beyond just like, which one do you believe more? It's actually a much higher standard. So you can have like the judge's reasoning, and I actually predicted the reasoning the day before. I feel pretty pleased with myself for that. But the judge's reasoning of, I find both of these people to be credible, therefore I cannot possibly convict, is the kind of thing juries tend to not think about. You know, is it possible that you believe both people, and what is the implications of that? Because they'll be like, we have to pick a side. And the other thing, you know, I don't know that a jury would get to conviction on this, but the prosecution might have been able to get a holdout.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they get one very much like pro-police person who views Noonan as the police officer and doesn't view KELSEY as one. You know, they sort of decide who's in that club and who isn't. And then they go and they just refuse to change their mind, right? They're just like, this is the way it's going to be, and that's it. And then at that point, it's, you know, maybe she gets acquitted later after another trial, but does she, you know, she's got a custody battle on the go. If she ends up having another trial next year, that really, you know, that causes her tremendous problems. And it might be that custody decisions get made on the assumption that she is, you know, on the assumption that she's this, you know, criminal scalawag. And then at the end of the day, it's like, well, you know, that turns out not to be true. So how do we do this?
Scallywag.
And one thing I really liked, I know that the judge was very diplomatic in the way that he put everything forth at the end. I did like how he mentioned, had we had body cameras, maybe none of this would have been the issue. I do think he did not like the fact that there were no body cameras. So it was nice to hear him say that.
I don't
I
know that
agree
he didn't like
wholeheartedly.
it. It's just, it's a lack of evidence, right? So, you want to convict her based on evidence you don't have? Tough.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Yep.
You know, it's like if you've got police not collecting the drugs in a drug case. It's like, well, it sure would be good if we had evidence of this, but we don't. So what do you want me to do?
Gotcha. Okay. So more of like a building piece as to why he couldn't convict her as well.
That's my suspicion. It's just
Okay.
like, you know, because there were places where the prosecution might have been able to make a better case. And people always hate that when you say it. But I mean, I feel like the prosecutor, if they did a better job, could have made a more solid case. But they didn't. And so the judge can't fill in those blanks for them. You know, like this is what the body camera is for, is getting rid of he said, she said circumstances, right?
Thank you,
So
Denise.
if you don't want the he said, she said.
There's nothing. I mean, the body cams is the whole, you know, big deal too. And even the judge, like he said, he goes, look, if there's no body cams, I mean, this might have been a different verdict because that would have told the whole story. And that's the issue with police departments. I mean, this day and age where you have security cameras at intersections, you have Ring doorbells and all kinds of homes that literally, like I said, their doorbells have them. Police officers this day and age need body cams for two reasons. Number one is to protect themselves from the public. And number two, it's to protect the public from the officers. And that way, if anything ever comes down, it's clear as day. And what's questionable, and Will Page referenced this again last night on the Justice Served TV show. He said, it's amazing to me that they still don't have body cams to this day, given what's happened here. If they're all, you know, those North Andover officers, as evidenced by Lauren, who video recorded them, walking out of court yesterday, were extremely discouraged. Well, if they believe they're right, maybe that whole department should look to get body cams. So if something like this ever happens again and they believe someone to be guilty of something, that way they can't get off scot-free. But here's the thing. To me, I just think any police department that doesn't have body cams this day and age is shady. Or if they have the funding for it, let me say that. If they have the funding for it, they're shady if they don't have body cams.
I mean, at this point, they're sufficiently important that really this should be like a priority for funding. But I would actually like to see, so in Canada, there's a rule of evidence that basically for police interrogations that says, look, having video in the interrogation room is the standard. You know, you can't say, hey, we didn't know that this was something we'd need because, like, quite frankly, that ship sailed a long time ago. So the court is willing to say, look, if you don't actually, if you don't have video from your interrogation room, then we can impose an adverse inference, i.e. decide that your story is crap, based on the fact that you should have had, you should have had cameras in that interrogation room. So what was the result of that? Well, all of the departments that said, oh, it's too expensive to put cameras in, they have cameras, right? They all do now because, you know, if you get a guy who's in the interrogation room, he says, hey, I was, beaten in the interrogation room. They say, no, we would never do that. It's like, then why wasn't it on camera, right? Why didn't you record this? And it's not just things like beatings. It's things like, the officers said, oh, we thought his story was very suspicious because he mentioned a knife before we mentioned a knife. So, clearly this guy knew that there was a knife. And he's like, no, they said knife long before I got there. So the question is, who actually was right? Well, record that shit. If you want to say that that's what's going on, record it. So,
yeah. I mean, body cams, just look at all the content that I could pull up right now. Like I was ready to, just in case there was a lot of free space when I didn't have guests on, I was going to go over some DV calls caught on body cam. just to explore them. You know what I'm saying? Like, and there's a whole bunch of them. Like, just imagine anything, like a murder, whatever. And then the cops pull up on body cams, somebody who could say something so incriminating and it could get a murderer off the street versus not saying anything or them denying saying anything. Oh, they're lying. I didn't say that. If they had body cams on, they could prove that person confessed to something or otherwise.
The other thing is, you know, they should say that anything that if the body cameras are turned off, that, you know, we should make judgments about that, make assumptions that was done for an improper purpose unless they can show otherwise. Personally, if it was up to me, I would say that body cameras would need to function such that that they don't stop recording when you're on a you know, on shift. But I would install what I'd sort of call a privacy mode. And the way that would work is that privacy mode is not that the camera's off. Privacy mode is that the camera has a second layer of encryption to make it harder to get to, right? So, you know, maybe it needs additional sign off to decrypt that. But you know, so that way if you've got something where it's clear that they activated privacy mode for some, because, you know, you see video footage of police officers and they're discussing the event as it's happening. And they'll go like, one of them will be like, wait, I'm still hot. And then that person will turn off their, you know, like, don't talk about it while I've got my cam running. You know, like that should never be how this works.
Right.
So, you know, it should be that if they try to turn it off midway, it's just, okay, that's privacy mode. And you see a bunch of cops getting together to, oh yeah, we're going to discuss what we're, you know, what's going on. It's like, no, that's, no, that doesn't help you.
I mean, couldn't it just be something as simple of a reason as, hey, technically these are civil servants. The American taxpayer pays their salaries. If the owner from McDonald's can have cameras to watch over his employees, then why can't I have cameras to watch over mine as the American taxpayer? Right?
Yep. And I mean, the thing they say is, well, you know, how do you, like, what if they have to go to the bathroom? Well, nobody's going to decrypt your thing for the guy having to go to the bathroom, right? Nobody's going to do that. But, you know, that doesn't mean that we need to just have it so that they can turn it off at will. Just have it so it's like, okay, you know, officer goes towards the bathroom, says, you know, might say out loud, I am going to use the washroom. I am turning off my body camera. There is no one else in here. I'm not having some sort of, you know, illicit conversation. And then they can, you know, they can do that. So, yeah, I think accountability and the ability to actually check their work is hugely important. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes things easier. If the cops are holding up to their end of what they're supposed to be doing, you know, then they have nothing to worry about. You know what I mean? Don't, you know, and I understand, like, maybe when they're just kind of in their cars, you know, like, it kind of sucks. You can't have personal conversations, private conversations with, say, your partner. But, you know, I mean, that's a personal, that job, like, you're going to build,
you know, how many officers have been
job.
fired because their personal conversations with their officer or
See,
things
that
that
sucks.
shock the public?
See,
I don't think it sucks at all.
Well, I mean, in the sense that, like, well, that kind of thing, of course, if they're doing something illegal, if they're doing something unethical and it catches them doing it, then that's a great part of it. But
there was,
you know,
one not long ago where the officer was, you know, having a private conversation with his buddy. And the private conversation was, hey, you know, we're going to really stick it to those N-words today.
Well, right.
And I'm
okay,
like,
sure.
Fire that guy, right? Like,
right,
fire that guy
right.
out of a cannon into the sun.
Right.
And, you know, I got no problem with that. But I mean, at the end of the day, nobody's going to care about the guy talking about, like, you know, and the police can review these things before they get released, right? They can say, okay, well,
right.
this body cam.
I'm just saying that it sucks, like in the sense that like this is such a personal, like you're risking your life out there, so you're going to build relationships, and then there's going to be people that you're going to work with, you're going to trust more than anybody, and so for them to not be able to have that freedom and camaraderie to a certain degree is a little unsettling at the same time. But I get what you're saying. I don't want some racist cop out there going around and if somebody's like robbing dealers, I want to know about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course, but at the same time, it's like, man, look what it does. Like, what will it do for police morale at the same time?
At the end of the day, I just go, well, the police have made that bed. Like, if this was a situation where the police were saying, if the police had
You're not
behaved
wrong.
100% above board for the last however long,
You're not
we wouldn't
wrong.
need to be having this discussion. But we are having this discussion. And the reason why we're having it is because, well, there's such a history of police bad behavior that, what else are we going to do here? So,
And it is a protection for them as well. I mean, had this case happened exactly like Noonan was saying, we wouldn't be here. There wouldn't be a need for a trial. Things would all be there. So it serves for both parties.
yep. I mean, if Noonan is telling the truth, the person who wants the body cam footage most is Noonan.
Exactly.
But, yeah, that's a big if, but.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't believe it, but yeah.
But I mean, maybe if we had the camera footage, I'd have to eat my words here, right?
Right.
And I mean, obviously, KELSEY doesn't have camera footage because that's her bedroom. So, yeah.
I mean, the bottom line here is this case is an interesting example of both how the judicial system should not work, also how it absolutely should. Like, it went from how it should not to how it should. And that's something that you don't see often. Like, you see this judge, McCarthy, or what is her last name?
McCarthy Neiman.
McCarthy Neiman, right? She's awful. She's awful, right? And she's everything she does is unjust, right? And then she gets she's taken off the case, and then we get Carp, who seems to be exactly the standard of what Bradel was holding McCarthy Neiman with too. I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah.
The announcement for the audience here, the Amazon link is working. I'm going to post the Amazon link one more time. This is it right here. I just posted it. That link is working. I'm on it right now as we speak.
The delivery address, it should, when you purchase, it should just have that in there and you may not be able to see it, but it will go to the address that they've supplied.
The delivery address won't show because, like, I've got an Amazon Amazon wish list. You don't want it to just be like, all right, here,
I don't want
here's where this person lives,
right?
Because I mean, there's some crazy ass mofo's out there, and especially on this one, you get people who are just like, yeah. Although I just looked at it and it is saying that it can't be shipped to my house, so I don't know if the Amazon thing is properly configured as a. I'm just trying to figure that out. Yeah, I don't know. It might be a little off. I don't know.
I see what people are saying here in the chat. Okay, I see what's happening. There's a little bit of limitations with the delivery to get it out to her. Okay. All right. Okay, I see.
It might be because I'm in Canada, so it might be not working perfectly.
Right.
If you have any questions too, the admin of the Facebook group, Meredith Spencer, is a good person to message on the Facebook group directly because she lives local and is very close to KELSEY and the family. And she can answer any other questions about shipping and all of that as well if you're having issues.
we're over $152,000 right now in the Give Send Go. It's 152K and soaring right now. That's fantastic, Will. Great job getting this
Amazing.
over here. That's awesome. You're on mute, Will.
I will text them right now and ask them if they can add some gift cards. I think that's a fantastic
Oh no, thank
suggestion.
you guys. You guys are-
Yeah, it's like I said, fundraising is the number one thing we can do. It just absolutely puts KELSEY in a, you know, I always think back to Michael Morrissey. I know I say this a lot on my own show and other shows, but I'll say it again. Michael Morrissey, in one of his emails when asking for funding to hire Hank Brennan, had said that Karen Reed's defense was uncommonly well funded. If that doesn't validate how effective fundraisers are, I don't know what does. When you're defending someone or helping someone with the ability to fight in court, because again, at the end of the day, all this stuff comes down to dollars and cents. Can you afford attorneys? Can you afford whomever else to try to bring it home? So again, thank you to everybody that's donating to her, sharing this link, raising awareness for her story.
I mean, the other thing is just they clearly were like, you know, wouldn't it be nice if she was just, you know, if this was just an easy path to conviction because she can't defend herself because she's got no money.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's not how this is going to work. Sorry.
Right. 100%. And that's, you know, that's, you know, and for these families too, in the early stages, I mean, this Give Send Go now is, it's reached a fever pitch over the last 2 months. I mean, this is a defense fund that was probably around $60,000-$70,000, you know, 2 months ago, and has more than doubled since the security footage came out. That tells you a big story. I remember for a while it would just kind of subtly get to, you know, 15,000, then 20. It was slow. Now all of a sudden this thing, I mean, even last night and the day before, this Give Send Go, the amounts are just shooting up left and right. I mean, I looked at it just, I think it was yesterday or the day before, it was at 134,000. Now it's at 152. I mean, that's just absolutely incredible. Now this is why, you know, we all, this is content creators, as people online, whichever, we have to push these stories as much as possible because that gets it into the limelight. And for anybody out there that may have been on the fence, I think after seeing that security footage that came out from her father, it pushed so many people over that edge into the, okay, now I see what's happening here.
Now, yeah, man, you guys gotta cough up $430 so that Caden does not sit around playing with a phone or a tablet, is outside swinging, climbing around in the little house and playing in the sand. Okay, somebody cough up 430 smackaroos so that they could sit there and draw on the little chalk, so he could draw on the little chalkboard with his friends. It's a beautiful thing, folks. Okay.
I just texted about some Amazon gift cards, so hopefully that will happen soon.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's good to help her out. And again, she lost so much of her property and so many other things as well.
Stop
it's
it,
beyond
Terry.
belief.
Behave.
Sometimes it's the mods that are the most inappropriate in the chat.
No, it's always my mod.
It's always your mod. Yeah, your mod is Cherry's
sometimes
a little bit. Yeah, she says what she wants to say the least. Yeah.
I would not have it any other way.
Right.
I mean, we'll see if I get my affiliate program that I'm trying to work out just for humor value, but then I can make all the jokes.
Right. That's funny.
Yeah, man. It's pretty sweet not having to be attached to a lawyer title. I could, no, I'm just kidding. I wish I could.
Blair Institute of Law and stuff.
I stuck one in anyway, baby. You know why? Because that's how you get things done in the United States of America.
There you go.
You just say it and it is. Poof, I'm a woman. Boom. That's it. I can get pregnant. That's it. Wow. Okay.
Crickets.
Probably a
yeah.
different stream for that. You're gonna
Yeah,
alienate a bunch of
exactly.
people who might otherwise donate. So
Yeah.
not the time or place.
That's funny.
Listen, man, I'm just talking here. I got to be here forever. Well, not really. I dare say that in front of the 24-hour stream king right here. I mean,
Yes, I know.
yeah.
24
It's a
hours.
little hairy
Well,
at the end of 24 hours. I'll admit that for sure.
Yeah,
'Cause,
that's intense. Yeah.
Every time you wrap those up, I'm just like, oh God, man, that guy is hardcore.
Oh, at
Like-
the end of
So
that, I'm
impressive.
always like,
Yeah.
all right, it's time to just go and do my best impression of a dead guy. 'Cause,
Yeah, wild, amazing.
What did you think of the friend Michelle Runkle?
which I'm trying to think.
That
Out
was
of
the one
respect
with
for
the
Mike
real arrogant. Yeah, the one with the real arrogant, smug look on her face. That was.
Oh,
that one. Yeah.
Brittle.
Yeah.
I probably would have just skipped her, honestly.
Okay.
I don't think she.
Yeah.
I don't think she moved the needle much, and
No.
you know,
If at all, right?
it just
Yeah.
is what it is. Sometimes you
Right.
got witnesses who are not the best witness.
Out of respect for my guests, I'll not repeat what I did say about her on my other stream.
Yeah. Sure. Oh my goodness, that's funny. Yeah, she had a chip. That's all I have to say about that. She had a chip on her shoulder. Meeting or neating? Thank you for clearing that up.
Oh, that whole process.
I'm like, just like Larry David on Curb Your Enthusiasm. He's like, okay.
Okay.
All right, okay.
I see what you do. I see what you did here.
Right,
You're not pulling
yeah,
anyone.
yeah. When he
She's
shuts
got an
things down,
expression
like,
like,
okay.
I think this is going real good for me, and I'm like,
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And everyone's like, "You gotta be kidding me!" Like I was when I watched when that cross examination, I just go, I literally look at the screen and I go, "Wow!" Like Vinnie Politan, wow, wow.
And she brought out nothing. I mean, there was no point to her testimony. It was insane.
She was just up there to be mean. It was weird. It was weird. She is very unlikable.
Yes.
Incredibly unlikable. Like
Yes.
it's like she served the purpose to be unlikable almost. Is what
It was
seemed like.
incredible. It was incredible. The casting decision was unbelievable in that moment. Perfect casting. Like, we need someone to come out there and just be like, I'm not afraid of this. You know, they had a few of those in the Karen Reed case as well that got up on the stand and we're just giving it to the defense. It was like, oh my goodness, would you calm down, please? Oh boy. Closing in $11,000. Well, this is great. This is a great
That's
day for
amazing.
pushing money for Kelsey.
$11,000.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Bro, here we go.
Given this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Directly into this thing. And what town do you live in?
I live in Ipswich, Massachusetts.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a correctional officer.
I didn't hear that.
I'm a correctional officer.
Oh, correction.
And how long have you been doing that?
8 years.
In Middleton?
Yes,
Do you know Kelsey FITZSIMMONS?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were coworkers and we eventually became friends.
Now I'm going to jump ahead in your relationship. Well, when did you meet her? Do you remember?
At the end of 2021.
I don't think they're friends
At some
anymore.
point, you knew she was getting married.
No, not at all. Hold on, I got to share this. Court Chopped came through on this one. Go give Court Chopped a like. Stop what you're doing right now. Go give Court Chopped a like. This lady
Yes.
Were you going to be part of that?
Yes, I was a bridesmaid in the wedding.
I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of 2025. Do you recall that day?
I do.
At some point,
she's like a killer doll that like comes to life and turns mean. Like,
did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
And was that over the phone?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Yes, we talked on the phone and she was driving around North Andover and she was crying and I heard her baby crying in the backseat.
Did she tell you why she was crying?
She said that she needed Justin.
Any more than that, or was that the gist of it?
That was the gist of the conversation. And then she said she had to pull over to feed the baby.
Now, where were you when you had that conversation? Do you remember?
I was in North Andover driving around trying to meet up with her.
Did you ever meet up with her that day?
I did not until I saw her later in the hospital.
Where did you go? Did you stay in North Andover?
Kelsey out here giving those Karen Reed looks to the.
I know. It looks, the looks on that face are just like you bleep and bleep.
For
You
sure.
know?
I mean, it's really
I
tough for
didn't up
people
until
when
I
they've got a friend testifying against them, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that is to be expected.
And the thing is that sometimes, like, nobody faults the friend in what was the other trial we just covered? Corey Richins. Like, nobody faults Corey Richins' friend for being like, yeah, peace out. I gotta testify here. So we should expect people to testify and be able to testify honestly and all of that. But it's still kind of funny.
Yeah, this is this is wild. Like, it's one of those, like, why did you even prosecute this? What is going on?
Where did you go in North Andover? Anybody's house in particular?
I went to Hunter's house.
And who is Hunter?
He's a friend of Justin's.
And Justin Alayan?
Yes.
And who do you know him to be with regards to Kelsey?
He's a coworker of Justin's and also a friend of his.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hunter. I meant of the defendant. Who is Justin in relation to the defendant?
Oh,
sorry
Justin.
if that was unclear.
That's okay. Justin was Kelsey's fiance.
Now, was anybody else over Hunter's house?
Yes.
Who's that?
It would be me, Justin, Katrina, myself, and Justin's sister, Courtney.
And who is Katrina?
A friend of Kelsey FITZSIMMONS.
Was she also in the wedding, if you know?
Yes.
And without getting into the conversation that was being had between the half dozen of you or so, do you know if Justin made a decision to do something?
Yes.
What was that?
He was going to go to the Lawrence courthouse to file a restraining order 209A and also get temporary custody of the child.
Okay. And at any point, did you see the defendant in the area of Hunter's house?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. I witnessed her drive by Hunter's house.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
So can we just comment on how she's like, I'm Kelsey
Good afternoon,
FITZSIMMONS'
Good
great
afternoon.
friend, but Justin feels confident telling her I'm going to get a restraining order without, like, concern that she's going to immediately go and tell Kelsey. So when she says, oh, I'm Kelsey's friend, I'm like, doubt?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This whole thing stinks.
Mhm.
Like, there's something going on within this group of friends that we are not aware of.
Yeah.
That is my absolute
Yeah.
and total theory here, because there are
That's
things that are not tracking that you're seeing that just, there's a reason for it. We just don't know what it is.
That's right.
Couple questions. You said that you spoke with Kelsey on 6/30/25,
That is correct.
and she told you that she was driving around. She said that she was meeting Justin, right?
No, she's not meeting Justin.
Did you say meeting Justin?
I thought you said meeting.
I did. Wasn't she going to meet Justin?
That was what I understood from Justin, but she didn't tell me that on the phone.
Okay, she said that she needed Justin.
Meeting or needing? You need to clarify that for me.
I think I said needed. She said she needed Justin.
Needed Justin. That is correct.
Okay, so just let's put that over here.
Wow.
And she also
Wow.
told me that day.
Let's
Yeah,
get
slow speed. Yeah,
let's
slow
get
speed for sure. Oh my God.
let's get that down to 1 point. Yeah, that'll do.
11,000 marks surpassed for funds raised today. That's great, Cherry. Look at that.
Okay, so just
Look at that. Oh my
over
Lord.
here.
Oh, and then she does the head turn.
She's awful, bro. Watch. Here we go.
Okay, so just let's put
Right
that
there.
over
Oh,
here.
Lord. And then the head roll right there
Look at
into
that
the other smirk.
shit,
Oh,
dude.
jeez.
She's awful, dude. She's
Oh,
a
man.
horrible. Yeah, look at that shit, dude. She looks like Stephanie McMahon, bro. Like,
Oh,
like
jeez.
when it's like when Stephanie
man.
McMahon is actually like acting, but she's like for real. She's like
there
the
was-
real life.
There was an audible, like, when she said that comment to Mr. Bradall. I mean, the courtroom had to be told to be quiet. It was
Yeah.
wild.
This woman is not okay. Let's get this back to
And
normal speed.
she also told you that day that she was meeting Justin, right?
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
So
Oh, my
she couldn't.
Oh god, we gotta hold on, man. We gotta do that one too.
Insincerity overload.
That is so bad.
Insincerity overload. Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Bradle.
Jeez, it's right here. Hold on. This
Seems
is wild.
seems like a nice person. All right, am I right?
Right here.
Oh yeah,
Right?
Jim.
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
Oh my God, the insincerity.
She is awful. This woman is awful.
I just don't think this is Amanda Bynes' best performance. She's had better roles than this. This is a tough one for
you because she was meeting Justin, right?
Meeting or meeting?
And you said there was some sort of gathering at Hunter's house?
Everything's an attitude.
And that was a social gathering with swimming and drinking, right?
That is incorrect.
Was there swimming?
No, Mr. Bradle.
Was there drinking?
Wow.
Also no.
Wow.
And it was you, Katrina, and Justin and his sister and Hunter, right?
Correct.
Now, you said that you saw her.
You can almost smell the venom on her, bro. You know what I mean? Like she is just
drive by the house.
Yes.
And
She's,
so it's
she's
fair
like
to say
that
that she
woman in the
would've been
movie
able to recognize-
Waiting that goes, remember that lady that gave, what's her name, a hard time? And she goes, I still have some salad left. I'm not ready for my main course yet. That lady, if you remember that movie.
Oh, yeah.
I still have some salad left.
Jesus.
Some or all of the
Not a good
vehicles,
ending
right?
for that lady. They
Yes.
ended up tampering
And
with their food.
going by the house is a route that would take her to the north end of Common, right?
Yes, it's near there, correct.
Nothing further. Nothing. All right, you may step out.
Thank you.
Yes.
Do they like? Do people like that practice?
No, it's a natural gift.
You know, like it's wild. Like, I mean, does it take practice to be that bitchy? You know, just be that shitty.
Yeah. Oh man.
So
Runkle.
I heard back there are now gift cards on there. But if for some reason those gift cards run out, feel free to purchase a gift card and have it shipped to the P.O. Box address that you can send cards and letters to. So, but there should be plenty on there now. They've added some. If you guys want to go to the Amazon gift list and purchase those, I think there's also maybe some books and stuff there for Caden now as well.
That's awesome. What was our last total?
So over 11K.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Incredible.
The gift send goes at 152K, so $152,766.
Let's call that $11,112. That is amazing. You guys are amazing. Hold on. We got to do this one. There we go. Let's be obnoxious. Yes.
Well, guys, I'm going to head out. I'm going to go ahead and do the rest of my trek down to my house. And, but it was amazing being on with you guys. Will, thank you so much for throwing this. Thank you for everyone that has donated. Maza, great to see you again. Mr. Runkle, thank you so much. And it's nice to meet you. And I will see you all very soon.
Bye, Lauren.
guys.
Thanks for joining.
Bye.
Lauren, common sense investigator, y'all. Fantastic. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, so yeah, I still haven't finished the microdots video. Because that's definitely something that I've been waiting for. And we should go over a couple of these fundraiser chats.
Nice.
We've got a grand total so far of $152,766, which is amazing. And I'm not going to go in let me see here. Yeah, I guess I am. Okay, let me load some more here.
I'm gonna be right back in a few minutes.
Okay. So we've got an anonymous giver that sent $10 saying stay strong, Kelsey. We've got Melissa Jewell that sent $100 saying Glaire's fundraiser, sending you much love and prayers for Southern Louisiana. And then another one that named themselves Glare Fundraiser to stay anonymous, $15. And Annie B, rock on girl, wishing you and your son all the best. Paige, $20, praying for you, Kelsey, for the Glare Fundraiser. Marcy, so happy for you. Keep fighting. The Glare sent me. CLP sent $20. Anonymous giver, $10. Glare Fundraiser. Kelsey Heel, praying you get your baby soon. $50. Anonymous giver, $5. Blaine Whalen, $10. Angel the Aussie sent $100. Glare Fundraiser, so happy for you, Kelsey. Wishing you a fast reunion with your son because, yes, 2 weeks is an eternity. And what you've been through, oh, I don't have the words. All the best. Your future is bright and beautiful. Yes, well said.
I see somebody asking, what do I think this will do in family court? It's more that what it won't do in family court, because the other verdict would have been fatal in family court, right?
Right.
So now she gets to go back to neutral status, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and you know, she is the baby's mother, so this works in her favor as well. And the support that we're giving her today is going to definitely help her a lot too. I mean, she's going to be able to hire experts if she needs to. She's going to be able to do everything that she's going to have to do to to deflect anything that Justin's going to throw at her anyway. And that's what we're here to do, right?
Yep, there's a long road ahead.
Right. And I want to thank you again, Ronks, for being here, man. I really appreciate it. Taking your time. Yeah, man. Your insight is invaluable. Most definitely. Let's see what else here. Congratulations. Lara sent $25 saying congratulations on your well-deserved acquittal, Kelsey. Your boy will be back with you soon. Angel sent $20. Deb Vitt sent $50. Stay strong and stay angry, Kelsey. We are behind you 100%. Get that baby back. Dina sent $50. Glara Fundraiser. Go pee, Cherry. Andrea sent $50 saying, Glare Fundraiser, Kelsey, you have an army behind you on your journey to get your baby boy back. Donna from Washington sent $50. Glare Fundraiser, I'm a grandma in Washington State. I don't know Kelsey, but I feel like I do. Though all the vitriol that Justin, etc., have said about her and through all the twisted facts told by her former police partners, she remains quiet. She let the justice system train roll. I envision her warm and caring, giving, and full of life. Let's get her reunited with her baby. Thank you, Donna from Washington. D Nice sent $50. I was just reading about how Amazon won't deliver the swing set and started bawling. Honey, you have the world of people that are loving you and sending you strength. We are going to be here for you, my dear. We have that. We have to get that baby and your swing set. Glare around 3. D Nice again with another $50 saying, I was just reading about how Amazon, oh, you sent that twice. D Nice. Oh, I'm a poet and didn't know it. Tara Croteau. You are the Canadian here, Ronks. I think I'm saying that right. Croteau. Croteau.
Not sure. Names are not my strong suit.
Okay. $100 from Tara Croteau. We'll just say that. Kelsey, a long overdue, not guilty. Your strength and grace through such an unimaginable ordeal have been incredible to witness. Wishing you peace and healing as you work toward being back with your son. You have a whole community standing behind you. Amazing. Marissa Thomas, $20. We got your back. Tracy Warner, $20. 12-hour Glare Fundraiser. I'm rooting for Kelsey and Caden to be reunited. That baby needs his mama, not the family he's with right now. Anonymous giver, $7. We're with you and praying for you, Kelsey. You will get your precious son back very soon. Keep the faith. Cheryl and Amanda, $10. For Kelsey and Caden, 6 hours into the Glare fundraiser, donation number 2. Fuck you, Noonan. Thank you to Will, Lauren, Runkle, and Maza for entertaining and supporting from South Australia down under. Moons over her hammy sent $50. Saying, stay strong, Kelsey. This fight has kicked into high gear for Justice of Baby C. Kisses and hugs, Moons, Glare fundraiser. Cupcake, Lara Lee. Thanks, Will. That's $50. Thanks, Will, for doing this today. Kelsey, so happy you got a huge win. I've been following since Mel turned us on to your horrible situation. So glad so many YouTubers took up your cause. I wish all the happiness in the world from now on. Yes, man. And yeah, Melanie Little has been shining a bright light on this case. Gisela, $100. Dear Kelsey, my heart goes out to you and your boy, wishing you both to be reunited soon and that your life will be blessed with people who really care about you so you can overcome the past and sail into a bright future. Sue. Oh, wait, somebody. Let me see that. Vagina Mike Cryford. What's Runkle's take on the tap rack theory? Great point.
I don't buy the tap rack theory, and the reason why is that it requires her to be way better than I think she is. So, the tap rack, I have trouble getting that under 4 seconds. But that's also, she's supposedly also like getting up to her feet, diving, like moving backwards and all this. I'm like, there are people who can do it no problem, right? I just don't know that we have any evidence that Kelsey's one of them.
But they would be trained specifically to do stuff like that too. And
you know what I mean? Somebody who's done like 3-gun matches and so forth and has got a lot of practice in. And
she's training to do a John Wick movie,
Well, Noonan is probably one of the people who could do it, right? Because he's got all of this. So I see somebody saying
training and
explain yourself. What is a rack, tap rack? So, I'm not going to use the airsoft because you've already had trouble, and if they hit you again, then they'll, then they'll make it a big deal. So you've got the magazine, and one cause of failures in firearms is that the magazine might be improperly seated. So the first step of this, it's just a clearing drill. It's kind of the fastest sort of way to clear a firearm. So the first thing you do is you tap. And so when you tap it, you're seating the magazine. That's what you're doing, right? So the tap is, you're going to use the heel of your palm. You're going to, hit the thing. And hopefully now the magazine, if it wasn't seated, is now properly seated. And then you rack it. And the racking clears several different things. If you've got a stovepipe where you've got a failure in the sense that a stovepipe is usually you've got a case that's kind of sticking out. It's, blocking it from closing. So you rack it to clear that. And then you let the slide go. And that should empty the chamber. So if you've got a dud round, for instance, that'll clear that as well. If you've got, if you have nothing in the chamber, then, when you release the slide, it puts another round in and you should theoretically be good to go.
Right.
So,
but it can jam if you pull one, if there's already one in the chamber, it will jam. It could jam, right?
I mean, it's supposed to, the tap rack bang should clear the one in the chamber and eject it.
Okay.
But so tap rack bang is sort of a quick process that will clear most failures. Now I say most, it won't clear all of them. If you've got a fail to extract, it won't fix that. And in fact, doing the tap rack will, jam it up worse. If you've got a double feed, it won't fix that. So, But ideally, like if you get good at it, it should be like when you're really good at it, it should be what you do automatically when you have a failure. Thing is, most people aren't that good. Most people don't have that level of training where you fire, you get a miss, and you immediately do it, right? And if it doesn't work, then you might need to go to other things. For instance, if you've got a double feed, tap, rack, bang won't usually clear it. What you'll have to do to clear a double feed is drop the magazine and then rack it repeatedly and then reinsert the magazine and rack it, right? And so a double feed is you've got one in the chamber, but you've got another one that it's trying to shove in, off the slide. So basically you've got one in the chamber and it's trying to push another one in the chamber, which kind of obviously doesn't really work all that well.
Right.
So, but yeah, I mean, what you'll see if you watch like 3-gun matches, the really good people will be able to do this very quickly, right? They'll just be able to run through that. But that's the really good people.
They sit around practicing it. So because they're going to be in 3-gun matches.
But if you get the average police officer and you put them in that same match and they have a failure to fire.
I'm listening. I'm stepping away, but I can hear.
Oh, yeah, no worries. What you see is you see people go and they initially pause because they don't know what happened. They expected a bang and they don't get a bang. One of the things people comment on is that the two loudest, sounds on the range is a click when you were expecting a bang and a bang when you were expecting a click. But they'll try to fire. And then there's that processing time of like what happened. And that can be like a second or 2 seconds, if you think about just reaction time to an unexpected stimulus. And then what you'll see is that as they're moving over, like 3-gun matches involve both shooting and moving. And you'll see them like stop moving. You'll see them like unable to do, it's the walk and chew gum thing, right? Where you're just like, I don't know. So if you've got to actually, if it's not something where it's super automatic, that it just automatically, is just your natural reaction, then it takes some processing time and it's hard to do more than one thing at the same time. So, he's basically saying she's really, really, she's quite good with this, which, I've likened this on other channels to saying like, imagine that imagine that the testimony was, you've got a guy, there's like a 6-foot-high fence, right? And imagine that the officer is saying, I was chasing this accused and they jumped the fence. Now, if they say the person jumped up, grabbed the top of the fence and, did the legs thing and went over the fence, it's like, okay, that's real plausible, right? That might be how I'd get over a fence. But if you say that they like went up to the fence and did a backflip, landed on their feet and kept running, it's like, it's possible, but it's possible, but I'd want to be like, is this person a gymnast? Is this person like,
I'd want to know more,
skater?
Right?
And so what he's testifying to is something that requires more skill than what I'd expect from what they've said, which is they said she was like this rookie who barely knows where she is and barely knows what's going on. And I'm going,
yeah, pick a
so
lane.
if she's some super rookie, then how is she doing this? I think that they could have taken most of the officers in that room and they wouldn't be able to do under the sort of same conditions to pull that off. So, yeah.
Okay. I have a knee massager. Sometimes my knee hurts. I'm going to be here a while.
Yeah.
It's not like a butt plug.
Okay. I'm glad that you brought this to our attention so we can.
It's got like, it's like a red light therapy thing.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I'm just gonna press the doubt button anyway. Hear a buzzing noise and it's like,
It's definitely yes.
Hold on, my hot dog is already out of the microwave.
It's like a red light and heat. This thing is awesome. It's amazing.
Yeah, and it's working
Yeah.
great.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's amazing. It's like the greatest thing I've ever gotten for my knee to like feel better. And it just goes on and on.
Yeah, that's funny. How long do you use that for?
Until it just feels a little bit better. You know, I try to like mostly I try to do it for the red light because it just helps with like joints and cartilage and rebuilding cartilage and things like that. Supposedly it's supposed to. So yeah. Yeah, it's pretty great. Let's see where are we at on the total, Cherry?
Over 153K now. You guys are in the $153,306 range. So you guys must be closing in on 12,000.
Yes,
soon. Yeah.
This is amazing. This is fantastic.
That's great. These 12-hour streams really, bring it home too. So many hours here. I mean, you're over the halfway mark. I mean, $20,000 is in play today. And you never know when you're going to get that, that every now and then, every fundraiser has like that one person at least that donates like 1,000. The next thing you know, you just jump, 11,652.
11,652.
Yeah.
People are fantastic. Let's do a shorter applause here. Yes. So what haven't we gone over in regards to the case? I mean, I'd like to see more of Microdot's video.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about Bettero for a second. Bettero was sitting with the family on Thursday, which was great. Love to see that. He's always given like on the right, sitting right with the families, whether it was Bill Reed and Janet in the past or with, Will Page or Steve Fitzsimmons this past week, this past Thursday, which was fantastic. Love to see that. I think it's great for the family too, because they have an attorney right next to them that could kind of give them the play-by-play and break some ththings down for them. Because again, none of us are legal experts unless, of course, you're an actual legal expert, like Runkle here, of course, our guy. But you need to, it's nice to have someone like Bettero who sits there and can kind of walk them through and say, this is going to be a dismissal. Don't worry about it at all. There's nothing to worry about. And Bettero said in his post interview with Justice Served that, 30 seconds into Karp speaking, he knew it was going to be an acquittal. I felt the same way because once Karp said, this was tough to decide. Well, tough to decide doesn't mean you've delivered a verdict. Tough to decide means it's reasonable doubt. Those were my thoughts, and Bettero drove that home as well.
I mean,
Bettero the schmoozer.
The instant they said, "Hey, listen," once he said, "I found both sides to be credible," I'm like, this is either an acquittal or it's legal error. So it's either an acquittal or it's gold-plated appeal. So what more do you want here? But the judge did hem and haw. I was worried because the other thing that made me a little nervous on that one was the judge just saying, well, it's really important that the police, and I was like, I don't like that. That makes me a little more nervous, but because I'm less sort of unabashedly pro police, if that makes sense. My sort of go-to line is that good police officers deserve to work with other good police officers. And, the thing is, if you're working with police officers who are less good, then you don't necessarily know that they will always be on your side either. As KELSEY FITZSIMMONS may have figured out. That's, kind of a question there, right? So
I feel as though the judge felt because that's just the way I took it was just, I assumed it was because there was so much public attention on the case that it felt like it was the responsible thing to say, to not disparage the police and, use his position on the bench to have that moment. That's how I took it.
Judges are always mindful that for certain witnesses, an adverse finding is career-ending.
Mhm.
And, so they don't really want to blow up somebody's life. Because if the judge had come out and said, I find that Noonan intentionally lied on the stand, and I'm saying that's an if, right? I'm not saying that would have been the correct thing for him to do, but if he had made that ruling, then that would have been a really huge deal for Noonan, because at that point, that's his career, right? That's it. It's over. It's done. Because you can't call a witness after that. You can't call a police officer as a witness after that's happened. It's just they're finished.
Yeah.
So, he's not going to do that. Instead, what he's going to, and so I predicted, I said, look, the very likely outcome is he's going to say, I find both of these witnesses to be credible, to be good witnesses. And so because of that, I cannot convict, and the other, like, I see people asking, will Noonan face charges? I'm like, no, there is no path to conviction for Noonan.
Right.
And, if I was at the prosecution's office and somebody was like, we got to prosecute Noonan, I'd be like, you are not going to be able to land a conviction
With
on
what?
Noonan either.
Right.
Yep.
So, but I mean, really, they should have at the outset just said, we don't have these charges against KELSEY. That's not something we're ever going to land. And so even if you think she did it, don't, right? This is not a situation where you're going to be able to make this stick. But nevertheless, they proceeded, and it was a choice. It's not a choice I would have made. So yeah. It's how things go sometimes.
Yeah, well, I was interested in Noonan and his wife's behavior in court, where they were holding hands, and I just said to myself, what is really at stake for him in this verdict? Because I mean, ultimately, if it's going to be not guilty, it's going to be reasonable doubt, anyways. Obviously, in turn, there'd be no charges that would ever come his way, because again, it's the same set of evidence, but that would only result in the same result, which is again reasonable doubt. That it's a he said, she said again. It's just that no matter which way you stretch it, and
Oh, I mean, if the judge had come back and said something like really strong, like, I find Noonan lied on the stand and did so intentionally, then you're looking at a very different scenario. Like that's the end of Noonan's career, right?
Mhm.
It's just practically speaking, they can't call him as a witness ever again. If that's, but was the judge ever going to do that? Was that,
I don't think that was even a question at the time.
Yeah. So, a lot of people wanted that like really strong verdict. And, yeah. I think it was a little bit optimistic, I guess we'll put it.
Yeah. Yeah.
What did you think of Bradel's closing?
I thought it was good. It wasn't showy, but
yeah,
it wasn't like spectacular. But this is a bench trial. Like, you don't need to be showy. You don't need to, like, there's a bunch of stuff that I'd want to do.
Grab a firearm and like dry fire it in court. You don't need to do that.
Well, I mean, that I just thought was insane. But, but like, often you'll see with the jury.
I kept yelling at my screen, stop that. Stop doing that. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
With a jury trial, you'll see them like go through the evidence in that sort of careful way where they're like, and that's not something you really need to do as much with a bench trial. And in fact, it might kind of annoy the judge, right? The judge is like, dude, I was paying attention. Like, you don't need to lecture me about what was going on. Right. I was there.
Yeah.
So, I don't think he needed to, for instance, have like a big fancy, let's walk through the evidence and all of that. He just needs to be like, judge, this is what I want you to think about. It's a very different, I've done very short closes on bench trials. I mean, I'm pretty sure I had a close at one point that was just under a minute, which was just, Your Honor, you've seen the evidence. I've seen the evidence. I'm going to suggest to you that this witness was plainly not credible, and the Crown's case hinges on this witness. Crown is the prosecution here in Canada. So, you know, if you agree with me, you must acquit. If you found this this witness convinced, you know, if you found this witness's evidence credible beyond a reasonable doubt, then you're going to convict, Your Honor. So, you know, I think that was sort of the essence of my close, and the judge at the end of it was like, "I agree with Mr. Runkle. This witness was not credible."
Right.
So,
Gubatosi is, you know, Gubatosi was a lot like John Goodman in The Big Lebowski when he pulls the firearm in the bowling alley. It's like, what the hell, dude?
Market zero.
If I was the judge, I would have just said, no, like, we're not doing any theatrics.
Right.
Anything you need to show with the gun is either already in evidence or you don't get to show it, because this is not a time for, you know, for this. And just for, you know, for safety reasons, I'm not letting you play with a gun in open court. Make your point or don't, but you don't get to, you know.
I had a real problem with that, man. I did.
When he actually, when I was in court and he actually pulled that trigger, I actually was like,
yeah, when he started pulling the trigger, I was like, oh my God, what are you doing? It was crazy.
Imagine if that had been loaded.
Oh, I mean, that's the thing, is there are cases where people have died because somebody screwed up. There's a case where the defense lawyer's position, like the defense lawyer's argument, was that that the gun was defective and that the gun could go off without pulling the trigger. You know, his client was accused of murdering somebody, and he's like, my client's not a murderer. He just has this shitty gun. Well, what ended up happening is he was showing this theory in, you know, there's stories that say it was in court, but I don't believe it was actually in court. But he was showing this theory to other, you know, other lawyers in the sort of back room, and the gun went off, and it wasn't cleared, and it went off and shot him in the leg, and he bled out. So,
oh my God.
Yeah.
Now, from what I understand,
what happened? It hit him in
acquitted.
He hit him in the femoral artery, or?
I mean, your leg is full of arteries.
Yeah,
right? Your leg is full of blood vessels. You know, when you see people in the movies get shot in the arm or they get shot in the leg, and it's like, oh yeah, he's going to be fine. It's like, no, that is not how that works.
Right.
You know, he might be fine if he gets to a hospital in a, you know, real hurry. And by fine in this case, we mean he might, like, you know, might be able to regain function with sufficient surgery and so forth, right?
Right.
Because,
Not with a dirty t-shirt as a tourniquet, as they're, you know, got a hot girl under their arm.
Yeah, the movies always just show it as like, you know, you wrap a bit of cloth around it and you go shoot some more bad guys, right?
Right.
When in reality, at best, it's a life-changing injury, and at worst, it's a life-ending injury. So there's not a lot of places you can get shot that don't have at least the very serious likelihood of
bleeding out,
either dying or you know, or just never being right again. So you know, you get shot in the gut. Okay, cool. You're probably crapping into a bag for the rest of your life.
Jeez.
Right.
You know, you get shot in the leg, you're probably walking with a limp.
Be limp. Yeah.
You know, it's all of this stuff about like, oh yeah, you know, it's all Hollywood nonsense, but it's just the way of things.
Yeah, I mean, you get shot in the chest and it goes all the way through. Oh, you got nothing to worry about. It went all the way through. But I mean, KELSEY had a collapsed lung. She was, you know, like she was fighting for her life that whole time. You know,
I think she's gonna
matter too.
I think she's likely to have, you know, pain and, you know, probably reduced mobility and so forth for the rest of her life.
Forever. Right.
You know, it's just that's how that is, right? So it's unfortunate. But That's how that goes.
I'll be right back. I got to flip my chicken wings.
All right. It wouldn't be a Saturday stream with Maza if he wasn't making chicken wings.
I hope that's not a euphemism.
It's not. it's literal. He's making chicken wings.
Now I want chicken wings and I don't have any. So
yeah, they sound really good too. Oh man, and the place is open too. There's this place that's only open on weekends around here, and I really like their wings. And their wings are not good quality. I just really like the taste of them. They're good. They're tasty. They're not.
Lately, I've found that the best wings I can get are ones I make.
Yeah.
Because you go to a place, they cheap out, and it's also hard to get good hot wings. Because I like hot things.
Yeah.
And so when you get hot wings, they're often made with like, Tabasco or whatever.
Right.
And I mean, I'm saying this as a guy who literally has his own hot sauce.
Nice. Okay. Hold on. Let me give you the full. Go ahead. Show that one more time. Everyone
makes mistakes.
Makes mistakes. I love it. I love it.
So, yeah, it's a great product. But I will admit I did the ideating on that one a bit. So the genesis of that hot sauce is somebody was like, "Hey, Runkle, a friend of mine is getting into the fermenting business. Have you ever thought about a hot sauce?" And I was like, "I have actually." So I reached out to the friend, and the friend was like, "Okay." And he does like a lot of white label stuff, but he was like, "Do you have a flavor profile in mind?" And I was like, "I actually kind of have an almost recipe, but I didn't have like a formal recipe. What I had was I made hot sauce once and I ended up with something I really liked. But instead of like writing down the recipe, I just took a picture of the ingredients before they went into the, into the blender and the fermenter, into the fermenter and then into the blender. And so, but when I sent him that, he was like, "Oh no, I can work with this. This is like, I can make this." And he's like, "Do you want it to be exactly the way you made it? Or do you want me to make it food safe? Like, or shelf stable?"
Okay. Yeah.
Like, cause if I made it the way I like, it didn't have enough of things that like are required for keeping it, long-term.
Right. Not necessarily preservatives, but the standard for natural without preservatives. Right.
More vinegar and more salt was basically what it needed.
Right.
So I was, just to up the acid and the salt content. And I was like, yeah, no, do that. And then I was terrified because he's making this sauce for me. And it was not cheap to get made. Like, it was thousands of dollars to get the sauce made. So I'm sitting there like, oh my God, please don't suck. Because if it sucked, I wouldn't have sold it.
Yeah.
I would have just been like, I'm just going to eat the cost of this. And then I got to taste it and was like, yes, this is pretty much exactly what I made. So I'm quite happy with it. But yes, I am particular about hot sauces. I have within reach 1, 2.
Oh boy.
3.
Good stuff.
4. 5. 6. 7. What have I got more here? At least 7 bottles of different hot sauces.
Wow.
And if I go into the other room, I've got like another 100. So I like my hot sauces. But anyway, you order wings from a place and they're like, yeah, we have basically garbage wings and, made with, the standard Tabasco butter combo.
Cranberry
and
lime.
I'm like,
somebody asked in the chat. Sorry.
I'm just like, no, you got to do better. So yeah. I very much want to fix that or get some wings and have some good wings now though.
Right, right. Yeah, love chicken wings so much. One of my favorite things, chicken wings. Love them to death.
What flavor are you making, Maza?
Lemon, butter, lemon, garlic. I found some kind of seasoning that was butter, lemon, and butter. Yeah, butter, garlic, and lemon. I think is what it is. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah. So that's
Word.
keep confusing the names. There's 3 different titles and all that. So yeah, I usually make like I variate. Usually it's like Sweet Baby Ray's mild hot sauce. I always go lighter with the heat. I don't like the heat that much. I like just enough kick, and that's it. But not. I don't like anything blazing hot. Like I'm not sitting there wanting to eat wings and be like, oh, like every 10 seconds. No, I want like a nice like good kick, and that's it. That's all you got to do.
The key is that after you've eaten a lot of hot wings, the kick is you experience the kick differently.
Yeah. Right. Someone said
Yeah.
lemon pound cake marinated wings.
Yeah, I mean, when I eat like traditional Hispanic food, like I dump hot sauce all
Do you? Yeah.
over it, dude. Yeah.
I always put Tabasco sauce on my eggs every day. It's always Tabasco sauce.
Yeah, that's great.
bad.
I love
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
hot sauce, Tabasco sauce on my eggs.
I was just crapping on Tabasco, so.
Oh, were you? Did I miss that? Again, I must have missed that. Yeah, you're like, yeah, Tabasco is garbage. And I'm like, I love Tabasco sauce is wonderful. Runkle's like, yeah, Tabasco sauce is horrible.
It's a vinegar-based sauce, and there's a place for vinegar-based sauces, but it's very simple.
Yeah.
Like it is literally 3 ingredients, like water, salt, and peppers. So there are vinegar-based sauces with like a better flavor profile, but
Yeah, like Crystal hot sauce is like 2 ingredients. It's like nothing. It's like, it's nothing. I remember looking at it going, wow, that's it,
And I mean, you can get good hot sauces with minimal ingredients, but I like a little bit more depth of flavor, I guess.
My brother was the first one. Like I remember he was in college and we were going grocery shopping and I was like, ooh, get some hot sauce. And I grabbed like Crystal or, something like that. And he goes, nah, man. He's like, you got to look at the ingredients. And he's like, I was just a kid, and he's like, you got to look at the ingredients. He's like, you see, this stuff has practically nothing in it. And then he grabbed like this, like habanero sauce, like some brand. I can't remember what it was. And it had like all kinds of stuff in it. He's like, see, this is just like way better. And I was just like, yeah, okay. But then I don't know, like I'll still use Crystal hot sauce. I like the way it tastes. I don't care what's in it. Tastes good.
I mean, there's simple sauces that have good, good flavor.
Yeah.
The thing I always say that you've got to make sure you're avoiding is you got to avoid, like the plague, any of the sauces that use extracts, because the extract-based sauces just taste like paint. So, like, if you ever watch, the Hot Ones show, they'll have, it's number 8 is Da Bomb on their like list, and Da Bomb, you'll always see people unhappy with it. Even the people who are like, they don't flinch at the hot stuff. They just go, ah. And the reason why is because it tastes disgusting. What was the line? Natalie Lawyer Chick and I did a Hot Ones challenge box. Oh yeah, I've got a Hot Ones challenge box in here somewhere as well. So that's like another 10 sauces in there. But we did a Hot Ones challenge box, and it includes a variant of Da Bomb, but it's a variant because the original Da Bomb tastes so bad that they can't sell it really in the boxes. But they use the original in their, like, on the show. But she was like, this tastes like ass, and I'm like, no, because people eat ass voluntarily. This is worse. So yeah. Da Bomb is the worst.
Yeah, I mean, and you said that's because it's like an extract based.
Yeah, they use chemicals to extract the capsaicin from from the peppers.
Okay.
And actually, I've got a little.
Okay.
This is capsaicin, just pure capsaicin. But because they use the chemicals, you end up with the chemical taste.
Oh,
So, if you don't want it to taste like, such lovely things as like, sometimes it's like, acetone or whatever else that they used it. It's like, no. So stay away from that.
Absolutely. And no question about that.
I mean, hot sauces usually have pretty, I'm not one of those people who's like, you should be able to pronounce everything on the ingredient list.
Right. Yeah.
But
that'd be hard.
I mean, the central things on your hot sauce ingredient list should be foods. So like
right. Actual physical foods. Yes.
Like, this is just one I grabbed out of my thing. It's not mine, but it's one of the ones I grabbed. Ingredients: black garlic, prune, habanero, prunes, black garlic, black habanero, prunes, raisins, prune juice, water, black miso, Chinese vinegar, balsamic, salt, anise. My hot sauce. Ingredients: fermented habaneros, apple cider vinegar, Thai chilies, shallots, Alberta red peppers, garlic, red Fresno chili, gray salt, chive blossoms. Just really, all of those are foods, right? You're not going to be like, what is that for any of those ingredients?
Yeah.
Now, I mean, some of them are going to have things like, preservatives or whatever that probably aren't going to mess with the taste. But if the whole thing just looks like it's some sort of nightmare, you should be like, I don't know if this is what I want.
Can we order it somehow? Your hot sauce?
Not right now. So the what is it? The guy who makes it right now is in the process of getting a new kitchen.
Okay.
And the reason why that's necessary is because the old kitchen was not FDA registered. And that's a bit of an annoying process. So what is it? He's working on getting a new space, which is bigger, will allow him to do more stuff, but B also is already FDA registered. And so if that happens, then I'll be able to ship it to the States, because the States is really obnoxious about that. And
yeah.
So
yeah, it's got to be. There's more red tape since you're shipping it from Canada to the States.
Yeah, the States is very strict on all of that. And I mean, really, the thing about the FDA registration is just like, if I send it to the US and a bunch of people get poisoned, they want to be able to track to which kitchen it was made in.
Right.
So that they can say, you guys suck. Which, fair, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the other thing I was terrified of. I was like, I don't want anybody to have a bad experience with this. And I can say when I did sell it last time, which was only within Canada, I got good responses from just about everybody. There was one bad experience. And that bad experience was with somebody who, unfortunately, Canada Post destroyed it. So that wasn't...
Wow.
And I had it packed what I thought was really carefully, but Canada Post backed over it with a truck. Like there were apparently so
okay,
it survived that. And I was like, okay, fair. If the thing I wish though is that I wish I'd had some reserve bottles that I could have sent the guy. So yeah.
So just call it a vaccine. Problem solved.
Like, great. I suspect then I'd have even more headaches, but yeah, just the joys of all of that. So yeah, just hopefully I'll be able to get that sold in the not too distant future in the US. So, but
Nice.
I can't sell it right now. So this isn't a marketing pitch. This is just this stuff exists.
Right. Yeah. Like I mean, I'm sold on it. I want some.
I'm gonna.
I use it all the time, and that's the thing is I wouldn't sell a hot sauce that I wouldn't also use.
There you go.
So
makes sense.
That was my terror was when I was like getting this stuff. You're paying like thousands of dollars to have this stuff made in advance, and then it's like if it's bad, I was just gonna have to throw it out because there was no way I was gonna sell it if it was awful. So yeah, I was very concerned.
Absolutely. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to step away for the day. I got some things to do today, but I'm going to eat some chicken wings here and have a good
afternoon. I'm envious of the chicken wings.
All right, man.
Exactly. So, all right, gentlemen, free Kelsey. Justice for, actually, she's freed already. She's already been freed. So that's already done. Now it's just about justice for Kelsey and getting her kid back. That free just rolls off the tongue. You know how that is. But
oh, yeah.
Yeah. Justice for Kelsey, and everyone have a great day. Continue to raise funds, and I'm happy for her result Thursday, and it was great to be there, and love what Will's doing today. And the next Maza fundraiser will be next week, looking like next Sunday. So we'll get on next Sunday. Actually, next Sunday is Easter. I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll do a Friday night one.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe I'll do a Friday. Actually, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do one next week. Well, I'll figure something out. I'll come up with some things. Maybe it's 2 weeks from now. We'll see. Next week it might be pretty tough now that I think about it. So, all right then. Well, gentlemen, thank you for your time, and I'll continue tuning in when I can. And have a great Saturday, guys.
All right, Maza. Thanks, man.
Anytime.
Have a good one, dude.
Bye.
Later. We love Maza, man. He's been fighting for Kelsey since this thing just like first broke.
Just at the ground floor, which good for him.
100%. Yeah, man. I did someone asked in the chat if I invited Tim Bradle. I did. He could not make it. He sends all of his love and gratitude to everyone, but he could not make it for reasons that I am not at liberty to disclose, but nothing that anybody could, it's whatever.
I mean, he's got other cases, but also they're going to have to be really careful about what they talk about right now.
Right.
Because they don't want to, they don't want a situation where they say something. I actually really was kind of annoyed at, like when we saw the, what do you call it? The reporters in the like interview thing afterwards. And they were like, what's happening next? Like, is there going to be a civil suit? And I'm like, dudes, she is not out of the legal court battle yet. And you're asking
No.
if there's a civil suit?
Right.
There probably is. And she's probably not at liberty to talk about it because, hey, what do you want to talk about with a civil suit, pending? Not that.
And the fact is, I mean, she's already got the family court thing to fight. And the priority right now is reuniting with her son. That's the priority. That's what's going to be taking up her time. But also, when it comes to the civil suit, the stuff that takes place in the family court is stuff that may be beneficial to her in the civil suit. So it makes sense to just hold off and collect, kind of like investigators collecting evidence before, like building a case before they go and make an arrest and then prosecute.
I mean, all of this stuff has got to be planned out. It's got to be deliberate. It's got to be intentional. So it's not a situation where it's just like, okay, we're just going to fly off the, do things just off the cuff. But yeah, the reporters, I was like, she obviously can't answer that. Why do you bother? Like, and then it makes her look like she's evading something when it's just like, no, you can't talk about your legal business here. Like she's got to get that stuff taken care of first.
Right. Yeah, it's all good, man. Yeah, we're here to raise money and awareness for Kelsey, and we are absolutely doing that. And it's fantastic. Because we are past $12,000, which is fucking fucking wild, man.
That's
Uh,
amazing because
yeah.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of dollars between her and a sort of happy end to this, and you know, everybody is like, oh well, that's, you know, so cynical. It's like, I mean, Bradle's got to eat too, right? He's got to, you know, all this lawyering is not cheap, not free, and even if he was working for free, you know, which I'm sure he's not, but I don't know for certain, you still need, you know, you got to have experts. You got to have, you know, you got to pay your paralegal. You got to, all of this stuff.
Yeah, he's got to keep his lights on in his office if he wants to be able to, you know.
I mean, it's so expensive running a law firm. People don't really sort of think about that, but there's a lot of costs, and, you know, all of these fees, they keep coming, whether or not you're, you know, whether or not you're on a crusade yourself, right? So, yeah.
I mean, this is, and you know, $12,000 is amazing, but it also covers an expert pretty much.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
So
and that's an expert doing like a little bit,
right?
And you know, there can be
not even expenses, you know.
Well, and we heard in some previous trials, experts who were like, you know, was like, what did you what did you charge? And it's like 100,000. You know, and sometimes it was like, that's an absolute bargain.
Yeah.
You know, you get an engineer to spend months of work. You get that for 100 grand. It's like, okay, sure.
Like, yeah, it depends on I mean, think about it. Like, any case could is going to have its own very individual uniqueness to it, and you just never know what type of expert you're going to have to employ to prove your case. You know what I'm saying? Or to prove your, I mean, you just never know. I mean, so yeah, there's going to be some experts whose work is very expensive, and it could run upwards of six figures for sure.
Well,
you know,
it depends on the expert, right? Because
right,
you know, you get an expert, you know, engineer or computer scientist or whatever, and it might be extremely expensive because that's what their time is worth, right?
Right.
Like, you know, oh yeah, it's expensive to hire an engineer. No shit, right? So yeah, all of this is kind of depressing, but it's the way of the world, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, right. And this is going to get so ugly too. I mean, people who are following this case who are so invested, I mean, just be prepared, man. Like, there's going to be, I mean, the mudslinging that takes place in these kind of things is wild. So just be ready for whatever you hear. You know,
family law cases are ugly.
God, yeah.
Like, I tell people I don't do family law because I'd much rather work with murderers than people who are getting a divorce.
They will say anything, you know.
Well, criminal law, the old adage is that it's bad people at their best behavior, whereas family law is good people at their worst behavior. And you know, yeah, there's you would be surprised at the level of overlap between you know, a criminal's worst behavior or criminal's bad behavior versus, you know, the ordinary person's bad behavior.
Yeah, and what you hear doesn't necessarily make someone a bad person either. Like, it's just people's dirt coming out. Everybody's got something that somebody could judge them for, and just be ready for that stuff. Because I think it's crazy. This is what I hate about cases like this, because then people's personal lives get put out there, things just because their situation got so much attention. every little thing from their past comes up, and then people decide they want to judge on it, and it's like, yo, let's stay on task here. And it just gets really, really frustrating.
Well, I mean, think about your own life, right? If somebody had unlimited money to investigate you and unlimited access to, because like they've got discovery, they've got all of this, right? Would how would you look if somebody had unlimited, resources and time and everything to go after, to make you look bad?
Bob saying hello. What's up, Bob? We're just chilling, man. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, think about that. Like, and you have somebody looking into every single thing in your past, and then someone's job to twist it all up. I mean, that's I mean, nobody's gonna be looking clean in these things, and it's something to keep in mind. Like, understand that you're looking into someone's life, and you're reading reports, and you're only hearing someone's side of things, and it gets ugly, man. It always gives me the icks. Always.
Oh yeah, I do not envy anybody in these processes, because yeah, not a lot of fun.
No, not at all. Not at all. Let me see here. Where are we at on a total here? I haven't refreshed in a while. Let me refresh here. 153,971. Fantastic. So we're almost at $154,000.
It's amazing.
That is wild. Man, let me see here. Do you want to go over more of Microdots' video? Because I'm very curious about that. Let me go ahead and pull that up. So we're like 27 minutes in.
Had been granted an emergency abuse prevention order. He alleged that KELSEY had made statements threatening to harm both herself and the baby. But there's absolutely no evidence of this, and she vehemently denies the allegations. It's exactly the kind of claim one makes when they want to ensure a request is approved. But right now, it didn't really matter. The order was in motion. Nothing was going to stop it. To KELSEY, this was the most devastating scenario imaginable. This entire ordeal rested only on Justin's word. Now there's 3 men with guns in her living room, taking her baby away. Only 3 minutes after they arrive, Lieutenant Daly calls Justin to let him know he should come.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
What she was experiencing must have felt like a waking nightmare,
They should
and
never
it was
have
about
brought
to get
him
much
to
worse.
the scene. And
right. I mean, it's one thing if he shows up to the scene. It's a whole nother thing, which is already inappropriate, but it's a whole nother thing that a police officer called him to come to the scene. That's never how those things go down. It's crazy.
KELSEY is anxiously waiting for her mother to return from the pharmacy. She needs the support of a family member. Lieutenant Daly appears to be growing impatient. With temperatures above 90 degrees, the oppressive heat only intensified the tension of the situation. KELSEY appears to be asking him questions about what's happening, and of course he's been trained to deflect, giving as little clarification as possible. Likely saying, none of this is up to him, and he's only there to execute the order. That may be true, but responsibility for the avoidable disaster that was about to unfold falls squarely on his shoulders. This would have been an ideal moment for a family crisis specialist to step in, someone to calm KELSEY, offering reassurance that the order was temporary and that legal avenues existed to contest it. The lieutenant seems to already sense that this is not going well.
I was asked to pack a bag for Caden for about 2 weeks.
Officer Houston and Officer Noonan escort Kelsey around the home to pack supplies.
Did you say anything to the officers about the location of your firearms?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I told them that they were in the basement.
Was that true?
No,
Why did you tell them that?
because I didn't want them to take them away.
Why not?
Because I wanted to be alone with my firearm and take my life.
When did
Jesus.
you make that decision?
I made that decision as I realized I had just lost everything in a 15-second conversation with my coworker.
Where were your firearms?
They were upstairs in a green safe
In your bedroom?
in my bedroom.
Kelsey goes upstairs with the two officers to gather clothes for the boy. The second floor of 125 Phillips Brooks Road is a tight space with low vaulted ceilings. On the left side is the baby's room. Directly across the hall is the master bedroom. This is where, in a few minutes from now, Kelsey will be shot in the chest.
Interesting.
The officers become aware that someone is arriving. Officer Houston goes downstairs to assist.
Somebody asked me, who is that downstairs? And I said, I have no idea.
Leaving Officer Noonan and Kelsey alone in the master bedroom. Her mother rushes to the house. This will turn out to be the worst day of her life. She walks past the cruisers parked outside as she hustles to the door. And then, immediately confronted with a jarring image, an armed officer standing there with her grandson in his arms. You can see that she is genuinely perplexed.
Perplexed is a good way to put it.
Right. I mean, it's a very microdots way to put it.
The three officers are out of their depth. What should have been controlled and methodical is quickly turning chaotic. Kelsey's mother is allowed to hold the baby, but only momentarily. Justin and his sister arrive approximately 45 seconds after Kelsey's mother.
And should not
The
have
police
been
made a critical
lent-
miscalculation by allowing...
And the sister showing up too is just like adding. I mean,
you want to diffuse things, so you get a
Right.
child and family services worker. They can take the kid to, but you don't want to just.
This is a direct recipe for how to do the opposite of diffusing the situation.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
him inside the house. Officers were there to serve Kelsey with a restraining order on Justin's behalf. Tensions were already high. But Kelsey doesn't know they're there.
Like, look at how the
restraining order
he
miscalculation.
He doesn't even know what's happening. Look at how he busts into the house.
By allowing him inside the
Like,
house.
boom, he wastes
Officers
no
were there
time.
to serve Kelsey with a restraining.
He just wastes no time. He just busts in there, not giving a shit if there's something volatile about to happen. If he's genuinely concerned about people's safety, being a fireman, he knows better.
Well, and if he's genuinely concerned about his own safety, why
Right.
is he just walking in like super casual? Like,
Right.
you know,
No, he's walking in like he's the aggressor. Like he knows, like I'm the one that anybody should be afraid of here.
you know,
but
he's not looking for a cop, you know, to escort him.
nothing.
Like, you know, he's just going on in, you know.
Definitely someone who is not afraid of the person whose house that belongs to. Like there's
don't see any
nothing
sign that-
indicating.
Yeah.
Nothing indicating it.
Order on Justin's behalf. Tensions were already high. But Kelsey doesn't know they're there. Only 90 seconds after they arrive, his sister removes the baby from the home. Justin follows, carrying supplies to his car. but is not leaving just yet. Justin returns. He requests to re-enter the home to retrieve more items. The officer grants permission and allows him in.
Now, how much do you want to bet that Microdots threw in the trip and fall just gratuitously?
Oh, I mean, I would. It's
right.
hilarious.
Like, and he'll like make it seem like it's such a serious thing, which will make it even more hilarious. I can't wait. Well, I haven't watched this yet, but I'm just assuming, like, I know Richie, like, I know he did that. I know he had to have.
It also just comes off as like complete abject cowardice, right?
Right.
Because, you know, you see this guy.
He's painting a picture here.
He's supposed to run into fires, you know,
Right.
save people.
Right.
And, you know, like you can hear the yakety sax as this guy takes off running.
Right, totally. He's supposed to carry babies out of burning buildings, and he can't even keep his balance here. It's fascinating.
He proceeds to the basement, where most of his property is stored.
Here we go. I bet you it's about to happen now.
At this time, what KELSEY states happened is that she was folding clothes in her bedroom. She asked Officer Noonan to carry belongings downstairs for her. She wanted to be alone in her room.
Oh,
What was your state of mind about whether or not you wanted to involve any police officers in that?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I was trying to get everybody away from me.
When you went to go get that firearm, was there anyone in your view in that landing?
No. I grabbed the gun, took 2 steps backwards, but I put the gun up to my head.
This is...
When Noonan appears again, she's already
caution,
holding it to the side of her
disturbing.
head.
Yeah.
She pulls the trigger, but the gun only clicks. Noonan draws. He panics. Then he shouts.
Kelsey, no! Kelsey, no!
He fires 1 round and misses what should have been an easy point-blank shot. Then fires a 2nd round, hitting Kelsey in the center right side of her chest.
This is incredibly...
Can you tell us what you
detailed.
heard?
It was Kelsey, no, bang, bang.
Incredibly descriptive. Oh, here we go. Wait. We got to do this right. He's going over it a couple of times. Hold on.
Bang, bang.
Hold on. You know we got to do it.
He's got the yep, there's the yakety sax.
No, I just threw that in there.
1 person down, GSW to the chest. We need a 1052 code 3. Shots fired. Shots fired.
Wow. Unreal.
Copy unit 4. 998 at 125 Phillips Brooks.
It's amazing how...
Well, it's not looking good. Get an ambulance here now.
No concern for the baby. He had no idea what happened to the baby yet, right?
No.
So
At least I don't think so.
Right. His instinct, you know, all of this is to protect his child, right? But his instinct is to run out the door and trip over himself in the process instead of running up the stairs to his son's aid, not knowing what's going on. Like, is my son safe? His instinct is to run away.
Brave Sir Robin.
Yes, Mr. Firefighter. Oh, his sister already had the baby. Okay.
Yes, but did he know that? Is the
Right. The question is, did he know that?
that's what I'm wondering.
People are saying he did know. I still call him a fucking coward.
I mean, if we want to be nice,
Right.
Worst things you could call him.
Exactly. Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that, Cherry. Thank you. How ironic that I would have Runkle up here too at the same time. Like, Jesus. I can't imagine what she's going through right now.
Oh. Worst day of the mom's life for sure.
Definitely. Definitely. It's a nightmare.
Super preventable if the police had not been a bunch of, you know, dumbasses.
On so many levels, you know? Crazy.
Absolutely bizarre.
Yeah, like none of this should have happened.
Nope. I mean, even on the best theory of things, the police suck in this
Right.
case. Like, even if you accept Noonan's evidence, which, you know, I have serious doubts about,
Right.
the police sucked here.
I agree.
Stay with us, Kelsey.
I don't like the interspersed AI stuff, but that's just my taste. It's like you've got enough of the real stuff without throwing in stuff that isn't.
Right. Wow.
Officer Noonan watches as they wheel Kelsey away. He's just discharged his weapon twice, at close range. Once into her air conditioner, and once
He
into her
seems pretty
chest.
unbothered.
Although the shooting has stopped, he is still firmly in the grip of fight or flight. We can presume his bloodstream is flooded with adrenaline. His pulse remains elevated, racing somewhere between 115 to 145 beats per minute. The physical effects are matched by intense psychological shock. The brain replays the moment he squeezed the trigger again and again in brutal clarity. The movement, the sound of the gun, the absolute silence that followed. Every detail loops as the weight of what's just happened comes crashing down. Officer Noonan begins to confront the fact that in all likelihood she will not survive. Soon, investigators will begin asking very serious questions, and he'd better have the right answers. There's no room for ambiguity over his use of force. Lieutenant Daly appears from inside the home. Even without hearing their words, we feel the tone of what's being said. They know this is bad. Daly shrugs his shoulders, but he shouldn't be surprised. Every step of the way, they made mistakes. Instead of executing the restraining order, somehow they've executed one of their own officers. What they say and do next will determine just how bad this blows back at them.
This is the best video, like.
We're going to take you to the scene earlier tonight and tell you what we do, in fact, know. A North Andover police officer showed up at this home on Phillipsbrook Road at 6:30 this evening to serve a court order, and somehow there was an armed confrontation leading to the officer firing a gun. The person inside the home was taken to the hospital, as we mentioned, with serious injuries. There was a heavy police presence around the home for a few hours. Now that home is situated right next to a school parking lot, and police asked that we stay in the staging area at least up until the last few minutes. And again, a very active investigation. The Essex County District Attorney and the Massachusetts State Police Unit assigned to this case are investigating. A lot of details to unfold, but again, this shooting did involve an off-duty North Andover police officer and an on-duty North Andover police officer.
Officer Houston claims he went downstairs when Justin arrived, leaving
I like how
Noonan and
upset she
Kelsey
is
alone in the
that
bedroom.
they have to stay out of the crime scene.
Yeah. Like, that is crazy.
He stated that Kelsey was kneeling, folding laundry to pack for the baby. And while he was standing in the doorway, from a kneeling position, she suddenly lunged toward an area behind the door, then reappearing with a pistol pointed at his face. He said she pulled the trigger, but no round was fired. She began to stand up. He pulled his firearm out of its holster, claiming that Kelsey was trying to rack the weapon to chamber a round. He shouts several commands to Kelsey.
Drop the gun! Don't do it!
Now he knew for sure she was trying to kill him. He fires one round, but she did not comply. Fearing for his life, he fires again. Now this is a much more neat and tidy version of events. Instead of attempting to take her own life, she was dead set on killing Noonan. This young mother, who was recovering from depression, decided for no apparent reason to lunge for a gun and shoot her fellow officer, whom she actually liked, at point-blank range. Intent on a shootout, a blaze of glory.
Right.
The same woman who was calm and holding her baby just 11 minutes ago, all of a sudden transforms into a stone-cold killer.
She developed some sort of a homicidal animus towards you for what Justin Elaine just did to her, right?
I don't think it was, unbeknownst to me, I didn't know Justin was in the house. I think I was standing in her way for her to get downstairs and kill Justin.
So if you don't know that Justin's in the house, how does she know that Justin's in the house?
Yeah, great point. If you're up there, you're watching her. How do you know?
Yeah. Like, you don't know Justin's in the house, but she knows?
Kelsey's very confused by this. You can tell.
Yeah.
So is Courtney.
The idea that Kelsey would do this is completely absurd, adding in the fact that she believed her own mother and infant were downstairs, and she didn't even know Justin was there. But that is the implication of their unbelievable narrative. That Officer Kelsey FITZSIMMONS is capable of mass murder, suggesting she would simply kill everyone, her fiancé, her mother, her baby, and 3 cops she worked with. It just doesn't make sense, and none of it is consistent with postpartum. But let's put that aside and indulge this theory. Why in the world would Kelsey need to lunge for the gun when she was free to simply take a few steps and pick it up? Noonan wasn't expecting anything because he didn't know it was there. Making a sudden aggressive move would eliminate the element of surprise. It sounds like a detail that was added to explain how she was able to get him at gunpoint. Something investigators would want to know. But it just doesn't fit the situation. Neither scenario would have required for Kelsey to lunge. There's also the issue with his statement that she lunged to an area behind the door. The problem is, there's never been a door in the master bedroom. We can say this for sure, because Kelsey's father removed it when he renovated the home. The truth is, there's no reason to believe Kelsey was a danger to anyone but herself. Is it not far more plausible that after losing everything, she simply wanted to end her own life? Kelsey would later respond to the allegation.
Thanks for being here, Maza.
In a letter released by her attorney, Tim Bradle, she states, "I never pointed my firearm at the officer. That officer was not just a colleague, he was my friend. That officer and I experienced a very difficult and sad call for service together last summer. That call for service that day was a true tragedy and caused this officer and I to build a friendship due to experiencing it together. We entered the home and walked into something no human being should ever see, a murder scene with a mother and her infant. As a rookie police officer, this was devastating to me. At the time I was 20 weeks pregnant. The officer that shot me experienced this call with me. To this day, his support during that hard time is something I am still grateful for, regardless of this recent incident that occurred. This traumatic murder call was the catalyst for my mental health complications. As a police officer myself, I would never even think to intentionally hurt another police officer. I see everyone in uniform as my brothers and sisters. I especially would never hurt my friend who has a loving wife and children. I just would never. My firearm was never pointed in any direction other than my temple. When I pulled the trigger, my gun did not fire. However, I immediately got shot in chest by my colleague and friend. I am extremely grateful for 2 things. That God protected me from my attempt of taking my own life, and protected me by millimeters from dying from that gunshot wound to my chest. I will survive and thrive. I know I need to be on this earth for many reasons, but most importantly, my beautiful son. This is my covenant with God and my son." The call Kelsey and Noonan had previously responded to together was truly something that no person should ever see. An unimaginably gruesome scene. In the news report footage, we see them outside the home where it took place. They bonded over the trauma they experienced.
We were on the same shift for a brief time. On one of our shifts, there was a really horrible call.
So we'll get to that, but just
Okay.
generally in terms of your relationship.
That's just like how our relationship kind of even started. That's why I brought it up. That's how we became like texting each other and kind of more than just like, you're just my coworker and I never talk to you, to we've had conversations and talked about personal things.
So I don't believe for a second that Kelsey pointed her weapon at him, nor pulled the trigger.
No way.
What makes more sense is that he was caught off guard, panicked, and took the only action available to him in the moment. To prevent her from harming herself. The problem is, he could never admit that. Especially when it was unclear if she would leave the hospital alive. Because doing so would place 100% of the liability on himself and the department. He is well aware that shooting people in an effort to prevent them from hurting themselves is not in the handbook.
Last evening, shortly after 6 p.m., 3 North Andover police officers went to 125 Phillips Brook Road. The purpose of going there was to serve a court-approved restraining order. The subject of the restraining order was 20.
Folks, let's give this a pause for a second. Because we have got a new guest. You guys know him and love him. Mr. Media. What's up, homie?
How we doing?
Doing good, man. How are you?
I'm good, thanks, man. Good, thanks. In the process of moving right now, so I'm like all over the place, but wanted to stop by and give my love, and thanks for doing this.
No, man, we appreciate you.
Nice to see Runkle too. How are you, sir?
Life is chaos, but otherwise pretty good. Got all sorts of things to deal with. But
I listened to your 4.5-hour mega stream on this the other day.
Oh, it's been a wild trial, but I'm glad that it ultimately came to the right result. So,
for sure. Especially, you have unique insight in this because of the gun stuff. I know you're a gun guy.
Oh yeah, I didn't expect it to be such a the guns would be such a thing in it, because I was just like, yeah, it's gonna be. But then they're getting into like how the guns function, implausible stories about skill level on the firearms, and I'm just like, okay, this I was not expecting in the slightest, but here we go.
Yeah, I mean, I heard you say the part about how both the defense and the prosecution could have used your insight, in this, because I mean, who knows that much about guns? Like most people don't,
I end up doing some firearm consulting for lawyers, and sometimes it's just a matter of like, if you don't know what you don't know, then who knows what the who knows if you're making the right call, right?
Well, yeah,
So,
I mean, that's ultimately what scared me most going into the verdict was the round in the chamber is what had most people. That was the only thing that gave me any pause for concern, is that like, well, if it's there, that means it was planted essentially, right? Like somebody, if she didn't put it there, then someone else did, right?
there's ways it could get there by accident or by intention or by carelessness, right? Because it's really easy that somebody, for instance, could have picked up the gun and in trying to clear it, accidentally chambered it. So I can't necessarily get to malice on it, but I also can't exclude malice as a possibility. It's this whole case from beginning to end is just strange. And body cams would have been great.
All right, as soon as you mentioned body cams, I knew it was going to be acquittal. We knew it before that, like you said, when he said the part about like I find both credible. It's like, oh, so it's over. Okay, good. But
Yeah.
When he mentioned the body cams at the end, that was like, ouch. Let's just put it this way: if the North Andover Police Department truly believes that Kelsey Fitzsimmons pointed a gun at Officer Noonan and pulled the trigger, and that she just got away with it because they don't have body cameras, I certainly hope it is immediately a priority of the North Andover Police Department to get body cameras tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of the same thing as the Karen Reed trial. I get people who come after me and they're like, oh, I'm sure she's guilty. I'm like, then you must be the person who hates Proctor more than anybody.
Yes.
Because if you think she did it, then Proctor is the reason, that the case had such huge problems.
Exactly.
But I mean, I don't think that the body cams would have helped them here because I don't believe Noonan's story.
No, I don't either.
But
he sold it well. You have to admit, he sold it well. I mean, when the guy said he was credible, when the judge said he was credible, what does he mean by that? I guess he means that he talks normal. He seems normal. I don't know what credible means exactly, but he seems legit, I guess. Like he didn't seem like a liar. He said it with certain confidence, so I guess that's what credible means. I don't know.
Yeah. And I mean, the other thing is that if you don't have the firearm experience, then some of this stuff seems less sketch, if that makes sense. So
I think he meant that he was credible based on his experience, and he also didn't want to paint the picture that he was a liar either based on his judgment.
They
I
weren't
think he
going
was
to
trying to be
call.
very careful about that.
He wasn't going to call Noonan a liar unless like there was
Right.
something really egregious
Right.
Noonan did. Like, you know, they're always very reluctant to call an officer a liar because that ends their career. So unless the judge is like, I'm really sure this officer needs to have their career ended, they
And
you know,
and I'll tell you what, the way that verdict was read, and I was listening to your stream, and Mike Bryant from Justice Serve asked the question about like the verdict taking so long, and I think you misunderstood that as him saying that like it because it took a couple hours for him to render it. I think what he meant, and this is what I took from it, was that like the 10-minute reading of it was like a roller coaster. It was like an emotional roller coaster because you're like
judges love to do that.
That 10-minute like read felt like an eternity with the ups and the downs. Which way is he going? Like blah blah blah. Like that was crazy. That was like a roller coaster ride. That verdict.
Yeah, because he starts off going, "This is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do as a judge," and you're just like, "Oh my god, what is he?" Your heart just sinks, and you think the worst.
He was having a good time. That was his time to shine. Like, oh, we're gonna do this. The Judge, everyone's gonna remember Judge Carp. That was him being like, "This is my time to shine, and I'm gonna have some fun with this."
Well, one of the things I always have to warn clients is, you know, if the judge starts talking about how great of a job I did, don't start celebrating because judges love to start off with like, you know, I especially want to thank defense counsel for their, you know, excellent submissions. And it's like, oh, he's convicting.
Because there's a but there. There's a but, you know.
Yeah.
Well,
they just don't use the word but.
He's softening the blow.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, you know, and when he started out with like, I want to thank both sides, I'm like, okay, he's not giving us a hint there.
Yeah. No, that didn't give us much of a hint. Like you said, finding them both credible definitely helped. And what had me worried at first was when he started doing the propaganda stuff, when he was just like, police.
That had me a bit nervous.
It did. But then now in hindsight, I realized that was just to soften the blow. That was to be like, no offense. Like, yeah, I'm ruling against you guys. But I also like, you're not so bad. Keep up the good work.
Right.
Like,
it doesn't mean that you guys are dirty, and it doesn't mean that people should be not trusting the police. That has nothing to do with what my decision is.
But in the moment, you didn't know that. In the moment, I was like, well, I don't like the sounds of that. I don't like the sound.
No.
I don't like the sounds of that, you know? And it was just weird having all those cops in there. Like, and the court officer outside announcing, I wish I recorded it, but he said that like police officers first, like including non-witness police officers, like so any cop just gets priority over any civilian in court. Like it felt like a gang in there. It was like
I don't like that at all because I mean, at the end of the day, the police are there as civilians, right?
For sure.
And so this notion that the police should have extra, they're supposed to just be civilians, not civilians plus. I didn't like that at all. You know, if I was the judge, I wouldn't do that. But, you know, it would just be like, okay, there's X many seats. We're reserving some for family. And
I could
everyone
understand
else
three cops that testified, Noonan and Houston and Daly. But like, other than that, you know, any cop will do, you know, like it was crazy. But, you know, they got the verdict that she wanted and she can move on with her life. And I do have an out. She's going to come on my show tomorrow night. I'm going to interview her tomorrow night with Brado.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
She's going to come on.
Excellent.
Yeah. So that'll be good. So we'll get a chance to speak with her about how she's feeling and all that stuff. And, you know, it's got to feel good. You know, I remember my first day out of the can, like, you know, when I was inside, I'm a runner. So like 17 times around the basketball court was 1 mile. And, you know, that's a lot of circles, man. That's a lot of circles. And so like the first day out, all I wanted to do was go for a run. And I was like Forrest Gump. I was running and I just kept running because it was just like the greatest feeling to run in a straight line and never have to turn. Like you just, and it's like, I hope she did the same. I hope she just went outside and went running.
Well, she said she wanted to go for a run with her dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, oh man, that kind of, you know, pulled at my heartstrings a bit.
Totally.
I'm just, I went down, looked at the dogs, and was like, I'm so lucky to just be able to, I want to go snuggle the dogs. I can just go snuggle the dogs, right?
Yeah.
All those things you take for granted.
Yeah. Yeah. So it'll be good. Brado's going to join me for a bit. I think they still got to be careful about what she says because of family courts. I mean, you got to get the kid back.
100%.
The last thing they want is for her to be like, what they're doing with what they're doing with Karen. That's how they like to do it. They'd be like, oh, she's tied to the witness intimidator. He's doing the intimidating, and Justin's a victim of witness intimidation. That's essentially what they did with Karen. Is they tried to separate us by tying me to her and being like, she's behind the witness intimidation. She's pulling the strings. Like, it's just so dastardly. So we got to be careful with that.
Yeah. And I mean, anything that you say about the case, can theoretically become evidence. They're going to be like, all right, here's the Turtle Boy show on this date. Isn't it true you said this? It's like,
yeah.
So,
which has happened, which has happened already.
Yep.
So yeah. But I mean, at the end of the day, he's a journalist and he has been covering her case. And I mean,
not as much as others, but it's like I still supported it from afar. I mean, I'm glad. Either way, they didn't prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the bottom line here. And I said this on my show the other night. There is a world in which, if you put a gun to my head and said, everything's on the line right now. If you get this wrong, you're dead. And you're like, did Kelsey Fitzsimmons do it? And I wouldn't say 100%. Like Karen Reed, you could put no way in the world ever could Karen Reed have done it. There is a world in which I don't know Kelsey Fitzsimmons. You know what I mean? There is a world in which this is possible, but the government didn't prove it. Therefore, you're not guilty.
Yeah. And I mean, I've sort of said it as, if you said, hey, should we put Noonan on trial? I'm like, I don't think you can prove Noonan did it beyond a reasonable doubt either.
You can't.
But I find Kelsey's story far more credible than Noonan's.
That's exactly how I feel. That is exactly how I feel. So again, body cameras would have fixed all this.
Right.
That's the bottom line. And her story makes sense. Her story did make sense about how she wanted to end her life. She lied about the guns in the basement to get them down there. And that was her quick, response, that I can't do this in front of them. They're going to be watching me. I got to get them out of my view and then I'll do it and it'll be over with. That was her plan. To me, that made more sense in the moment than her shooting her way out. When Noonan said that she was trying to shoot me to get to Justin. It's like, okay, relax, pal. This is what kind of movie is this? What are we doing here?
And she's going to shoot her way through how many officers to get to?
Yeah, 3 of them. And Justin, who also might have a gun for all she knows. Yeah.
Well, and I mean, we saw Justin doing his best track star impression. How's she going to catch him?
I was like Barry Sanders. He had some moves in the basement there. That he was juking around. It's like he got out of there quick.
Hey, if you're if you're interviewing her and Tim tomorrow, are you going live tonight still? Are you still?
No, I'm going to move it to tomorrow. I'm in the. Like I said, I'm in the process of moving right now, so I'm going to be doing my first show from my new spot here.
Okay.
So,
okay.
So
right on.
Process of how moving is.
Yeah. No, I'm like right now, I just have the place, but the move-in date hasn't started yet. So now I'm in this weird place.
Oh, you're moving too.
Yeah. So I feel you, and I just want to get it done, but I can't actually physically move anything now because it's not the move-in date yet.
Wow.
So
I feel you, brother. Pain in the ass. But I mean, glad that's over with. That was a nice little. It was, is at someone else's expense, unfortunately, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, but we needed that distraction. We needed a case again to stick our teeth into, to rally behind, to unite people again. And I think that was a good thing.
It was. I mean, look at everybody now. I mean, so far we've raised over $12,000. We've been doing, this community like always comes through for the right reasons. Always. I mean, this is something that we've just been seeing.
It's probably good to have a trial where the prosecution isn't pointing the finger at you as well.
Right.
Well, it's like I'll be next. Like if we have our motion to dismiss coming May 14th, and then if that doesn't work out, which you have to assume it's not, you have to be prepared. Then I'm next, right? And so I guess, I mean, if you think the media coverage for this was crazy, think of what mine would be. I mean, Jennifer McCabe will be back. Like all of these characters will be back that people have like forgotten about almost. Like I feel like people have forgotten about Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert, especially. Most of these people didn't testify at the second trial. So like we haven't seen them since episode 1 of the Karen Reed murder trial. And so like that's going to be 2.5 years since we've heard Brian Albert talk. And he's just going to come and testify about why he's scared of me. Like we're really doing this all over again. Okay. If you insist.
And I mean, if you've got a police officer who testifies that they're afraid of you, I mean, no offense, man, but
I know.
You're not super scared.
I know.
So it's like, if you're afraid of Turtle Boy, like, what are you going to do when like a meth addict pulls out a knife? Like,
well, they're not.
If you need a diaper change over Turtle Boy said some mean things, maybe you shouldn't be a cop.
Well, yeah, they're going to say it caused them emotional harm. That's the thing with the statute is you're not allowed to cause emotional harm to witnesses. In Massachusetts. And the key thing that they're going to have a tough time proving, though, is intent. Like the law is pretty clear that like you have to prove that my intent was to disrupt the Karen Reed trial, right? Prevent it from going to trial. Why would I ever want to do that? Like you and I don't know about you, Mr. Uncle, but like I did pretty well off of the Karen Reed trial economically. Like the donos were good, the viewers were high, and so why would I ever not want it to go to trial? That doesn't make any sense.
I suspect you probably did better than I did, and deservedly so, because you were in there on the ground floor. That said, like at the end of the day, it's just the case runs or it doesn't. Like this notion that you were, their theory is so ridiculous to me that it's just like if I was a prosecutor in Massachusetts and they're like, you need to take Turtle Boy to trial, I'd be like, I'm not doing that. Right. I just I don't feel like I could do that in good conscience. Sorry, you want me to get all these big, scary police officers to testify about, how they were afraid of Turtle Boy. Okay.
Well, the simple reason for that, I mean, that's just exactly why they hired a special prosecutor. I mean, everything in Turtle Boy's case points to the simple fact that they were trying to shut him up. There's nothing in the interest of justice. There's nothing in the interest of truth. There's nothing in the interest of, oh my God, there's nothing that actually indicates that they were intimidated or scared. They were intimidated by what he was writing, and everything points to them just trying to shut him up.
Yeah. And the fact that the only person that they could find, first they got Mello, who was like their 14th choice, I'm told. And then he didn't work out the way they planned. And so they're like, well, we need somebody else. And they're like, well, anybody like active want to do this? Nope. Well, how about anyone collecting 2 pensions that wants a 3rd paycheck? Yes, Kazi G. So it's like, sign me up. So Triple Dip jumps on board. And, we lost the motion to recuse. But that's okay, because, I mean, you see how Kazi G is. Like, if you were a gambler, who would you bet on, Kazi G or Bradle and Betterow? I mean,
right.
Well, and at the end of the day, it feels like the Afro Man trial. I'm sure you saw that one, where you've got all these officers getting up to testify about just how they can't do their job because people on the street are calling them lemon pound cake. And I'm like, if you can't handle that, then you can't be a police officer. At the end of the day, if all you had was the Afro Man video and him making the music, I would have said, okay, yeah, they executed a warrant. he was upset. He made some videos. He's, mocking them. And, that's just how things go when you're, when you're a police officer. People might make fun of you. They might be upset about the stuff you did. And, whatever. But then they get up and testify. And I'm like, now I'm convinced these people should not be police officers, because now we've gone from, okay, now they go from, their feelings are hurt to, like, breaking down and crying in the courtroom because.
Yeah. Or how about the guy that said upon cross-examination, they're like, did he have sex with your wife? He's like, I don't know. Ask him. It's like, you can't answer that in the
That's how you answer that?
And you have marital problems, bro. Like, I can tell you right away if my ex-wife was banging Afro Man. I know the answer to that.
Right. The answer to that was pretty easy.
I
Yeah.
need to consult with Afro Man to find out the answer to that question. I know it already, bro. You got bigger problems.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair to that guy, I do think it was because he was trying to answer the question, because the question that got asked was, everybody knows you're not having or your wife isn't having sex with Afro Man. And so what he could have been trying to answer was, I don't know what everyone else knows.
Mm-hmm.
I get that, right?
Yeah.
But if
he could have done that better.
I mean, his answer was so bad.
That would have been a better answer.
Right.
Yeah.
And the failure of the plaintiff's attorney to clean that up, I was like, oh man, this guy is not doing you any favors here. Like, the plaintiff's attorney just kept making things worse.
And Afro Man straight up rage baited him, and he fed right into it. They got into an argument. Like, it was crazy. I was like, oh wow, this is over. There's no way this jury's.
Yeah. And Steve FITZSIMMONS just texted me and said, make sure you tell these guys I am watching and how much I appreciate them and you. So there you go. He wants me to
wow.
There you go.
Thank you, Steve FITZSIMMONS.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
He's very relieved. How awesome was it to see how, his very similar to Bill Reed's reaction in court, the hug with the daughter, and
Yeah.
I really liked some of the post reaction where you've got I forget who it was who but Betterow sort of looks over and gives the nod, and I thought that was very classy.
Yeah.
And Bradel waiting for the right moment and then doing the handshake, because you don't want your client, as a defense lawyer, you don't want your client doing the big yes celebration in court. But I thought that everybody was like very very classy, very
I liked how Tim just kind of kicked back and just leaned on the table and watched everyone else celebrate before, just smiled and enjoyed it, before he.
Before.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Acquittals is just what I do.
Right. And then he comes out and he says, it's just another day at work. What can I say? You know what I mean?
So
ain't nothing but a thing.
Yeah. But anyway, I got to get going because, like I said, I'm in the middle of moving, but I definitely wanted to stop by and show my support for Kelsey and you guys. And thanks for doing this.
Appreciate you, Aiden, man.
Cheers. Thank you.
All right, guys. I'll see you later. Peace to you,
All right, man.
Good to see you.
Aiden Carney, folks. Hold on, we gotta give him the. Fun stuff.
That's a guy who really should have been given more credit, and in the sense of at the end of the day they're going after him, and I'm like, stop going after this guy and just write him the freaking Pulitzer, it's
unreal like that. I mean, not only did he not and did you hear that supposedly, according to him, Boston 25 basically just stole a story from him. He had sources and then he writes the story and then and then Boston 25 just totally took what his sources told him and claimed to uncover it themselves, I guess, or whatever. I don't know exactly how it went down, but Yeah, like they just won't credit this guy no matter what. And it's clear because the one thing that mainstream media is threatened by is independent media. You know, I mean, it doesn't benefit them to promote Turtle Boy. You know what I mean?
Oh, 100%. Over and over, we see like mainstream media just getting terrified by the by like, you know, independent small media. You know,
Yeah.
because you know, somebody like Turtle Boy breaking the story makes people go, well, why do we need these big guys? And they hate that, especially when you've got somebody, you know, who's willing to report on it more diligently and sort of honestly.
Yeah.
Because, like, you remember the coverage on a lot of people on the Karen Reed stuff was like, you know, guilty mass murderer is going to, you know, go free. And it's like, yeah. You know, same thing with like Johnny Depp. The difference in people's views between
Johnny Depp, when that happened, everyone just assumed Amber Heard was telling the truth. Everyone just assumed, oh man, look at him. And he's probably just, you know, all these rock stars that he hangs out with. This just seems so typical. You know, people just automatically made up their minds. And then it was like, well, wait a second. Okay, let's look at the facts first. And then, you know, just that's all it took.
100%. It was, you know, it's a very different case once you've actually got the, you know, got those details down, because they just really wanted to sort of present a very particular view of things. And then once they do, they don't want to admit that they were wrong. Like, they don't want to, you know, if they actually did the update video or something where they're like, you know, turns out there's new evidence, or, you know, and said, okay, you know, this
Dude,
is
I eat shit all the time. Like, I will say something and I'll even rant about some things for like 10 minutes. And then I'll be completely wrong the next day, you know? And then I'm like, hey, you know what? I got to take back what I said yesterday. I stand corrected, you know? It's not that hard.
I mean, the Depp trial, you know, I've mentioned this before. I went into that, and what I assumed my position was going to be, I got invited onto a panel, and the only reason I went was that I liked the other people on the panel. So I was sitting there like, okay. And, you know, I go on this panel and they're like, well, what do you think? And I'm like, let's be honest. People are just covering this because it's Depp. And at the end of the day, like, you know, he's gonna be found, like, he's not gonna get any money, because the standard for proving defamation on a public figure is so high. And, you know, yeah. So I just like, I thought that was absolutely where things were going to go. And then later I was like, holy shit, he's actually got a case like this. He might win this. And by the end of it, I was like, he's walking out of here with money. And the question is, how much money? But he's like, it is no longer. So I went from, this case is stupid and he should never have brought it because he's got no hope in hell, to no, he's winning this. And the only question is, how much is he winning it? Right?
Yeah, and when he lost the case with the UK Sun, that was discouraging. You know, it was like, oh, wait a second. Like, I mean, how's that going to fly here with him taking on Amber in court?
Well, and he lost that case in large part because of Amber's testimony that she didn't, that she gave away all the money, which the judge was like, so that shows she's really credible, because there's just no evidence of any financial motive, because she gave away all the money. Except what we find out later is that no, she didn't give away shit, right? She gave away a very little portion, but you know, by and large, the money was not, you know, she kept it. So, like, all right. You get to, we get to a different scenario there because the judge is just like, all right.
she won based on lies. Well, she didn't win that. It was Sun versus Johnny Depp. But yeah, like, that's crazy. Yeah, that was just he only lost based on lies that became evident during his trial against her.
Yep. So, I mean, you got to be able to change your mind, or you've got people like, Coffindaffer who, her take on things is just, she's like a compass that always points to conviction. So,
Always.
I mean, I'm not aware of any case where she thought somebody should be acquitted. And
that's a great point.
So, if you're always saying that the police are right, then you're never actually correct in your reasoning. You're just lucky, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I predicted, Richard Allen would get convicted. Sure. You predict everyone will get convicted. So good job, I guess.
Right.
Occasionally you're going to be right when everyone else says something else, but that's only because you're the stopped clock.
I mean, eventually one of your turds that you throw at the wall is going to stick, Yep.
I mean, if you're sitting there like holding up cards going, watch, I'm a psychic. And every time you're like, okay, draw a card. I'll predict the next card. And it's like ace of spades. Nope. 2 of clubs. Ace of spades. Nope. It's the king of hearts. Ace of spades. Nope. It's the queen of diamonds.
Eventually
it's going to be the ace of spades. And, yeah. So, yeah.
Jesus, dude. Oh, sorry. Never mind. I thought I saw something. All right. Let's see what the rest of this Microdots video.
28-year-old KELSEY FITZSIMMONS. Ms. FITZSIMMONS was an off-duty North Andover police officer. 3 North Andover police officers were on the scene, one of whom was a supervisor. When one of the officers was escorting Ms. FITZSIMMONS during the service of the court order, an armed confrontation took place. One of the responding officers discharged their weapon, which struck Ms. FITZSIMMONS once. She was immediately given medical care. She was med-flighted to a Boston hospital, and as of this morning, we're told she is in stable condition.
Is there any body camera footage of what happened?
We're actually looking to see what camera footage is available. I have not seen any, and I don't have any reports on any.
Do North Andover police officers typically have body cameras?
No, the North Andover Police Department does not use body cameras at this time.
Can you speak at all to her mental health?
I'm not comfortable speaking on that at this time.
Chief, she was a member of the department. Did she know the officers who were coming to her home? Did everyone know each other?
I would assume so, yes.
We've already met this morning. As of right now, I can't tell you what those charges will be, except to say that our senior trial team will be working with the detectives, and to the extent that charges will come forward, they will fit what took place here.
Justin?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm told that the plan is if anybody does show up to give us a call, we'll be there immediately. We're very limited today on staff, but if there's any issue at all, we'll be there momentarily.
All right, I'm going to have it noted that if something does happen, I requested 2 times for a police officer to be there from the beginning. I want that noted because I will escalate this further because this is not right from given the situation that occurred in that house and the potential for something else to happen. My family should have never been in that position in the first place. Now I'm requesting something that should be placed.
What a fucking weasel.
You know, several times. That right there is not right.
Justin, it's Katie. We spoke yesterday.
We did speak yesterday. We did speak yesterday. Given the intense nature of this situation and what could occur, I'm going to be there for 2 to 3 hours. I know what her father is capable of. I know what could happen.
But
The pressure media are there. I'm just
and
telling you.
I understand the stressful situation, but what we spoke to yesterday was that we weren't going to prevent you from going in the house, but if something happened, you could call us right away and we'd be there just to. That was what we.
This is what I find so fascinating is no officer. It never occurs to them to go, hey, maybe it's best you just don't go over there. Maybe have you thought about getting some sort of mediator to go over there, somebody who's neutral between the two of you, to head over there, pick up anything to avoid a confrontation, to even for the setting of a confrontation to even take place. Like there's no effort from law enforcement on the other end of this phone to avoid that. No suggestions, nothing. It's bizarre.
Yeah, it's a weird case. So.
Okay. No, we did speak about that, and after thinking about it again, I wanted to make my concerns noted 2 times. So if something does happen, if something does occur, this will be noted.
Wow.
And I have no problem escalating it further. I appreciate your time. Thank you, and have a good day.
What time are you heading over there?
I will be there at 9:30 with 5 or 6 other men. It's going to take a couple hours.
I mean, this is John Atalia type shit.
All right. Well, that's there was no formal request at a certain time, Justin. I understand.
I understand that. I went through Crystal as well. I asked Crystal. Crystal said she would ask as well. That never coming back to me. The formal request. I called yesterday. You gave me this information. I'm calling again this morning, and I'm telling you that. You guys do last minute details every single day. This is a last minute detail. Yesterday would have been a detail that was not last minute.
Would you like a detail?
Wow.
I am not paying for a detail.
Okay.
My family should have never been in that situation. My child and myself should have never happened. I will absolutely escalate whatever I have to do. If I'm saying that I don't feel comfortable and I don't want to put my brother again, my friends into a situation where something
Haven't they hired a PR firm?
Could occur. If you knew what happened, I don't know what her family would be capable of at this point. They've already filed negligence against me as the father when there has been nothing. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they would be capable of. But if you want to wait and find out, that is on you. And I am glad this is a recorded line.
Wow.
Okay. So I will be there at 9:30. If you do not have someone there, all of my concerns have been noted. Thank you for your time and goodbye.
While Kelsey was critically injured in the hospital fighting for her life, Justin and 3 friends broke into her home.
Wow.
And if this man with the cap looks familiar to you, there's a very good reason for that. He was one of the North Andover
Oh,
wow. Just a few days earlier. First, he helped save her life. Now he was back to help remove property from her home. Their first order of business was to destroy the surveillance system, causing thousands of dollars in damage. According to defense allegations, they tore the modem out of its wiring. They stole cash, gift cards, Kelsey's passport, her laptop, and other valuables.
Yeah, so you said that you were over on Phyllis Brooks gathering some belongings?
Yep. Grabbed my belongings. The alarm did go off. They had changed the lock. The alarm did go off. Her dad has he set the full system up. He has everything. He's going to know the alarms went off, and I have no doubt in my mind he's going to be driving down from New Hampshire to show up here.
Okay.
Like he didn't just skip arm and leg day; he skipped man day. Like
whereabouts in New Hampshire would he be coming from?
He's up in the not the Rochester. I forget exactly what town he's in. He's probably about 40 minutes away, 30 minutes away. I don't know if he's coming, but I have no doubt in my mind that man is going to come down with a vengeance.
Okay. I mean, do you think that
I called 2 times. My family should have never been in this position.
Bro,
I called 2 times.
If you like listen to this with headphones or earphones on, like this is how good Microdots is. It's like he mastered this phone call. Like he applied mastering to this phone call. Like I'm hearing Justin on this side and I'm hearing the cop on the other side, which didn't happen before.
Yesterday, one today, and I'm asking for a detail down here for 2 hours. If that's something that you guys cannot do, I will gladly escalate the situation. This is ridiculous.
What do you mean by escalate the situation?
I will go to the media. I will do whatever I have to do to ensure my family's safety, my brother's safety here, and 2 firefighters that are here. If his family comes down, they are absolutely going to be doing something.
Okay,
And if you're saying there's no resources for this, it's insane.
If you need a detail, I can put a detail out.
I will not be paying for a detail given the circumstances of this. You can bring this to the chief. Please bring it to someone.
Bring it to someone.
Oh, God. This is ridiculous. Given the circumstances and the escalation of this situation, you not providing a detail and having it be your guys' idea is unbelievable.
You can provide a detail.
This will not be tolerated.
But you're going to be charged for it.
I will not be charged for that.
You're going to be charged for it, bro.
You know what? I am glad this is the 3rd time this is happening, because when something does happen at this location, it is going to be all on that department. Once again, this is unbelievable.
Justin, when he gets there, just call us and we'll send an officer over there to keep the peace.
That's not how it's going to go down, but thank you for your
This
time.
is so weird how any of this is
No
going
one showed
down.
up to confront Justin. Once again, the pattern persisted. Fear and paranoia overrode all logic and reason. Then, Justin brought her laptop to his parents' residence in Stowe, Massachusetts, where it connected to his family's Wi-Fi network. He accessed her Facebook and Gmail accounts, gained entry to her bank accounts. He withdrew approximately $5,000. He accessed her medical records. He accessed her beneficiary information. He cancelled her travel reservations and then redirected funds to his own account. He returned the laptop to her home at some point during KELSEY's 53-day hospitalization, which means he made a second unlawful entry, likely once he realized KELSEY was not going to die.
Breaking news here at the Live Alert Desk. A North Andover police officer issuing a lengthy statement from her hospital bed this afternoon after being shot by a colleague she is accused of trying to kill. Officer KELSEY FITZSIMMONS is facing 1 charge of assault to murder. Prosecutors say she pointed a gun at an officer after she was served a restraining order on June 30th. In her first statement today, she says she was suffering postpartum depression weeks after giving birth. She says when police arrived to take her infant son, she became distraught and pulled a gun, intending only, she says, to take her own life. Part of her statement this afternoon reads, "My firearm was never pointed in any direction other than my temple. When I pulled the trigger, my gun did not fire. However, I immediately got shot in my chest by my colleague and friend." She goes on to say, the narrative that has been released by the North Andover Police Department is vague and non-committal for a reason. If body cameras were worn, I would not be in a position where I am wrongly accused. The Essex County District Attorney tells Boston 25 this afternoon the facts that support the charges against her will be shared in public at her arraignment, but when that will happen isn't clear. Her attorney said earlier this week FITZSIMMONS remains hospitalized in grave condition.
The state's Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission also decertified FITZSIMMONS on Monday.
On August 7th, the Massachusetts State Police placed KELSEY under arrest.
Hi, Kelsey. Hi. My name's David. I'm with the Mass State Police.
Oh, this is
Sergeant
wild.
DA's office, Cam Ortiz.
Ugh. Bless you.
Just so you know, I have a body cam on. So unfortunately, I have the police under arrest today. I'm gonna.
And I'll have to
wait
go
for
in a
your
few
attorney
minutes
so he
here.
knows. All right,
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay.
get you arraigned as soon as possible. All right. I'm sorry, I was just kind of shocked, but.
What about the chest tubes?
Something's
You're
gonna
not
change.
going anywhere.
Yeah, you're staying here. You're gonna get range from your bed. All right. Either we're gonna do it from my laptop. I don't know. The Tim might come down here. Might do it from my cell phone, but. All right.
Does she seem like she's in the right state of mind to even ask for a lawyer?
KELSEY was arraigned from her hospital bed via phone.
I mean, seemed like she was pretty out of it.
I mean,
But
she's in hospital. Like, yeah.
It doesn't matter at this point, but it just seems like that right there is already off, you know? They didn't need to argue it, but could it have been a violation of her rights to arrest her under those circumstances? Under the influence of painkillers, most likely. She's healing from it's insane. But maybe I'm overthinking it. I don't know.
I mean, arraignment, you basically, it's not a huge thing with the arraignment usually. So, yeah.
She was held on dangerousness and ordered to go to jail as soon as she was well enough.
We don't believe that KELSEY pointed her gun at anyone except herself.
Our real goal is to make sure that she is heard, that the truth comes out about what really happened here, and our client is innocent.
On August 15th, the defense's bail petition was heard in Essex Superior Court. KELSEY was once again arraigned from her hospital bed. Judge McCarthy Neyman left her civil session to preside
Oh my
over
God,
KELSEY's
she looks...
bail hearing. This was highly unusual and suggested she was taken.
Bro, this lady looks like Bev, but worse, just like she sounded. like an evil version of Bev.
Taking an unhealthy interest in the case. Unsurprisingly, she denied bail.
Oh my God.
And her conduct behind the bench would become more and more bizarre. On August 25th, the Essex County DA sought a high-stakes indictment for armed assault with intent to murder, which carried a potential 20-year sentence. But the grand jury rejected that theory, returning a no-true bill after finding insufficient proof of an intent to kill. Instead, they indicted KELSEY on the much lesser charge of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. Which means they were utterly unconvinced by Officer Noonan's story. This decision dismantled the state's attempted murder narrative, shifting the case's focus toward a mental health crisis. By failing to secure the top charge, the prosecution saw the maximum potential prison time plummet from decades to just 5 years. On August 28th, the judge found her dangerous, but allowed release under house arrest and scram alcohol testing.
That woman is only... That
and
woman...
on August 29th,
hold on, look.
After 2 long months, Major...
Yeah, but isn't that an AI image?
And scram alcohol.
No, that's her, I think.
It's hard to tell because they've mixed in AI with non-AI, so...
Yeah. I mean...
That's the problem with using, like, fake stuff in your video, right?
This is her, the chat saying. That's
okay.
The crazy part is that she is only 27 years old. No, I'm just kidding.
Testing. And on August 29th, after 2 long months, major surgery, and weeks recovering from a collapsed lung, KELSEY was finally released from the hospital. But she was not allowed to go directly home. Instead, she was taken into law enforcement custody and held at the Western Massachusetts Regional Women's Correctional
Sean White,
Center in
thanks,
Chicopee,
buddy.
while she awaited her formal release on bail. After 3 days, she left jail under the supervision of her mother. But she quickly discovered there was a problem. The defense filed a medical notice, stating that due to her chest wounds, she could not physically breathe deeply enough to trigger the scram device. She desperately wanted to comply with the order, but physically could not. And on September 11th, Judge McCarthy Neyman heard the defense on KELSEY's breathing issue. Her conduct at this hearing would shock the public and draw far more attention to the case.
So I received the defendant's emergency motion for immediate release from the scram order. So I'll hear from the moving party.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Judge, this is an issue that causes Ms. Fitzsimmons a lot of pain. And I don't want to conflate her being able to pass the test, because she's been passing them, but she has about 4 hours of pain and dizziness afterwards. And you know, I don't think anyone, and I know the court would share my thought that this shouldn't be a torture device for her. This shouldn't be something that
the
causes
judge
her
hated
pain,
that line.
impairs her rib healing, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know,
Yeah.
we're not trying to.
She really hung up on that for a while, didn't she? She kept hanging up on that. She hitched on that.
Yeah, but I gotta go. I gotta deal with some stuff here, I'm afraid. So I will let you go. And thank you for having me, and we'll talk soon.
Ian, thank you so much for joining, man. I really appreciate it.
Cheers. And yeah, keep doing the good work. So.
Always, man. Thank you so much. You too.
Night.
All right. Good night. Ian Runkle, everybody. Much love to Ron. Now we got 3 more hours, folks. 3 more hours to complete this 12-hour stream. And that ain't nothing but a thing for me, man. 3 hours is the usual time that I stream. That's my home stretch. When I hit 3 hours, I'm like, this. The rest of this is cake. That's my home stretch, because I do 3 hours standing on my head all the time. Hold on. Oh, no, Erica, you can jump on whenever you want.
Get any sort of advantage over anything. We just want her to not be in pain for hours after these tests, and B, you know, we just want her to not have the anxiety that if she has a difficulty doing it, that she's going to get a knock on the door and get locked up. You have Mr. January's email regarding his own observations about what happened.
Mr. January is Kelsey's probation officer who witnessed her struggling in pain to take the test. The defense submitted an email from him acknowledging the issue, and he is present in the courtroom for this hearing.
And, you know, I think that says it all. That's someone that has no bias or interest, and, you know, probation enforces court orders, and that's that. And he is telling the court this is a problem.
Okay, so you're asking the court to adjust the court's order that's been in effect for 3 days with no medical evidence to support your claim that she cannot do it.
Well, I think you have 2 affidavits and the email from probation. I think that's pretty persuasive evidence that this is extremely difficult.
The email from probation is not evidence. If you have any evidence, now is
Wow.
the opportunity to submit it.
I don't understand the court's position. That's not evidence.
Okay, it's an email. It's hearsay. Commonwealth, do you have a position as to the submissions?
This lady
of an
sucks.
email as evidence in this hearing to relieve the defendant, Ms. Fitzsimmons, of a condition that's been in effect for 3 days?
Yeah, man.
I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but we have
This lady's gonna have to shut up for a second, because, dude, yeah, man, it's been 9 hours. You guys have been hanging in there with me, and I appreciate it. We've kept over 2,300 strong most of the time that I've been live, so you guys are amazing. All you guys that have been donating, you guys are fantastic. Thank you, guys. I mean, we're approaching $13,000 that we've raised so far, almost. Made of Questions is a member for 3 months. Thank you.
the person who sent that email here.
Okay. So you have a burden. It's your motion. What do you want to do?
Well, Judge, I don't think that I mean, is the court saying
And the crazy thing is, like, Bradel is like thrown off. You know, Bradel is just kind of like, why the fuck is she like, what is happening here? What do I have to do here? This is a total curveball.
papers and emails and affidavits are not sufficient?
This is an email from a probation officer. The court gives that 0 weight.
The judge's determination that the email was not evidence would later become a central factor in her removal from the case. You can hear in attorney Tim Bradel's response that he's caught off guard by this.
Well, then you have an affidavit from Ms. Fitzsimmons and you have an affidavit from her mother of the physical observations of what happens. you know, I think it's self-evident and it's common knowledge that if you have broken ribs, that it's hard to breathe.
What evidence do I have that she has current broken ribs and that she's suffering from broken ribs at this time?
Well, you have an affidavit from her mother, you have an affidavit from Ms. FITZSIMMONS, and the other day we were here, I submitted the, I believe I submitted the instructions from Mass General about broken ribs.
Okay.
You know, she's having great difficulty here. It's been observed by probation, it's been attested to by her mother, and it's been attested to by Ms. FITZSIMMONS. So it's just a very difficult scenario for her.
The defense's request is not unreasonable, yet the judge appears personally invested in making KELSEY's situation more difficult. The probation officer speaks next about his observations.
She answered the alert to take the test as scheduled. Unfortunately, she was unable to complete the test because she was unable to blow as long or as hard as needed to complete the test. So we also know that, and I observed it firsthand, that whatever the injuries are, which I don't know, actually doesn't really matter to me. But when I was doing the installation process and observed what was genuine pain, like genuine pain. So
Any objection to any of the terms used by the probation officer? Okay.
So
McCarthy Neyman invites the prosecutor to object, but he doesn't. Not even the man whose job it is to convict KELSEY appears as biased against her as this judge.
And she ultimately
Right. That's wild. That's a great way to put it.
If she had missed the test, and then that would determine whether or not there's actual non-compliance. This particular case, I don't deem non-compliance because she's complying with the scheduled program. I'm aware of pain based on my observations from the installation process. So as long as she's attempting to take the test, continues to attempt to take the test, and then ultimately takes the test, that's not non-compliance. That's someone that's,
Well, that's your,
for me,
that's your position that's non-compliant.
Well-
It's really up to the court to decide whether somebody's compliant or not with conditions of release.
it would never be brought to court by way of a pretrial violation for an incomplete test with the information that I've talked about.
Like,
So,
yeah,
no,
this is
an
crazy.
incomplete test does not initiate a pretrial violation or from our end.
Right.
Because there are many reasons for
And you got to give it to Microdots because, like, the vast improvement in the sound of this recording, like, he really tweaked the sound so it's clear, much clearer.
We don't, that's not intentional non-compliance. And the goal is to test to ensure that the person's sober, and that's not, we don't deem that non-compliance. And we would never, we never have, and we never would in this case.
Mr. January deserves recognition here. Public trust in Massachusetts courts has been eroded by egregious conduct, like what we see from McCarthy Neyman. Voters are sick and tired of the corruption. So when a probation officer simply states the truth, it stands out. But now she's angry at him too, which will become evident in just a moment.
Attorney Bradle, do you have anything else to submit?
Judge, I would just offer, I respect and I heard Your Honor's take on the probation email, but for the record, I would move that into evidence as well. And I just want to also.
Commonwealth, do you have a position as to the admission of the email?
Well, I think we just heard with the email.
All right, so the email is excluded. Anything else, Attorney Bradle?
No, my objection, Your Honor.
Sure.
Judge, I just want to clarify something. My email, and I know it's,
wow,
but it's important that the court knows, I didn't make a recommendation that Scram condition be vacated. I never did that.
All
I
he
never
said what
suggested-
happened.
It's all that email was.
Attorney, Officer January, nobody's asking you questions. Your testimony is complete. Are you asking to make a statement to the court sua sponte?
If the court's under the belief that I recommended that that condition be vacated or removed, then yeah.
I
Because
haven't
this-
said anything one way or the other, sir. We're here for one purpose and one purpose
Okay.
only, and that's
Thank
for
you.
the motion.
I wish that he wouldn't have gone that route
you know, but I get what he's saying. He's saying that I didn't make any recommendation. I want it on record that I didn't overstep my boundaries. All I said was that when she breathes into this thing, it causes her extreme pain. So I just want that on record. What's up, Kelly Reed? It's great to see you, as always. Yeah, I just want it on record that she's in extreme pain. That I'm not saying to do it or not do it. I'm telling you, she passed and it hurt her to do it. That's it.
To vacate the Scram device. So Ms. Fitzsimmons is able to do the Scram. Is that correct? Or is she not able to do it? I don't know. Is she not able to do it?
I think, that depends on whether the court is willing to tolerate the material represented in the
The court
affidavit.
is not tolerating anything. Okay, let's be clear. I'm not tolerating anything. The court is not tolerating anything. Ms. Fitzsimmons is a defendant. In lieu of incarceration, my order was that she submit to Scram. If she cannot do that, I need to know that. Can she do that or not?
She can do it.
Okay.
Under the terms that are laid out in the affidavit.
So you're saying she can do it on her own terms?
With significant pain and dizziness and having to recover for several hours.
I understand what you're saying. It is certainly not the court's intention. It's not the court's position to have Ms. Fitzsimmons in any pain at all. So I appreciate your argument. Do you have anything else to add?
I would suggest.
So what are you going to do about it?
I think there's other ways to do this. If the court wishes to have her tested for alcohol compliance.
This makes me mad every time I listen to
lack of alcohol. That's completely fine with the defense, but just the means that's being employed is kind of a torture device for her.
Okay.
And so we object.
There's that word again.
Grounds to that
torture device.
Okay.
But
it is not this court's intention
I understand
to torture Ms. Fitzsimmons at all. The court's goal is to make sure the community is safe and Officer Noonan is safe. So I hear you loud and clear that the defense views Ms. Fitzsimmons having to do the Scram as cruel and unusual and torture. Is that your position?
Well, that's an Eighth Amendment position. I suppose that can be put in there as well. But
like that was Bradel's legal like in legal terminology saying, well, judge, if the fucking shoe fits. Yeah. That was like basically the equivalent. If the fucking shoe fits, lady. Yeah. Yeah. Torture and fucking punishment.
I think that, there's probably other alternatives that she could do that I believe are out there but I know that might step on the court's other order for house arrest, that you would have to go to a facility. I know there's like urine tests and other things like that. So I know there's other possibilities out there that, again, she's not trying to use this to create a situation where she can go drink alcohol.
Okay.
That's not at all what this is about. So I just want to ask the court to consider any other alternatives that might not pose this type of an issue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Attorney Gubitosi or Attorney Moriarty, do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay, I'm going to leave the bench for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
The judge leaves momentarily to consider the request.
Court, all right. Goes back in session,
Your Honor, we're back on the record with the Fitzsimmons matter.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So I have reviewed everything again that's been submitted to me. And I will state for the record that Fitzsimmons has moved twice in a 3-day period to amend her conditions of release. Just days ago, the court concluded that the condition of remaining alcohol-free and submitting to Scram monitoring was necessary to ensure the safety of the community. After a thorough review of all
Mira la cara esa, bro. Look at that face, dude. Like, this lady is angry as fuck.
This lady's battery budget must be like through the roof, bro. Like she, this lady is like, this lady has not felt the touch of a man in Jesus. Like it's got to be, I want to say decades. Like I feel like each line around her frown represents a year without the touch of a man, is what I think.
All of the arguments and submissions by the Commonwealth and FITZSIMMONS, that conclusion remains unchanged, regardless of FITZSIMMONS' claimed physical limitations. Based on an affidavit submitted by FITZSIMMONS' mother, the testimony of Assistant Chief Probation Officer Jeff January about his observations of FITZSIMMONS' apparent pain during the scram installation, and the representations of FITZSIMMONS' counsel that it would be cruel and unusual punishment and torture to continue to require FITZSIMMONS to comply with the condition of being monitored by scram. The court concludes that FITZSIMMONS cannot abide by the condition of being monitored by scram. Without this condition, which ensures that she does not consume any alcohol, the court cannot assure the safety of Officer Noonan and all other persons in the community. Accordingly, the court's prior order of release is vacated, and FITZSIMMONS is ordered to be held without bail pursuant to...
Imagine that, bro. Like, imagine, come on, dude. Like, if there was ever a judge, you ever see that movie Up in Smoke, Cheech and Chong, where like Chong is like, I need some water. They're having this whole thing and it's in the courtroom and he's like, oh, I need some water. Oh, thank you. And he goes to the judge's pitcher and he like pours himself a glass of water and he spits it out and he's like, fucking vodka, man. If there was ever a judge that I would assume had vodka sitting in her fucking just straight like Taka, like not even Smirnoff or Grey Goose, like fucking $6.99 a bottle Taka, plastic so it doesn't break if you drop it. Because chances are, if you're the type that drinks that shit, you're going to drop something that you're carrying. Like, I feel like she's got a pitcher full of that shit. And she's just mean. She's just a mean Taka drunk.
Mass General Laws, Chapter 276, Section 58A. And a written order will follow.
May I address the court?
That's the court's order. Thank you.
All right, Jack. I ask you to stay your order pending the SJC. And there are other alternatives Your Honor can accomplish.
Now, and him microdots enhancing the sound was brilliant too. I recommend you listen to microdots with headphones because he picked up KELSEY's sobbing and crying right there at that moment. Listen closely.
All right, Jack. I ask you to stay your order pending the SJC.
You can hear her trying to catch her breath and she's crying. So literally her decision here, KELSEY trying to breathe, is causing her great pain. This woman's decision alone caused KELSEY great physical pain because she's trying to catch her breath from crying based on this judge's decision.
And there are other alternatives Your Honor can accomplish.
Infuriating.
KELSEY was ordered back to jail. The next day, Judge McCarthy Naiman filed a formal complaint against the probation officer, accusing him of colluding with the defense to manipulate the court. The defense cited this as proof that she wasn't just making a legal ruling, but was actively working against the defendant. In an urgent appeal to the Supreme Judicial Court, the defense argued that Judge McCarthy Naiman had overstepped by forcing a breath-based monitoring condition on a defendant with a documented collapsed lung. The motion for recusal went further. alleging the judge had abandoned her neutrality by conducting an undisclosed private investigation into FITZSIMMONS just 24 hours before the hearing. She had apparently walked down to the probation department all on her own and asked questions about KELSEY, a serious violation of the Code of Judicial Ethics. The defense characterized her dismissal of the probation officer's observations as deliberate suppression of evidence to justify an impossible bail condition. Instead of dealing with the issue directly, the SJC rendered it moot, stating that Judge McCarthy Naiman was no longer scheduled to hear KELSEY's case. This gave her an easy out, without having to address any of the troubling questions posed by the defense. Like, what is her relation to Officer Patrick McCarthy Noonan?
Great question.
Why did she repeatedly leave civil session to hear KELSEY's case? And why didn't she disclose her ex parte meeting in the probation office? Regardless, it was clear to the public what had just happened. The Superior Court judge had just done Judge McCarthy Naiman a very big favor.
There's a face for radio. Jesus.
But at least KELSEY was released from jail, so she could begin preparing for her upcoming trial, due to start about 1 month later. On March 26th, after a 4-day trial, KELSEY FITZSIMMONS was found not guilty. Judge Jeffrey Karp determined that the Commonwealth failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that KELSEY ever pointed her firearm at Officer Noonan, and stated that if police departments implemented body cameras, this entire ordeal could have been avoided. If you would like to support KELSEY, the link can be found in the description. Thank you for watching. Please like and subscribe. And to support my work on videos just like this, become a member at patreon.com/microdots.
Yeah, man. Join Microdots Patreon. You won't miss out. Like, you would have had access to this a week ago. Well, a few days ago, at least. Fantastic. All right, one more time. I'm sharing the link. Stop what you're doing right now. Go give this a like. Now, of course, Microdots, amazing as always. Sub to Microdots, of course. Now let's go over this real quick. We had Dr. Turtleboy up here earlier. And he won't be going live tonight at 9. He moved it till tomorrow, but it'll be worth the wait because he will have KELSEY FITZSIMMONS on for her first exclusive with Tim Bradle by her side on Turtleboy Live tomorrow. K-Book, member for 3 months. Thank you so much. Welcome. All right. Now, hold on a second here. Sorry, I'm looking at several things here. So I'm gonna show this. Stop what you're doing right now and go give this video a like, because this is an exclusive interview that Justice Served TV, our friends Linda and Michael Bryant. Michael without an A, Michael Bryant, Linda Kenny Bodden, Justice Served TV, our friends. They had an exclusive with Will Page, Kelsey's stepdad, who she's very close to. And we're going to watch that right now.
I want to sing "We Are Family" because
Please,
one of the greatest families to have is the family of Kelsey FITZSIMMONS.
There is no better support, and we're going to get into it.
Justice,
where
are you? Michael and Linda are here.
Pick it up.
Love you, Linda. The world is justice. Will we ever find justice?
The courthouse the other day. You're singing "Oh Happy Day."
Justice when we see it. To be and down me, I lead the way. Hoping justice will win the day. Finding justice where we can. Join us now, we're on the run. Justice is waiting, we'll see it done.
Michael.
Well, all righty then. Happy Friday. See, it feels weird. It doesn't feel like a Friday. I don't feel almost like we're starting a new week. Justice Served TV, having spent the week up in Lawrence, Massachusetts, for the Kelsey FITZSIMMONS case, which I don't know. Did you hear that there was an acquittal? Maybe.
Well, apparently there was some stupid.
There was
page.
what?
I don't know if the one of the New York newspapers and some other cop-friendly page heard about it, because their headlines seemed to be, shall we say, a little bit wrong.
Yeah, it's just it was just interesting. I could see when there was no information out there that it sounded kind of salacious, but when all of the details came out as we know them, and now the trial and now the verdict, to have a headline is so out of touch. I don't get it. Okay, we're going to get into some family here, but first. Okay.
Rip and read.
Okay, just one quick item, because this was both embarrassing as an attorney and shocking as one following the the Sandra Birchmore case. Matthew Farwell, we know, has been arrested by the feds for her murder, called suicide by the local state folks, and for the death of the unborn child. So everybody has wondered, well, whose baby did she have inside? She was 10 weeks pregnant at the time she was killed. And Matthew Farwell was ruled out. Now, he has a twin brother, William Billy. Do you know if he's an identical twin or a fraternal twin? Do you know?
I do not know.
So, and I don't know, you're the DNA expert. Does that affect DNA? If
you're identical twins, then you're going to have the same DNA.
That's the same.
It's the same egg, and it's splitting it. All.
And fraternal is two different eggs.
You can still tell them apart. People think that's not true. You can go to antibodies. You can get the antibodies.
Michael and Linda, you know how much I love ya. You know how much I love ya. But folks, we have a very special guest that has just joined. And this special guest was just a maybe. What? Not even a confirmation. Just a maybe, folks. You guys know her and love her. My friend Mel, attorney Melanie Little.
I had to find my microdots hat, you know.
Okay.
I
still need to get one.
Just put out, huh? That was like a feature-length film, by the way.
That was amazing, right?
I mean, it's over an hour, right? It's like almost 90 minutes. That's a feature.
It's like an hour, 20 minutes. Yeah. Crazy. And just, I mean, some of the footage that he had was clearly not AI. So I don't ask these kind of questions, but I do wonder, how did he get that? You know?
I know. Does he hire actors? Is he? It's like we can't know the secrets. We're not allowed to know the secrets.
I don't want to. I don't want to know the magic of microdots necessarily, but I will be picking his brain. I already talked to him, and I was like, "Hey, listen, I'm about to step up my game, man, and I'm going to be picking your brain." And he was like, "Let me know." And I was like, "Word." So I have no excuses.
People, watchers, chatters, head on over to Microdots. When you give it a like and a sub and a thing, buy the merch too. Buy the merch. And also We're here for Kelsey. Kelsey's got a long road ahead of her. She needs a lot more money to fight all the other fights that need to happen. And so let's do it. Let's do it.
I don't
I'm
even
glad
know.
I was
what
getting
the
so
tally
triggered
is.
watching the microdot. Sorry, you know me, I'm a talker. Watching the microdots video again and listening to McCarthy Nyman's that hearing again, that it triggers me so much.
It's infuriating. Like I caught myself listening to it and going, there's not even any reason to be mad about this anymore because she's been acquitted. Like she got taken off of the case and everything. And now like I still listen to it and go, how? You know,
And
it makes me so mad.
Because you could hear Kelsey cry at the end. Like at the very end of that audio of that hearing, you can hear Kelsey sobbing and it is heart-wrenching.
Right. I rewound it because you know, like that's more microdots magic. Like he applied mastering to the sound where like I'm listening to the Justin phone calls and on one ear is Justin, the other ear is the cop. Like he did that on purpose.
I mean, he's a pro. He's really, really talented. I mean, you know, and he believes in justice as much as all of us believe in justice, and everyone who's watching believes in justice, and, you know, donates his time. I mean, imagine how long it takes to create a video like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's very tedious.
Wild. Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I never really I never took to it because it's so tedious. Like I don't have the attention span to sit there. It's crazy because like it's like there's no other word than tedious to describe it. It's like frame by frame by frame, and you have to capture something at just at the right frame and start the sound at just the right frame. Make sure it's at the right level so that it's not overpowering the dialogue that you're trying to accentuate. It's a lot. It's a lot.
And that's why we live stream, because I have zero patience for editing.
Right.
I could record a 1 hour video and it would take me 5 hours to edit it to the way that I thought it was perfect. Instead, I could just come on the air and do 6 hours and just be done with it. I don't have
Totally.
patience.
Right. Totally.
Awesome.
But now, yeah, like now I'm gonna like force myself to learn it to some degree. I don't know how good I'll get at it, but I am forcing myself now to like learn it, to understand it. And
do you want to do that? Do you want to do drop pre-recorded videos like
yeah. No, I want no limits to what my channel can be capable of at this point. Because I mean, these people they take good care of us, you know what I mean? So like I got time and I just feel like I'm squandering the support if I'm not doing everything I can to give them the best quality content.
Yeah.
And I know that there's areas that I haven't even explored. You know what I mean? So and I play music and you know, I there's no reason, like I actually have all of the tools to be able, well, not the physical tools, but I have the tools in here to be able to create my own music for these videos and, you know, record them and whatnot. So I'm gonna take what I make from the channel and just put it towards the channel for the most
Where's
part.
the equipment? The equipment's expensive.
Yeah. So all I do is go to the gym, you know? So like I want to like really like force myself to like create, you know?
That's what we do. We're creators. That's what we do. Oh yeah.
Right.
So if you want to get back to that Justice Served video, I watched it last night and I have so many thoughts about that. And I would love to.
I have not watched it.
Oh, good.
So yeah, let me know. Like if you get a thought, tell me, pause it for a second and I want to.
That I did not know that her stepdad revealed that I was shocked about.
Because it's been a minute. You haven't been to my house in a minute.
I know. We used to do Will and Melanie After Dark, remember?
I know, but you're keeping the tradition going because we do the fundraisers, the 12-hour fundraisers. I think you've been on every one of them so far. So
I got to keep you going towards the end. Like, come on, you can do it. You can do it.
We got to keep the tradition going. I'm really glad that you showed up. That you were the maybe. You were the only maybe I had.
Like to keep you on surprise, you know?
Yeah.
Out of blood, you know, when you go to this hospital and rheumatologist may take a whole bunch of blood and there's all these things. I didn't know I had that. Oh, I really have that antibody. I really, you know, so you can tell the difference by different antibodies if you do have the DNA of identical twins. Fraternal twins are going to be different.
So that's what people were wondering because he's been ruled out. So this paperwork comes out last couple of days. I won't bore you with the details of the
Oh yeah, did
motion
you see
itself,
this
but there was
about
a footnote
Farwell?
that got
Yeah, that he is not the father of the baby that Sandra was carrying.
Well, we
Like,
knew that it wasn't Matthew Farwell's baby, right? So we
but
knew
then
that
they
it was.
tried saying that it was William Farwell's, but
Yeah.
now they're trying to backtrack on that and say it's somebody that we don't know who it is, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Okay.
So Matthew and Billy and Matt are fraternal twins, apparently. And we know from like the prior lawsuits against them, Sandra Birchmore's family filed civil lawsuits against them. Divine was also a defendant in those lawsuits, and the police explorers and all that. I find it really, really, really hard to believe that an attorney representing Farwell in federal court is going to make a mistake by naming his twin brother as the father of Sandra Birchmore's child in federal papers. And I almost ran with it, but I was just too tired yesterday. This KELSEY FITZSIMMONS has, not she personally, but this whole matter has just physically exhausted me to the point where like I just could not talk about one more thing. And then I'm thinking, right, well, it's in a footnote in a court pleading. It has to be true because no attorney would write that in there if it wasn't true. And it even said in the footnote, Matt, now he's like turning on his twin brother. This is like one of those movies. What's the movie with the twin gynecologists and they turned against each other?
Oh my God. Yes. And I made it a point to finally watch that because like it was a classic and oh my God, I know exactly the movie you're talking about.
I'll IMDb. There's a remake that was recently with Rachel Weisz and she played both twins. And so I just don't think that
But it was dudes in the original. It was two guys. And I know I watched it. I know I watched it.
We have a lot of the same
recently
taste in
too.
movies,
Like
so
the last couple of years, I watched it for the first time.
It was Dead Ringers.
Dead Ringers.
Yeah.
Right. It was Jeremy Irons, right?
I'm not sure, but I know that Rachel Weisz played it in the remake, and it was like they made it a 6-episode thing. Dead Ringers, exactly. The chat always gets it before I do.
Yeah, it was Jeremy Irons. I'm like 99. Yeah, see, people are confirming it's Jeremy Irons. Yeah.
When the twins kind of like turn against each other.
Yeah.
And I just don't think like a lawyer in federal court would make an allegation like that. And it even said it's not been publicly revealed. They're going to put up the paragraphs of the footnote and then the correction of the footnote. And I was thinking, should I run with this? Should I not? And I'm like, but it's in a court pleading. They would never, ever say something like this if it wasn't true. And then I think now they're trying to backpedal, but why? I have so many questions about this.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things because he is accused of murdering Sandra, but she told Matthew that it was his baby, right? So he thought it was his baby. Was she still having a thing with his brother too, and with other guys too? I mean,
right. Probably. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'd like to see Divine get DNA tested. I'd like to see that.
Yeah. It could be, now they're saying it's an unknown person, but why would the attorney drop that in federal papers and then all of a sudden backpedal, thinking that nobody was going to pick it up? It's just weird. And is he turning on his twin brother now? And, it makes me think, like, how alike do they look? I want to go back and look at that surveillance footage from the apartment building of him in the lobby, going up the elevator. What they say is Matthew Farwell. Is it a chance that it's his brother? I don't know.
Yeah, but he admitted that it was him in the elevator footage.
Oh, he did. All right.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I covered that case.
Yeah, he admitted that it was him in the security footage of the elevator, going into the elevator, but his story is that she must have got upset and offed herself when he left.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not identical twins, though. That's the thing. They're fraternal twins. People are saying identical twins have the same DNA, right? But they're not. But they do look alike, as I recall. All right. Anyway, sidetrack. Sorry, guys.
No, you're good. Like, this is one of the things why we're here is talking about Sandra Birchmore too.
Because she needs justice too. That's
100%.
The next thing. We're not done yet.
We're not there yet. Yeah.
Got everybody's attention. This was the original footnote. Okay. Footnote 12. It'll be very famous going forward as footnote 12. These include, according to the government's own evidence, Mr. Farwell's brother, who is a named defendant in the civil lawsuit, as well as the confirmed biological father of Ms. Birchmore's fetus, who has thus far not been publicly named. Now, how do you interpret that other than William Farwell being the father of the unborn child?
You don't.
How do you not? I mean,
How do you not? Right.
So that was a shocker. And you'll note the last line I left on there says, after the memorandum was filed, Boston Globe published it online. Well, we published it too, saying, wow, this is something. So today, this would be, I guess, something you'd call the form of a legal retraction.
Right. Yeah. I'm used to that word this week. I demanded a retraction this week in a case that I was representing a client. So I'm very familiar with the word retraction.
Yeah, and it just has a little more impact when it's legal. So here's what they wanted the footnote to say, if you can believe this. Are you ready for this? These include, according to the government's own evidence, Mr. Farwell's brother, who is a named defendant in the civil lawsuit, as well as another individual who is the confirmed biological father of Ms. Birchmore's fetus, who has thus far not been publicly named.
They're saying that first one was
now everyone who knows me and knows.
Say that again.
They're saying that the first footnote was open to interpretation, and the way that it was worded didn't really say that he was the biological father, that they were really talking about another person. But that's not the way I remember that footnote reading. I'm going to have to go back and look at my own, because I did download those papers.
Yeah, they're reading it as pretty definitive that, like, how do you interpret that as any other way than William Farwell being the father?
Right. And he's looking to get them out. He's looking to get out on bail. That's what this motion is for.
Right. He's trying to get a bail.
Out.
Yeah. And that's no way. The feds are never going to let that happen. That's never going to happen. No way.
It's like you already got away with it. And Canton PD did nothing. And
Right.
Norfolk County DA did nothing. We're not letting you slip through our fingers now, Farwell.
Hold on. Sorry, I just got an email.
All right, I'll keep talking.
Okay.
So who was the other defendant? Oh, there was a guy named Josh, Betty. There was a guy named Josh who was like with animal control. He was a defendant too, but then I think he was let out of the case. I don't know. It's a long time ago that I went over that civil action, but I have a whole playlist on Sandra Birchmore if you're interested in it.
Yeah, no, I definitely want to be as caught up on that. I don't want to lose my place in that case, because then I'll just get behind, and I don't want to do that because
you know what happens when it starts stacking up. Like, oh, now what? It's overwhelming.
Yeah, what is the tally for this fundraiser so far? If anybody knows, I would like to know. Bob would like to know.
You were over 12,000 last time.
I know that. Yeah, it should be approaching 13, if not past 13 by
They
now.
used to call it typing, but that's not a keyboarding error. Okay,
that is your ass is fired error. That's what that is.
If that is, and we have a lot of donations coming in. We're going to hold them to after we do Mr. Well, I'll call him Will, because you're all going to know him as Will as soon as we finish interview. So we're going to hold those if you don't mind. But thank you very much. And then I do have some rip and reads, but I'll hold mine to the very end, I think, when we close the show, because they're also very important.
Okay.
But
so I thought that was
it's 14K now.
I talked about it this morning on a little walk and talk I did with the dog, and I just thought I wanted to actually show the language so people could see how ridiculous
we got 2 hours and 15 minutes left, folks. Can we hit the $20,000 tally goal like we always do? All of these fundraisers, these 12-hour ones, have hit 20,000. Can we do that? Is it possible to raise another $6,000 in the next 2 hours and 15 minutes? Unlikely, but I have
listen, there's 2,500 people. Wait, how many people are watching right now? There's 2,500 people watching right now. If everybody donates $3, that's $7,500.
$3.
Three is the magic number.
That's what I'm saying.
3 is the magic number.
Hey, it takes 3 legs to make a tripod.
Yes, it does. It does.
It does. It takes 3 wheels to make a tricycle,
Mm-hmm.
and it takes 3 legs to make a table stand as well.
That's right. It's the trifecta. It's the hat trick.
Exactly. Man and a woman
It's
had a
Holy
little
Trinity.
baby. Yes, they did. They had 3 in the family, and it's the magic number. Hold on, here we go. We're
Mistake
still,
was.
Who did
still
you say
watching.
before?
And,
Wait, who
I
did you
wish
say
the best
before
of
had a
luck to
great
the
face
person
for
who
radio?
originally
Because that is
drafted
one
that.
of my best lines.
Oh,
I love that line. You got a great face for radio. They used to say that about Howard Stern. I love Howard Stern, but they used to say that about Howard Stern.
Judge McCarthy Nyman or whatever. Yeah,
She's always got a puss on. What is with that?
she's horrible. Okay, so now they're saying 13,589. I'm getting all kinds of different tallies here, but it's okay. It's okay.
That's good. Yeah, I'm a hockey lady, but the Rangers suck, so I got that not going for me this year. $3 each
They're out on
person.
the
$3.
Or
$3.
it's true, and somehow they
Oh.
didn't want that out. I mean, you know,
Interesting.
you're just assuming
That would be worse, because when it becomes known, and it will be at some point, we are going to learn who the father of that unborn child was.
Yeah.
And it is, and I'm not saying it is, if it were to be learned that it was William Billy Barwell, then they look even worse. They look like they revealed it, hid it, and then revealed it again.
Yeah, and
That
you
makes
know what? To me, it doesn't matter. I just think that Massachusetts.
All right, hold on a second there, Linda. I got to ask Mel something here.
Yeah.
What song is it? Talk about the weather. I know that's a Dave Matthews song. I just don't know what song it is. And I woke up one day and I was going, talk about the weather.
You know what it
and
is?
I'm
It's
like,
10,000 Maniacs. What a
It's
cold
not.
and a rainy day.
I'm
Where
telling you,
is
it's
the
Dave Matthews.
sun? Anyway, it's
Hold on,
no,
man, I'm
talking about the weather. I think it's the 10,000 Maniacs song that you're thinking of.
Wait, talk about
What
the
a cold
weather.
and a rainy day. Where on earth is the sun? Anyway, that song?
No, I don't listen to freaking 10,000 Maniacs.
Yeah, but it was on the radio all the time back in the day when we used to listen to the radio and had, cassette tapes.
I never
mean,
listened to any radio station that played 10,000 Maniacs. I swear to God, I didn't.
Really? I think you might know that
No.
song, and not, but you also hate Dave Matthews. So how would you even know that song?
But Dave Matthews was everywhere. And I didn't always hate Dave Matthews. I don't know what happened. Like,
You just hate him because I like him.
No. As my taste in music started to change after Dave Matthews, like, it started to make less, like, I don't know. It's like he phased out, and then I was just like, it's almost contradictory to what I listened to.
It's okay. We could like all
It was
kinds
weird.
of music. I like Lemon Pound Cake. That song has been stuck in my head for days now. Do you know the Lemon Pound Cake song by
So much.
Afroman?
It's so much to say. It's in the song. So much to say.
So much to say. So much to say.
It's in one of the verses. Talk about the weather.
Oh, the way you were singing it just did not remind me of Dave so much.
Like Bob's going crazy in the chat, going, "Dude, it's so much to say." So funny that I got so hung up on that. Okay, we'll
it
continue.
happens, and then that's what, when you have ADHD, you get like stuck on a thing, and you can't sleep until you figure out the thing. I'm
Totally.
telling you, I go on IMDb like 12 to 15 times a day because I'll be watching a show and I'll be like, oh, where do I know this guy from? And then I got to look him up on IMDb and be like, oh, that's where I know him from.
Yo, have you been watching WTF St. Louis?
No, what's that?
Oh my God, you're gonna love it.
What's it on?
It's like Jason Bateman's new show.
Oh, love him. Did you watch
yeah.
Black Rabbit?
Yes,
That was
yes.
good. Oh,
This
Jude
is-
Law and him. Oh, what a
This is
combo.
almost, this is like it's a weird, it's very dark comedy, but like the first episode had me cracking up. But it's more of a murder mystery.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, no, I know you'll like the show. I know you will.
I'm watching The Beast in Me. Did you watch that?
Not yet, no.
Good.
Oh, wait. Is
Claire
that the one on
Danes.
Netflix?
Yeah,
Yes.
Claire Danes, and the murderer moves in, or the guy she thinks is a murderer moves in next door to her, and she wants to write a book about him. That was good.
And that was right. And I was trying to remember where I knew that guy from when I was watching it. And then I realized he played George Carlin in that Saturday Night movie.
Oh, that was a good movie.
That we talked about before.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get back to Linda and Michael.
You keep trying to cut me out of the frame. Are you trying to tell me something?
I'm not. No, I just keep hitting the wrong button because I still don't know how to live stream.
So I will just say, because I'm being nice tonight, screwed up, that they go after the wrong people, and it really, quite frankly, doesn't matter about the motive as long as you know that he's the killer. Okay, and I believe, it is my belief that he is. Now, as you all know, my husband did the autopsy review for the civil attorneys in the Sandra Birchmore case. He, as a forensic pathologist, does not say who did it or who done it, and so he wouldn't have an opinion. But I, even though I am a wife, I seem to have two husbands this week, both you, Michael, and my other Michael. Even though I have my own opinion, and my opinion is it doesn't matter. It just simply doesn't matter. If he killed her, he killed her.
Yep. Yeah. It certainly didn't get him off the hook.
Right.
When it was learned that he's not the father. But I think people are more than curious about the level of the abuse of this poor woman, and that was whoever impregnated her. It's come out. It's definitely
okay. So, Michael, thank you very much for being up at for covering this case, KELSEY FITZSIMMONS case, from the beginning, and for being up there all week. I know you were tired. I know you drove home, and we did our show from the road again last night. But we think it's so very, very, very important to shine a light on people who are innocent. Okay. Innocent. All right. That's what the Innocence Project is all about. Innocent people being accused by the government. And thank you very much. And I know now tonight is a celebration, but I still, in terms of celebration, I personally cannot go forward without saying, screw you. And those who indict innocent people and put families through hell.
You got to love Linda.
Oh, man. Tell us how you really feel, Linda.
And I hope
You
there's
think I have
spamming
no
to go
filter?
around because that
She has
courtroom
no
was packed
filter.
with.
For real. Yeah.
Right?
Linda will.
Like, she really has no filter. She's like, she has no more F's left to give. And loving her cat eye manicure, by the way, just so you know, that's like what we call a cat eye manicure. Fabulous.
Yeah, she is amazing.
Tops yesterday. But we're going now to our guest for the evening. There he is, Will Page. Will, I have to say, I love you, man, but there's something missing. There's someone missing from,
there we go.
From your shot there.
I'll do it.
What happened?
So we have a bunch of family in town from.
Do you have something to say?
Yeah, I have
Are
a
you
question.
raising your hand? Okay.
I mean, I don't want to spread any rumors or anything, but does he live in the same house with Nurse Kim?
Oh.
You see the background? That's like one of the backgrounds.
Oh,
that
that's the
StreamYard
right.
to use.
Yeah, that's the
So a lot of people have the same background.
It's a
Unless that's really
default.
his house, but I think it's a virtual background.
It is a default
Kim used to
background.
use that one a lot, right?
Right. Yes.
Don't go spreading rumors, anyone.
Yes. Or he might just have a house that, kind of looks like that. Who knows?
See if
But
they full
no,
screen him. Yeah.
I could tell by that this is
The default.
This right. There's a green screen situation.
Oh yeah, because they have his head cut off. That's
Right.
the dead giveaway, right?
And they're
But he's
leaving
such a sweet man.
tomorrow. So KELSEY wants to have a nice little get together with them tonight, and it was kind of last minute. So I apologize that Lauren isn't in here, but
I think we can understand.
Yeah.
And I hope Lauren can join us again going forward once the dust kind of settles here. So
And
speaking,
we're happy about that. What a great statement
Yes.
you made. Yay!
yes. Who's out in California? Whose side and how deep does the relationship go there? Uncles, aunts, whatever.
It's Lauren's niece that's from out there, and so she flew in I think Sunday. I think she flew in on Sunday, and she's been here all week, and
Wow.
for the other family that's local, and they're all going to get together up at
What a
KELSEY's.
week! What a week for her to be visiting from my home state that has its own challenges. But anyway, so take us back. I want to kind of go backwards in time. Let's start with yesterday, because
Okay.
you guys have gone through really 9 months of hell. But yesterday, a little glimmer of hope, a big glimmer of hope. Take me through the day. You guys knew that it was going to be closing arguments, and then the judge was going to take the case. He had said the day before, maybe it'll be Friday. What was your reaction to that, first of all, that he thought it might be another day before he made a decision?
I felt like whatever day it was going to come down. I was really, really impressed with his due diligence from when he came on as the judge for this case. And he brought KELSEY right up right away and told her that she was going to get a fair trial. And he made sure that she was involved in all the sidebars, and I was really impressed because not only did he give Bradel some difficulties in some aspects, he also did the same thing to the prosecution. So I had been following everybody from when I saw them at the courthouse and what they thought how things were going, because Lauren and I couldn't watch anything. So
right,
that's right. They weren't allowed to be in the
we could only
courtroom.
take like dribs and drabs, like, hey, is it going okay? Is it, you got, everybody was there, understood the position we were in, and everybody that talked to us really didn't give us like, they didn't say Noonan said this or this happened and that happened. It was everybody treated us really good and knew the position that KELSEY was in and we were in. And but it was a lot of unknown for us because we couldn't do anything. You know what I mean?
That had to be so frustrating. I know I saw you every day, coming and going, and I couldn't even put myself in that position. The angst, the not knowing, it had to be brutal. How did you do that day in and day out for even? I know it was only 4 days, but it had to feel like so much longer.
So Monday wasn't so bad for us because we went up to KELSEY's house and got our dog and brought the dog back to here. So that killed some time. And then
Maverick,
at the end of the day, we brought the dog back up to KELSEY's house. So we were at home. We knew we were not, the possibility of us having to take a stand on Monday was slim to none. So Tuesday, we got dressed and we went in there with the hopes of maybe this trial was going to move along at a little bit quicker of a pace than what it did. But it was okay. And we did our part, being supportive and being there for KELSEY. And it's a long day just sitting there in the hallway and trying to figure out what's going on and watching the police officers. And all they want to do is come out. They come out of the DA's office or their holding room, and then they stand above you and try to stare you down and see what you're doing. And so that went on for all week. For the most part, there was everybody was really gracious. I can't even say anything about the police officers. No, they didn't say anything to us, but they just would come out and look and see what was going on, and they always just seemed to be in the area.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. And there's been a lot of talk about it. A lot of folks have reported what was going on prior to closing arguments and then prior to the verdict. And like Kentucky Maverick, who I interviewed last week, who's been a big supporter, he came up, he drove up from Kentucky. And what I saw was this group of cops come down, as you suggest. They're upstairs kind of cooling their heels in one of the DA's rooms or whatever is up there. They come down one floor and they basically cut the line. They basically just come in right at the front where the doors are to get in. And then there's that announcement from the bailiffs about the pecking order of who's going to get in, and which I've never seen that before, ever. What was your take on what was that like? I mean, it just felt like they were cutting the line.
So we actually cut the line ourselves too. So because they were
well,
all
I'll let you cut the line. You kind of have a reason to.
So in the morning that we were going to be able to hear closing arguments, they were all standing there, and Lauren followed me up, and Steve was right at the door, and we just kind of, I just said, excuse me, and just kind of forced my way up through. And we got in there, and the only people that were in before anybody was Noonan and a couple other people that had testified for the DA. And I don't understand any of that. We're all taxpayers. It shouldn't matter if KELSEY's a defendant in there or not. I don't understand that pecking order. I thought in some aspects the way things were handled by the DA might have been a slap in the face towards some people. They got to realize that we're all taxpayers and we're all paying his salary at the end of the day. If it wasn't,
he's not wrong.
Then they wouldn't be there in some aspects. So I think common decency would go a lot further sometimes, and it wouldn't make people mad. Like I see it now. There was a lot of people pretty mad on social media, and it gets out there. People don't like to be disrespected, and I can understand that.
Yeah. I have a question, and it's nice to meet you, Mr. Page. I know Michael's met you and all, and I've been kind of holding down the fort at this end of the situation. And we've been very supportive, as you know, of KELSEY.
Yes.
A couple things. One thing that gets my goat, and I know this is a celebration, but were you ever around KELSEY at the time that Judge Karp took over and that the scram device went off? Because I understand those go from 7 to 11 at night, and I just think that's so intrusive in such a long period of time.
So I believe it was actually 6:30 to 11.
Yeah.
6:30 a.m. That's even worse.
So her so I was involved because KELSEY was staying here at the house. So there was many nights that, you go to court or you just have a long day dealing with attorneys on the phone, or maybe she had a meeting, and all this is very stressful, takes a lot out of you emotionally.
Oh my God.
And we'd have to go in there and wake her up at 9:15, 9:30 because the scram was going off, and wake her up. No, what people don't understand about the scram device, it has a built-in camera with a light, but at night it's not bright enough. So now she blows once and it doesn't take because it doesn't think it's her because it can't get a good picture.
God.
So then
But it has a camera, so it has to make sure that it's you.
With the flashlight shining in her face. So now she can do the scram device again and get a good picture. So it creates a stressful situation for her because now we're hoping that this one goes through. And but when Judge Karp came on board, I wouldn't say anything changed, but I think he kind of was like, I took it as he thought that order might have been a little overbearing, like it was too much. That's how I took it. But it never got changed. KELSEY never asked for it to be changed. So I thought in some aspects that was it was very good. You know what I mean? Because she was already in I'm just going to say a routine, because she knew she needed to be up at a certain time in the morning. She had to stay up until a certain time at night.
Right.
But it's a long time to be under the gun, as far as like 6:30 to 11. It's not a lot of sleeping time sometimes when you're stressed.
Yeah.
And people should know that.
Can we raise $5,000 in 2 hours, people? Can it be done? Melanie believes we can do it. I believe we can do it. People, this is very personal for me because now, I mean, I like my personal goal, guys. I'm doing this for 12 hours. Help me hit my personal goal of $20,000. $20,000 total for a tally to end this at 9 p.m. I know we can do it.
$2 from every person in here, and we would be over 5,000. We got 2,600 people in here now. $2. $2.
Let's
Less
do it.
than a Dunkin' coffee.
Do it.
Originally, it was a scheduled 4 tests a day, right? On
Yes.
certain times.
Yep.
And then McCarthy Naaman decided to ratchet things up even further and say, no, I want it to be random.
Yes.
And that's when this whole, roulette wheel of, well, when's it going to go off? We don't know. That began. So that was for a long period of time. That was for really the whole time that she was out. That randomness was in place.
Yes, the whole time. So from when she came home December 23rd to when she had the scram off yesterday.
So basically 3 months. 3 months. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long time. And how does, what I was concerned about, that this has to affect not just her, but, and you kind of touched upon it, the whole family in terms of both not only your mental health, but your physical health. Did anyone seek, without telling me, did you have to go overboard to try to deal with this and try to, basically how did it affect you, both mentally and physically, for the whole family?
So it's not easy, right? It's not easy at all. So trying to find somebody in the mental health field that can handle a situation where, like, let's just use Lauren, for example. Okay. Lauren was in the house when KELSEY was shot. She was right there. She heard everything. And then not be able to go care for your daughter, not be able to go care for her to help her so that situation doesn't arise, which I kind of understand about separating people so it doesn't create the situation worse, which I thought was really funny because they had no problem making sure Lauren was away, but they brought Justin to the scene Like,
Mhm.
so I don't, in that aspect, it doesn't make any sense, but to try to find somebody to handle mental health issue on that short of a notice is very, very difficult. And there's nobody out there, to put it lightly. I know she did talk to somebody. It was a gentleman. He was much older, which is neither here nor there, but he had no kids. So it's very hard, I would say, for him to relate. And there was a couple of other things that was just really hard to, I guess, to get on board in some aspects. And then when you try to find somebody after that, it's hard. So
did they let you see Kelsey in the hospital? Were you allowed to see her, you or your wife?
So yes, we saw Kelsey right up until the day she was arraigned.
This broke my heart.
And that Wednesday when she was arraigned, Lauren and I were actually at the hospital in the waiting area. We were trying to find out if they were going to allow us to see her because we had brought clothes up and everything. And that from that day forward, we weren't able to see her unless we saw her through the viewing window at the courthouse, or when we did get to bring her home. I think it was September 9th. We brought her home, and then McCarthy Naaman put her back in on September 11th, which was a complete nightmare. And but so that's
just pause for 1 sec.
We went a long time without seeing her, and
hold on, sorry.
Thank God we had Courtney.
What he's saying is from the day that Kelsey was arraigned in the hospital, she was arraigned from her hospital bed, handcuffed to her hospital bed. Her parents were not allowed to go visit her in the hospital.
That's crazy.
So she couldn't have any family visits while she was in the hospital. Could you imagine? 5 surgeries, fighting for her life, clinging to life. Her only, maybe sort of like happy times are when her parents are visiting her. I can imagine both of them were sitting bedside, and her dad, this is her stepdad. So her mom, her dad, and her stepdad are with her probably around the clock at the hospital. And then all of a sudden these jackholes decide to arraign her, and she's cut off from contact with her family. And what?
Yeah.
There's like, is there a cop or more than one like guarding her in her hospital bed while she's, handcuffed to it?
Did you
What?
see
I didn't know
Did you
that.
see the body cam footage of when they walked in to tell her that she was under arrest?
In the hospital?
Yeah, the Microdots had it in his video. So when you see that, like, one thing I noticed was she was totally out of it on painkillers. You could absolutely see that, and rightfully so, of course. So how can you arrest her and read her rights, and she is of sound mind? How could she be of sound mind? How are her rights not being violated at that point? You see what I'm saying?
Was Bradel with her when they did the arraignment? Was he able to go to the hospital and be there? Because she was represented by him pretty much since the beginning, I think, right?
Supposedly an MSP contacted Bradel, but I mean,
put him like on Zoom or some shit like that.
I guess. I don't know. I'd love to know more about that, because that's the first time I saw that body cam footage was on, or the footage of her arraignment was on Microdot's video that we just watched.
Remember, she had glasses on and she was sitting in bed, right? And she was just looking like with like this blank stare, like what is going on?
Right. Yeah. It was just, it was so bad. Like when they walked in when she was in the hospital, like when they catch her when they're first walking into her room, she's just like, huh? Like she's very like her body cannot do what her mind wants it to do fast enough. You know what I mean? So it's just she's clearly not of sound mind necessarily. Like that could be called into question is all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, she had 5 surgeries. Of course she was doped up all the time. The amount of pain that she was in from being shot in the chest, right? From being shot in the chest, she had a collapsed lung, at least a collapsed lung where all the blood probably collected, which is why, interestingly enough, there was no pictures of any blood on the floor when they took those pictures in the room. On a through and through gunshot wound. She had a lacerated liver. Her ribs were shattered. They were just fractured. They were shattered. And the fact that she had 5 surgeries, she's probably on pain meds around the clock. And then when she finally does get out of the hospital, she's sent over to to jail. And it was just when, and I knew because you played the hearing earlier when I wasn't here, when the second that Tim Bradle said cruel and unusual punishment, I was like, oh no, the judge is not going to like that. And like the way that she reacted to hearing that,
she took that so personally. Oh yeah. Like because she kept repeating it. So it's your position that I am trying to torture your client and, inflicting cruel and unusual punishment, right? Is that right, Mr. Bradle?
In a very mocking way. Oh, totally. Well, I don't want to torture her. So back to jail she goes. I mean, it was so unnecessary. Visceral. She treated the chief of probation or the assistant chief of probation, Jeff January, with such disrespect. And I remember when I first went over the papers of this hearing, all we had was the transcript, and I was reading the transcript to the viewers instead of because there was no Zoom. They don't do that there. They only have like a party line that you can call into. And one time Bradle was told it was going to be a remote hearing, and he called into the phone line. It was Judge Drexler. He got all pissed that we overloaded the phone lines because so many people called in because their technology is like still back in the Salem witch trials days. And so I was like, this is the transcript. And then I found out about FTR, and you can order the recordings from these hearings. It's audio only, but I'm like, I got online, I ordered it, I paid $10 for it. And as soon as I got it, I went live with it. And I was like, the tone that I read that judge's lines in is like a million times worse to hear the audio. And then we played the audio, and it was just, I think we were all crying by the end of it. Like, we just couldn't believe what was the chip on her shoulder, this judge? Like, why was she being so heartless? It was just like, oh, you've only been out for 48 hours, and this is already your second motion to like, how dare you come in here and fight for your client's constitutional rights, Mr. Bradle? We don't do that in Massachusetts.
It was very strange, right? It was very strange, like how personal she seemed to be taking this case, because then we later find out that the day before that hearing, she shows up to this guy's office, to this parole officer's office, trying to find out specifically about this case.
Yep.
Why is she so personally invested in this?
Well, she's not allowed to do that. First of all,
right?
You're not allowed to, like, why is she crossing like ethical boundaries of the judicial code of conduct to go in there and talk to him? Because she's so anti-KELSEY FITZSIMMONS. It makes no sense. There's so much more, I think, here, and it goes so much deeper. And now I think we've learned that there's an investigation into her, maybe, because the way after that motion to recuse was filed by Bradle, all of a sudden the next day, the chief judge came in and pulled her off the case immediately. They did not think that this case was going to get the kind of attention that it did. And it is increasingly grown since I first started covering it, like 11 days after she was shot, because I don't shut up. Like, we just don't shut up. Like, when we believe in something, we're going to keep talking. They can troll us all they want. They can try and get us to shut up, but we're not going to tell me to shut up, and I'm just going to talk more,
Look at how like sweet our little like, and we don't even coordinate. We don't, like, we never talk behind the scenes about this stuff.
No.
Right?
No.
And that, like, you will be doing what you're doing. You've got your dope ass following, your very large following. You brought a lot of attention to this case. And then when it comes to the people who are trying to do whatever they can to either exploit it or to trash other creators that are trying to do good things with it, then those of us who like to get money will get involved, and then we make content out of it.
Well, and that's what's so funny is, like, people think KELSEY FITZSIMMONS deserves to spend her life in prison because they hate us.
Right. It's hilarious.
Those people just hate us, or you, or me, or Turtle Boy, or whoever else is covering this. Just Machado. Like, they hate all of us, so they want to take the opposite position, whether it makes sense or not.
And then it has the Streisand effect, because all it does is make people go, well, what are these people arguing about? And then people with common sense see exactly what's happening here. And then guess what? More support for KELSEY. Thank you.
Yeah, and we get more followers too. So thanks for trashing me on Twitter, a platform that I'm not even on, so that it causes people to be curious enough to see if what you're saying is true. And then they come follow me and realize that you're the dick. So,
yeah,
I mean, not you, Will, but
right,
whoever it is posting this kind of stuff.
Totally. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the added.
This community has been just a working machine for the last 2.5 years. It's
They
been-
say it takes a village, right? But
Right.
what it really takes is an army. And
Right.
there's an army of people here, and you're right. We don't coordinate it. We don't talk about it. We just
No,
all
we
are
just do
so,
what we do.
focused on our own thing.
Yep.
And then it's times like these that we get to come together, for a common cause and for KELSEY and to try and help her with her fight, because this fight ain't over, man. These people, we've seen this film before, and with Karen Reed, we had to watch the fucking film twice, okay, until we got the ending that we like. So
Right.
we've seen the way it goes, and it's not just Massachusetts, but it seems like we just can't get out of Massachusetts with all of this stuff that's going on there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's wild. Yeah. The cool thing is, like, we all have we all have the same understanding of what we're seeing here. But we all just bring our own shit to the table to address it, expose it, fight it, bring awareness to it. Everyone brings their own shit to the table. And it's, again, there's no need to coordinate. It's just because we all share this one thing called common sense and a set of eyes, and we see what's happening. And it's very easy to just be like, okay. And then we just see each other like, okay, you're cool because you're not a fucking retard. You see exactly what's going on.
You know how to use your context clues.
Right.
Well done to you. And Emily C. I mean, shout out to Emily C. for putting so much of this together in a way that kindergartners can understand, because she was a kindergarten teacher. And so the way that she teaches really brings a lot of awareness to it. I think I saw her in the chat. There she is. I know they hate us all, but who cares? Winners focus on winning. Losers focus on winners.
Yeah, like look who hates you, though. That's the just keep that in mind. Look who hates you.
Every now and then I'll send you something. I'll be like, oh, who is this person? You're just like, don't worry. Like, they don't even matter. Don't worry.
Right.
Just ignore it. I'm like, okay.
Right. Who is this person?
Because you've been on the main streets of YouTube longer than I have for, and part of the, the drama. Who knew there was a whole drama community on YouTube? Like, I didn't even know it was a thing. But
yeah, it is. And amazingly enough, is they've managed to stay away because they actually know better. It's only the novice people who try to exploit the drama, and then they're going to run into the wall. The experienced drama mongers know not to touch this community. They already know. They won't.
Oh, do they? Because I think now they're after JLR. So the heat's off of us.
They're going after JLR.
Yeah, on him.
Yeah, because everyone hates JLR. Like even the crappiest people hate JLR.
I don't know him. I don't have an opinion about him at all. But I've just seen some things recently that have made people focus on him instead of us.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that dude's awful. He's awful.
There's that.
I'm telling you guys, Courtney is a godsend in that aspect for what she did for KELSEY and
That's Tim Bradle's paralegal, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I hope Michael Bryant, that we can clip this, because I think that every judge in Massachusetts or wherever they use the scram should be aware of what Will just said and how it affects, and how it's not maybe what they're planning on, and how it affects the family and how it affects the person who is the putative defendant and all, because it really is unbearable, unbelievable. And as a mother, and you as a father of kids, we all know that when our children are hurting, we're hurting more. And I know I don't say that meanly, lightly, or trying to take KELSEY's pain away, but it's a different type of hurt.
To think of the technological world that we're in today, and this is what we're using. We have this giant ankle device, and then you have to walk around with this giant scram device. You mean that, like, you guys offered to assist and get the scram and ankle monitor all in one? Why? First of all, what's it cost for two different things to be serviced? The maintenance fees and all this on two different devices. Why wouldn't you just have it all in one? It makes no sense at all. There's a lot of questions that I have about thought process. Like, sometimes this is where you wonder, are politicians involved in this? Are they getting paid somehow? Is there a kickback? Like, it's shady in some aspects.
Is there a kickback?
How much of that do you blame on McCarthy Naaman. You know, I don't think she's normal, but it
Oh, I
seemed
have
like
a
she
few
had it
words.
out for Kelsey.
Yeah. I have a few more words I could use other than normal, but I'll be polite.
Like this guy.
I won't. Okay, I won't.
Sweetheart.
She's
Well,
an effing asshole. Okay, and
I
that's
just-
being nice about it. But you
I
don't
called her
say that. That was me.
bitch, so I'm sure there are many other words. It just seemed nobody could wrap their head around why she was acting like she was.
I mean, let's call a spade a spade. Like, why are we gonna play ring around the rosy here, right? Like, this is what it is. She's a North Andover resident. There's a ton of McCarthys in the town. She's possibly somehow tied in with Noonan. She owned a private defense in North Andover for a good amount of time. She has connections in that town. Her kids grew up in that town. I have friends that went to school with her kids.
All this was pointed
let's
out
call
in the
it what
motion
it
to
is. She's
recuse.
tied. She knows the chief. She knows other North Andover cops. She never should have been involved in the case, period. The optics are not good. She was sitting on the bench in other cases and left and came and sat in on Kelsey's. There's just too many things. And now there's too many unknown answers that we asked during the recusal, right? So she got pulled off the case. And now, will we ever get those? I do know that I talked to a few people that were that came to support Kelsey, and that they had filed the complaints on the judge, and that there's been a investigation opened up against the judge. So nobody will hear anything else until the investigation's over. But I do know that there has been an investigation opened up against McCarthy.
Good.
Well, that's
good.
interesting.
I hope she gets what she
Yeah.
gets. Okay. And you know, I have
That is interesting. And he's, I mean, there was a point I was going to make here. Yeah, I mean, the same old thing, good old boy bullshit. I mean, the way that he just described all of these different connections that this judge already has, and it just tells you what connection she likely has in relation to those.
Right.
I mean,
And it came out during the motion to recuse that Noonan, his full name is Patrick McCarthy Noonan. So, I mean, McCarthy's a very common Irish name, as you know, but they were questioning, is she related to him? And that motion was never heard. And so all of the answers to those questions or answers were not going to get. People are saying you can't donate less than $5. All right, so $5 would be great. We got 2,600 people here. If everyone donates $5, that's another 7,500. We're going to get up over your personal best or your personal goal for tonight. And I just want to say one other thing. Can you go into your dashboard there and check your sub count real quick? Let's get Will over 50,000 subs today. I see you're at 49,000 and change. So we're 49,000. Let's everyone hit the subscribe button. It's free. It's free. He sits here for 12 hours at a time doing all entertaining.
Oh, wow.
He's entertaining, my friends.
I am over 49,000. Thanks, guys, for subscribing.
So let's do 50K for Will too.
Let's get to $20,000. If me and Melanie Little cannot convince you, which is mind blowing that we can't get you to get us $20,000, maybe this person here can do it.
Oh no! Oh yes!
Hopefully. What's up, homie?
Jesus, I was praying for him to come on.
I believe it. Listen, I'm sold. I'm in this. I wasn't before.
Oh, tell us your journey.
Oh, I had such a journey. Such a journey. I was like, guys,
is it a truth journey?
It was my truth journey until I heard her speak. I wasn't convinced.
Yeah, his Kelsey journey. I think he didn't believe Kelsey. People were telling me. But as we say, we don't have time to watch each other's shows, so we don't know until we get togetr like this. Tell us.
I wasn't 100% sold on Kelsey either until I absolutely saw heard the Microdots recordings that were released. Really? Not 100%, no, because I mean, dude, these domestic things, you know, everyone's lying and everyone's telling the truth. You know what I mean? There's a lot of lies and truth mixed from each story because there's a mix of people
convinced that they're the right ones, that they're the right in the right, and they will lie to themselves to convince themselves that they're in the right. And this is a natural thing that people tend to do in these types of situations. So I always take what everyone says with a grain of salt. But those recordings don't lie.
I mean, like, I listened to a bunch of people. I had Kim up on my show try to, like, you know, teach me about it. I was like watching. I watched Melanie sometimes. I'm like, all right, like, what's the deal here? And I was like, guys, I still don't know. Until she got up and spoke, I was like, now I fucking get it. Now I get it. Like, I'm like
such a great witness.
Completely, like,
She was an incredible witness.
Believe everything. Like, I'm here for it. I'm into it. And then I started like diving into like the phone calls to Katie, to Officer Katie. Anything
I believe
for you. Oh, you must be having such a bad time. You just want to go have a fire friend hose buddy party with your gay friends. Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead, have fun.
Do you know Katie's backstory?
No.
Katie sued the North Andover PD. Her lawsuit was pending at the time she was on these phone calls with Justin. She sued the department for sexual discrimination, gender discrimination, for being, treated poorly by the chief, Charlie Gray of North Andover PD. And so she was in the middle of litigation against the department. And it's not the first time that Charlie Gray has been sued for doing things like, jokes against female officers that weren't really funny and stuff, because there's only like 3 female officers in the department. And so her lawsuit was pending at the time this whole thing happened. Her lawsuit was just settled December of 2025. And so North Andover is now like bleeding money. Obviously, it's confidential. We don't know how much money they paid her. Why she's still working there is beyond me. Would you still want to work there in a hostile work environment?
No.
So this is already the culture in this department. And how do you think that they were treating KELSEY? Because think about it. She came on to the force. She graduated the police academy. And then all of a sudden she gets pregnant like right away. And they're like, oh, really? Oh, really? Now you got to go on light duty? And now you want to go out on maternity leave? Like, oh,
I feel like
when women always do.
When Noonan was up there talking for the first time, I feel like I was like, oh, he hates KELSEY. I could hear it in the way he said, like, I don't know, maybe she was on maternity leave. I'm like, oh, he hates women and he hates KELSEY. I could just instantly tell. And then it came out after that he called her a whack job. And I'm like, I told you.
See, I didn't even think the whack job. Listen, I took Maureen's testimony with a grain of salt. Nobody liked that. Everybody was mad at me for that. But because the thing, and it wasn't that I didn't. It wasn't. No. It wasn't that I didn't believe her. It's that I felt like the prosecution did a good job of showing that she was biased. Her testimony was to be taken with a grain of salt. Clearly, I mean,
why?
She wasn't
because she watches YouTube.
Because she clearly had posted in August that there was an inside job, that there was a setup. You know what I'm saying? Like, she commented this. The prosecutor pointed it out.
Noonan didn't deny that he called her a whack job.
No,
Noonan had already testified, right? And he was like, "Isn't it true that you told your first of all, do you have a neighbor named Maureen?" He's like, "I don't know."
No. The whack job thing, I'm not denying.
Like, I might have.
The whack job thing, I'm not denying. I'm just saying that her reason for sitting there on the stand and even testifying in the first place was called into question in the best way that the prosecution could have. I mean, you're pointing this stuff out and going, she's all over social media. Her mind's already made up. I mean, that's just how I looked at it.
He said she had a leaky balloon knot. That's what he said.
What? But I think the sole purpose of her testimony was to show, that Noonan is out there calling KELSEY a whack job.
Right.
And to show that, first of all, he's not supposed to be discussing this investigation with random strangers walking dogs.
And like saying, yeah,
I'm the shooter.
That's me.
Yeah.
Shooter.
Like he was NPH and Harold and Kumar. Yup. Yeah, like what? Why are you so proud of this? Right. Oh, shooter.
He's the first cop without the Shaggy defense that we've ever seen on the stand. Like, it wasn't me.
No shit.
No, he's like, it was me. It was me, everyone. It was me. Tap rack, tap rack.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm fully in. I'm fully in. Like, I can't wait to go over more stuff. I know I'm a little late. I know the trial's over, but like I'm in. I want to support. I want to do the wish list, all of it, like all of it.
Yeah, you're
It's
here,
never
bro.
too late.
I'm here
It's never
for
too
it.
late.
Because this is the fight that she's really. This is the most important fight. Like, if you believe her, this is the most important fight. Because I'm now like, I was 85% Team Kelsey when it came to the domestic stuff. Just because I was taking what was said with a grain of salt, I was thinking it as he said, she said, even though I could see that Justin's actions were malicious and he was the only one showing me. That's why I was 85%, just to keep that, just to put that in perspective. I was 85% Kelsey because Justin was the only one showing me malice, right? But I don't know. I don't know if Kelsey's just really good at putting on a public act like, oh, I'm just Miss Innocent. I don't know that. So I was taking that into consideration, but not really buying into it, just considering it a possibility. But after hearing those recordings, I'm like, nah, dude, this guy is a shitbag. This guy is 100% a shitbag. So yeah.
You mean hearing the recordings of him, like his drunken like ramblings and falling over the furniture and stuff, and you know, look, it happens, right? But it happens. Like if you've ever been with anybody like that, and then recording each other, and who knows what recordings he has of her too. You know, like none of us were there, we don't know. But he made a situation that could have been handled better so much worse. And I don't really know if he was the one driving the bus. You know, I think his mother was driving the bus, maybe, and his sister. I think they wanted to get their hands on that baby.
I picture a very dramatic, like I always compare things to like these like fictional movies and whatever that you see all the time. Like I picture a whole Norman and Norma Bates thing going on between the two of them, where he's like, "Oh, mommy, I'm afraid she's gonna take the baby away because she's saying that I'm a drunk and I'm all this, and I'm so scared that." Well, we're not gonna let her do that. Come here, my baby boy. We're not gonna let that happen, are we? We're gonna show her that this is not the family to mess with. You know what I mean? Like I picture a dramatic, gross situation like that happening between the two of them.
They're all kind of gross. I'm not
and the sister being.
They're
and
also
then the mother
litigious,
going.
so just be careful what you say because they're litigious. They will, you know, file a lawsuit against you for defamation.
I mean, all I'm doing is just say how I picture the situation. I'm not saying that happened. Right. And I picture the sister being the one that the mom goes to and goes, "I'm counting on you."
They won't be able to get anything from me. What are they going to take? My small microphone?
Your brother's weak.
No, your tiny hands. Do you have your tiny hands? Because did you notice that Gubitosi had really tiny hands?
He did.
So
have
I needed your
hands.
tiny hand props.
I see $250 if I put on the bunny ears. People are saying.
Oh,
they'll donate $250 if I put on the bunny ears.
Bro, I love the bunny ears.
Can we get it up to 3? 3 for Kels for the ears?
Well, we're only 500 away right now.
150
away from the 20.
Only $500 away from the 20K, bro.
Listen, there was the day before when he went to pick up his weapons, you know, at the house, and Kelsey was like, "Do you want to hug the baby?" Like he didn't even want to hold the baby. Like I find it really hard. It's strange credulity to me that this guy wanted to be a single father. You know, that was his goal.
Didn't act.
That was not his agenda. I don't think.
Nothing in his actions dictated that he was doing things in interest of safety for the baby. Like
he wants to share the baby with Noonan. That's what I think. Yes. Him and Noonan are going to share the baby.
Yes.
And he got picked up and went to a hotel because he was afraid for his life. So what? You got smacked? Even if you did, who cares? I can see why.
Because he put the shrooms in the car, and she's a cop, and he transported the shrooms across state lines in her car. No wonder she was flipping out.
What?
Yeah,
douchebag.
Yeah, this is insane. Like the fact that he says a lot that he has no respect for her or her life or her like what her goals are. No respect for any type of self-respect that she had. He didn't care about anything except I don't know what he was thinking. He's one of those people in those relationships that like, what are you getting out of it? Just pushing this person around, possessing this person?
No. I'll
I
tell
don't
you
get
exactly what it is. Nobody
steal
falls in
from
love
you?
faster than a narcissist who needs a place to live.
No, a hobo.
Okay. So where was he living before Kelsey found him on Facebook? Another thing I will tell you, nothing good happens from Facebook. Nothing. I haven't looked at Facebook in like 2 years and I've never been happier. Every time I open that app, it makes me mad. Nothing good happens from Facebook.
Where was he?
Yeah.
Where was he? Was he living with his parents? And then all of a sudden he's moving into a sweet pad that Kelsey owned in her own name. By the way, girls, take lessons, buy houses in your own name so it doesn't become a marital asset. And then all of a sudden now he's living with her. Now he's got the life, right? And all he's doing is running outside to smoke a bowl whenever he wants to. He's hiding out there like some kind of banshee out the window, smoking like he's hiding from his mother. And what does he do? Does he even cut the grass? Because apparently there was some really overgrown brush outside. Because remember that testimony? It was like, yeah, we were going to park over here because the brush on the lawn was very overgrown. Like he's not even trimming the hedges, for Christ's sakes. What is this guy contributing? It was all about him and what he could get out of the relationship.
Gross.
So was he,
Yeah.
is he a North Andover firefighter or a Stowe?
North Andover. And so when all those first responders came in to tend to Kelsey, they're all his buds.
So when they met on
Right.
Facebook, he was in Stowe or North Andover?
Well, he was with I think he was a North Andover firefighter, but I don't know if you have to live in the town to work as a North Andover firefighter.
That's like
I
an
don't know
hour
what the
away.
rules are.
Stowe and
What?
North Andover about an hour away. I mapped it out.
Mhm.
Stowe is kind of close to me.
Oh.
And the blonde sister, the crazy one who was like, it's on site next time I see you, goes to college 5 minutes from where I live.
Oh no, don't tell people where you live, dude.
I don't live near there. She does not go to college anywhere near me. I don't even know who she is. What's college?
We're not over 20K yet, I don't think.
We're getting there.
But we're getting there. We're close. Like,
And I can't
yeah.
believe her friends turned on her like that too. Like that's what I want to know too. Like
I'm
those
trying to get
girls,
to the bottom
Those
of
are
that
friends.
too, because that doesn't track with me either.
were they
There's
his
something
friends
about
that
that.
she invited into the bridal party? Were they his friends? And he was like, "Can you
Right.
make my friends the bridesmaids?" Because any girl, like,
Right.
we're thick as thieves. Like we don't turn on our girls like that.
That's
That doesn't
what I'm
happen.
saying is like there's something else there. It makes no sense to me that all of a sudden that's another reason why I took Kelsey's side with a grain of salt is because like where are all her friends? And I do consider the possibility because I can relate to it that she's just an independent person, doesn't like to keep a lot of friends. I relate to that.
See why?
You know, like I swear to God, I was talking about that at the beginning of this stream. I was like, dude, I Clubber would be my best man. I wouldn't know who to pick for a best man if I got married. I have no idea. Picking groomsmen, no idea. You know, because I just don't hang out with people like that, you know. But like then again, I mean, she's kind of a go-getter. It seems kind of, you know, it does track that she'd be independent, emotionally independent completely, and just not keep a lot of friends because maybe that's how she focuses on reaching her goals better. But most goal-oriented women like her have a lot of friends.
Or
And then-
most of your friends are guys.
That's what
right. Or most of your
You're
friends
living
are
in a man's
guys.
world. You
Great
work as a
point.
corrections officer, then you're working as a cop. Most of your friends are guys because
Great
you
point.
are the woman in a man's world. And so, you know, a lot of us, like me too, I like to keep my circle small because I don't trust
Yeah.
anybody.
Same.
And you know, that could have been it too. Like maybe all her friends were guys, and he was just like, "Oh, can you have my friends in your bridal?" I don't know for sure, but
She seemed more like on the having guy friends. Like the way she was talking about Chief or Officer Gordon, the man who held her baby, seemed to me like she is better like getting along with men than women.
And that's who she's working with, right? I mean, there's okay, if Katie Gerke is your only choice as a female friend at the workplace, are you picking her? You know, like
What
the
else
theory
can we do for you,
also-
Justin? What else you need? Yeah, we got it all ready for you.
we
here.
really
Oh.
feel for you, Justin.
And we're so sorry about you, and that baby won't stop crying. How come? Yeah, what are you gonna do, Justin? Oh my God.
I can totally
soda.
see Justin being the kind of control freak, like more of a bridezilla than her when they're talking about it. He's got a few drinks in him and he's going, no, man. You don't make that person a bridesmaid. This girl, she's going to be there all these years, blah, blah, blah. And just
just selling every single person to be part of this, that he wants to be part of it. And she's just like holding the baby going, oh, okay, man, whatever you want, okay, if that's what makes you happy, fine. I just want to get this planned so we can do it,
I will escalate this.
Like-
I will escalate this.
Right.
He
I
can't
want to
even
speak to the
talk.
manager.
I feel like there's like four letters that he like can't pronounce when he was like speaking. I'm like, what is the matter with this guy? He's like 5 years old.
Right.
Let's watch some of his testimony.
Yeah,
And I
can
want
we-
to take a poll on how many people in the
Yeah.
chat would date this man. Like
He's
he
not-
was
Can we
he's
listen to
not
some of
what
the
I
phone calls,
expected
too?
him to be. From seeing these pictures of him and her, he's real tall. He looks real good in pictures. And he came in and it was like not at all what I expected. Not at all. She really dodged a bullet by not marrying him, but she didn't really dodge a bullet because she actually did take a bullet. But
Yeah.
if it resulted in her not marrying him, then maybe we can find that. We did it, Tommy. Who said
I'm
that?
like, is
Sorry, goodbye.
copulating with him legal even? Because I feel like he doesn't like possess enough brain cells to like be considered a person.
There was an article that came out right before this happened, like right after the baby was born, and it was called like Baby Boom at North Andover Fire Department. You can find it. And like 9 babies were born like in the span of like 2 months. And all the men firefighters were interviewed about how wonderful it was that they all had babies now, and they had like a group text chain going and for advice on babies. And Justin gave an interview and he said, I am so happy being a new dad. I can't wait to have another baby right away.
Wow.
Really? And she's so horrible that you're telling this reporter that you can't wait to have a baby right away. I think we did. I think we're past 20 grand.
We did it, Tommy?
Did we do it, Tommy? Hold on. Let's.
Yes. I could watch this all day.
Let's do it again. Court chopped.
This is the guy you want running into your house to save you from a burning building?
Yeah.
I'd rather stay in burn.
And the socks. Can we talk about the socks?
The socks.
Yes.
Talk about the black socks with the black. I don't know if they're sneakers. I don't know if they're clod hoppers. I don't know what he's got going on.
Wow, bro.
Dude will never be safe.
look
Like if
at
he
this
ever
guy.
goes on Cringe or Fumble or whatever, Tinder,
Hinge,
whatever
Hinge.
is out there.
Cringe.
Cringe or
cringe for
Fumble
him.
because it's always a miss, right?
You say cringe or fumble?
Yeah. And look how white his legs are too. Okay, dude, it's June. How come you can't even get like, I don't know, not a spray tan, but like, get some of the lotion that makes your legs look a little less white.
Somebody was like, he missed arms and legs day. I'm like, dude, he missed man day.
I miss every day.
Yeah, he missed.
When I saw the pictures of him, I thought we were
Dude
going to get some
day.
strapping,
Me too.
leading man energy from this guy. And it was
Oh.
more like, it was like, I pulled up a picture of Jim Carrey. Remember when Jim Carrey was on In Living Color? Hold on, I think I still have it on my phone.
He was young.
And I can't unsee it now. The Jim Carrey, Justin LA, and we should do a side by side. Let me find
he
it
was
for
so
you.
like rehearsed too. He was like, I was afraid for my child's life, or whatever. Like you could tell that came from mom.
People, we hit $20,000, dude. Like this has lived up to the 12-hour fundraiser tradition. And we've got over 3,000 people watching right now. It's absolutely
Nice.
fantastic.
Subscribe to
Yes.
the Glarer.
Prescribe.
Over 50. Over 50.
Prescribe or don't. I don't give a shit.
Do it.
Whatever. Just make sure to keep donating to Kelsey. What do we got here? Hold on.
It's
Hold
called
on.
the
I
In
gotta-
Living Color protester video. I'm not going to put the audio on because you could
will.
get stricken, but tell me that it's not reminiscent of
escalate
Justin.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Man, that's Jim Carrey.
Yes. Yes, I remember this very well. I
Right?
remember
Fire
this
buddy.
very well. Wow. Holy shit,
see
man.
it.
I can't believe you guys fucking always come through. Over 20K.
That's awesome.
These are the
Amazing.
greatest, most generous people that you would
I
ever
swear.
want to meet. And the
telling you.
kindest too. Like, remember you guys when we were at the Wilbur at the casino party afterwards, how nice everybody was? Jimmy, did you go to the casino?
I did, but I was in and out. I was nervous.
Yeah, you were
Me
nervous,
too.
but-
Yeah, I did not take advantage of that. I was way too high on a gummy, on like a really strong one.
Oh, that's
and
funny.
I wouldn't say paranoid, but I definitely was like, I'm not like wanting to be around a group of people right now. And I feel really bad about that because I cheated myself out of like having a lot of fun.
I did mushrooms with Justin, so I couldn't make it.
Just a little stem and a cap, all good. No big whoop. That was fun though. But I'm just saying, okay, so I did meet the people. I was out, I was pressing the flesh, I was shaking the hands, I was signing t-shirts, I was taking selfies, and really some of the nicest kind of people. I met a woman who came from Ireland for that show, and other women who came from England. Like, people came from it was like a destination vacation for a lot of people. Like, there were a lot of people who were not from the Boston area, and it was just so kind and so nice and just so.
We have great people.
Yeah.
And she's gonna be on Turtle Boy tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
he's
Tim.
gonna-
Kelsey and Tim both.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. That's gonna be great.
I can't fucking wait.
And that's going to be what time?
I
Do
just
you know?
like when she talks. Like, I feel like I didn't hear her talk. I didn't hear her really speak on like what was going on. And after I did it, like, everything changed. So I'm very excited to see what she has to say. Like, I want to listen to her read the fucking phone book.
She's very interesting, right? And
So
she's
smart.
she could not be shooketh. She could not be
No.
shooketh. There was not one, and that's why Gubatosi just quit. He eventually waved the white flag and he was like, I surrender.
Right. Yeah.
He didn't ask
Dude,
for
I've
anything
got
about the incident.
you up here. I've got you up here, Melanie. I wanted to ask you, what did you think about? I want to get you on a rant and set it up here. What did you think about him? He has the defendant on the stand. It's got a bow on it, Melanie.
Yeah.
And he can absolutely just twist the narrative, twist her words. He has every opportunity to do this, and he never brings up the actual incident in question.
Nope.
With the defendant on the stand.
I know. Do you think it's because he knew that he was sucking so bad and he was losing so badly, and that if he gave her an opportunity, she would bury him further? Because his first entire cross of her was all about, isn't it true that SWAT officers are very, very highly skilled? And isn't it true that they're trained very well and they know how to shoot and they know all the proper procedures? And isn't it true that Noonan was a very experienced officer? And isn't it true that he would do all the right things? And he would, and she was like, yeah, but I would never, when, and isn't it true that this is what you do when you're serving a restraining order? And every question that he had for her, she had an answer for, and an honest answer,
Not
and
just
an answer that
like
made
the
sense.
answer. Yeah. Oh, she could not be shaken. I loved it. She was like, for you 2 weeks is fine. For me, no. And I was like, fuck, that's it right there. Like, everything that she said, I'm like, there's the answer I was looking for the whole time.
Right. And it backfired because he was like, what he was trying to do is get her to admit that Noonan, because he was SWAT trained and because he had all this other training, that he was such a professional that he never would have done anything wrong. And it totally backfired because in asking those questions, he told the world and everybody every single thing that they did wrong in this situation, right? Every single thing. And isn't it true that you never take your eyes off the suspect? Well, you're not supposed to.
Right.
How else would she have been able to get into that trunk? We all saw the trunk. We thought she took the firearm out of that little shoebox that was on top. She said that shoebox was never there. I don't know where that came from. She's like, I had to open the trunk to get it out. If he was standing there and had eyes on her the whole time, it would have taken time for her to open that thing.
Yeah.
Get it out. There were a couple of other firearms in there, and then take 2 steps backwards and do the hokey pokey and whatever. I mean,
Right. It's like what Afro Man said. You don't have to rehearse the truth.
Yeah.
And I love
Right.
that line too. It was like, you could tell she didn't have to, it wasn't rehearsed. It was whatever he threw, she fucking right back.
Yeah.
And
he
like,
never even asked her about where she pointed the gun.
right.
Never come
After I
up.
was done watching it, I'm like, every police officer should be like this girl.
Yeah.
Really, like, just A+ all around.
Nick Starro.
Hey, Nick.
Love that guy.
And as well prepped as she was, because she was well prepped, you can't anticipate every single question, right? That the prosecutor is going to ask your client. You can't. There's no way. And when he started going off on the SWAT stuff, I mean, Bradel could have objected, but I think he had enough faith in his clients to know that she knew how to answer the questions and answer them honestly. And when you're testifying to the truth, you don't have to remember the lies, you know? And so when the judge rendered his decision and he gave like his very long speech where we were all like, oh, she's going to win. Oh no, she's going to lose. Oh no, she's going to win. Oh no, she's going to lose. Like based on what he was saying, it was very back and forth. But he really, I think he just didn't want to step on any toes of the police. And because they were all there. There was like 20 of them in the courtroom supporting Noonan. And he had to, sort of tiptoe around it. But in the end,
Jess Machado ask the cops the questions on the way in.
What's that?
Did you see Jess Machado ask the questions to the cops on the way in?
I didn't catch that yet.
Oh.
What did she ask him? I don't remember.
She goes, Houston, were you ever really Kelsey's friend? And Noonan, do you still think Kelsey's a whack job?
You gotta love Jess, man. She asks amazing questions. Like whenever there's like a little presser outside, she's like always asking the best questions.
And I feel like you could tell Kelsey really knew everything about her child too, because she was like, here's how much formula he had. If we had enough here, he wouldn't have been crying. We came back here. I got the things from Target. His stuff's upstairs. His books are down here. Blah, blah. It's like, this girl don't miss. This girl does not miss.
No.
And I just think that he is so immature that he really doesn't know how to be a father. I mean,
no.
What's the over-under on how many diapers the guy actually has changed, He wouldn't hold the baby, she said at one point. Like, he just wasn't. He's very, I think, self-involved. And how can you be a father of an infant and spend time with your baby if you're that self-involved?
And like getting so fucked up, like when you first have your kid, like, I don't know. I'm not saying anything against anyone who likes to party, but like when your kid's still that little and you're focused and you're excited about getting like obliterated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This dude is no actions have shown that he is that his priority is the child. None of his actions have shown this.
Law girls are here. Hi, law girls. He said she said he forgot he had to work. Yeah, remember? She's like, well, you have to work tomorrow. I can't meet you tomorrow at the park. You have to work. And he's like, oh yeah, I forgot.
Right.
Or in one of those newly surfaced videos where she's like, can you just come to bed and go to sleep because you have training tomorrow? Hello. And he's just like fighting with her in a drunken, like just picking the fights. Right. So that he can leave, I mean, if you've ever known anybody like that, that's what they do. They pick fights so that they have a reason to leave or whatever. And where was he going to go? When he's like, I'm going home. He's like, I'm going home. What did he really consider his home? His parents' house?
No.
Right.
Mommy's bosom.
Right. Like a guy who needs a mommy and is getting mad when someone is mommying him, as he's clearly
that was Mother's Day?
He's probably jealous of the baby. He's jealous of the baby that the baby was getting like
a grown man whose mother is holding his child going, you should go to bed because you have training tomorrow. And he's going, you know what? You're horrible. Like,
you're a fucking
why is she horrible? Jesus, fire dancer. Thank you so much. My God.
Somebody said that was Mother's Day. I didn't realize that video was from like her first Mother's Day.
This guy got all kinds of Freudian fucking problems, I feel like.
Dude, oh, for sure. I'm telling you, Norma and Norman Bates vibes all the way. Like, and I'm telling you, the sister is the mom going, your brother's weak. Go and make sure that this gets done properly. And that's why she's there doing all the talking, taking over the phone calls. Like it's so gross. It's so
why
weird.
So many different writing, so many different penmanship in the.
Yeah, because the sister went with him and she was filling in parts of it too.
Yeah, it's just so like it's like a show like Yellowstone, but with weak writing. You know what I mean? Like it's so crazy.
Sensitive topic,
right?
I like what Bradel said at the presser too. He said like they want to try and make legislation. You know, they want to make it harder for this to happen in the future. He said the fact that you can walk in there and just fill out a piece of paper in your handwriting and 15 minutes later have custody of your child temporarily, even based on one person's word, is not right. It needs to be changed. You need to make some changes. And I feel like whatever Kelsey does next, first of all, if I was Kelsey, I would never want to go step foot in that police department ever again, because every single one of them backstabbed her when they took, you know, we're like all trying to help Justin. Whatever she decides to do next, she will be a fierce advocate for people who have been through this kind of shit too. And I can see her being really successful doing that because she's been through it. I mean, she's been through it all. I mean, think about it. And she's not even 30.
I know. She is so smart.
Yeah.
My sister started watching it too this week, and like me, she kind of knew nothing. I get this. This is the first thing I get last Thursday. She goes, "This bitch, very garagey."
A lot of people were comparing her to Kelly Dever on the stand.
Hold it up again.
This bitch, very garagey.
Oh yeah, we went over her earlier too. Yeah,
Goes,
that was
Justin Elaine is like a retard. Sorry, guys. High school
Justin,
dork.
asshole.
You can tell he's a big dork. She's so much better and smarter than him. Oh my God, he's such a fucking liar. What is wrong with Noonan? Noonan is a liar too, you can tell. I love this girl, everyone's favorite neighbor. I'm watching Melanie Little now. Nice judge.
Hi, Jimmy's sister.
Nice judge. This poor girl gets shot, goes to jail, make it make sense. How about the sister? They're like products of incest.
Somebody said Timu Amanda Bynes, and now I can't unsee that either.
She did look a little like Amanda Bynes.
I broke down my my observation of that person a couple of live streams ago, but I will spare the cupcakes.
No, come on. It's Melanie
No.
After Dark. We do what we do.
No.
The cupcakes like to get down in be a little cookie.
No.
First rule of Melanie After Dark.
I went I went dark.
This is the fun of going on someone else's channels. You could be a little
I went dark as fuck on that one. I was just like, I was saying,
we don't like it when they have two first names. That's right. Like Joe Paul, and her name had she had first two names. You don't ever trust a man with two first names. This is something my mother taught me very young. Very young. Don't ever trust
it's true.
Or anyone with two. Joe Paul is an example. And her name was, I forget what her name was, but she had two.
Michelle Mitchell.
Yeah. See? I rest my case.
Mm-hmm. So what'd you say about her, Will?
Oh, sorry. Did I cut him off? I do that.
I'm trying to get just the right.
You get silent sometimes.
I'm trying to get just the right like snark on her face. That'll
Ricky
do.
Bobby is another good one. Although we do like Ricky Bobby.
Ricky Bobby. Just the right snark.
That's the one who took her to the hotel.
Now, basically, what I said, if I remember correctly, was that there are people that are born to do certain things. You know, like they're born like Jimmy, like you're like born to like creatively just roast people. Maybe I am too. I don't know. Melanie, you're born to break down these cases and make them understandable for the and comprehensible for the layman. And this woman is born to cock block her friends at the bar. This is what she was put here on earth to do.
Shit.
Look at her face. Look at her face.
We're going home. We're going home.
Face was
eat and we're going home.
This face was created to deter drunk frat boys from going home with her friends. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. This girl will steal that dude, and she is fire in bed. And that is, she is fire. And that is so sad because she is only fire in bed because she hates herself so much. She can't let anyone else be happy. She can't let anybody else enjoy life. And so she will use this joyful thing in life to punish herself and punish the man that she's with by treating him like absolute shit, and then maybe even stalking him for about, I don't
I feel
know.
like she's only good in bed because she lets them do literally anything they want. Because there's no self-respect.
Exactly, because
Like,
she
put your cigarettes
Jimmy-
out on me.
Jimmy gets it. Jimmy gets it.
She's a
Exactly.
corrections officer. She's a corrections. Imagine what she deals with all day. And I wonder if it's in a men's prison or a woman's prison, right?
Men's.
Because you know what goes on in the men's prison, the things you could get squirted
She-
at you as
She
you're just
smuggles
walking
things
down the
in
hall
and
stuff.
out of her.
If you
internal
don't,
pocketbook.
if you don't do the most depraved things that you can think of, she will call you a pussy. Like
She has
she
a
is
Wait,
that-
just the way
yeah.
she said, "No, Mr. Bradle."
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, you got to play that part. You
Yeah, can
got to
we watch
pull
a little
You
bit
got to
of the
play the part where she says that. No, Mr.
Said she needed
Bradle.
Justin?
Needed Justin, that is correct.
Okay, so just let's put that over here. And she
Wow.
also told you that day that she was meeting Justin, right?
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
So she couldn't meet with you.
Like
I
she's
had to tell you.
like, talk about bipolar. One minute she's
Tell-
yelling at him, the next minute she's like, "Thank you for clarifying."
Jimmy, back me up here. You know I'm right. Look at this.
Because she was meeting Justin, right?
That is what she said.
And you said there was some sort of gathering at Hunter's house?
5 minutes
And that
before
was a
she
social
said she
gathering
didn't tell me that.
with
Justin
swimming
told me
and
that.
drinking, right?
Did I call it or did I call it? I have this woman snowed.
That is incorrect.
Was there swimming?
No, Mr. Bradle.
Was there drinking?
Also no.
And it was you, Katrina, and Justin and his sister.
Correct.
Now, you said that you saw her drive by the house,
Yes.
and so it's fair to say that she would have been able to recognize some or all of the vehicles, right?
Yes.
And going by the house is a route that would take her to the north end of a common, right?
Yes, it's near there, correct.
Nothing further.
Nothing.
Kurt, you may step down.
Thank you.
She just
Oh,
needed
wait,
to
you don't
touch it
need
once
me
in a
anymore?
while.
You don't need me anymore? Oh.
Are we done here? We're done here. Good.
And then watch her walk out with the arrogance. Watch.
Look-
We got to watch the walkout
We gotta touch
and the
the walkout.
pantsuit. Ugh.
Ew.
It would have looked cute with a pencil skirt. It would have looked cute with a pencil skirt. I want to see what kind of shoes she has on. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Sometimes we have to look at the face.
No, we're good. We're good. We'll slow
And can
this
we watch
down.
Justin walk out? Because the way he walks is weird.
Yeah, I'll bring that back up.
Thank you.
Is she wearing a crucifix around her neck?
Oh, ick.
Oh, wait, is that a three-piece suit? Wait a second. Something's happening there. Look at the blouse, and then there's like a vest under it.
Oh,
Look at that.
Oh, clodhopper shoes. What is going on, girl?
Y'all are amazing.
Oh, man.
sick.
Thick.
No, Mr. Bradle.
Okay.
Why don't you give me an update?
Let's check out Justin's.
That's like the girl. She's like the girl that you never want to leave alone with your boyfriend while you go to the bathroom. 'cause
That's what
when you
I'm
come
trying
back-
to tell you.
When you come back, she's going to be sitting on his lap and making it like it was just a joke. That
You're
she's,
playing
like,
a
sitting on his
game.
lap.
No. She does it covertly. She'll act like a bitch in front of your friend to your boyfriend,
It
and
seemed like she
then
is your boyfriend, but then she's like,
she's stroking him
She's-
under the table.
She's curtain twitching. She's curtain twitching at
Right.
at Hunter's house. She's curtain twitching
You
so that
all
she
get
saw Kelsey's car go by. What? And
You all
what's the
get
big
it.
deal? You're all old enough to drink. So you maybe having a couple of drinks by the pool.
right, liar.
You-
fat
She's like,
liar.
no,
get
Mr. Bradle. No, we certainly were not. Why? Because you were having a very serious family meeting and making a timeline about what Justin should be doing next and supporting him in his journey to the courthouse to take her baby away because you're all such horrible friends.
Horrible.
I love how Court chopped like on the thumbnail for that girl's testimony, Michelle Mitchell. She got her in just the right snark face in the thumbnail. It was perfect.
There was
But
a few
hold
to
on.
choose from.
Let's check out fucking the rock star over here.
I mean, is that the Benny Hill theme song that you had on before?
Yeah. Somehow I don't get dinged for it. It's amazing.
Okay, wait. I got to see the walkout. Okay, look. All right.
The walk in and the
freeze,
walk out.
Freeze.
Yeah, you never
Okay.
see.
Ill-fitting suit. The guy needs a tailor.
It's a funeral
TJ Maxx tie. It came like all in one combo. I think the shirt and the tie was like one combo thing that you could get at TJ Maxx. Is the
Yes.
ugliest tie I've ever seen.
Hope you file your next witness.
Look at this
Ill-fitting.
guy. What a
Ooh.
loser.
Is it gray or taupe? What is happening here? It's still 29 degrees outside, okay? It's a spring suit.
Swear.
Yeah, he's
He's
Colin
got
Albert.
his top button unbuttoned. Like,
He's Colin Albert in 2 years, bro.
He's
Look at
worse
him.
than Colin Albert.
Right. Yeah. He is worse than Colin Albert.
but he does look like the Jim Carrey thing.
This cause now hearing shall be the truth.
He's like, I'm on so many perks right now.
And nothing.
He's what? Yeah. Well, we're on slow speed. That's what it sounds like.
It's not you, Jimmy. It's okay, buddy. We got you. All right.
And then he talks like this. It's like, step away from the helium tank, sir.
He does talk like a little homo. You're right. He does.
Well, I didn't mean it that. It wasn't.
I did. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like a child.
Something's up with him and Noonan. I'm just gonna say that.
We got to hear him talk a little bit.
I immediately went to the University of New Hampshire, where I obtained a bachelor's in business management.
Where are your teeth?
After you graduated from UNH, what did you do? After UNH, I did a cross-country road trip where I traveled Southwest U.S. and I got a job as a wilderness instructor at a therapy camp in southern Utah. And what do you mean by a therapy?
Stop.
I worked as a lead counselor.
Those are the troubled teen camps where they kidnap people kids in the middle of the night and they bring them to this wilderness camp. For those of you who watch the Jody Hildebrand and Ruby Frankie show, this is what they do there. They make these kids carry rocks up and down in backpacks. This is like a torture camp for children.
For high school, that's a tri-town, so it's still Bolton and Lancaster. That's where I attended for grades 9 through 12. What did you do after high school? After high school, I immediately went to the University of New Hampshire, where I attended.
Okay, so hold on.
In a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name. My name is Justin Alain, Justin. Last name Aylian.
Is he Armenian?
I'm 32. And what town do you live in? Stowe, Massachusetts. Did you grow up there? I did, yes. Okay. And what schools did you go to there? I went to Neshoba Regional for high school. That's a tri-town, so it's still Bolton and Lancaster. That's where I attended for grades 9 through 12. What did you do after high school?
Okay, so you're saying that's one of those camps?
No, that's Neshoba's not.
No. He says after this, after that, I went to Utah and I got a job at a wilderness camp as a counselor.
Oh, okay. I went too far back is what happened.
Yeah, he went to UNH. He got his degree in business management. And
Here we
then,
go. Here we go.
After UNH, I did a cross-country road trip where I traveled Southwest U.S. and I got a job as a wilderness instructor at a therapy camp.
Therapy camp. Wow.
Wait, like a Pray the Gay the Way? Hold on.
This is where
Mormon. Yeah, an LDS fucking.
Paris Hilton was sent to a bunch of these camps in Utah. It's where rich parents send their kids because they don't know how to deal with them, and they're unregulated, and they're put into like solitary confinement in like a well for days and tortured and naked. And the horror. If you haven't watched the Paris Hilton documentary on YouTube, please do. She tells her story about being put in these camps when she was a teenager and how it made her successful because she was in solitary in this pit, naked, shivering for weeks at a time, being tortured. And she said to herself, I will never, ever be powerless again. I'm going to go make a lot of money when I get out of here.
There's a few documentaries about those places. Like they're scams too. Like people will open them up and then they'll be like minimal, like just they're basically prisons.
They're unregulated.
Right.
Nobody's a doctor. They're untrained. And this is the guy who's one of the counselors. Why would you get a business degree from UNH and then go be a therapy counselor?
Wanted to party at UNH.
He's got no psychological training. But
this guy, I bet you know he was a piece of shit at one of those places. You know he was awful to those kids. Like you know it. There's
the parents also kidnap people.
Yeah, this is like that's their job. Their job is like their whole thing that they sell parents on is tough love, right? Yeah. We tough love your kids. We do it so you don't have to.
Yep.
Like we make them appreciate your home. We train them to not take your home and your hard work for granted as a parent.
Horrible.
Wait, if they're Armenian, if that's an Armenian last name and the mother's Armenian, this makes a lot of sense because Armenian mothers are.
Well, the parents, in case you don't know the backstory of the parents are very involved in this organization that teaches other parents how to have their children involuntarily or voluntarily committed to rehab and other such places. They are very involved in this organization. It's all over. You just got to Google both of their names. It's called, I forget what the organization is.
I looked it up.
And they've been interviewed and they've said, we did this because one of or maybe more than one of our kids was, you know, an addict. And, you know, they've been very open about it, and it's all coming out, and we knew it since the beginning because, you know, I fall into rabbit holes like that. But the fact that he got a business degree from UNH, and then what? He's driving across country and decides to stop off at a place where they kidnap kids in the middle of the night and then bring them there and torture them is a little bit weird, right?
I mean, it tracks.
That's what
You
they
know
did
what
to
I
her.
mean? Like,
That's exactly where Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Frankie were, and they were, you know, obviously torturing kids too.
Well, Jimmy's making a good point. Like, basically, that's what the cops did to Kelsey Fitzsimmons. He orchestrated this and weaponized the cops to do the very same thing that they did to these kids for these camps. Very interesting observation.
Creepy.
And what do you mean by a therapy camp? I worked as a lead counselor for some youth between the ages of roughly 15 to 18, and there were some early adults as well that were above 18. And they came to this camp for a variety of different problems, whether it was drug issues, whether it was anger issues, whether they had problems at home. They would come to this camp, and we would help build confidence. We'd give them coping mechanisms. We would do that in a wilderness setting. We would teach them primitive living skills, and we would assist them in their transition.
Imagine giving someone coping mechanisms.
Primitive living
What?
skills.
They put fill the backpack with rocks. This is Jody Hildebrandt. This is right out of her playbook. Fill the backpack with rocks. Make the kids like climb up and down the mountain all night long. Don't give them any water. And then they're like camping in the wilderness. Like they drop them off in the mountain. They got to find their way back. Like crazy stuff I've heard about from these places. You know, and it's like they call them troubled teen camps. And they're unregulated. Paris Hilton has testified in front of Congress about this issue.
All right, I'm going to make this normal because people are saying he's not blinking, and I have to see for myself.
Going back to their families or whatever they had after.
He blinked right there.
At some point, did you make
He
your way
blinked
back
again.
east? I did, yes.
He
I was out
blinked
there
again.
Roughly 8 months.
Okay, you guys are crazy.
I shortly came back after.
Okay. What did you do when you came back?
He's
When I
blinking.
came back shortly thereafter in
The mouth.
fall of 2017, I enlisted in the United
Thank
States
you for gifting 5 memberships, Dawson.
Did you go to boot camp? I did, yes. I attended boot camp. In Fort Benning, Georgia. I enlisted as infantry.
I used to live near
So I
there,
attended boot camp in
Columbus.
Fort Benning, Georgia.
Is that a
Immediately after boot
caterpillar
camp
on his
and
upper lip? What is
training,
happening
I
here?
went to
It's
airborne school.
it's a
which was also
fucking
Fort Benning. Right after I graduated from airborne school, I was
it's like a
It's a wannabe like muff tickler type thing.
right. It's known as a a Dirty Sanchez in some circles.
It's just a shadow, though. Like
Dirty Sanchez in
Like-
some circles.
if you want to come into court, I don't know. I'm not like like maybe you want to shave it off before you come to court. You know, if you want to just look a little bit more, I don't know, professional. I mean, but
No.
then again, look, he can't even button the top button of his shirt for court.
Oh
So-
wait, we got
And if you
Erica
zoom in-
Walsh. People, real quick, we got to give her a. Oh my God, my mouse is dying now. We got to give Erica Walsh a round of applause if I can ever get to it for my mouse. There we go.
Someone said it's Michelle Mitchell's leftovers. Ew.
If you zoom in on his shirt, people have pointed out like this plastic thing that's like on a shirt, like almost like when you I don't know if you get a shirt from TJ Maxx, maybe it has plastic around the buttons that are like holding it together. He forgot to take it off. It kind of looks like that.
My mouse is dying battery because of this very long stream. It's amazing, but it's okay.
Erica, are you at one of those camps? Where are you?
Yeah.
It's
Are
kind
you?
of on the way home from food shopping in the dispensary. So kind of, yeah, absolutely.
Can you send an SOS if you need to?
No, I'm good. I'm here. Sorry, I
Okay.
didn't want to interrupt. You guys were talking, but I did want to agree with Melanie. That's exactly what those plastic things are because I said the same thing to my husband.
Oh, the plastic things. Do you go to the dispensary that has like 2 for Thursdays or whatever one that Justin went to where he could get the special deal on the Whip 'em Out Wednesday or whatever it was where you have like
No.
2 for 1 joints?
No, but I picked up some mushrooms earlier too, so you'll love that. No.
Whoa.
Hey, but I'm also not a firefighter or an EMT or a cop or anything like that, right? So there's that.
Well, they will be at your house soon now that you've said that on the
I'm
air.
sure
They
they
will be
will.
busting-
Okay.
That's Justin's brain.
Justin's brain on drugs.
This is your brain on drugs.
Wait, where did you get the info that he got the 2-for-1 special? Like, where did you get all this stuff?
I think that was in some of the family court filings that he would go to the dispensary on a certain day and take money out of the ATM and only pay cash so that he wouldn't They wouldn't know that it was him because he used to like to go on a certain day because it was like 2-for-1 blunts or something. You guys
Well,
know.
most dispensaries only take cash. You have to like. I learned that when I went to Boston. You have to like pull money out of the ATM and then, yeah.
But they also have cameras everywhere too, so he's not fooling anybody. Pre-rolls. Somebody said it was pre-rolls.
Now
There was
everyone
like
knows.
2-for-1. And they actually named the dispensary too. It was like Mellow something.
Wait,
Somebody in
what
the
is
chat
it?
will get it.
Where? I want to go and do my next live stream.
Well, I'm
from
going to
there.
tell you. What, you guys, where was it? Mellow something.
Ken Mello Enterprises.
I think he's probably a partner, and that's why of course he named it after himself.
Oh, God.
That's where he's been. He's been running the dispensary like Tulsa King. Remember the guy who runs the
Your
dispensary?
Honor, I've been indisposed. Someone, can you explain why you've been?
It's in Haverhill, and it's called Mellow Yellows. Is it really?
Mellow Yellows. I'm just
Andrew said.
doing the
Mellow
best I
dispensary in
can, Your
Haverhill.
Honor.
All right,
Health
run on
problems.
over.
Health problems, Your Honor.
Jimmy, Google it and see what we could find. When's the special?
All right, ready? So the Mellow Cannabis in Haverhill. I am over 21. Okay, let's see their deals. Shop. Ooh, deals and specials. Okay.
Dude, your boils was too much, bro.
Yeah, deals and specials. Okay. So 2 8s for $45.
That's pretty
10
good deal.
pre-rolls for
That's
50.
cheap, yeah.
4 5-milligram infused beverages for $24. What else do we got here? Oh, space candies, creamsicles, glitter bombs.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, it's very nice. Are you looking to lock up your baby's mother? Here, take this special. Tea and lemonade. Oh God. Oh God. Yeah, what a weirdo.
It's a THC infused pee.
I mean, I don't want to start rumors or anything, but wouldn't it be wild if that was owned by Ken Mello and that's why we haven't seen him lately? Because he's like,
That would be
business
amazing.
is booming because Justin brought all his friends.
Right.
I love her.
You just see Ken Mello just fucking behind the counter or one of these things, and Justin's on the other side of the counter. It's like, all right, have a good day. Thanks a lot for stopping by. Appreciate
He's got his oxygen in his nose and he's like looking around.
appreciate your business.
I don't want to start any more rumors, but Yellow Mellow, it's like piss.
Yellow Mellow, just like piss.
Like piss.
It is.
I'm gonna shop for flour and see what comes up. Do they have like Humboldt? I mean, back in the day, that's what you wanted, right?
What?
Humboldt.
What's that?
That's like a strain from Humboldt County, California. That was like the best you could get. I went to college in Colorado.
Find out, Miss Melanie Little. Let me
listen, I lived in Boulder for a long
She
time.
listens to the Grateful Dead. What do you think?
I'm just kidding.
She goes to
I love
Cancun with Alan Jackson. She knows what she's doing.
I got
Ayo,
shirts.
yeah, they did. They were
She
nice
does
and
all
tanned
that.
up when they
Yada,
got
yada,
back.
yada.
too.
It's so funny. I got so upset when that rumor came out and I was talking to somebody and they're like, girl, like you should just own that rumor. Like, what's wrong with you?
Especially coming from who it came from. I don't know if you knew Grant at the time either. That was the thing.
Right, I
That
didn't.
knucklehead. Yeah, knucklehead.
Oh, the special at Mellow this week is lemon pound cake, says Stephen Joseph. Well, yes, it is. Mama's
Nuh-uh.
lemon pound cake.
Lemon
Come on, everyone, all
cake.
together.
Everyone all together now.
It tastes so nice. Made the cop wanna put down his gun and cut off a slice. Lemon pound cake. That's
Lemon pound cake.
I mean, it is genius.
We
We need
pound cake.
Afro Man to come in and make a song about like Noonan and a song about Justin, maybe.
Somebody get Crawford on the phone.
That would be awesome. I'd love to see an
Yeah,
Afro Man
Claire,
band.
call Crawford. Ask him to do it.
How did
Crawford
he
on
get
the
Afro
phone.
Man on his show, by the way? How did that connection happen?
Yeah.
I'm curious about it.
Me too.
Because
I
it was
said
like the same
thing.
day as the verdict, right? I mean, that's like
You
that's like a
don't.
quick get.
It's
That's a good
Mike
get.
Crawford. Mike Crawford can get anyone. He's important. You didn't.
I
He
just
has,
was like,
Howie Carr. He has Howie Carr.
why hasn't Howie been covering this story? Like the first time I saw Howie cover this story was like he posted something on Instagram, but I don't even think it was him talking. I think it was like his female co-host.
Bob, you're a hater, bro.
Yeah, Bob, suck a dick.
What's Bob saying?
Oh, does Bob want to come on and sing it? Come on,
Yeah.
Bob.
Fuck you, Bob.
Yeah, Bob. How come
Yeah,
you couldn't get
Bob.
Aquaman, Bob?
Yeah, what about Bob?
Yeah.
Stop fucking with us, Bob. Don't be a Bob.
I mean, guys, he gets all the good ones. He gets Nan. Like, that's a hard get. So.
Oh my God. Somebody sent me a recording of Jess Machado comparing that person and me, and it was so funny. I laughed.
Oh,
Wait, when was that from?
Amazing. Amazing.
It was like
No,
Melanie's
there's no
Louis
comparison.
Vuitton.
That was the whole point of the video.
Melanie's Louis Vuitton. That person is.
I don't
Like,
even remember
Louis
what the
to Harry.
comparison was,
To
but somebody,
Harry.
I love how the last hour of this turned petty, and I haven't said a fucking word.
Oops.
Like all.
well, I mean, don't you know that she's the reason that Court TV went, bust? Because they gave her the $1 million and then they had no money left. And
But
so
she
they
gave
had
it
to,
back.
they had
She
to be
gave it
bought by
back.
law
They
and
should give it
crime.
back. She gave
Yeah,
it
but
back
did she
because
really
she's
give it back?
yes, of
Donated
course.
it
Because
back.
don't you know that she's the most ethical and most.
I like to address the LawTube streamers that actually cover cases, like everyone except Melanie. And I'm not going to say their name, but I would like to address that.
I mean, well, we would have heard this, except we were all out on my yacht and we didn't have any coverage.
But we all hate
Remember,
you.
you guys, the satellite went down and we're just out on the yacht, partying up.
Yada yada yada.
Erica was there. She knows. She was working the blender at the time.
I can't.
Yacht today, Satan.
Yeah.
Yacht today.
Yada, yada, yada. That's right. I'm making shirts. That's what I do. See, I started this Afro Man, just so you know. Well, maybe people say shit about me. I make merch. Where do you think we got the I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little?
Yeah.
Sweatshirts.
Melanie Little, you're the original Afro Man. Afro Nan.
I just turned haters into merch, basically. He really did get effed over. I mean, that guy, banging his door down the way they did and looking for in his suit pockets for kidnapping victims. This girl who gave this fake tip said he's got a dungeon in his basement and he chains up women down there.
Dude,
They
he's
get to
not
his house
R.
and there's
Kelly.
no basement. And they know there's no basement because they've been there before.
And they took $4,000.
They took 5 and they only returned 4,600 or something. And
No.
do you know
Okay,
where the
guys.
$5,000 came from? Snoop Dogg gave it to him.
We've got a surprise guest, folks. I
Afro
think
Man?
this is the first time
I'm
this
leaving.
person has ever been on this show, folks. The very first time, I believe, and that would be the other half of the Matas,
Afro Woman.
Allie.
Yay! Let's go.
Now we can party.
I just texted in the chat. I can come back because you already have 4. Seems like a lot of us.
Yay.
All right. Well, I'm glad to be here. Bob's like, all right, you got to go on at some point. He's like, you want to go on now? Mel and Jimmy are in there. I'm like, okay. And
right.
Erica, who maybe is not right there right now.
She's getting arrested in her profile picture there for wearing a shirt that said I forget what it said. What did her shirt say on it?
It was only
looks good
4
on you, Jimmy.
words. Criminals control Norfolk County.
Mm-hmm. And you got arrested. I can't believe that. Can you
What a
believe that?
great way to disprove that by arresting a person who's wearing a
That's
shirt that
amazing.
says so.
In front of my civil rights attorney.
Right. True. That was amazing.
What's
couldn't
your
have
hat
scripted it
say,
better.
Mel?
Microdots.
Oh, microdots.
That's a
Hell
shout
yeah.
out to the. Have you seen the new video? He just
I
made like
have.
a feature film length video.
I know. And what shocked
good.
me the most, because a lot of it we knew, right? Was I'm like, wait a minute. Her friends, like her closest girlfriends, thought she tried to run them off the road.
Yeah.
I'm like baffled by it. And then I told Bob, I'm like, I really shouldn't care about people I don't know's inner working relationships, but what in the fuck? Why would her closest friends think she tried to run them off the road?
And she wasn't even driving that car.
If they were my friends, I'd try to run them off the road.
Well, yeah.
Well, wait, doesn't
You'd have
that
on
sort
a
of
wig, no one would ever know who it was.
doesn't that sort of make this little setup plot start a little bit earlier than we thought? Because if this was the Sunday when they were driving home, they all had to run away from the bachelorette party weekend. And now they're trying to say that and the cops went to her house that Sunday too, the same day that Justin went to get his firearms out of the house. Like, did they plan this whole thing over the weekend? And they were like, well, let's say there was a hit and run and let's try and get her that way and have the cops go over there and talk to her. Like, maybe there was a little bit more to this plan.
I wholeheartedly believe that, Melanie. That's kind of been one of my working theories.
Right?
I mean, it's just, I was thinking.
Hunter's pool party was a plot party.
Yeah.
They needed a
Erskine was
scrivener.
calling it the affidavit party.
That's what it was. I never thought it was until like I heard the phone calls to the cops.
Yeah.
They're like, well,
But
how do we do this?
I kind of thought it was just like, and maybe you guys are right, like they were plotting sooner, but I'm like, I'm just thinking he said something or did something to convince them she was so extreme that their thought was she actually tried to run them off the road. But you guys are thinking they could have just made that up for whatever the hell they had, whatever plots they had going.
Except they said that they were sideswiped, right? So there had to have been damage to their car. And then what had happened was KELSEY, when the cops were at her house, she told her brother to bring the car over. I think it was her brother. And he had a black Cadillac or whatever, and there was no damage to that car at all. So did they have damage to their car? Did the cops even investigate that at all? Or were they just like, took their word for it and they're like, okay, we'll go over there.
But that's weird too, that cops just take the word of someone who's a non-cop and start investigating her. That makes you wonder right there, where is like the power balance with that? Like, why are they listening to randoms over their fellow officer?
Because they hated her and they wanted her out of there.
Katie did not want Justin mad at her. On the second phone call, she's like, Justin, we just talked yesterday. Remember, we were fine. What's the matter, doll? What's the matter? What can mommy do for you, Justin?
Right.
I will escalate this.
I feel like, and I said this earlier too, Al, I was like, you know what? She came on the force. There was already a lawsuit pending. Katie Gerke, that sergeant that Justin talked to, was in the middle of litigation against the department for discriminating against women. And she's still working there.
Involved in litigation.
Yes.
Herself.
There was a pending lawsuit against Chief Gray and the department for sexual harassment, discrimination against women. Charlie Gray, who has had a lot of problems, like playing jokes on the women and just unfair treatment and hostile work environment. And she was still working there. That lawsuit was just settled in December of 2025. And she's still working there. Like,
I mean, that's crazy. I can't help, and I said this before, thinking that KELSEY was kind of targeted because she's young, she's attractive, and all the police thought either they couldn't control themselves around her, or anytime she looked at them, they took it as her trying to flirt with them. You know how men get, and when a pretty woman looks at them, oh, she's trying to get to me here. And they just couldn't deal. I don't know. I mean, obviously that's all supposition, but in my mind, that's some of what's going on, because it makes no sense why she's being.
She also got pregnant right away, right? She got the job and then she kind of got pregnant right away, because when she went on that call in August, she was like 20 weeks pregnant. And then she goes out on maternity. They're probably like, what are we paying her for? Like now she's going out on maternity and now she's got to go on light duty because she's pregnant. This is what all the chicks do.
Yeah, that pissed Noonan off.
Yeah.
It did. You could tell. He's like, how come she can get pregnant and I can't?
Right. Like that.
I try harder.
I definitely feel like there was an element, if not a very strong element, of there being a male dominated thing, and the fact that she had to take leave. They just didn't respect her as much as they respected everyone else. And there was an underlying some sort of issue with her being out there having everyone's back, because she got pregnant and then she was in delicate condition all this time. And then she had to take time off. And then, so there's some sort of, underlying animosity there for her, and cause these people to just automatically take Noonan's side because, oh, well, look at her. She's just a frail woman playing victim and trying to take advantage of sympathy and blah, blah, blah.
She thinks she bats her eyelashes and everyone's going to listen. Do what she says.
Coming from the guy who goes every now and then to get a tune-up, right? Yeah, I got to go get a tune-up from my guy. I got a tune-up every now and then when I fall into the dark black hole. That's what he said.
Sounds like a gay happy.
Where did he say this?
He said it on the stand.
So much more than
or
me.
no, or
Oh.
she said that he told her that.
Oh, right.
Where did that come out? Or did he say
Yes,
it?
no.
I don't remember.
He
Or it was in
said-
the papers.
It was
He
in the
said it.
text. It was in the text, and then
It was
she
the text.
said, "Yeah, wow."
I don't know. The whole thing is just
Fire buddies.
Fire buddies.
Fire buddies.
He's got a guy. He's got a guy. And why? And all of a sudden now he said, I think the first time ever that he said that she pointed the gun at his face was on the stand. Like, was that in any of the pretrial stuff? I don't know if anybody looked at all the pretrial stuff
You're
as
the
much as I
you're
did.
the one that right. Exactly. You're the one.
But it
I
was
would
like
be trusting
she
for
pointed the gun at me. It was never she pointed the gun in my face, and he had to say in my face because he was wearing a bulletproof vest. So if she was just pointed at him, it wouldn't have killed him because he was wearing a vest. And then now all of a sudden at trial, she pointed it in my face.
It's crazy.
Oh,
I don't know. This is so great of you to put together, Will, though, because I mean, yes, obviously the criminal case was important, but like this is what's
is that me?
Oh, did he just freeze?
think so, yeah.
Wait, he's the one running it. He can't freeze.
He froze. I think it's just us.
That's good. At least it's a flattering frozen pose.
Yeah.
I think we're off there now. Now
we
we
can
can
have a
talk shit.
party.
Okay, I'm sorry. I froze there. I had a bad internet connection, but I fixed
Oh,
it.
well,
So
you were gone long enough to not hear Jimmy talk shit about you.
Yes.
Okay. That's okay.
As he does.
Does Kelsey have a
Yes.
Venmo?
I don't know. It's a good question, but yeah, we're only $500, a little more than $500 away from 22,000. I mean, you know what we need. We need that $500 dono.
Man,
come on.
Man.
It's
Jimmy
true
walked right
because-
into it.
Oh.
Jimmy
like,
walked right into that.
Let's
for
go.
me.
Can't super chat it for all the attention. Let's go.
Let's go. You can type your name in there. We'll see it. I'll
Take a
make
picture
sure to
up,
read it out
Share
loud.
the children.
No, but
whatever you wanna do.
it's even more important because they need to be able to pay lawyers to go in quickly on emergency matters, like promptly, like spending much more time. Usually, family cases, as you can see from this shit that somehow is going on for a year, but obviously the bail judge had a lot to do with this slowing down. But a lot of family cases, it's like, oh, we're coming every month, and you just kind of, oh, it'll work itself out. You need lawyers who are going to work a lot more than showing up at court every month, which I'm sure her lawyers will, but that all costs money. That all costs money by the hour. And you need someone who's putting in hours here so that that poor child can feel the skin of his mother again.
Yeah, and we don't want Justin's lawyers to be able to just drag this out to where she runs out of funds. We want to be able to make sure she's got enough gas in her tank to fight this fight all the way.
Right.
So
she needs gas money. She needs gas money now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
His mommy's giving him gas money. Y'all out there got to give her some gas money. But no,
Exactly.
it's very true. Will, she needs to be able to not only like have enough gas in her tank, but to be ahead of the race, to be in the front, to be
100%.
moving fastly, not just on the defensive, but
On the
super-
offense. Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, and there's no moral dilemma with that at this point either. There's
Shouldn't
none.
matter
There's
what
no
side
room
of
for
the-
it
Right.
because
She had-
look at everything this guy's done so far.
She had to
like
sell her house.
right. And he
made a
tried to
motion
take it.
in family court that all the money, all the proceeds from the house should go to him for future child support. Like that's what a narcissist
on
this
a
guy is.
child he hasn't even filed for custody of yet.
No, he filed for
So-
custody the day after the shooting,
But
but he
I was
hasn't been
surprised,
awarded custody.
Mel.
You're right.
Oh, sorry about that. Excuse me.
They did take a portion of her funds and held it in escrow to pay child support, right?
But he wanted all of it. He
I
wanted all of it.
know, whack, like talk about a whack job.
Yeah.
Right.
I've
I mean,
never even heard of that before.
We call him a giant limpy. I won't say the full, You know,
Say it.
You can. You
limp
can.
dick. That's what we call him, a limp dick. And just in case the people out there exactly don't know why. I mean, first of all, a pussy is strong and powerful and brings life into this world.
It can take a pounding.
Yeah.
It-
Hey,
yeah.
whoa. All right, Jimmy. But But what is more worthless and useless and pathetic than a limp
Then a
one?
limp dick.
Right.
I
So
completely
people
agree.
need to change the vocabulary. Don't call someone that you're trying to call pathetic the P word, call them a limpy, because that's what they are. And that's what that guy running and tripping over his legs was.
The black sock.
The mother of his child. Okay, like once you maybe you run like for a second, and then you turn around, you come back, and you're like, is it safe? Because guess what? I am a first responder. I know how to save people's lives, and maybe I should do that for the woman that I once loved.
The mother of my child that I will be co-parenting with for the next at least 18 years. And how horrible is that? Anybody who's ever had to co-parent with someone knows how important it is to be able to get along with that person.
So
So
she's
not
stuck
admit
with
that
her.
person to your children.
The only thing we can hope happens here, Mel, is that he keeps pulling his shit and is like the thorn in the side of co-parenting, because the quicker the more
Right.
he's doing that, the more she actually could end up with all the decision making.
Because the family court is designed to try to keep families functional and working together, even when they're split, coexisting. And if if his actions are going beyond that, as I agree with you 100%, Ali, if he keeps showing that, he keeps going the way he's going, he's just going to dig himself his own hole.
Right, because it'll take time before they let her have 50-50, but I can't imagine any set of circumstances where at the end of the day, they're not trying to get 50-50, but in 50-50, parents need to be able to co-parent, like Mel was saying, that you have to be able to make decisions together. You have to be able to communicate, not about like, how's your day, but how's our child? And our child wants to do this, and what school should he go to, and what extracurricular activities, and who the babysitter is. If he can't communicate with her on that stuff, then he's going to tip the scales in her favor, because he abused the system and technically has manipulated himself. I was trying to think of what Noonan said when you had a jump on her. He's got
Right. She had the drop on me. Yeah.
Right. He has the drop on her. He has manipulated himself a technical advantage because he is the one that child has been with every day. And so they're like, okay, well, we can't take him away from the father, even though he played the system to get the child. But when they're thinking best interest of the child, they're like, all right, well, now this child's used to dad. So it's gonna be an uphill battle for mom to even get to 50-50. And that's why all your donations are so, so very important. And that's why you putting this together, Will, is so great.
Thanks, Ali. Yeah, and thank you for joining, and everybody who's joined today. We're getting to 25 more minutes
There she
left from this
is.
bad boy. And we have definitely, I was starting to get a little worried there, and I feel bad about that I even started to doubt my community here. And I
was always coming. Bob told me early on, he's like, you got to get on.
20
One thing about Ali, she's always coming.
Wow. Jimmy's
Everybody
on
wants
fire.
limpy t-shirts now, You're gonna have to make limpy t-shirts now.
Defense Diaries has to do that for sure. They got to because they got the limpy emojis, Bob says.
Yes. So Bob's told this story already today. That's all right. It's women need to be pushing the vocabulary change.
I'll get on.
Yeah.
You
And
watch
Maza,
I like it.
You want to watch Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Oh yes.
Worst.
See the
Best
episode
show
where he's
ever.
like, why they do this? We should be doing this. Big
Yes.
vagina. It's the big vagina.
It's a big vagina.
So whenever someone does this, I'm going to do this.
Exactly. It's the reverse of that with Limpy for sure. Now I'm going to have to add when I tell people what Jimmy said about, and it can take a pounding.
Yes, there you go.
You're quick. You're quick.
It's-
Can't deny you that. Oh,
It's
quick. I hope
absolutely
not
got
too
the
quick.
quick.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
I have an
And-
idea for the next fundraiser. I mean, who doesn't like an auction? Like, why don't we get stuff and like auction stuff off?
I'm down with that.
I like
You know?
that.
Bronco does one
and
every year for the Children's Hospital. I don't know where he gets the things that he auctions. People donate them, I guess. But I
done
think
them
that's a
for,
great idea.
like fundraisers with our music crew, but that's kind of easy. People have rare
Right.
posters, people have something signed. I don't know what the hell do people want in the true crime
Merch.
world.
We can donate
Oh,
merch.
Yeah.
I just want to like make sure more than anything that
You
she
could sign a headshot, you know,
That's the
whatever the
reading
people want.
Maybe we can get like a JFK poster and have him sign it. Right. Will can bet on it.
Your signed like getting arrested t-shirt pictures, that would probably do pretty good.
Yes. See, like that, like things like
Yeah.
that. We could do that.
I got
sure.
you.
Jimmy could
Stop.
just wear different costumes and dance in people's living rooms.
I'll do that. I'll do whatever.
Or you can make
Sure.
cameos for people.
Whatever
right?
it takes.
Whatever.
Right.
I don't care.
We
I'll
can
do
make
whatever.
cameos. I'm not on Cameo, but we could do that.
That's a
You should get
thing.
on.
Yeah. Do you make any money off Cameo?
Yes.
I was just like, I would just make
You
anybody
show
a
up
video
in
who
people's
wanted
living rooms?
We're not
Sure.
doing that.
No, actually, I don't do the in-person thing.
Oh. So where's your cameo?
It's online, hon. It's like an app.
Oh, well, that's easy.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Somebody got me one from Michael Weatherly one time that said happy birthday to me. And Michael Weatherly, like, do you know who that is from the TV show Bull? He was also on like NCIS and whatever.
Yeah. Tony DeNozo,
It was
right?
personalized. I don't know who he played on NCIS because I didn't watch it, but
I think
They're fun.
he was Bull, you know,
Yeah.
and he did a whole happy birthday thing to me, and I love it.
I got
Oh,
my
I
mom
love
one
it,
from
I love
Caroline
it, I love it.
Manzo.
Oh, I love her.
Yeah. I got her one for her birthday from Caroline Manzo. She loved it.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. I remember during COVID, some of my musician friends were doing that where they were like
Yes.
recording, singing. I had my friend do it she sang Grandmom's Hands on my grandmother's birthday, or it was like Mother's Day, one or the other, but it was great.
all right, we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. We're 19 more minutes left. How much more money can we raise in 19 minutes?
Let's
Yeah, that's
do
a
it.
good idea. Merch and experiences, dinners, drinks with you all. Somebody said.
Well, I started a little late, so 20 minutes and 30 seconds, 20 seconds actually.
That's
Well, your intro
phenomenal.
is like 20
12
minutes,
hours.
so-
That's amazing. Well, you should be proud of yourself.
I mean, you guys made it go quickly, man. Like I find myself, there's times where it's like, okay, do somebody say something, you know what I mean? Because I don't come into these things with a plan at all. And so far it's worked out. I just send out a bunch of links, come in when you feel like it, and then you
I was
just never
given-
know who's going to be on panel with each other. You just never
Right.
know, and it's always worked out that way. And
I was
here it
with
is,
my
it worked
cousin
out again.
on a ride when Melanie said how, you had said something earlier, like I can come in here and talk for 6 hours, but like going and doing something, like what did you say? And I was like, oh, she's so right. That's exactly what it is. Like I can come in here and go back and forth with somebody for 6 hours, but I forget what we were talking about.
Oh,
My
because
cousin-
I don't like to edit. Because I don't like to
yes,
edit.
editing. Yes,
Right.
yes. But editing a video, and that's why I have so much respect for like Jimmy and his music, and even just in videos, people making Connor makes it. Everybody's making them, and I'm like, I don't know how you guys do it. I get frustrated editing a picture. Like I
Jimmy
get
puts so much effort into his content.
Oh, it's
dude.
insane.
Like,
That album.
Insane. But she's right. Like I would take the 6 hours talking. And you get tired after whatever, but like taking the time to edit something is insane. It's crazy the amount of talent though that has all come together in this too, not just here, but everywhere, like boots on the ground, people in general, in this movement,
Right.
selling things, and even for Karen, Aiden, all that stuff. You know what I mean? We have a lot of talented
Yeah,
people.
I try to tell Bob, I'm like, we should just do, I'm like, there's a lot of big channels like covering this trial. We should just do, like a summary thing at the end. And then it's like, but that takes actually more time because you have to listen to all of it. Then you've got to splice it together. Then you got to have everything like on point. And
Yeah, so
then-
much more time.
Yeah. And
Because you're watching the trial anyway. You might as well watch it with people that, otherwise be sitting here watching it alone. That's why I started the channel. I'm watching trials anyway. I might as
But
well
you
look at
guys-
who I'm watching with. If they
You
show up,
guys
they
have
show
been
up. If they don't,
killing
they
it
don't.
lately. Allie, you and Bob have been killing it lately. Like you guys got Afro Man's lawyer and
wow.
and the juror, wasn't it you guys that got the juror?
Yep.
And he dropped that bombshell that the judge asked that very inappropriate question. You want to tell us
I
about
was
that?
shocked. So she was very, like nervous because she didn't want to say anything with the way the plaintiff's lawyers like hovering around and calling everybody. And, even though there was basically nothing she could have said, I felt like she kind of was staying very conservative. Like she didn't want to say too much. So when she started talking about what the judge said, me and Bob just stayed dead quiet. I'm like, I'm not saying a word until she's done. And she had said that he came back and he said to them, what did you guys get hung up on? Did I explain everything all right to you? So right there, I was like, what? That's fucking shocking. And then at the end, one of the jurors asks him, do you think the videos will stop now? And he started cracking wise about Afro Man and his ego, and he's living it. He's loving it. These videos are never going to stop. And I was like, wow.
And they shouldn't. I love it. Afro Man just trolled the hell out of it. He just made lemon pound cake out of lemons. I mean, that's how you deal with trolls. That's how you deal with not just trolls, but that's how you troll these people who you don't have power over except for an audience, a platform. Make your platform valuable. Create content and make your platform valuable that draws people, and then you expose these people through that platform. It's fascinating that he did that so successfully and got under their skin to the point to where he made a fool out of them in court.
Talk about
brilliant,
Olympics, right?
Right.
But when he testified, I got a little worried because I'm like, all right, you can say that the comments he made, given the content, like the things that weren't videos, because those to me are like clearly you cannot say that is not satire. Like that's clearly not being serious. But then you had like some of his Facebook posts, but the verbiage, the wording, the content was so outrageous that it screamed, I am not being serious. So when he gets on the stand, and I'm expecting him to say, no, I don't think he's a pedophile. It wasn't supposed to be taken seriously. And he was like, well, his hand is really close to that kid's butt. And I'm like, oh,
right. And his brother is a convicted pedo.
Right. So I was like, he's up there saying it could be factual, but he covered he changed course and he kind of covered it well. And, it sounds like the jurors weren't worried at all. But Mel, what do you think about a judge essentially saying, where did I go wrong? Because he's like, what did you get hung up on? And did I not explain things well?
Yeah. Well, he's insinuating to them that they made the wrong decision.
Right.
Like, you guys fucked up. How am I going to fix this? What can I do next time to make it better? I mean, that's just so inappropriate. Like, imagine if Canoni went into to talk to the jurors after the acquittal, and was like insinuating to them that they should have found her guilty. I mean, that's like number one judging 101. You don't do that.
Right, you don't do that. Right.
You don't do that. You're supposed to be impartial. You don't go in there and make these people who spent, in Afro Man's trial was only really 3 days of their lives, right? They were there for 3 days, maybe 4.
Yeah.
Make them, second guess their decision in finding him not liable. But talk about first of all, it's going to blow up Afro Man's career because I forgot about him. I remember that song when it came out in 2000 and it's still around. People are still singing, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Because I got high.
Jimmy
I was
probably
going to go to court, but then I got high.
I know.
And now he's going to have a resurgence in his career. He's going viral. He's going to make tons of money, and good for him.
Apparently, he ran for president in 2024. I'm sure he's going to do it again. Yeah. Could you imagine?
As he should.
Like, how much?
It would
Sorry. You know how much Turtle Boy is going to blow up after he wins this trial?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's like insane. Like, and it's totally the epitome of the Streisand effect of what they were trying to do by charging him in the first place.
Yeah. And then to go in there and ask for $3.9 million. What did you think about that ask? Was that ridiculous or what?
It was insane.
That was wild.
It was wild.
And if they hadn't made up their mind up already, by the time they got that number, like, really, you want Lickum Low Lisa to get $1.5 million because she's embarrassed? Listen, she's been made fun of her entire life for having that voice. That's just, they couldn't prove that the damages were related to anything that Afro Man did. That was another big part of the problem too.
Right.
Because another guy's wife did actually steal $28,000 from her company because they were having financial trouble. So him being called a thief really was kind of accurate.
And Lick 'em Low Lisa has definitely been called that before. Like,
Maybe not so eloquently.
It's not the first time someone's thought
she licks him low.
Right.
Oh my God.
People got struck. People. I didn't get any strikes for playing his videos because I knew about it. By the time I didn't play the videos because other people had to take them down. So,
I mean,
did that happen to you?
He's working it. I didn't play. We didn't play the videos because,
Okay.
and we didn't. So we didn't. We watched the trial with Kat. So we weren't putting the trials on. And when I had known about it too, so when it was on, plus I didn't think that I was going to play the video with the lawyer on. I could have done it with the with juror, but I mean, watch that again, my Lord. But the other funny thing was when the one guy who he did the video about sleeping with his wife said he didn't know.
Crazy. Well, it's true. I mean, obviously your wife's not sleeping with Afroman, right? And the guy was like, I don't know. Like, you're calling your wife a hooer in front of a worldwide audience? Like, you don't know if your wife is banging Afroman? Make it make sense.
Yeah, I mean the Streisand thing is insane that they didn't think about that. Like now, not only are you recognized in like your small community, but you can't leave the country. You can't leave the country.
I mean, listen, if Pound Cake Officer was smart, he would capitalize on it too.
I was
and
just
he
going
would
to
start
say
selling his own merch, and he would do cameos as Lemon Pound Cake Officer.
I was just going to say the same thing
because he said it didn't hurt his feelings. He said he didn't really care. So where are your damages?
Right.
And he was looking at the pound cake.
He really was, and it's a delicious pound cake. I mean, you know, it's okay. It's nothing to be ashamed of. People have some really good ideas about the auction in the chat. There's a jeweler in here who says, I'm a jeweler. Once found, not lost, says, I will donate money. Somebody suggests that Jimmy could put together some Legos and auction off your Lego piece.
That'd be
There's
a good
lot
idea.
of good ideas or ideas.
Can we hit 24,000 in the next 10 minutes?
Yeah, definitely.
I have full faith.
Can we
Yeah.
reach
I mean, just
24,000?
Jimmy,
in the
sing a
next
little,
10 minutes?
sing a little song.
Sing us one of your hits.
Sing a song
from your Nantastic album.
Which one?
Pick
You
your favorite.
pick.
Pick your favorite.
You're in a few songs, Melanie.
I am? Oh, I can't wait. Yes, I know I am. I think
Well,
I've
then
heard.
sing one with Mel in it.
Which one? What do you guys want? Which one do you guys want? I don't know.
Let's ask the chat.
On the spot, right?
Chat,
On the
which
spot.
is your
right on the
favorite?
spot.
You could
baby,
just
I
make
know.
up something wild and sing a couple bars and just make it
That
up.
is true. I was thinking about one for Justin.
Okay.
Dancing Queen?
I don't know if it's going to be a full one, but it was like it was after I heard Fire Buddies, and it was to "Girl on Fire" by Alicia Keys, and it was like, "This boy is a faggot."
Wow.
That's too much.
Sing us. Oh, wait, somebody
Glad
said
you
Dancing
said it.
Queen. Somebody said Nan in the Mirror.
"Man in the Mirror" is a good one. That
Man in the Mirror is a good one. Yeah.
"Man in the Mirror" is a fan favorite.
All right, so do a couple bars.
Oh, I'm nervous. You get me nervous, Allie.
Oh, okay.
Bob tells me I'm not a trained monkey. If I ever ask him to
Oh, so
perform
he uses what you do. This is your thing.
They do matrimonial dancers. They're special.
This is
That's
the
what
thing.
they do. It really
he
is.
means like
Sometimes
go
it gets
around putting
uncomfortable.
people on the spot is what he's
The
saying.
Higgy song. Emily is it who's that said it in the chat? Emily EC.
The Higgy song.
Higgy, higgy, higgy. Higgy, higgy, higgy.
No, you're making me all
I can't believe you have stage fright when you're
Well,
you
not
were a
stage fright, but
born
it's like, what do you want me
performer.
to? What do you want me to?
I know.
Remember when I hyped you up? Remember when Will and I hyped you up before the fundraiser performance where you crab walked
Yes.
in the booty shorts as Judge Canoni?
That was so awesome.
He was nervous,
Like,
remember? He was nervous.
killed
Before
it,
he became
though,
a big
man.
star. He became a big
He
star.
killed it. He
I was
killed it.
wicked nervous.
Like you owned that whole fundraiser. It was fantastic. Yeah.
That was a blast. That was so friggin' fun.
It was.
Yeah.
Well, people are really asking for it, Jimmy.
I'm watching it too.
Jimmy says, "Do Man in the Mirror, and I'll donate $500."
What? Somebody said that?
Yeah, I mean, let me just. I'm pretty
Oh.
sure those were the words I just read.
I don't know if I can. I don't know. Guys, I don't know. Ooh.
Do you want to just play it from the album?
You're like,
I was
do you
gonna
need
say
to
just
look
maybe
at
play
her
it.
baby back or
You
no?
could do that. You could do that.
Look
and
at
then
how
you can kinda
red
sing
he
along.
is right now. Like,
can
I
lip
feel
sync
so
it.
bad
What if
for
you
him.
lip
Bob
sync it?
says, "Don't
Like,
be a limpy, Jimmy."
don't do that. Don't do that.
His ears are at attention.
Jimmy's red, man. Look at him. Like,
Leave me
you guys
alone.
are, yeah, you guys are really.
I'd say play it, but it'll strike you. You'll get not strike, but you'll
Oh.
get like you won't be able to like monetize it.
Oh, because you own the rights to it.
No,
Good for
because
you.
Michael Jackson owns the rights to it.
If Michael Jackson
Oh.
knows the rights to it.
But
Right.
not with your lyrics. You mean just
No,
the
but-
melody?
This somebody said, "Nan in the mirror for 100."
With his instrumental.
Owned the rights. I think it's past tense, right?
Wow,
Mm.
Erica.
Well, maybe his
His
estate.
estate.
I'm joking. I know.
Oh.
I
Yeah,
was being fresh.
I know.
Sorry.
You're cute.
Morbid, sorry.
Wow.
Oh, that's what I did right. I
There's
dismissed everybody.
A
I put
lot
the
of
African
pressure
pound cake
coming from this
in the
chat.
chat. I made everyone go watch it while I
They said go. People are suggesting you go off screen and do it. Oh, Holly says I'll match the $500.
You guys
People are $500
Cheryl.
are getting thrown
Oh,
at you
that's
left and
Cheryl
right.
said someone else said.
Put it in his G-string, baby.
Now there's a live show people would come to.
Listen,
yeah.
if we planned
We're
it,
doing it.
if we planned it, if I knew it was going to happen, I would do it. I haven't
Aw,
practiced
it's
the
okay.
lyrics. I got to practice it. But if the next one we do where we auction
Oh.
things, I will do
Fair,
it. But
Jimmy.
Yeah,
fair.
yeah.
Live
I-
performances. and
I
I
love
haven't
that.
had.
That's a great
I
idea.
have to have my tea. I have to have my. I got to make sure everything sounds nice. I'm not.
Right.
I'm not.
But that's
like,
a good idea. That's a good idea. there, though,
It's
too.
got to
For
be
the
a
auction.
$500 performance.
And you can
know?
do
Right.
the
It
cameos though.
wouldn't
You
be.
can auction off the cameos, like we said earlier too. So that's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah,
I don't want to deliver
Yeah.
like trash, which it would.
right. Jimmy just wants to make
Well,
sure he
MJ
pays.
says
he
you're
does,
so stinking cute.
Jimmy,
He's so
Jimmy,
stinking
Jimmy,
cute.
can't you see?
And he's like, even in person, his energy is so much better than you even imagine it would be. Right?
He can't even keep his little
amazing.
ears still. Look at him. Look at him. He's so
Hey,
ready.
5 minutes and 30 seconds.
He's my favorite adopted gay son, right? Jimmy? And he likes it too.
I love that.
Oh, God.
Right? You know, I got your back.
Hey.
The
We have
best.
reached $24,000.
Good job,
This-
buddy. Congratulations.
This might be the most we've raised out of all the fundraisers
It
that I've done
sounds
for 12
like if
hours.
you do another one where just
This
Jimmy's
might
coming
be-
on singing,
We should. I'm not kidding. I
gonna
will
make a
do
shit
that.
ton.
We
Somebody said
talked about